In July 2021, in Pengchenga City, blazing under the scorching summer sun, the temperature at noon often reached a stifling 37°C. The streets were nearly empty except for streams of passing cars. Those who had never visited Pengcheng could hardly imagine that this economically thriving metropolis still harbored numerous urban villages amidst its skyscrapers' dense clusters of old, low-rise buildings packed tightly together, with alleys no wider than 30 centimeters between them. Many rooms received no sunlight all year round. These cramped spaces were mostly rented by migrant workers chasing dreams in the big city, only to be crushed by its sky-high housing prices. On the rooftop of a 7-story apartment building deep within one such village sat a middle-aged man alone in the blistering heat, drinking beer. Empty bottles littered the floor around him. He looked about 40, his face disheveled and haggard, dark circles under his eyes despite the thick glasses he wore. His hair was oily and unkempt. His name was Jiang Feiyu. Half a year ago, he had been the owner of a tech company employing over 200 people. But when his business collapsed due to a broken cash flow, he couldn't repay the bank or his suppliers. After months of struggle, the company finally went bankrupt. Following lawsuits from creditors, the court seized all his assets, his bank accounts, house, car, furniture, and even appliances, which were later auctioned off. Still, millions in debt remained unpaid. To protect his wife and child, Jiang discussed with his wife Liwani, and they decided on a fake divorce. She took their 10-year-old son Yang back to her hometown, while he stayed behind to shoulder all debts, hoping to eventually pay them off and reunite as a family. After losing everything, he found temporary shelter in the urban village, hiding from debt collectors while desperately seeking a way to make a comeback. But without capital, even brilliant ideas were useless. In recent days, he had turned to alcohol to numb the pain. After hours of drinking, dazed by the sun and drunk, Jiang finally tried to stand. His body swayed unsteadily. Whether it was from the intoxication or the prolonged exposure to the heat, his foot slipped on an empty bottle, and he tumbled downward. The sudden fall jolted him into consciousness. Midair, he instinctively reached out and caught the edge of the platform. His body slammed against the wall, pain shooting through him so intensely he almost lost grip. Thankfully, he held on for 2 seconds at most. Before he could even cry for help, his arm gave out. He plummeted. Less than 2 seconds later, a deafening thud echoed from the ground floor. A homemade iron roof shed was smashed open, and a motionless body sprawled across several electric scooters. Someone jumped. Quick, call 120. Panic erupted among the tenants on the first floor. Windows opened across nearby buildings as curious neighbors leaned out to see what happened. As frantic calls for emergency services rang out, Jiang's eyelids grew heavy. In his final moments of consciousness, he thought of Wani and Yang. He felt grateful he had sent them back before the divorce. Now that he was gone, the debts would die with him, sparing his family further suffering. A faint smile crept onto his lips as darkness consumed him. Feiyu, 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 a nickname from high school. A voice broke through the void. Someone shook his arm repeatedly. Wake up. The train will arrive in less than 15 minutes. Hurry up and pack your stuff, we're getting off soon. Still groggy, Jiang felt someone nudging him. Around him came the sounds of a moving train clong, and the buzz of passengers stirring awake. Just a moment ago, he remembered falling. He remembered dying. So did that mean he survived? Was he saved? But where was the hospital? Why did he hear a train? He forced his eyes open. Before him stretched the interior of an old green-painted train carriage. People stood up, reaching for luggage. He was sitting upright in a seat, his head resting against the backrest. This wasn't what he expected. Not the hospital, not even an ambulance ride. What was going on? Feiyu, you're finally awake. The train's almost there. Let's get ready to go. The same voice again. Jiang turned his head to the left and saw a familiar face. It took him 10 seconds to match the image with a memory. Zhang Wanpeng? Pengzi? How come you're here? Wait, why do you look so young? He blurted out in shock. You must slept too long, Yuri, talking nonsense. Zhang repeated. We're arriving at Dushi Station soon. Pack your things. Zhang Wanpeng was Jiang Feiyu's classmate from high school. Both had performed well on the 2001 college entrance exam. Thanks to China's policy of expanding university enrollment, both boys left their small hometown of Wangtan County in Hunan Province and enrolled at Beijing University of Technology. Jiang scored 97 points above the National Key University cutoff and was admitted into the prestigious Computer Science and Technology program, while Zhang entered the mathematics department. They had agreed to travel together to Beijing to start university. Jiang vaguely remembered that after graduation, he moved to Pengcheng to work with his cousin, eventually marrying, having a child, starting a business and failing. Now, The familiar scene stirred something deep in his soul. Wait, this can't be real. Isn't this the exact scene from when we were heading to college? Could it be? Am I reborn? Back on the train to university? Jiang suddenly realized. He reached into his inner pocket and pulled out a bundle of items. Several old RMB notes, none larger than 50 yuan, a Bank of China debit card and national ID card showing a youthful photo taken when he was 17, smiling confidently, and a train ticket from Wangtan Station to Dushi Station, K2903, departing September 5th, 2001, at 1823. From his backpack, he pulled out a book, and inside it, a golden lettered notice. Admission letter to Beijing University of Technology Computer Science and Technology major. I really am reborn. Heaven has given me a second chance. Ha ha ha. He quickly covered his mouth, suppressing the wave of excitement. Fortunately, the cabin was noisy and no one noticed. What greater gift is there than being granted a second life from a failed middle-aged man back to the prime of youth, 20 years earlier? Though now just a rural boy entering university for the first time, he carried invaluable treasures, a healthy, youthful body, and 20 more years of worldly experience. Li Wanyi's wife from the previous life was beautiful, gentle, and kind. Together, they had struggled in Pengcheng's urban village, supporting each other through hardships. They built a family, raised a son. Yet in the end, failure, bankruptcy, and debt had robbed them of happiness. Thinking of her, Jiang's eyes moistened. He wiped them quickly, holding back tears. In his heart, he vowed silently, "This time, they'll give you the happiness you deserve." Wanyi had studied international trade at the School of Economics at Beijing University of Technology. She was the campus beauty, sharing a dorm with Li Hui, the girlfriend of Jiang's college roommate, Su Tianxing. During a dorm-lane inter-dorm social event, they had met. Back then, Jiang, newly arrived from the countryside, was shy and dared not dream of winning her heart. Later, by fate's twist, they both ended up in Pengcheng. Alone in a strange city, their bond blossomed into love, leading to marriage and the birth of their beloved son. This time, they'll chase you from the very beginning, Wanyi. Just wait for me. Suddenly, another thought struck him. Shit, what about Yang Yang? His 10-year-old son. If he and Wanyi have a child in this life, would it still be Yang Yang? Or would fate bring someone else? Recalling a documentary he once watched, out of hundreds of millions of sperm cells, only one fuses with the egg. Chills ran down his spine. Even the greatest geneticist couldn't guarantee which one to choose. Yang Yang, if you don't return to this world in this lifetime, please don't blame Dad. I'll pour all my love into your future siblings. Jiang whispered inwardly, praying. Chapter 2. Enrollment on the morning of September 6, 2001, at 10:21 a.m. The train gradually came to a halt at the platform of the West Station in the capital. Jiang Feiyu and Zhang Guangping dragged their luggage out of the train station. As they stepped outside, the square was filled with sunshades erected by various prestigious universities to welcome new students, adorned with banners bearing the names of renowned institutions: Capital University, Shuimu University, Minzu University, Capital Normal University, and Financial University, all well-known 985 and 211 project universities in later years. After some searching, the two finally located the area designated for the enrollment of new students at Capital University of Technology. Hello, fellow students. Are you also new enrollees at Capital University of Technology? A slender male student inquired as he approached them. Jiang Feiyu vaguely recalled that the senior had welcomed him years ago, though he could no longer remember his name. Hello, senior. We are both new students at Capital University of Technology. My name is Zhang Guangping, and I am majoring in mathematics and applied mathematics. This is my friend, Jiang Feiyu, who is studying computer science and technology. Zhang Guangping enthusiastically engaged the senior in conversation. While Zhang Guangping chatted with the unfamiliar senior, Jiang Feiyu took a moment to survey his surroundings. Under the sunshade, several tables were arranged, behind which stood a dozen or so upperclassmen, guiding the newcomers through the registration process. Each new student was burdened with large bags and suitcases. Despite the evident weariness on their faces, they all wore cheerful smiles. At this age, students were typically around 18 or 19 years old, having endured a decade of diligent study to finally attain admission into their dream institutions, akin to the ancient joy of achieving a high rank in the imperial examinations. Coupled with the excitement of leaving their parents for the first time, the elation of newfound freedom was palpable and would surely linger for some time. In them, Jiang Feiyu saw a reflection of his own past. Feiyu, don't just stand there. Hurry and register. Senior Lin Chao said that if a few more people arrive, the bus will be filled and ready to depart for the university, Zhang Guangping urged, tugging at Jiang Feiyu. Jiang Feiyu blinked in surprise for a few seconds before realizing that the Lin Chao mentioned by Zhang Guangping was indeed the senior who had greeted them. Okay, Jiang Feiyu replied. After a brief registration of their personal information, Senior Lin Chao summoned another student to assist them with their luggage and guided them to the bus parked outside the train station. By the time Jiang Feiyu and Zhang Guangping boarded, the bus was nearly full, with only a few seats remaining in the last few rows. They settled into two adjacent seats at the back. From Jiang Feiyu's observation, about one-third of the bus was occupied by new students. Most were accompanied by their parents, making Jiang Feiyu and Zhang Guangping among the few who had come alone. He even noticed one girl who had her father, mother, grandfather, and grandmother all present with her. A few minutes later, as the bus filled to capacity, it slowly set off along Zizaman towards Capital University of Technology. Jiang Feiyu gazed out the window at the familiar yet unfamiliar streets and buildings, his mind swirling with emotions that refused to settle. In this era, the capital city was not as congested as it would become in later years. There were still few cars on the road, and after half an hour, the bus came to a halt in front of the entrance of the Capital University of Technology. Jiang Feiyu and Zhang Guangping waited until all the passengers had disembarked before finally rising to retrieve their luggage and step off the bus. Jiang Feiyu lifted his gaze to the banner overhead, which warmly welcomed the freshmen of the class of 2001. A serene smile graced his lips as he observed the students and parents bustling in and out of the campus gates. Suddenly, he was struck by a surreal sensation. As if he had returned to engage in a real-life game of university with a group of inexperienced players, laden with the wisdom of experience. Upon entering the campus, he was greeted by a bustling square teeming with people and various registration booths set up by the different faculties, each labeled with the names of departments and majors. Jiang Feiyu and Zhang Guangping parted ways to seek their respective departments. In no time, Jiang Feiyu located the registration booth for the computer science department, where several new students were registering their information. He fell in line behind them. Hello, are you a freshman from the computer science department? A charming girl adorned with a student council armband approached him. She stood approximately 165 centimeters tall, possessing a pleasing round face with a hint of baby fat, her bangs framing her forehead. She wore a floral shirt, and by Jiang Feiyu's standards, she would certainly score above 85 in terms of looks. Hello, senior sister. I am a freshman in the computer science and technology program. My name is Jiang Feiyu. May I ask your name? Jiang Feiyu replied. Nice to meet you. I am Wu Yan, a sophomore in the computer science department. I am a member of the student council, responsible for assisting the new students with their registration process. The girl introduced herself. Jiang Feiyu politely greeted her. Hello, Senior Wu Yan. Please register here, and then I will take you to the administration building to settle your tuition fees, Wu Yan said with a smile. All right, Jiang Feiyu nodded in agreement. Although he was familiar with the surroundings, he embraced his role as a newcomer and did not decline her offer. Once he completed his registration, Wu Yan kindly offered to carry Jiang Feiyu's heavy suitcase, feeling a bit embarrassed to have a girl assist him with such a burden. He nonetheless could not refuse her enthusiasm and decided to hand over his backpack. Senior, please wait a moment. I need to speak with a fellow local who is also registering, Jiang Feiyu said, noticing Zhang Guangping still at the mathematics department's registration booth. He approached and tapped Zhang Guangping on the shoulder, saying, Pengzi, a senior from our department is taking me to the administration building to settle my tuition fees. I'll reach out to you once I'm settled. All right, Feiyu. You go ahead. When you're at the internet CAF next time, remember to send me a QQ message with your dormitory number. I'll come find you when I have some free time, Zhang Guangping advised. Jiang Feiyu acknowledged with an okay gesture and, pulling his suitcase along, walked with Wu Yan towards the administration building along the tree-lined campus path. Half an hour later, after completing all the necessary enrollment procedures and swiping his bank card to pay the tuition fees, all formalities were finalized. Standing on the steps in front of the administration building, Jiang Feiyu gazed at the tuition receipt, enrollment guide, and a dormitory key in his hand. Much like in his previous life, the computer science and technology program of the class of 2001 comprised two classes, and Jiang Feiyu had been assigned to Class 1, with accommodation in room 302 of Building A5. Thus far, this butterfly, having inadvertently flitted into this world, had yet to leave a discernible mark. Junior, have you completed all your procedures? Wu Yan materialized beside him like a gust of wind. Senior Wu Yan, you haven't left yet. Jiang Feiyu expressed his surprise. I must escort you to the boys' dormitory. Only then can I attend to the other juniors and seniors, Wu Yan clarified. Which building is your dormitory in? I can accompany you. My dormitory is in Building A5, Room 302, Senior. Just give me the general direction, and I can follow the other students carrying luggage. Jiang Feiyu politely declined. After all, having lived on campus for 4 years in his past life, he was well acquainted with the way to the dormitory. Furthermore, the soul residing in Jiang Feiyu's body was that of a man in his 40s, preoccupied with thoughts of Li Yuan. Walking alongside such a beautiful senior could lead to an awkward encounter with Li Yuan, who, although unaware of his identity, still held significance in first impressions. All right. Follow this road for 400 meters, and you'll reach the cafeteria. After passing it, the third building on your left will be A5. If you have trouble finding it, just ask someone along the way. Wu Yan patiently explained the directions to Jiang Feiyu. Once she confirmed that he had committed the instructions to memory, she bid him farewell and departed. Jiang Feiyu found Wu Yan to be quite admirable. Not only was she beautiful and approachable, but she also exhibited a strong sense of responsibility. Perhaps I shall have the opportunity to treat her to a meal in gratitude, he mused inwardly. Dragging his suitcase along the familiar campus paths, Jiang Feiyu observed the passers-by, harboring a hope that he might serendipitously encounter Li Yuan. Knowing that they both belonged to the same campus, albeit in different departments. Technically, the final day for new student registration at Daijing University of Technology was tomorrow, and he was uncertain whether Li Yuan had already reported in. Upon arriving at the base of Building A5, Jiang Feiyu found himself devoid of luck. Having not encountered Li Yuan, nor any familiar faces from his previous university, at the dormitory office on the first floor, he collected a set of bedding, which included a mattress, duvet cover, pillowcase, pillow core, and quilt core. The costs for these items had already been deducted from his tuition fees. This system of consolidating expenses with tuition, where the school uniformly procured supplies for students, was eventually abolished due to external public pressure after a couple of years. As he recalled, after inspecting the bedding, he found the quilt core to be made of pure, compacted cotton of commendable quality. Having grown up in the countryside, Jiang Feiyu knew how to assess the quality of cotton within a quilt. Weighing it lightly in his hands, he estimated it to be over 7 pounds, a quilt he had used throughout his university years without ever replacing it. The only downside is that the bedding set is army green, which is hardly aesthetically pleasing. Many beauty-conscious girls often venture out to purchase their preferred styles to replace it. During this time of year, the small shops outside the school that sell bedding sets manage to earn quite a profit. Jiang Feiyu casually bought a 30 yuan phone card from the dormitory supervisor, intending to call his parents to assure them of his safety once he settled in. At that time, mobile phones were not yet widespread, and smartphones were virtually non-existent. To make calls at school, one still relied on public telephones. In the dormitory building of Beijing Institute of Technology, each floor was equipped with 2 telephones. Each call required inserting a phone card, with local calls costing 0.2 yuan per minute and long-distance calls 0.3 yuan per minute. If used sparingly, a 30 yuan phone card could last a considerable amount of time. Chapter 3. My roommate. As Jiang Feiyu arrived at the door of dormitory 302, burdened with luggage and bedding, he noticed several individuals already seated within. A tall male student, occupying the lower bunk by the entrance, promptly stood up, extending his hand to receive Jiang Feiyu's bedding with a welcoming gesture. Hello. Are you also a member of dormitory 302? My name is Jiang Guangjie, and how shall I address you? In that instant, Jiang Feiyu's memory swiftly recalled the identity of this person, Jiang Guangjie, the dormitory leader, hailing from Shandong province, standing at an impressive 183 centimeters. He epitomized the archetypal northern man, exuding warmth and camaraderie. Throughout their 4 years at university, he had consistently looked after his fellow roommates, serving as a key player on the university's basketball team. After graduation, he chose to remain in the capital, eventually ascending to a managerial position at a prominent company. With a smile, Jiang Feiyu extended his hand for a brief handshake. Hello, I am Jiang Feiyu. This is your lower bunk, Jiang Guangjie continued, gesturing. Your upper bunk is occupied by Chun Kaiguan, and this lower bunk belongs to Su Tianqing. My upper bunk is occupied by Liao Yongxian. With your arrival, our dormitory now consists of 5 members, with 1 yet to arrive. He enthusiastically placed Jiang Feiyu's bedding on the bed marked with his name. The male dormitories at the Capital Institute of Technology were standard 6-person accommodations, with each room measuring 15 square meters, furnished with 3 sets of iron bunk beds. 2 sets were positioned on the left, while 1 stood on the right. The remaining space was occupied by a row of interconnected wardrobes and desks, with the washroom and balcony situated at the far end. separated by a door from the sleeping quarters. Jiang Feiyu proceeded to greet the other 3 individuals with firm handshakes. According to the tradition at the Capital Institute of Technology, the dormitory members organized themselves by age, placing Jiang Feiyu as the 3rd in line. Su Tianxing, the 2nd oldest in the dormitory, hailed from the capital and came from a scholarly family, with both parents serving as public officials. His family background was the most privileged among the 6 roommates. Upon entering university, he was already equipped with a mobile phone. Though he exhibited a slight tendency toward cleanliness, he was otherwise agreeable. Following graduation, he adhered to his parents' plans and became a civil servant. Before Jiang Feiyu's time travel, he had already ascended to the role of a deputy division chief in a government agency. Chen Kaiguan, the 4th in line, was from Guangzhou, where his family operated a shop selling local specialties. Throughout their university years, he and Jiang Feiyu shared many interests and formed the closest bond. After graduation, he returned to Guangzhou to engage in business with his father. The proximity between Pengcheng and Guangzhou allowed for frequent visits between the two. In 2009, when Jiang Feiyu needed a loan to purchase a house for his marriage to Li Wani, it was Chen Kaiguan who lent him 200,000 for the emergency. Liao Yongxian, the 5th member of the dormitory, hailed from Jinjiang City in Shaanxi Province. Both of his parents worked at a state-owned factory, which faced closure a few years later, leading to their premature unemployment. In order to support his family, Liao Yongxian returned to Jinjiang City after graduation to pursue opportunities. Wei Chongning, the 6th occupant, was from Hubei Province and, like Jiang Feiyu, originated from a rural background. His personality was rather introverted, yet he was the most diligent student among them, earning scholarships throughout his university journey. He was the quintessential academic overachiever and hardworking individual. After successfully passing the entrance examination for graduate studies, he returned to his hometown, where he became a high school mathematics teacher. Over the course of their 4 years in the dormitory, the 6 individuals cultivated a strong bond, attending classes together, occasionally skipping lectures for gaming, and sharing late-night conversations about the female students at their school. Each memory was a poignant reminder of their shared experiences. After graduation, each went their separate ways, establishing their own careers and new social circles, causing their relationships to gradually fade. After tidying his bed, Jiang Feiyu found his father Jiang Shueshing's workplace phone number in his notebook and used the public phone on the 3rd floor to call his father and report his safety. Jiang Feiyu grew up in a rural town beneath Wantian County, where his father, Jiang Shueshing, taught Chinese at a primary school just 4 kilometers from home, dedicating his life to education until retirement, having taught countless students. Jiang Feiyu's admission to the prestigious Daida University of Technology was largely due to the encouragement he received from his father throughout his youth. His mother, Sun Xiaomei, with limited education, managed a few acres of land and raised chickens, ducks, and pigs to supplement the family income, only indulging in their own livestock during festive seasons. He fondly recalled how, every spring festival, he would return home with his wife and child, bringing joy to his parents, who would fill the trunk of their car with homemade fruits and vegetables, along with freshly slaughtered poultry and fish, as they believed that homegrown produce surpassed anything available in the city. When the call connected, Jiang Feiyu said, "Hello, could you please find teacher Jiang Shueshing? I am his son. Is that you, Xiaoyu?" 2 minutes later, the joyful voice of his father echoed through the line. "Dad, it's me, Xiaoyu. I've arrived at school and completed my enrollment today. I'm using the public phone in the dormitory." At that moment, Jiang Feiyu felt a surge of warmth in his heart, his eyes brimming with tears. "Son, is your money sufficient? If not, I can send you some next month when I receive my salary. Be sure to get along well with your classmates and respect your teachers. University professors are knowledgeable individuals." Jiang Shueshing continued to speak in a gentle, motherly manner. Jiang Feiyu patiently absorbed his father's every word of advice. The concern of a father is no less than that of a mother, even if it may be less openly expressed. In that instant, Jiang Feiyu was not the nearly 40-year-old man grappling with career failures. He was merely a child who had just left his parents' embrace, soaring into independence, the son of the man on the other end of the line. "Dad, I've remembered everything. I'll call you again. Please tell Mom that I'm doing well at school." "All right, I'll hang up now. Go to your class, Dad." After a brief conversation with his father, Jiang Feiyu stood in the corridor on the 3rd floor, gazing down at the bustling crowd on the campus path below. He contemplated whether to wait outside Li Wani's dormitory. He vaguely remembered it was in Building A12, less than 300 meters from the boys' dormitory in Building A5. Although he had forgotten the exact dorm number, He thought he might run into her if he waited downstairs. However, he hesitated, fearing that approaching her suddenly might startle her. Having lived with Li Wanyi for over a decade, he understood her character well. Li Wanyi had always been strikingly beautiful, attracting admirers since her middle school days, which made her wary of any young man who approached her. This apprehension played a significant role in her remaining single throughout her 4 years of university in her previous life. Jiang Feiyu, an unremarkable young man of 175 centimeters, stands at an average height in northern China. In a previous life, his ability to win the affections of Li Wanyi could only be described as sheer luck. They met during their university years, establishing a rapport as ordinary friends and alumni. In the distant city of Pengcheng, far from friends and family, Jiang Feiyu sees the opportunity to gradually transform their friendship into romance. Thus, the most prudent approach would be to find a subtle opportunity to become acquainted and foster a friendship, refraining from immediate declarations of affection, and slowly lowering her defenses through genuine care and concern, nurturing a sense of reliance. If circumstances do not favor him, he could only wait for a chance during a social gathering with her dormitory. For the time being, matters of the heart must be set aside. His future career necessitates meticulous planning. Without a solid material foundation, how could he provide happiness for his family? Jiang Feiyu meticulously retraced the trajectory of his previous life. After graduating from university in 2005, he ventured to Pengcheng to stay with his cousin, Jiang Chendong, who, despite not thriving, at least offered him shelter. Eventually, he entered into a relationship with Li Wanyi, and together they rented a modest abode in a village within the city. Initially, he joined an internet company as a technical developer, laboring for his employer for several years. By 2009, he and Li Wanyi had taken out a loan to purchase a home and married, after which he transitioned to a better-paying software company as a technical supervisor. 3 years later, having amassed a certain level of expertise and financial resources, he conceived the idea of starting his own business. His wife, Li Wanyi, selflessly mortgaged their home to support his entrepreneurial aspirations. In the fledgling stages of the company, to minimize labor costs, she juggled multiple roles: finance, procurement, administration, and human resources, while he handled both development and sales. Gradually, the company began to flourish until it succumbed to the devastating impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic in 2020. Now, it is September 6, 2001. In a few days, the world will be shaken by the 9/11 attacks. By December, China will formally join the World Trade Organization, ushering in a tide of foreign investment and propelling the economy into a period of rapid growth. In 2003, the SARS outbreak will emerge. By 2005, the population will reach 1.3 billion, with internet users hitting 100 million. The Wenchuan earthquake will occur in 2008, alongside the successful hosting of the Olympic Games. The World Expo will commence in 2010. The stock market crash will unfold in 2015, and the global pandemic will strike in 2020. At this moment, what are the influential figures of the future doing, whose actions will profoundly alter the economic landscape of China? Old Ma returned to Hangzhou from Beijing 2 years ago, founding Alibaba, which is currently in its incubation phase. Last year, due to QQ's imitation of ICQ, the ICQ company filed an infringement lawsuit, while Little Ma had just emerged from the second low point of his career. At this time, Dongge should still be managing a physical store in Zhonghuacan. Baidu was established just last year and has already begun to showcase its remarkable prowess in search engine technology. Meanwhile, the 3 major portal sites, Sohu, NetEase, and Sina, have been adversely affected by the 2000 American internet bubble, witnessing their stock prices plummet to unprecedented lows. At present, Lei Jun still serves as the deputy at Kingsoft, while Boss Huang of Pinduoduo is likely still pursuing his university studies. Reflecting on the resources at hand, it is evident that initial capital is lacking. Years of corporate management experience are temporarily unnecessary. However, the technical prowess cultivated over many years as a programmer and technical supervisor is certainly an asset. The pressing consideration now is how to monetize this technical capability and earn the first pot of gold. The entrepreneurial direction that undoubtedly offers the most potential for exponential growth is the internet platform. With an excellent application, a user base, and traffic, the ability to generate revenue is assured, and numerous venture capital firms are poised with checks, eager to invest, preferably in US dollars. Should one successfully list after a few years of operation, their worth would multiply geometrically. By liquidating a portion of their assets, financial freedom could be achieved. Emulating the likes of Jack Ma, retiring early to enjoy life with family. Is it not often proclaimed by those internet tycoons, after their success, that standing at the forefront of this era, even a pig could soar? With such formidable resources at one's disposal, there exists a genuine opportunity for greatness. Perhaps one could even become a catalyst for significant change in the world. As Jiang Feiyu indulged in these daydreams, his stomach audibly protested, reminding him of the long journey from the station to the school and then to the dormitory, burdened with so many belongings, all without having had lunch. Fortunately, youth still afforded him the stamina to endure. Jiang Guangjie patted Jiang Feiyu on the shoulder from behind, inquiring, "Jiang Feiyu, we were just about to ask you if you would like to join us for lunch at the cafeteria and get a meal card." Jiang Feiyu replied, "Sure. I'm quite hungry as well. Let us go together." The group of 5 closed the dormitory door and, in less than 2 minutes, arrived at the cafeteria. Jiang Guangjie led Jiang Feiyu to get a meal card, loading it with 50 yuan. While serving himself, Jiang Feiyu noted the prices. Rice was merely 10 cents per 2 liang, vegetable dishes cost 20 cents each, and meat dishes ranged from 50 cents to 1 yuan. Indeed, it was astonishingly affordable. Such was the state of university cafeterias in this era, likely due to subsidies provided by the prestigious Beijing Institute of Technology. Jiang Feiyu served himself 3 liang of rice, 1 meat dish, and 2 vegetable dishes, totaling only 1 yuan and 20 cents. He could not help but internally exclaim, "What a bargain!" Chapter 4. Contemplating entrepreneurial directions after finishing lunch, Jiang Feiyu declined the proposal from Jiang Guangjie and others to stroll around the campus, choosing instead to head towards the school gate. After a 10-minute walk, he finally located an ATM near the school. Gazing at the balance of 19 yuan in his bank account, he realized that after deducting over 3,000 yuan in tuition and miscellaneous fees, only this amount remained. This sum was primarily due to his father depositing the living expenses for the semester in one go, coupled with last year's red envelope money from relatives, which his mother had not confiscated. Given the prices in the cafeteria, this amount was sufficient for a comfortable existence until the end of the semester. However, if he intended to venture into entrepreneurship, it would barely cover the initial costs. Withdrawing 300 yuan in cash, Jiang Feiyu followed the route etched in his memory to the nearest modern internet CAF. Upon arriving at the internet CAF at 3 p.m., he noted that it was not yet peak hours. Approximately half of the 50 to 60 computers were occupied. In this era, among the 10 patrons, 9 were there to play games, while the remaining 1 engaged in online romance. When discussing the most popular game of 2001, there was no contest. It had to be Legend. Originally developed by the South Korean company We Made Entertainment, Legend had a lackluster performance in Korea. However, in July 2001, Shanda Games officially introduced Legend from Korea, launching a public test in mainland China on September 28, 2001. Within 2 months of its release, it captivated a massive audience. During their 4 years at university, Jiang Feiyu and his roommates often skipped classes to play Legend. Subsequently, many professional players earned fortunes in Beijing by playing, leveling up characters, selling equipment, and trading gold. With numerous gaming studios sprouting up across the country centered around Legend, the owner of Shanda Games, Chen Tianjiao, achieved legendary status and ascended to the throne of China's richest man due to the success of Legend, later acquiring the South Korean We Made Entertainment. Such extraordinary occurrences seemed almost fictional, yet they transpired. It was only September 6th, with over 2 months until Legend launched. For a tech-savvy individual like Jiang Feiyu, there was a possibility of earning money through developing cheats once the game was released. He promptly requested the owner to start 2 hours of computer time, costing 3 yuan per hour, a price deemed excessive in this era. Yet internet access was notoriously expensive and the speed painfully slow. Jiang Feiyu settled into a computer situated towards the back, initiating the machine with a single press. It took nearly a minute for the Windows 98 interface to materialize, leaving Jiang Feiyu, accustomed to macOS, somewhat exasperated. He proceeded to register a QQ account, as his commonly used QQ number from his previous life was still unregistered. Fortuitously, he randomly obtained a memorable 6-digit account number, 130XXX. Recalling what Zhang Guanping mentioned this morning about exchanging dormitory numbers via QQ, I found myself momentarily taken aback while scrolling through my friends list, having forgotten that I had not yet added any friends. I had indeed added Zhang Guanping as a friend on the account I registered during high school, yet that memory had long since faded. Jiang Feiyu then took a moment to investigate relevant information regarding Tencent, As of February 2001, the number of registered QQ users had surpassed 50 million. After excluding some duplicate registrations, the actual user base was approximately 10 million. If one were to engage in social networking, Tencent is an insurmountable giant, its first-mover advantage being exceedingly conspicuous. Jiang Feiyu subsequently logged onto foreign news sites to check the stock prices of Sohu, NetEase, and Sina. Sohu's stock price had plummeted to 0.32 per share last year, now recovering to 1.04. Sina's stock closed at 1.52 yesterday, and NetEase's stock was reported at 0.73. At this moment, only Jiang Feiyu knew that in a few days, following the events of 9/11, the Nasdaq would face a dramatic downturn, causing these three stocks to continue their descent. If only he had the funds to buy at the bottom. Waiting 2 years for a price rebound would yield returns in multiples. Regrettably, Jiang Feiyu found himself without capital, even if he had the means. In this era, only those possessing a green card or being foreign institutions could trade in American stocks. As for e-commerce, the experiences of the past 2 decades have demonstrated that only B2C and C2C models can dominate the market. Before the widespread adoption of smartphones, engaging in e-commerce would merely serve to train user habits for competitors, and even formidable figures like Jack Ma took several years to emerge prominently. Moreover, without efficient logistics to support e-commerce, by the time a product reaches the buyer, it would already be too late. Building a logistics network requires consideration of land for transfer centers, warehousing, sorting, transportation vehicles, and delivery personnel. Without billions in capital, it is an insurmountable heavy asset project. Navigation websites are commendable. In 1999, Hónglì single-handedly established How123, which, to be frank, lacks significant technical complexity as it merely serves as a directory of navigation links. Although it currently holds a respectable market share, if Jiang Feiyu were to undertake such a project, he could write the code within a week. Utilizing some promotional tactics from the future, he might very well intercept the market. Even capturing just half of the user base would bring him joy, recalling that in 2004, Baidu invested 50 million renminbi along with a portion of its shares to acquire How123. He mused that even a split would yield an income of 20 to 30 million, which is indeed feasible. An hour later, having synthesized the information gathered and drawing from past experiences, Jiang Feiyu had formed a rough outline in his mind. The development of the internet over the next 2 decades could be segmented into 2 distinct lines based on user behavioral habits. Firstly, there exists a demand profile constructed around the ordinary internet user, encompassing social needs, shopping needs, entertainment needs, educational requirements, and safety concerns. If we consider platforms rich in social DNA, such as QQ, WeChat, Weibo, and Tianya community, as the epicenter of user traffic, then extending leftward leads to online shopping, food delivery, electronic reading, gaming, cinema, and music, all leaning towards consumer entertainment demands. Conversely, extending to the right reveals a realm of specialized functional needs such as telephony, email, remote conferencing, ride-hailing, online ticketing, and hotel bookings. The sheer magnitude of consumption by over 1 billion Chinese citizens is staggering. One can only fathom how many colossal enterprises like Alibaba, Tencent, JD.com, Baidu, and Sina have been sustained by this consumer power. Secondly, we can derive a demand profile based on users from government, enterprises, and social institutions. The transformation brought about by the internet transcends individual users. The most profound impact lies in its alteration of societal production and operational models. All institutional users are transitioning from traditional paper-based office environments to electronic operations over the next decade. Historical data from the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology indicates that by 2016, China would witness the emergence of millions of diverse application systems, touching upon software development, computer and server procurement, hardware integration, data center construction, data security protection, and system maintenance. Envision the project demands generated by millions of state-owned and private enterprises, as well as various governmental bodies across provinces, cities, and counties, alongside national projects at the ministerial level. This represents a superlative market worth trillions. Reflect upon the software company where Jiang Feiyu was employed in 2009. The mere undertaking of several billion-level government data center construction projects allowed the owner to amass significant wealth and achieve financial independence decades ahead of time. Subsequently, Jiang Feiyu, inspired by such factors, resolutely left his job to embark on entrepreneurship. However, due to entering the market later, his company could only undertake smaller projects often overlooked by larger firms. Nevertheless, within a few years, Jiang's modest startup, initially comprising a mere dozen individuals, expanded to over 200 employees, illustrating the vast scale of this market. Specifically, Jiang Feiyu's later entrepreneurial endeavors with the Transportation Committee of Peng City resulted in the development of hundreds of systems over the years, with annual maintenance and upgrade costs exceeding 10 million yuan. Moreover, engaging in government projects allows enterprises to cultivate invaluable connections within governmental circles. Ma Yun, for instance, triumphed over numerous contemporaneous competitors, ultimately dominating the e-commerce sector, largely due to the relationships he cultivated while developing systems for the Ministry of Foreign Trade and Economic Cooperation prior to 2000, which significantly aided his subsequent career. In a short span, Jiang Feiyu formulated an initial 3-year entrepreneurial plan, recognizing the necessity of establishing a social platform. He aspired to draw inspiration from Facebook's successful development model, as it had been thoroughly validated. The strategy was to initially capture the user base of university students, who represent the highest quality segment of internet users in contemporary China. As these students graduate and integrate into society, they will inevitably emerge as elites across various domains. The future trajectory of the Chinese internet is poised to embrace real name registration. By adopting a real name registration model in advance and leveraging the network of campus connections, one can initially amass a cohort of high-quality users through the integration of virtual communities and instant messaging platforms. This strategic differentiation allows for the temporary avoidance of direct competition with dominant players, thereby affording a period for gradual and prudent development. In the midterm, the introduction of online gaming, local matchmaking, forums, and streaming services will serve to enhance user engagement and broaden the social platform's defensive moat. Particularly noteworthy is the phenomenon of online romance. When QQ was first launched, its founder, Ma Huateng, along with his team, ingeniously posed as female users to attract male registrants. A spectacle that was nothing short of eye-popping, earning them the moniker of cross-dressing bosses. Undoubtedly, Jiang Feiyu possesses an arsenal of promotional strategies at his disposal. In the early stages, social platforms typically operate at a loss, yet there exists the opportunity to develop applications that yield quick returns. A billing management system for internet cafes presents a viable option. With manageable technical complexity, Jiang Feiyu could single-handedly oversee its implementation. This system could also be bundled with proprietary applications, facilitating promotion alongside other software. Currently, there are over 20,000 internet cafes nationwide. Even a modest 10 adoption rate would generate substantial cash flow. With adequate funding, one could establish a chain of branded internet cafes. Jiang Feiyu is well aware of the profitability inherent in opening such establishments at this juncture. The computers in his own internet cafe could be equipped with proprietary applications, tapping into the reality that many users, unfamiliar with downloading and installing software, will engage with whatever is pre-installed on the machines. This provides an additional avenue for user acquisition. All these plans must commence with the generation of initial capital. With just over 2 months remaining, I hope that Mr. Chun from Shengdao will not let me down. My first pot of gold can only be harvested from him. Jiang Feiyu shamelessly mused. Estimating that he had about half an hour of internet time left, he logged on to an overseas developer forum to download several free development tool packages. In this era, development tools were not as plentiful as they would be 2 decades later, and the Java tools Jiang Feiyu preferred were limited, with the JDK version being the long obsolete one. 3. He resolved to make do. Before his boss arrived to call him offline, Jiang Feiyu uploaded the installation packages to his email, lamenting the inconvenience of not having his own computer, which necessitated repeated downloads and installations. As he leisurely made his way back to the dormitory, he reflected on the solidified entrepreneurial direction he had established, considering it a promising start. With the remaining tasks to be executed methodically, his spirits were considerably lifted, and his steps felt notably lighter. Chapter 5. The first dormitory gathering. When Jiang Feiyu returned to the dormitory, his fellow roommates had already gathered. Even Wei Changning, the 6th member, had arrived a while ago. Jiang Feiyu exchanged greetings with Wei Changning, welcoming him warmly. Su Tianqing, the second in command, proposed. It is rare for all 6 of us to be together for the first time. I suggest we go out for a meal to celebrate. It was no surprise, given his future ambitions in government, that Su Tianqing displayed an innate talent for social interaction. Jiang Feiyu couldn't help but regard Su Tianqing with increased admiration. The group unanimously agreed with Su Tianqing's suggestion and cheerfully made their way out of the campus. Though Jiang Feiyu had only just returned, and was already retracing his steps. Upon reaching the school gate, before they could discuss where to dine, Jiang Feiyu proactively suggested, "I heard from a senior who assisted me during registration that the restaurant Tian Shangrenjia in the alley across from the school has delightful cuisine. Let us dine there." The proprietor of Tian Shangrenjia was a senior from Jiang Feiyu's cohort, who had opened the establishment across the school after graduation. The restaurant primarily catered to small gatherings of students, boasting a unique ambience, delicious dishes, and reasonable prices. Throughout his previous 4 years of university, any class or dormitory gathering would invariably end up at Tianshang Rinjia. To avoid seeming out of place, Jiang Feiyu mentioned the senior's name. Under Jiang Feiyu's guidance, the group located Tianshang Rinjia, securing a 6-person table by the window. They ordered 7 or 8 dishes, fortunate that everyone enjoyed spicy food without dietary restrictions, and also requested a few bottles of beer. While awaiting their meal, Jiang Feiyu suggested they arrange themselves by age. As in his past life, the oldest, Jiang Guanjie, born in 1981, had repeated a year, making him the eldest among them. Su Tianxing, born in January 1982, held the position of second. In a flash, he recalled another layer of meaning to being the second, playfully threatening everyone to address him as second brother or second junior, which elicited hearty laughter from the group. Jiang Feiyu, born in April 1982, ranked third, followed by Chen Kaiqian in November 1982 as the fourth, Liao Youxian in May 1983 as the fifth, and the youngest, Wei Chongming, born in October 1983, who was affectionately nicknamed Little Six. In less than 20 minutes, all the dishes arrived, and the group had already toasted several rounds. As the saying goes, when one is well fed, thoughts of romance arise. After a few drinks, the conversation inevitably drifted towards the topic of women. They began to reveal their romantic histories, prompted by Chen Kaiqian. "I'll go first. I've never been in a relationship. Mainly, no girls wanted to play with me. They all found me rough around the edges." Jiang Guanjie remained, as always, a bachelor. Yet Jiang Feiyu knew that despite Jiang Guanjie's average looks, once he joined the university basketball team, he became quite the catch, attracting the attention of several girls. Eventually, he ended up with a petite beauty named Su Xing, a quintessential example of beauty paired with the beast. Although they parted ways after graduating from university, the 4 years spent together were filled with beautiful memories that evoked envy from their peers. After the eldest spoke, the group turned their attention to the second, Su Tianxing. He recounted a romance from high school with a girl named Li Hui, who, like him, was accepted into the same university, where she pursued international trade in the economics department. The pride in Su Tianxing's voice was unmistakable. Li Hui, a strikingly beautiful girl, had often crossed paths with Jiang Feiyu, sharing a dormitory with Li Wani. In their university days, Su Tianxing was the only one among them who successfully transitioned his college romance into marriage shortly after graduation. He and Li Hui tied the knot, and by the time they attended Jiang Feiyu and Li Wani's wedding, they had a 3-year-old child. "Well done. You two are quite the couple," Liao Youxian joked. "Shut it. If you call me second one more time, I will sever ties with you," Su Tianxing retorted. "What about you, third?" The eldest, Jiang Guanjie, quickly changed the subject. Jiang Feiyu replied nonchalantly, "I have never been in a relationship." He silently added a caveat in his mind, excluding any past lives. The group then turned their gaze towards the fourth, Chen Kaiqian. "I have never dated either, but I have a crush," he declared resolutely. "She is my high school classmate who got accepted into the prestigious Beijing University. I came here for her, and I am determined to win her heart." The group playfully toasted to Chen Kaiqian's earnestness. Jiang Feiyu had a vague recollection of the girl, likely named Qi, who was this year's science prodigy from Guangdong province, excelling academically with plans for both master's and doctoral studies. During their university years, Chen Kaiqian was infatuated with her, often seeking advice on how to confess his feelings. When the moment came, the entire dorm rallied to support him, but alas, he was met with rejection. The girl had no interest in dating, yet Chen Kaiqian persisted, enduring failure after failure, with Jiang Feiyu offering comfort each time. Just before graduation, he mustered the courage for one final confession, only to be turned down once more, ultimately resigning to return to his hometown in Yacheng. Even after marrying later on, Jiang Feiyu occasionally heard Chen Kaiqian mention Qi during gatherings. Even with a second chance at life, Jiang Feiyu felt powerless to assist him. The rationality of an academic overachiever was indeed formidable. He thought fondly of Li Wani, who was gentle and obedient. "I have yet to experience romance, but I am resolved to engage in a passionate campus love during my university years," Liao Yongxian proclaimed boastfully. Jiang Feiyu, however, could not agree with Liao Yongxian's perspective on love. Throughout their university days, this fellow had first pursued a classmate named Jiang Wenwen, only to be rejected, and then chased after another girl from the same major, Huang Yufei, who had her boyfriend decisively put him in his place. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that this fellow lacks memory. He pursues one girl after being rejected, only to switch to another without the patience to consistently court a single individual. Having chased numerous girls during his university years, his reputation has sullied, and it is only fitting that he remains single throughout his college life. I have never been in a romantic relationship. My sole focus during university was to diligently study. The sixth member, Wei Chongming, spoke with a hint of embarrassment. Little six, heed the advice of Big Five, Liao Yongxian said earnestly. You have yet to engage with the girls in university. In due time, you may regret the words you utter today. Only Jiang Feiyu understood that Little Six was a man of his word. Apart from occasionally joining others in frivolity, he spent the majority of his time immersed in the library or study rooms. Perhaps his rural background instilled a sense of inferiority in him. If one were to consider their past experiences, Jiang Feiyu and Wei Chongming could be categorized similarly, both hailing from ordinary families, lacking material possessions, and without the confidence to pursue romantic relationships due to unfulfilled academic aspirations. Of course, individuals like Liao Yongxian, who possess an inherent audacity, do not belong in this category. Through their casual gathering, the bonds among the 6 dormitory members were quickly strengthened, providing everyone with a preliminary understanding of each other's characters and dispositions. Once they had eaten and drunk their fill, the group settled the bill and strolled back to their dormitory, humming tunes along the way. The following morning, Jiang Feiyu awoke around 10 o'clock, his head pounding despite having consumed only a modest amount of alcohol the previous night. He had forgotten that he was not yet the resilient drinker he would become through social engagements. In the dormitory, only Jiang Feiyu, the second member Su Tianxing, the fourth member Chen Kaiqian, and the fifth member Liao Yongxian remained asleep. As Jiang Feiyu drowsily stirred, he thought he heard the eldest, Jiang Guangjia, inquire whether anyone wished to play basketball. This fellow, blessed with robust health, seemed unaffected by the alcohol. Just as Jiang Feiyu dressed and rose, he noticed Wei Chongming entering the dormitory. Feiyu, you're awake. The cafeteria serves breakfast until 11. It's not too late to go now, Wei Chongming said. All right. I'll head over after I freshen up, Jiang Feiyu replied gratefully. After completing his morning routine, Jiang Feiyu tapped the beds of Su Tianxing, Chen Kaiqian, and Liao Youxian, asking if they would like him to bring back breakfast. However, the 3 remained oblivious, sleeping soundly. Thus, Jiang Feiyu decided to disregard them. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, Jiang Feiyu first recharged his meal card with 100 yuan, ordering a portion of rice rolls and a bowl of soybean milk, totaling a mere 80 cents. As a native of Hunan province, having lived in Pengcheng for over a decade in his previous life, he had grown fond of indulging in rice rolls and soybean milk for breakfast, embracing the local customs. After enjoying his meal, Jiang Feiyu thought the morning was still young, so he strolled around the campus, walking once again through the hallowed grounds of the Beijing University of Technology after many years evoked a profound sense of nostalgia. In his previous life, he had graduated and immediately moved to Pengcheng, traversing the country without any opportunity to revisit his alma mater. Even during occasional business trips to the capital, he was often in a rush, merely managing to gather with his friends before hastily heading to catch a flight. It was only after entering the workforce and facing various societal pressures that people began to cherish the beautiful memories of their university days. As Jiang Feiyu approached the teaching building, he unexpectedly encountered a familiar face, Li Jian, their counselor from their 4 years in university. Li Jian was merely a few years senior to Jiang Feiyu, both having graduated from the prestigious Beijing Institute of Technology. After completing his studies, he remained at the university as a counselor, guiding the first cohort of students from the Computer Science and Technology program of 2001. Li Jian was a commendable individual. Throughout the 4 years of university, he provided considerable support to his classmates, actively advocating for their benefits and awards. As time passed and familiarity grew, the boys affectionately referred to him as Old Li. Upon encountering him, Jiang Feiyu instinctively greeted him. "Who are you?" Li Jian inquired, perplexed, as he had no recollection of Jiang Feiyu. "I'm Jiang Feiyu, a freshman from the 2001 Computer Science and Technology program. I saw you during registration yesterday, but you didn't notice me." Jiang Feiyu fabricated a lie, thinking it inappropriate to reveal their past acquaintance. Li Jian, not suspecting anything amiss, acknowledged the influx of new students and the impossibility of remembering each one. Ah, Jiang Feiyu, right? Which dormitory are you in? Li Jian asked. I'm in dorm A5. Room 302, Jiang Feiyu replied. Perfect. Since you're here, please inform the boys in dorm A5 that there will be a class meeting tonight at 7 p.m. in classroom 201 of Building 1. Only rooms 301, 302, and 303 in dorm A5 belong to our class, so please notify them, Li Jian instructed, glancing at the new student dormitory assignment list for confirmation. Mr. Li, I will ensure they are informed. I'll take my leave now, Jiang Feiyu responded. Very well, off you go. I still need to notify the other boys in dorm A1, Li Jian said, noting that some of Jiang Feiyu's classmates were assigned to that dormitory. Upon returning to his own dormitory, Jiang Feiyu found the 3 slumbering companions had finally risen, and the leader, Jiang Guangjia, had also returned. They were all preparing to head out for lunch. I just had breakfast not long ago, and am not hungry. You all go ahead, Jiang Feiyu said, intending to take a short nap. By the way, I encountered the counselor earlier. He mentioned that there will be a class meeting tonight at 7 p.m. in classroom 201 of Building 1. Make sure not to wander outside this afternoon. It would be improper to arrive late to our first class meeting, Jiang Feiyu urged them earnestly. Jiang Feiyu then visited the neighboring rooms 301 and 303 to ensure that everyone was informed, before returning to his own room to rest. Chapter 6, Class Meeting, Part 1. At 6:40 p.m., the 6 students in the dormitory had completed their showers and dinner, and they collectively made their way towards Building 1. It was their inaugural class meeting, and everyone had tidied themselves up, eager to make a favorable impression on their classmates. As for the reason they set off at 6:40, it is an unspoken rule among university boys to arrive just in time, as long as they are not late. All is well, much like the end-of-term exams, where merely passing is a cause for celebration. It is a rather laid-back attitude. Only after experiencing the rigors of society post-graduation will they come to understand that arriving early and being punctual are entirely different concepts. A few minutes later, they found room 201, which was already populated with numerous attendees. The 6 of them settled into a relatively secluded corner towards the back. The computer science and technology major of the class of 2001 was divided into 2 classes, Class 1 and Class 2. Jiang Feiyu's Class 1 comprised 53 individuals, 17 of whom were female and 36 male, a typical male-dominated ratio. The same was true for Class 2, which had a similar demographic distribution. Look at the second girl in the 5th row. Isn't she stunning? She's exactly my type, remarked Lao Wu, Liao Yongxian, who had an uncanny knack for identifying the most attractive girls in their class the moment he sat down. Perhaps his voice was a tad too loud, as he inadvertently drew the attention of the beautiful girl he was commenting on, who turned and shot a fierce glare in his direction. The group hurriedly feigned ignorance of Lao Wu. Jiang Feiyu recognized that the girl in question was Yuan Xinjiak, who had not only been the belle of their class in a past life but also its monitor. Yuan Xinjie excelled academically and possessed striking beauty. She had the quintessential oval face, flowing long hair, and a radiant smile, earning her an impressive score of 84 in terms of looks. While she appeared sweet on the surface, her personality was quite spirited, making her the focal point of male dormitory fantasies and discussions for quite some time. In the computer science department, where males outnumbered females, she had become the dream girl for many. At precisely 7 p.m., Li Jian entered the classroom holding a stack of materials. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Li Jian, and I will be your class advisor from today onward. Should you encounter any issues in your studies or daily life, do not hesitate to reach out to me. I hope to share these next 4 years of university life with all of you. As Li Jian spoke, he inscribed his name on the blackboard. His resonant voice, coupled with his slightly handsome appearance, immediately captured attention. Lao Wu, your greatest rival turns out to be the advisor, quipped Lao Air, Su Tianxing. At just the right moment, students from all walks of life are gathered here, united by fate. Tonight marks our first meeting, so let us begin with self-introductions. Starting from the front row, proposed Li Jian. My name is Qin Shumin, hailing from Sichuan province, and I have a passion for singing and painting. I am Dong Suxin, from Liaoning province, and I enjoy watching films and shopping. I am Zhang Mengjun, from the capital, and my friends affectionately call me Junzi. My surname is Lin, with the single character U, and I come from Hubei province. 53 individuals took turns to introduce themselves, which consumed over an hour. When Jiang Feiyu introduced himself, his approach was rather conventional and unremarkable. as he was aware that there would be further opportunities to showcase his abilities. At this point, everyone had formed a preliminary impression of their classmates. Following the mobilization meeting for military training tomorrow, the freshmen would embark on a 21-day military training regimen starting the day after. We now need to select a deputy class leader to assist the instructor in managing the various tasks during this training period. Li Jian, are you not self-nominating? Instructor, I would like to give it a try, Li Jian remarked. Almost immediately, Yuan Xinjie stood up in response. Her assertive nature was evident from a young age. Not only was she beautiful, but her academic performance consistently ranked among the top in her class. She was determined to excel in every examination and aimed to become the class leader. Competing for class leader during her middle school years against a group of children seemed trivial. Competing against adults would bring a true sense of accomplishment. And she certainly did not want to miss the chance to be the class leader in university. Jiang Feiyu was not surprised by this. In his previous life, Yuan Xinjie had been the first to stand up for the position, her radiant qualities overshadowing her peers, leaving them hesitant to compete against her. Please come to the podium. And each student interested in running for deputy class leader should share their thoughts or explain how they intend to fulfill the responsibilities of the position. After which we will proceed with the election, Li Jian announced the rules. I am Yuan Xinjie, a graduate of the 11th middle school in the capital. I have served as class leader since the first year of middle school, possessing extensive experience. Throughout high school, I consistently ranked within the top 5 of my class and have won first prizes in the National Middle School Mathematics Competition and the National Middle School Essay Competition. If elected class leader, I will dedicate myself to serving everyone and assist the instructor in managing all aspects of our class. That concludes my speech. Thank you all, and I hope for your support. After bowing to the audience, Yuan Xinjie stepped down, and a few seconds later, a round of synchronized applause erupted from the crowd. If based on previous experiences, at this moment, the records of achievement would have left others too intimidated to stand. Yuan Xinjie was poised to be directly elected as the deputy class leader, with the title of deputy removed after military training concluded. Almost a minute passed without anyone standing up, prompting Li Jian to inquire once more. Are there any other students who wish to run? Instructor, hello. I would also like to give it a try, Jiang Feiyu declared, rising amidst the astonished gazes of the other 5 individuals in his dormitory, seated nearby. Qin Kaiqian even tugged at Jiang Feiyu's sleeve, seemingly suggesting that he should refrain from subjecting himself to humiliation, as they could not possibly compete with Yuan Xinjie, the academic prodigy. This situation was akin to everyone initially lounging in the last row, merely going through the motions, and suddenly, one person stood up to disrupt the status quo. Would they still be able to maintain their friendships? Jiang Feiyu's decision to stand up was not made lightly. The experiences of his previous life had imparted upon him the significance of cultivating interpersonal relationships. The students of their cohort, 20 years hence, would have dispersed into various sectors of society. Some would occupy leadership roles in government institutions, while others would ascend to executive positions in private enterprises, lead state-owned enterprises, excel as technical experts, establish their own companies, or serve as educators and ordinary employees. Even a mere civil servant must approach others with utmost politeness when seeking assistance. As the ancients wisely observed, when one is humble, one must have a request. Conversely, this implies that when one seeks a favor, proper etiquette must be observed. And this etiquette can be interpreted as either courtesy or gifts. The position of class monitor may appear to be a trivial leadership role within the university, yet it signifies a certain social status. For instance, over a decade later, one might struggle to recall the names of less remarkable classmates. But the class monitor from 10 years prior will likely remain etched in memory. Holding the title of class monitor could significantly enhance one's prospects when endeavoring to recruit talent in future entrepreneurial pursuits, which is why Jiang Feiyu was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. Chapter 7, Class Introduction Meeting Part 2. As Jiang Feiyu ascended the podium, he instantly became the focal point of over 50 pairs of curious eyes, especially given the remarkable prowess of the first candidate, Yuan Xinjie, which left everyone wondering who could possibly dare to compete with her. I have already introduced myself, he began, though many of you may not have retained my name. I am Jiang Feiyu, Jiang as in the river, Fei as in flying, and Yu as in universe. A chuckle erupted from the crowd as he referenced a humorous quip that resonated with the current era, eliciting laughter from many. Jiang Feiyu continued, the first candidate, Yuan Xinjie, is truly outstanding, so exceptional, in fact, that I almost felt a pang of inferiority that made me hesitate to stand up and compete alongside her. This statement struck a chord with the audience, drawing their full attention to him, eager to hear what profound insights he might share next. I shall refrain from elaborating on my own credentials, lest I appear presumptuous. Instead, I would like to build upon what Yuan Xinjie has already articulated. Specifically regarding our responsibilities should I be elected as the deputy class leader. Tomorrow morning, we have the military training mobilization meeting, which is scheduled from 9 to 11 o'clock at the gymnasium. It would be prudent for everyone to arrive by 8:30, as we will need to assemble our group. He advised, I recommend that the entire dormitory departs together, with thousands of new students gathering. It is crucial to remain close to your roommates. If you happen to get separated, it may prove quite difficult for us to locate you. Following the mobilization meeting, I will require 5 male students to retrieve military training uniforms for our class of 53 from the administrative building, and an additional 15 males to collect our textbooks from the Educational Affairs Office. Jiang Feiyu paused for a moment before continuing, as it is September, and the sun can be quite harsh. Please remember to bring sunscreen. If possible, each individual should prepare a water cup, as we will need to supply ourselves with bottled water, disposable cups, and salt daily for our training. A small first aid kit is also essential, stocked with heat relief medications, adhesive bandages, medical alcohol, and sewing needles. He then inquired, may I ask why we would need sewing needles and medical alcohol? A male student raised his hand to pose a question, interrupting Jiang Feiyu. The inquiry was astute. During military training, many individuals develop blisters on the soles of their feet due to the requirement to march in formation. He noted that a sewing needle is utilized to puncture these blisters, while medical alcohol is employed to disinfect the needle prior to its use. Jiang Feiyu elaborated that the most effective solution is to wear soft-soled athletic shoes during training, adding an extra layer of insoles or donning thicker socks. In truth, Jiang Feiyu was aware that placing sanitary pads inside the shoes would be the most advantageous choice. Yet he refrained from expressing such a progressive notion. Furthermore, he mentioned that tomorrow afternoon, a classmate would accompany him outside the school to locate a vendor of bottled water, ensuring the daily delivery of water to a specified location. This student would also oversee the procurement of all the items he had previously mentioned, acting as a supervisor of the class funds. Therefore, everyone is requested to submit the class meeting fee tonight, with each individual contributing 50 yuan. This fee will cover various expenditures during military training and future class activities. Should there be a surplus at the end of the term, we could organize gatherings or dinners for everyone. At the end of each semester, a detailed report of the class funds will be printed for everyone's oversight. Jiang Feiyu independently decided on the 50 yuan contribution without consulting others, primarily considering that for students from affluent backgrounds, this amount is negligible, while it may be significant for those from less fortunate circumstances. Achieving a perfect balance to satisfy everyone is challenging, and allowing discussions could extend late into the night. Thus, he established a figure based on the current price levels, and if there is a surplus, they could arrange barbecues or other activities. Yuan Xinjie observed Jiang Feiyu on stage, who meticulously addressed every detail. She suddenly realized she had made a mistake in her previous focus on showcasing her own excellence. She inadvertently positioned herself in opposition to her classmates. In contrast, Jiang Feiyu evidently had prepared thoroughly, addressing each small matter from the military training period, demonstrating his thoughtfulness, sense of responsibility, and broad perspective, which immediately earned him the approval of his peers. These are my thoughts. If there are any shortcomings, I welcome your corrections. As Jiang Feiyu concluded, the audience erupted into enthusiastic applause, particularly from the 5 members of his dormitory who stood up in support. Hearing the warm applause for Jiang Feiyu, Yuan Xinjie sensed her defeat. It was hard to believe that she, who had rarely experienced loss throughout her life, was losing for the first time to a peer who, in her view, appeared academically inferior. She scrutinized Jiang Feiyu as he descended from the stage, eager to understand the nature of her rival. The freshman, still accustomed to evaluating individuals by the standards of high school, failed to recognize that university is already a microcosm of society. Assessment of one's capabilities transcends mere academic performance. Eloquence, logical reasoning, organizational skills, and a broader vision are equally vital criteria. Jiang Feiyu's thoughtful considerations encompassed aspects that I had overlooked. Li Jian could not help but commend Jiang Feiyu, noting that his performance resembled that of a seasoned administrative professional, meticulous and comprehensive, vastly superior to Yuan Xinjie. Who was the first to present? Is there anyone else who wishes to compete? Li Jian inquired once more. As no other students stepped forward, he prompted everyone to vote. Those in favor of Yuan Xinjie as the class representative, please raise your hands. 1, 2, 3, 16, 17, 18, 29, 30, 31. 42. Yuan Xinjie garnered a total of 42 votes, which Li Jian noted on the blackboard. Those in favor of electing Jiang Feiyu as the class representative, please raise your hands. Almost the entire audience raised their hands immediately, except for Jiang Feiyu and Yuan Xinjie, who had yet to vote. Observing that everyone had cast their votes, Yuan Xinjie slowly raised her right hand, casting her vote for Jiang Feiyu. It appears that the teacher need not count any further. Aside from classmate Jiang Feiyu, who did not raise his hand, all others did. Jiang Feiyu received a total of 52 votes. Li Jian recorded Jiang Feiyu's vote count on the blackboard. I hereby declare Jiang Feiyu as the elected representative class leader of our class. Upon Li Jian's announcement, a wave of enthusiastic applause erupted. Jiang Feiyu stood up to express his gratitude to everyone. Furthermore, I announced that Yuan Xinjie will serve as the acting vice class leader, assisting Jiang Feiyu in his duties. Observing Yuan Xinjie's disappointment, Li Jian recalled Director Liu from the Political Education Office's request to keep an eye on her, and he made an impromptu decision. This left Jiang Feiyu somewhat bewildered, as there had been no concept of a vice class leader in his previous life. After the meeting adjourned, students rushed to Jiang Feiyu to pay the class meeting fee. Jiang Feiyu promptly called Yuan Xinjie over. He registered the names while she collected the money. Noticing Yuan Xinjie's vexed expression, Jiang Feiyu remained unfazed. Since Old Li had said that the vice class leader was to assist him, why not take advantage of her assistance? Minutes later, only about 10 students remained in the classroom. Yuan Xinjie approached Jiang Feiyu, holding a thick stack of cash. The fees for the acting class leader are all collected, totaling 650 yuan. Please check, she said, emphasizing the word acting with a slight pout, which made her quite endearing. To be honest, when this girl was angry, she looked rather charming. Jiang Feiyu, being somewhat thick-skinned, easily discerned her underlying discontent, yet he remained unperturbed. Well, Yuan Xinjie, I won't count the money. I have complete faith in your ability to manage this. By the way, could you hold on to it for tonight? You girls are meticulous. I fear I might misplace it. We can deposit it in the bank tomorrow. How shameless. You just want to boss me around. Your true intention is to avoid losing the money, Yuan Xinjie thought. Grinding her teeth in frustration, her large eyes glaring at Jiang Feiyu, seemingly incredulous at his audacity. I suddenly need to use the restroom. I'll take my leave. Jiang Feiyu's thick skin was impervious to Yuan Xinjie's adorable retaliation, and he made a hasty exit, leaving her in a state of confusion. On the way back to the dormitory, several students resumed their discussion about Jiang Feiyu and Yuan Xinjie. Hey, third brother, you performed quite well tonight. You have certainly impressed us, remarked Jiang Guangjie, the leader. It was passable, Jiang Feiyu replied nonchalantly. Third brother, you were chatting with the class beauty for quite a while. What were you discussing? Inquired Su Tianxing, the second in command. When did Yuan Xinjie become the class beauty? I was unaware. Jiang Feiyu retorted. With your charming conversation with the stunning Yuan, we have made our choice. This is now officially communicated to you. Su Tianxing teased. The others echoed his sentiments. Third brother, I think Yuan Xinjie is quite remarkable. You could benefit from her position and gain an advantage, suggested Chen Kaiqian, the fourth member. Fourth brother, I must solemnly inform you that Yuan Xinjie is not my type, Jiang Feiyu stated with conviction. In her heart, she couldn't help but compare Yuan Xinjie with Li Wani. Li Wani was even more beautiful than Yuan Xinjie, with a gentle disposition and a filial nature. It seemed that my dear Wani was indeed the best. Third brother, don't let her slip away from me. Yuan Xinjie is precisely my type. Next time, please help me obtain her QQ number. Lao Wu, Lao Yongxian, was quite adept at ingratiating himself with those above him. Jiang Feiyu cast a glance at Lao Wu, feeling somewhat reluctant to shatter his confidence, and chose to remain non-committal. Forget it. Let these girls enlighten you on how arduous life can be. Jiang Feiyu silently mourned for Lao Wu for 3 seconds. On the school path, 100 meters behind Jiang Feiyu and his group, Yuan Xinjie was hurrying back to the dormitory with her roommate, Wang Linlin. Xinjie, have you noticed how remarkable our acting class monitor is? He is humorous and witty, considerate and thoughtful, always looking out for everyone, Wang Linlin exclaimed. Wang Linlin, whose side are you on? He is already distressed enough, and yet you bring him up before me. We just swore brotherhood this morning, and you betray me so quickly. Yuan Xinjie retorted, hands on her hips, resembling an irate little tiger. Oh dear, I'm addressing the matter, not the person. All right, don't be angry. We are still good sisters, Wang Linlin clarified. Yuan Xinjie replied, well, I will reluctantly forgive you. Just wait, Jiang Feiyu. I shall prove that I am far more suited to be the class monitor than you. Chapter 8. A day in the life of the class monitor. On the following morning, around 8 o'clock, the dormitory 302 was abuzz with commotion. Old 5. Hurry and get up. If you don't rise now, we will be late, and we still need to head to the cafeteria for breakfast, urged the leader, Jiang Guangjie, as he nudged Old 5 awake. Old 2, stop fussing with your hair for a moment. Let me wash my face first, interjected Old 4, Chen Kaiqian. As he and Old 2, Su Tianxing, jostled for the faucet. One of my socks from yesterday has gone missing. Has anyone seen it? This is the voice of Liao Yaoxian, who has just risen. Has anyone seen the third one? Why is he not in sight? The esteemed leader, Jiang Guangjie, inquired of the group. I observed him rising early in the morning to venture out. Wei Changning responded succinctly. At that moment, Jiang Feiyu entered, opening the door. Where have you been, third? Jiang Guangjie questioned. I went to procure this, Jiang Feiyu replied, lifting a section of fabric over a meter long, upon which were inscribed in bold black ink the words Class of 2001, Computer Science and Technology Major, 1. Remarkable. Where did you acquire it? Inquiries arose among the crowd regarding the whereabouts of the dormitory supervisor. Traditionally, after the welcoming banners for new students were taken down, they were discarded at the dormitory supervisor's office, and I managed to capture a portion of it. Jiang Feiyu provided a brief explanation. Half an hour later, when the 6 members of the dormitory arrived at the square in front of the gymnasium, they were met with a throng of over 1,000 people. The class of 2001 from the Imperial Capital University of Technology boasted more than 2,000 newcomers, most of whom had gathered here, over 1,000 from the current campus and several hundred from the North Campus, all transported by chartered buses in the morning. Jiang Feiyu swiftly located the designated area allocated by the Student Council for the new students of the Computer Science Department, choosing an empty section. He instructed the tallest among them, Jiang Guangjie, to hold aloft the banner bearing their class name. Gradually, classmates began to assemble. Jiang Feiyu quickly organized them into 2 lines before counting them. The formation was chaotic, as the freshmen, unaccustomed to military training, struggled to line up properly. 34, 35, 41, 42, 50, 51. Jiang Feiyu counted each individual, reaching a total of 52, yet one was still missing. He recounted the female participants, finding only 16 present, which indicated one was absent. Jiang Feiyu proceeded to inquire among the girls in front. Have you seen our vice class leader, Yuan Xinjie? No. No one has seen it. Everyone shook their heads in unison, expressing their ignorance. At that moment, Yuan Xinjie rushed over from a distance, breathless and drenched in sweat. Before she could utter a word, Jiang Feiyu confronted her, scolding, What on earth are you doing? Arriving late on the very first day. I reminded you countless times last night to coordinate with the dormitory members. How can you possibly fulfill your duties as the vice class leader? Yuan Xinjie immediately burst into tears, feeling wronged, and exclaimed, Why are you being so fierce? Last night, I anxiously clutched all that meeting fund, terrified of losing it. And I couldn't sleep a wink. I rushed to the bank first thing this morning to deposit the money, not even stopping for breakfast, and yet you scold me. Sob, sob, sob. Jiang Feiyu realized that he had misunderstood her. Indeed, it was his lack of consideration the night before that had led to this misunderstanding. Do not cry any longer. It is my fault for not considering the situation properly. Please. I apologize and wish to treat you to a meal as a gesture of my regret. As more classmates turned their attention towards them, Jiang Feiyu, fearing that others might misconstrue the circumstances and think he was bullying her, hurriedly offered his apology, striving to soothe her tears. After 3 meals, Yuan Xinjie finally ceased her sobbing and spoke. 3 meals it is. Jiang Feiyu observed her tear-filled eyes, realizing that if he did not acquiesce, tears would soon cascade down her cheeks once more, prompting him to agree. Hoping to avert further misfortune, Jiang Feiyu purposefully adopted a formal tone, saying, Yuan Xinjie, you are the first person in my life to compel me to pay such a price. A chuckle escaped Yuan Xinjie, breaking the tension with a smile. She tilted her head with pride, as if she had achieved a significant victory. Jiang Feiyu, Yuan Xinjie, please organize our class for the upcoming entrance. Our entry sequence is 12, and our professional team is allocated to the B3 area, immediately followed by the software engineering team, announced Counselor Li Jian, who appeared just in time. He glanced at Yuan Xinjie, whose eyes bore the signs of recent tears, and cast a questioning look at Jiang Feiyu. Jiang Feiyu feigned ignorance. Noticing that Yuan Xinjie had no intention of pursuing the matter further, Li Jian opted not to comment. 10 minutes later, Jiang Feiyu led the class into the gymnasium. Taking their designated seats in the B3 area, Su Tianxing, the second oldest, leaned closer and inquired, "Old third, what did you do to our class flower to make her cry?" "Oh, she was probably just missing her parents. That's why she was upset." Jiang Feiyu lied effortlessly. "Who would believe that? Are you trying to deceive me?" Su Tianxing clearly doubted. "I believe it," replied Jiang Feiyu with a grin. Su Tianxing raised a middle finger in response. Jiang Feiyu chose to ignore him and began scanning the surroundings, hoping to locate the International Trade Department among the throng of over 2,000 new students. After a few minutes, he conceded defeat, acknowledging that finding Li Wani amidst such a vast crowd was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. The military training mobilization meeting proved exceedingly dull, with a procession of school leaders, military instructors, and student representatives taking turns to read from their scripts, causing the audience of over 2,000 to drift into a stupor. Finally, after enduring the tedium of the mobilization meeting, Jiang Feiyu and Yuan Xinjie guided their class to the grassy area between the administrative building and the teaching building. Jiang Feiyu selected 15 boys to accompany him to the political education office to collect this semester's textbooks, while he instructed Yuan Xinjie to lead another 5 boys to retrieve the military training uniforms from the administrative building. By the time Jiang Feiyu and the 15 boys, exhausted from carrying the books to the lawn, arrived, the other students had already picked up their military uniforms according to size. The university military training uniforms are worn for merely 20 days. The school does not bother to take individual measurements for custom fitting, offering only sizes S, M, and L, which generally run one size larger than normal. Therefore, an S-size military uniform corresponds to an M size in regular clothing. Once everyone had collected their uniforms and textbooks and departed, Jiang Feiyu called out to Yuan Xinjie, saying, "Let us meet at the school gate at 2 o'clock this afternoon to arrange for bottled water and other supplies." Yuan Xinjie responded affirmatively, and Jiang Feiyu, accompanied by his dormitory companions, departed. Upon arriving at the dormitory, they organized their clothes and books before descending to the cafeteria for lunch. Jiang Feiyu ordered a serving of braised pork, a portion of pig's trotter stewed with yellow beans, 2 servings of vegetables, and 3 taels of rice. Given the considerable physical exertion he had undertaken that day, coupled with his growth spurts, his appetite was larger than usual. The 6 of them found an empty table in the cafeteria. "Old 6, why aren't you eating any meat?" inquired Lao Si, Chen Kaiqian. Jiang Feiyu noticed that Wei Chongning had only taken rice and vegetables. He understood that Wei's university tuition was funded by student loans, and his daily life was quite frugal, with meat seldom gracing his plate. Jiang Feiyu recognized that Chen Kaiqian's question was unintentional, being newly acquainted with university life. They were still naive to the intricacies of human relationships and unaware that certain comments should not be made openly. "Old 6, could you help me with some of the vegetables? I may have overserved myself," Jiang Feiyu interjected, diverting attention from Chen Kaiqian's inquiry by transferring some of his pig's trotter and braised pork onto Wei Chongning's plate. No, it's unnecessary," Wei Chongning promptly declined. "Old 6, help my second brother out too. I've overserved as well, and wasting food is disgraceful." Lao Su Tianxing added as he also nudged some meat dishes onto Wei Chongning's plate. Wei Chongning ate quietly, fully aware that his friends were looking out for him, a sentiment he cherished. Some individuals repay even the smallest kindness with immense gratitude. Jiang Feiyu recognized that Old 6 belonged to this category and resolved to assist him when the opportunity arose. After finishing their lunch, everyone returned to their dormitory for a nap. Around 2 p.m., Jiang Feiyu awoke, recalling his appointment with Yuan Xinjie to procure supplies at 2 p.m. After freshening up, he strolled leisurely towards the school gate. It is a common trait among boys that if they are fond of a girl or wish to pursue her, they tend to arrive early for dates. In contrast, Jiang Feiyu, fully aware of his tardiness, still ambled along. At the entrance of the Imperial Capital University of Technology, Yuan Xinjie had been waiting for nearly half an hour, frequently glancing at her watch and the gate. When she finally spotted Jiang Feiyu casually approaching, her frustration reached its peak. A beauty like her was accustomed to making others wait. She had never before endured such a slight. "Jiang Feiyu, what is the matter with you? You have no sense of time. Do you have any idea how long I've been waiting?" Yuan Xinjie launched into a tirade. "I was consulting a senior in another dormitory about where to find affordable yet high-quality supplies." Jiang Feiyu dared not admit that he had overslept. "Really?" Yuan Xinjie was evidently unconvinced. Just follow me. Jiang Feiyu resolved to dispel her doubts through action. He led Yuan Xinjie to a commercial street adjacent to the school, where they found a shop that supplied bottled water. They selected the largest 32-liter container at 5 yuan per barrel and negotiated a daily supply of water for the duration of military training. Jiang Feiyu paid a 15 yuan deposit, received a receipt, noted the shopkeeper's phone number, and provided the mobile number of Lao Heir, Su Tianqing, instructing the shopkeeper to deliver the water to the designated location the following morning after receiving a call. Subsequently, the two ventured into several shops and pharmacies, gathering various medical supplies, disposable cups, and sewing needles, ultimately spending a total of 103 yuan. As they made their way back, Jiang Feiyu was burdened with a large bag filled with their purchases. Throughout the entire shopping expedition, Yuan Xinjie found herself unable to interject a single word. Merely observing Jiang Feiyu deftly negotiate with the shop owners, successfully acquiring all the necessary items, leaving her in awe. It was unfortunate that she had prepared a list of items the night before, which proved to be of no use. As they passed by the Tianshang Rinjia restaurant, Yuan Xinjie suggested, "Jiang Feiyu, wait for me. I can hardly move any longer. There's a restaurant right here. Let us pause for a meal and rest before heading back. It's the perfect opportunity for you to redeem the 3 meals you owe me. Let us dine at the school cafeteria. I shall treat you to 5 spiced braised pork paired with braised trotters, a generous portion that will surely satisfy." Jiang Feiyu, wary of her taking this opportunity to retaliate by indulging excessively, recalled the cafeteria's modest offerings. "Very well then. I shall need to personally seek out the counselor shortly to report the events of this morning," he conceded. Yuan Xinjie smiled radiantly, playfully adding, "I was merely jesting. The cafeteria's greasy braised pork and trotters hardly befit the status of our esteemed Yuan beauty. We must dine out instead." Jiang Feiyu immediately relented, fully aware that arguing with a woman, even if victorious, would ultimately lead to defeat. They chose a table by the window and in front of Jiang Feiyu. Yuan Xinjie ordered 4 or 5 substantial dishes along with a bottle of juice. Observing the pained expression on Jiang Feiyu's face, she felt a sense of triumph, as if she had turned the tide in their playful rivalry. When the bill arrived, totaling 94 yuan, Jiang Feiyu reached into his pocket to find only 2 remaining 100 yuan notes. For the first time, he felt the sting of inadequate funds, realizing that another couple of similar outings would likely leave him in a financial predicament akin to that of Wei Changning, who struggled to make ends meet. It seemed prudent to find a part-time job to earn some extra pocket money. Developing software also required a computer, and the crowded internet CAF was hardly conducive to programming. After all, creating such software resided within a gray area. Once the government implemented relevant laws to regulate the matter, any prior illicit activities would likely be exposed by competitors, tarnishing reputations. Therefore, it was wise to proceed with caution for the time being. Chapter 9. The first day of military training. By 8 a.m. on the second day, the athletic field of the Imperial Capital University of Technology was transformed into a vast sea of military green, with the new students clad in their training uniforms, rendering it nearly impossible to distinguish one from another. The school leaders delivered a few encouraging words before departing, and as the sun began to rise, its rays threatened to turn the students into sun-dried fish if they lingered any longer. The waiting soldiers quickly dispersed from their orderly ranks, each instructor leading a class to a designated open area. The instructor assigned to Jiang Feiyu's class was named Sun Jianbin, a man in his early 20s, whose youthful visage belied the commanding presence of a soldier. The instructors for the military training at the university were all drawn from the local garrison, typically ordinary conscripts, as one should not expect special forces to engage students in training. This arrangement was consistent across the many universities in the imperial capital currently undergoing military training. A few minutes later, Instructor Sun led Jiang Feiyu's class to a vacant space in front of the administration building, which would serve as their training ground henceforth, with the expectation that they would assemble here each morning. He granted the students a 10-minute break to stow their personal belongings and attend to their needs. Jiang Feiyu hastily asked his friend Su Tianqing to call the water delivery man, and within 5 minutes, the proprietor arrived on a tricycle, delivering the water. This time of year marked the peak season for bottled water orders at the school, and the vendor had loaded his tricycle with several barrels early in the day, responding to calls with agility throughout. Jiang Feiyu placed the barrels in the shade and paid the vendor 11 yuan, estimating that 1 barrel would suffice for the morning, with another needed for the afternoon, thus settling the account for 2 barrels to avoid the hassle of dealing with change. As military training commenced, chaos ensued within the class. Most of the students, being only children, had been coddled at home and were ill-prepared for such hardship. Even those hailing from rural backgrounds were bewildered, with many unable to distinguish left from right in moments of tension, resulting in missteps like marching into their peers or remaining in their previous stances after commands were issued, causing Instructor Sun's face to turn an unhappy shade of green. It was likely the worst cohort he had ever encountered. Fortunately, after 2 hours of adjustment, the students finally began to heed the instructor's commands, ceasing their aimless flailing. The September sun was unforgiving. Within half an hour of training, all were drenched in sweat. And when the instructor called for breaks, they collapsed like exhausted dogs beneath the trees. Jiang Feiyu had originally planned for 1 barrel of water to last the morning, but it ran dry in less than 2 hours, as the boys consumed water as voraciously as cattle, necessitating another order from the vendor. At long last, the morning's training concluded, and the students, drained of energy, trudged toward the dormitory and cafeteria. Many were too sun-stricken to feel hungry, though a few, possessing robust constitutions, found their appetites significantly heightened after the session, with Jiang Guangjie clearly belonging to this latter group. After lunch, upon returning to their dormitories, conversation was sparse as everyone engaged in brief, personal hygiene routines before succumbing to the allure of an afternoon nap. Around 2 p.m., the corners of the Capital University of Technology resonated once more with the rhythmic chants of 1, 2, 1, 2. It was during this hour, from 2 to 3 p.m., that the day reached its zenith of heat. After enduring a morning of rigorous training, it was evident from the chants that the participants were now fatigued. Jiang Feiyu, having been pushed to his limits, was relying solely on sheer willpower, having lived a life of comfort for many years, unaccustomed to such hardships. As Jiang Feiyu mechanically followed the movements of the students ahead, chaos suddenly erupted in the marching line. He quickly noticed a girl in the second row had collapsed on the ground. He tugged at Chen Kaiqian's sleeve, signaling him to accompany him over to investigate. Wang Xiaowen. What happened? Wake up. Upon his arrival, he found the unconscious girl resting her head on her roommate's lap, unresponsive despite their calls. Clear the way, the air is stagnant. Chen Kaiqian, help me carry her to the shade of the tree, Jiang Feiyu directed, dispersing the onlookers. What's going on behind you? Why have you stopped? Instructor Sun approached at that moment. Report, Instructor. A female student has fainted, likely due to heat stroke. We were just about to carry her to the shade, Jiang Feiyu reported. Instructor Sun glanced at the girl and urged Jiang Feiyu to hasten. After Jiang Feiyu offered her a sip of water without her regaining consciousness, he hesitated to administer any cooling medication without consulting the instructor. They decided that Jiang Feiyu and Chen Kaiqian would alternately carry her to the infirmary. With a swift motion, Jiang Feiyu lifted the girl onto his back, and together with Chen Kaiqian, they set off toward the school infirmary. Along the way, they took turns carrying the unconscious girl. Why did you ask me to share the load? If you'd called for the big guy, Jiang Guangjie, he could manage it alone, Chen Kaiqian queried, puzzled. Is it more painful to carry a girl or to endure military training? Jiang Feiyu countered. Certainly, military training is more arduous. Carrying a girl isn't that taxing. Chen Kaiqian conceded. Then it's settled. By taking her to the infirmary, we can seize the opportunity to rest a bit, enjoy the air conditioning, and perhaps even grab a cold drink on our way back from the cafeteria. I'm generously letting you take this chance without even calling for the big guy. Jiang Feiyu jested. Old 3, you truly have my back. I'll remember this, brother, Chen Kaiqian replied, enlightenment dawning upon him. Upon their arrival at the infirmary, the doctor cooled the girl down with alcohol and administered some medication, after which she regained consciousness. Class monitor, thank you for bringing me here. Otherwise, I fear. The girl's voice trailed off as she began to cry, clearly shaken. The two boys quickly comforted her until her emotions stabilized. It was then that Jiang Feiyu took notice of the girl's delicate features. While she may not have been as beautiful as Yuan Xinjie, she possessed a certain charm, earning a modest score of 75 in his eyes. After lingering a little longer, Jiang Feiyu and Chen Kaiqian bid their farewells, reminding the girl to rest well and return to the dormitory after her treatment, promising to resume military training the following day. Class monitor, my name is Wang Xiaowen. Thank you once again. After uttering these words, Wang Xiaowen's face turned slightly red. Old 3, you're quite impressive. Managing to capture the heart of a female classmate so swiftly, Chen Kaiqian jested as they exited the infirmary. How can a sparrow comprehend the ambitions of a swan? I have loftier aspirations, Jiang Feiyu retorted with an air of superiority. Chen Kaiqian mistakenly assumed that his lofty aspirations referred to Yuan Xinjie, and Jiang Feiyu chose not to clarify. In the school cafeteria, Jiang Feiyu and Chen Kaiqian each enjoyed a popsicle. At that moment, they were the only two wearing military training uniforms, their status as freshmen unmistakable. Senior students passing by frequently turned their heads to glance at them. Old 3. Hurry up and finish. Let's return to military training. It's rather embarrassing to sit here, Chen Kaiqian suggested, feeling somewhat bashful. All right, once I finish this popsicle, we shall depart. Jiang Feiyu replied, having likely lingered for quite some time. Upon their return to the training grounds, their classmates were already engaged in practice. They called out a report, informing Instructor Sun about Wang Xiaowen's situation, and were promptly instructed to join the ranks. Old 3, you're clever, finding an opportunity to take it easy. Old 2 Su Tianqing remarked with a hint of reproach, likely lamenting that he had not been called earlier. Old 2, seeing through but not speaking out, Jiang Feiyu replied. In terms of camaraderie, Chen Kaiqian was closer to him, so naturally, he would consider Chen Kaiqian first for any favorable situation. Silence in the ranks. If you wish to speak, do so at the end, Instructor Sun's voice rang out. Soon, the rhythmic chants of 1, 2, 1, 2 resonated throughout the formation once more. Chapter 10, the first encounter in this lifetime at 5:30 p.m., the sound of the formation whistle echoed throughout the campus. After organizing the ranks, Instructor Sun announced the dismissal. Jiang Feiyu instructed Jiang Guangjie to return the buckets, disposable cups, and other items to the dormitory. As he intended to buy some throat lozenges at the school gate, after shouting slogans all day, his voice had become hoarse. Having procured the medicine, Jiang Feiyu walked along the campus path towards the dormitory. Suddenly, he froze, his gaze fixated on a particular girl among a group of approaching females. It was Li Wanyi, the elusive figure he had long sought. He never imagined their first encounter in this lifetime would occur in such a manner. Even clad in military training attire and donning a training cap, Jiang Feiyu recognized her instantly amidst the crowd. His thoughts drifted back to their previous life, recalling the first meeting at a dormitory social event, where her exquisite beauty left the unworldly crowd in awe. Throughout the evening, she sat quietly, politely declining all toasts. Her words few, yet her smile ever present. In the early days of their careers, they lived together in a modest 14-square-meter apartment in a village within Pengcheng, often scouring multiple supermarkets to save a few cents per pound on groceries. During their first 2 years together, she refrained from purchasing new clothing, opting instead to wear outfits from her university days, fully aware of Jiang Feiyu's financial struggles, and meticulously budgeting for their future. On the summit of Phoenix Mountain in Pengcheng, they earnestly prayed for a heartlock at the temple and vowed eternal love beneath the marriage tree, hand in hand, growing old together. Jiang Feiyu vividly recalls the joy of exiting the Civil Affairs Bureau with their marriage certificate, the stamped red book in hand, along with her words, Mr. Jiang, please take care of me for the rest of our lives. On the night their son Yang was born, he paced anxiously outside the delivery room, hearing her cries of agony within, wishing he could bear her pain, terrified of losing both her and the child. When the sound of the baby's wailing filled the air and the nurse emerged to announce mother and child were safe, he collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down his face. 12 years later, they returned to the Civil Affairs Bureau, but this time, it was for a divorce. Despite the unfortunate circumstances, it was a false separation. He could never forget the heart-wrenching scene of their family of 3 weeping outside the high-speed train station, promising that within a year or two, once the debts were settled, he would return to them. Ultimately, he broke that promise, dying on that fateful day, leaving them as widows and orphans. As memories flooded back, Jiang Feiyu gazed upon the beloved figure before him, tears streaming down his face. It seemed as if fate had stirred something within Li Wanyi. She suddenly felt a pang in her heart. Turning her gaze to the left, she noticed a strange boy staring at her with tears in his eyes. Why was he crying? His face seemed so familiar, yet she could not recall who he was. Perhaps they had crossed paths at school before, she mused silently. Wanyi, what are you looking at? Let us go, called her roommate Huang Yinxue. Nothing, just saw a strange boy, Li Wanyi replied. Another boy with a crush on you. Huang Yinxue teased. Li Wanyi exclaimed, what nonsense. I'm leaving. As the two playfully bickered, they passed by Jiang Feiyu. There was no turning back. At least I can start anew. Wanyi, are you ready? For the rest of our lives, please guide me well. Turning his head, Jiang Feiyu gazed at the receding figures of Li Wanyi and her roommate, silently wiping away the tears that had lingered at the corners of his mouth. His heart echoing with the thought, because I happened to meet you, I have cherished a decade of hopes. He hummed a tune as he entered the dormitory. "Hey, third brother, what brings you such joy? Do share with us," fourth brother inquired. "Is it true that the girl who fainted today has a crush on you? You didn't return with us earlier. Were you off with her under the moonlight, meeting after dusk?" Second brother Su Tianqing asked with curiosity. "Anyway, it's a good thing. But it has nothing to do with Wang Xiaowen. Just keep such comments within the dorm. Speaking outside might stir up gossip," Jiang Feiyu replied cheerfully, surprisingly refraining from denial. "By the way, second brother, which dorm is your girlfriend in? You should ask if they want to have a social event with our dorm. Look at all the singles we have here. Good fortune should not be wasted on outsiders." Jiang Feiyu's intent was clear. He wanted to arrange a gathering between the two dormitories in advance. "Indeed, second brother, third brother's suggestion is excellent. Hurry and ask." The others chimed in, eager for a chance to benefit. Among them, first brother Jiang Guangjie and fifth brother Liao Yongxian were the most enthusiastic in support. "Fourth brother, aren't you infatuated with that girl from Beijing University? Your current actions seem inconsistent with your romantic character," Su Tianqing remarked, looking at Chen Kaichen. "Second brother, it's not that I haven't figured out how to pursue her yet. I just want to observe how you all chase girls and learn from your experiences," Chen Kaichen responded. "The rest of you should at least show some sincerity," second brother Su Tianqing added. "Second brother, you are my dear brother. My lifelong happiness lies in your hands." Fifth brother Liao Yongxian quickly interjected. "Eldest brother, from now on, you shall be the eldest. I will be the second," first brother Jiang Guangjie promptly declared. "And you, third brother?" Second brother Su Tianqing, clearly buoyed by the atmosphere, was determined not to let Jiang Feiyu off the hook. "Next time there is an opportunity to help a fainted girl to the infirmary, I'll be the first to call you," Jiang Feiyu said leisurely. Still reluctant to show his embarrassment, but he held a card up his sleeve. "All right, I'll make the call to your sister-in-law now. Just wait." Su Tianqing dashed out to the corridor to make the call. "With me in action, 1 is equivalent to 2. I'll handle it." A few minutes later, Su Tianqing returned with a triumphant expression. "Quick, tell us," everyone urged eagerly. "Thanks to your second brother's efforts, your sister-in-law has persuaded the others in her dorm. They are generally agreeable to the gathering. However, it won't be convenient to go out during military training in the evenings, and after that, the rest the National Day holiday. Their suggestion is to schedule it for the first Friday night after the holiday," Su Tianqing elaborated. "Oh yeah." Everyone erupted in joyful exclamations. Jiang Feiyu felt a profound sense of joy, although there remained over a month before he could officially meet Li Huani. His diligent efforts had advanced their social gathering. In his previous life, it had taken until the end of the semester for 2 dormitories to connect. Before he could finish his thought, his friend boasted, claiming that every girl in their dormitory was a beauty, each more stunning than the last. Jiang Feiyu had lost interest in listening to heirs bragging. He was already familiar with the girls from Li Huani's dormitory. Aside from Li Huani and Li Hui, the other 4 were indeed quite attractive, as the economics department was abundant with female students, naturally leading to a plethora of beauties. This night, Jiang Feiyu was destined to be sleepless. Chapter 11. Part-time job in Zhongguancun. The military training at Beijing Institute of Technology was proceeding methodically, yet the freshmen had gradually acclimatized to it. Despite feeling utterly exhausted each day, they persevered with steadfast determination, recognizing that such training indeed fortifies one's willpower. 3 days elapsed in a blink, and soon it was Saturday. Fortunately, the weekend provided a respite, allowing the freshmen, who had endured a week of rigorous trainings, to catch their breath. They eagerly reached out to friends, some browsing the internet, others going on dates, and many venturing out to explore the attractions of the capital, which were certainly worthy of a visit. By 7 a.m., while others in the dormitory were still enveloped in slumber, Jiang Feiyu had already finished his breakfast and was hurrying to the bus station at the school gate. After a brief wait, the number 26 bus arrived, and he boarded, purchasing a ticket. Inquiring with the driver about where to disembark for Zhongguancun, he settled into his seat to rest his eyes. Beijing Institute of Technology is situated by the North 3rd Ring Road, while Zhongguancun lies further out at the North 4th Ring Road. The distance between the two locations is not substantial, and within 20 minutes, Jiang Feiyu alighted from the bus. During this era, Zhongguancun had not yet earned the moniker of China's Silicon Valley. It was accurately referred to as Zhongguancun Science Park, originally stemming from Zhongguancun Electronics Street, which later evolved into China's first national-level high-tech industrial development zone. Jiang Feiyu's destination was the electronics city adjacent to Zhongguancun Science Park, a hub where electronic products from the capital congregated. This marketplace was replete with numerous shops selling computer products, featuring mainstream brands, including various pre-assembled machines and computer components. After browsing for a while, he finally paused in front of a store named Huasian Computers. This shop appeared to have only recently opened, as the floral arrangements displayed at the entrance during its inauguration had yet to be removed. Within the approximately 40 square meter shop, there were two L-shaped glass display cases housing 4 to 5 models for customers to experience, while the shelves at the back were stocked with computer components. Perhaps due to its location being over 50 meters from the entrance of Electronic City, foot traffic in front of the store was sparse. At that moment, there were no customers inside, only a young woman seated behind the cash register, busy with calculations, and a young man, presumably a staff member, organizing items behind the counter. As Jiang Feiyu entered, the woman behind the cash register immediately approached him, saying, "Hello, young man. Are you looking to buy a computer? Feel free to browse. If you find something you like, you can try it out on the spot." She appeared to be around 30, her hair elegantly styled in a bun. And though she was quite charming, her freckles somewhat marred her beauty. "Are you the owner? How should I address you?" Jiang Feiyu inquired. "Everyone calls me Sister Jiang. This shop is indeed mine. If you have a specific model in mind, we are currently offering significant discounts since we just opened," Sister Jiang replied. "Hello, Sister Jiang. My name is Jiang Feiyu, and I share your surname. I am not here to purchase a computer. Rather, I would like to inquire if your store is hiring part-time help. I am a student of computer systems at Beijing Institute of Technology and am quite familiar with computers, including components, assembly, and system installation. May I have an opportunity to try?" Jiang Feiyu explained. Jiang Jie was momentarily taken aback. "Brother," she began, "this shop is a modest operation. Hiring someone anew incurs considerable costs. Perhaps you should explore other establishments." "Jiang Jie, I do not require a base salary. I will solely earn commission based on sales. If there are no sales, you will not incur any losses. Consider it as me assisting you in distributing flyers and attracting customers over the weekend. Ultimately, you stand to gain." Jiang Feiyu added a bit more persuasion. After a few moments of contemplation, Jiang Jie realized that, regardless of the calculations, she would ultimately benefit. "Very well," she conceded. "Hing, please provide our price list to this young man, Jiang. Familiarize yourself with our products and the available accessories. I shall grant you a 5% discount on the prices listed. For any discount beyond this, my approval is necessary. Since your part-time presence may be infrequent, commissions will be settled daily." "Understood, Jiang Jie. One moment, please." The young man, who had been organizing the stock, acknowledged and retrieved several copies of the store's product price list for Jiang Feiyu, who learned that his name was Hing. Jiang Jie continued, "Let me explain how our commission structure operates. We calculate commissions based on each transaction's total amount. For monitors, the commission is 6 of the sales amount, while for mainframes, it stands at 7.5. If it concerns mainframe components, the commission is 6.5. Our computer sales include assembly and system activation, along with a 1-year hardware warranty provided by the original manufacturer. Do you understand?" Jiang Feiyu nodded, indicating his comprehension. In this era, the concept of a 3-package service was non-existent, and a 7-day unconditional refund was out of the question. Essentially, once customers departed the store, any subsequent quality issues with the products were no longer the shop's responsibility. Warranty services during the guarantee period were provided by the manufacturer, and beyond that, customers would need to bear repair costs themselves. During this time, the average wage for workers in the capital hovered around 1,500 yuan, meaning most individuals would need to scrimp and save for over 6 months to afford a computer. Only those in the middle income bracket could justify the expenditure on such expensive electronic devices. Moreover, purchasing a computer did not equate to immediate usability. One also had to consider internet service costs, unless the device was for educational purposes, in which case internet connectivity was not a concern. At present, internet access primarily employed ADSL technology, utilizing a one-click dial-up method. The maximum bandwidth for household users was 8 megabits per second, while business bandwidth reached only 100 megabits per second. The annual cost for home internet service exceeded 1,000 yuan, making it unaffordable for most, aside from internet cafes, enterprises, and affluent families. Jiang Feiyu spent several minutes familiarizing himself with the product list and pricing. The store predominantly sold computers from brands such as Lenovo, Founder, HP, and Dell. The CPUs were mainly Intel Pentium 3 and 4 processors, with memory reaching a maximum of 256 megabytes and hard drives ranging from 10 gigabytes to 40 gigabytes. The prices for branded computers varied between 500 to 500 yuan, while similarly performing assembled machines could be several hundred yuan cheaper, with considerable price variations depending on the chosen components. Of course, there were also models exceeding 10,000 yuan, but such expensive options were rarely purchased. They merely appeared on the price list without any display units in the store. In truth, Huazhong Computer is merely a low-end retailer of computer products, lacking even the authorization from manufacturers. Jiang Feiyu discovered from the product documentation that the authorized entity is Pioneer Technology Electronics Company, Limited, clearly indicating that Huazhong Computer is merely sourcing products from a supplier. The store, aside from a few display models for customer interaction, has only a limited stock in the small backroom. Having recently opened, Huazhong Computer is cautious about overstocking, fearing that an influx of customers might necessitate a Cheng making trips to the primary distributor to fetch additional inventory. Once Jiang Feiyu became acquainted with the products, he took a stack of promotional flyers to the entrance of the electronics market in the bustling main thoroughfare to attract customers. Although Jiang Jie did not explicitly state this, Jiang Feiyu, with his 40 years of life experience, understood the nuances of interpersonal relations. A Cheng, being a formally employed staff member with a fixed salary and commission, considered the store his domain for attracting customers. Jiang Feiyu knew he could not encroach on a Cheng's territory. Failing to grasp such basic etiquette as a newcomer would only lead to unnecessary offense, making it difficult to thrive in this environment. Chapter 12. The first business around 10 a.m., Jiang Feiyu had been distributing flyers for over an hour. In truth, the difficulty of the task exceeded his initial expectations, and thus far, his performance stood at a disheartening 0. It was not that he had not encountered potential customers, rather, the proximity of the nearby computer shops at the entrance of the electronics market proved to be a significant advantage for them. These stores were not only larger than Huazhong Computers but also strategically positioned. Typically, customers would begin their shopping experience at the first store they encountered upon entering. And given the general lack of understanding regarding computer specifications, if these shops presented an enticing price, customers would make immediate purchases, effectively diverting foot traffic. A few minutes later, Jiang Feiyu resolved to alter his strategy and approach a different side entrance. Until then, he had been distributing flyers at the main entrance of the electronics market, where foot traffic was abundant, but the proximity to his competitors was only a mere dozen meters. As soon as customers entered, they would be greeted by those rival shops. In fact, there was a side entrance to the electronics market that led in from the parking lot, although it attracted fewer visitors. Those who drove there typically possessed greater purchasing power, and importantly, it was closer to Huazhong Computers. Moments later, Jiang Feiyu spotted a middle-aged woman accompanied by a boy of about 16 or 17 years of age, clad in a school uniform emblazoned with the words 17th Middle School of the capital. Jiang Feiyu recognized that the success of this encounter hinged on this particular interaction. He approached them and said, "Excuse me, ma'am, are you here to purchase a computer for your child? We have special discounts for new students, along with complimentary computer accessories. Would you like to come into the store to take a look? What brand of computers do you sell? Are they reputable?" The middle-aged woman inquired. Her voice ethereal and melodious, reminiscent of the renowned vocalist Jiang Feiyu had only heard in his past life. "Here's our product brochure," Jiang Feiyu replied, handing each of them a flyer. "We carry mainstream brands such as Lenovo, Founder, HP, and Dell. I am curious to know what specific models you are considering. Why aren't there any prices listed on your brochure?" The woman pressed. Even within the same brand, prices can vary significantly based on different models and configurations. "May I ask what the intended use of the computer will be? Is it for work or home use? For instance, if it's for gaming, the CPU and graphics card will need to be robust. If it's primarily for watching movies, a larger hard drive would be beneficial. And if it's solely for research and study, a less powerful model would suffice." "I need one that can handle both gaming and studying," the boy interjected eagerly. "How about this?" Jiang Feiyu suggested. "Our store is just over 30 meters away, and we have sample models of each brand available for you to experience. Once inside, I can recommend several suitable models, and you can compare their performance and prices before making a decision." The middle-aged woman nodded in agreement, leading the boy in his school uniform toward the store, with Jiang Feiyu guiding the way. "May I ask your name, ma'am?" "You can call me Xiao Jiang," he continued, striving to establish rapport as they walked. "My surname is Yin, as in the word for color," a middle-aged woman remarked. Jiang Feiyu inquired, "Is this your son? What grade is he in this year?" "I am in the second year of high school. I ranked first in my class during last year's final exams. And my mother promised to buy me a computer as a reward, the boy added from behind. You truly are impressive with such grades. You could easily gain admission to either Tsinghua University or Renmin University, Jiang Feiyu complimented without reservation. The middle-aged woman smiled and replied, You flatter me. My son Ahao still needs to strive for improvement. Clearly, the woman appreciated Jiang Feiyu's flattery, which parent wouldn't feel a sense of pride when others praise their child. Here we are. Please take a moment to look at these computers on the counter. You may experience them firsthand while I fetch you some water. Jiang Feiyu said as he poured 2 cups of warm water for them. I recommend this model, the Dell Family Edition MS211. It features the most advanced 0.18-micron technology in its motherboard, equipped with the latest Intel Pentium 4 processor, integrated graphics, 256 megabytes of memory, and a 40 gigabytes hard drive, coupled with a 17-inch monitor. It caters to the diverse needs of family members for home office tasks, watching movies, listening to music, and gaming. The 40 gigabytes hard drive can store over 100 films, and the gaming experience is seamless with remarkably fast loading speeds. Furthermore, purchasing now includes a complimentary 1-year warranty. Jiang Feiyu eloquently promoted the product. Mom, I want this one. It has such excellent performance, Ahao exclaimed, clearly swayed by Jiang Feiyu's persuasive skills. The appearance and performance are indeed commendable. What about the price? The middle-aged woman was also captivated by Jiang Feiyu's pitch. Our store has just opened, and we are currently offering the lowest price for computers. Originally priced at 7,560 yuan. It is now available for just 7,360 yuan due to a back-to-school promotion and our grand opening. If you find a better price for the same model in the electronics market, I will personally take responsibility, Jiang Feiyu said, thumping his chest for emphasis. The woman responded. The price still feels a bit high. Is there any room for further reduction? Jiang Feiyu replied, Sister Yan, I can see you are genuinely interested. Let me inquire with the owner to see if we can negotiate a better deal. Sister Yan had been attentively observing their conversation since Jiang Feiyu brought the customers in. His impressive rhetoric and familiarity with the products exceeded her expectations. Even Chang, the most knowledgeable about computers in her shop, could not articulate such technical terms. At this moment, she stood up and approached them. The owner, Sister Jiang, interjected, Hello, madam, I am the owner here. Just by looking at your demeanor, I can tell you are someone of importance. If you truly wish to make a purchase, I will take it upon myself to offer you a 9. For discount off the 7,360 yuan price, with the hope that you might recommend us to any friends in need of a computer in the future. The middle-aged woman replied, All right, we will take it at this price. Jiang Feiyu surmised that the 9 for discount had ultimately swayed her decision. Xiao Jiang, please assist this lady with her order. And Ching, go to the storage room and retrieve a new computer. Jiang Jia promptly instructed the 2 individuals to proceed with their tasks, as this transaction would deduct the commission owed to Jiang Feiyu, leaving her with a profit exceeding 200 yuan. After finalizing the order, Jiang Feiyu dedicated another half hour to assist them in installing the operating system and, at the request of the young man, set up numerous popular gaming clients. Once the middle-aged woman completed the payment, Jiang Feiyu thoughtfully helped them pack the computer into a box and carried it all the way to the parking lot, placing it in the trunk of their car. Upon his return to the store, he found Jiang Jia waiting for him. With a joyful smile, she exclaimed, Xiao Jiang, I had no idea you were so capable. I truly underestimated you. This sale marks the highest-priced model of computer sold in my shop to date. And you will earn a commission of 481. 6 yuan. Well done. Jiang Feiyu was equally surprised by the substantial commission from a single sale and humbly replied, Jiang Jia, you flatter me. I was merely fortunate. Please, continue with your work. I shall return to distributing flyers. The success of his first sale felt like a fortunate omen, invigorating Jiang Feiyu's enthusiasm for handing out flyers. Chapter 13. Intriguing identities in a certain neighborhood of the capital's Chaotian district. What was once a dormitory for municipal officials has since been converted into allocated housing for civil servants. Outside room 402 of Building A1. The sound of keys unlocking the door resonates. Mom and Dad, your obedient daughter is back. Did you miss me? A girl's voice emerges even before the door fully opens. Xinjie is back. It's been a week since we last met. I've missed you terribly, my darling. A middle-aged woman, still donning an apron, rushes out from the kitchen, enveloping the newly arrived Yuan Xinjie in her embrace. Look at you two, after just a few days apart. Is it necessary to be this sentimental? Remarks a middle-aged man seated on the sofa, casually perusing a newspaper. Yuan Baoguo, Xinjie is my daughter. It's the first time she has been away from me for so long. How can I not worry? Yuan Xinjie's mother, Jiang Feiyu, responds with urgency. As for you, your nonchalance, does that mean Xinjie is no longer your daughter? Shuqin, I was merely making an offhand comment. No need to escalate it, the man retorts. Yuan Xinjie promptly interrupts their exchange, saying, Mom and Dad, I just walked in, and you're already bickering in front of me. Is this your way of welcoming me? The middle-aged man is Yuan Xinjie's father, Yuan Baoguo, a 39-year-old with a square face that exudes integrity, a former military officer. He transitioned to a role in the local public security system, where he has consistently excelled, recently attaining the position of director of the Chaodian District Public Security Bureau. Yuan Xinjie's mother, Jiang Feiyu, aged 38, was formerly an artistic performer in a military cultural troupe. She fell in love with Yuan Bao during their time in the military and married him, later following him into civilian life. She currently serves as the office director in a department under the municipal committee. As Jiang Feiyu guides Yuan Xinjie to sit down, she inquires, Xinjie, hurry and tell me how you've been at school. You've even tanned a bit. Mom, you know how it is with military training. Who doesn't he get sunburned? I actually fared better than some. Many of the boys in my class don't even know how to apply sunscreen and have peeled from sunburn. Yuan Xinjie replies. Participating in military training as a college freshman helps instill a sense of national defense and organizational discipline, while also fostering a resilient work ethic that will serve them throughout their lives. Shuqin, you needn't worry, Yuan Baoguo interjects. Xinjie, ignore your father. We may not share his lofty ideals. Let us talk about something interesting that happened at school, Jiang Feiyu encourages. Mom, you wouldn't believe it. In front of over 50 classmates, I lost to a boy. Your daughter is no longer the undefeated champion. Yuan Xinjie reflects with a hint of regret. Do tell me how that happened? Who is this remarkable person capable of defeating my daughter? Jiang Feiyu inquires with keen interest. Yuan Baoguo also sets aside his newspaper. Ears perked up to listen intently. Yuan Xinjie then recounts the entire saga, embellishing the details as she goes. In this light, your defeat seems quite justified. You are indeed a clever student, adept at leveraging your strengths while evading weaknesses, thus completely outmaneuvering you. Furthermore, your opponent was thoroughly prepared in advance, making your loss rather inevitable. From my perspective, your position as the deputy class monitor is largely due to your grandfather's influence, as your advisor has taken special care of you. After hearing this, Yuan Mama commented. Yuan Xinjie's grandfather, Jiang Weiman, is the president of the prestigious Beijing Institute of Technology. Given Yuan Xinjie's impressive college entrance examination scores, she could have easily enrolled in the computer science department at Tsinghua University, but chose Beijing Institute of Technology instead due to her grandfather's connections. Mom, why do you undermine my achievements to elevate others? Yuan Xinjie protested. Jiang Feiyu replied, I am merely stating the facts. Yuan Xinjie countered. I did not suffer a total defeat. At least I managed to extort 3 meals from him, regaining some dignity. Such behavior is rather childish. Only a child would resort to such tactics to reclaim face, Jiang Feiyu remarked with annoyance, feeling for the first time that her daughter's academic pursuits had dulled her emotional intelligence. A young woman must always remain vigilant. How can you be sure they are not deliberately approaching you in this manner, feigning hospitality and apologies, when their true intention is to pursue you? Yuan Baoguang interjected. It was evident that Jiang Feiyu and Yuan Baoguang viewed the situation from contrasting perspectives. Comrade Yuan Baoguang, your old habits from criminal investigation have resurfaced. You suspect everyone of being a villain, Yuan Xinjie retorted, exasperated. Dad, this is a bold hypothesis, grounded in empirical evidence. It adheres to the principles of dialectical materialism. Yuan Baoguang defended himself. Let us cease this discussion, Comrade Yuan. Someone previously promised to assist me in purchasing a computer once I entered university. When do you intend to fulfill that promise? Yuan Xinjie deftly diverted the conversation. Yuan Baoguang replied, Tomorrow, I will have your mother take you to make the purchase. I have a meeting and cannot accompany you. Comrade Yuan, your absence is acceptable, but you must reimburse the expenses, Yuan Xinjie said with a smile. Yuan Baoguang reluctantly produced a bank card and said, All right, I will cover the expenses, but choose something reasonable. My wallet isn't particularly plump. Thank you, Dad. You are the best. Yuan Xinjie exclaimed, planting a kiss on his cheek before heading off to dinner. At 7:30 p.m., inside Huasian computer, Sister Jiang was tallying the day's earnings while Jiang Feiyu assisted Ah Ching in organizing the computer components in the display cabinet, securing the valuable parts in the storage room. Xiao Jiang, come over here for a moment. This is your commission for today, totaling 2470. 8 yuan. Count it. Sister Jiang called out, handing him a bundle of cash. Today was quite fortunate. I managed to close 6 orders in total, Jiang Feiyu noted. No need for that. Sister Jiang, do you really doubt my integrity? If there is nothing else, I'll head back to school now and return tomorrow morning, Jiang Feiyu replied. A hint of excitement in his voice as he realized his assets had doubled after just one day of work. He took the money and placed it in his pocket, aware that now was not the time for a detailed count. All right then, you may leave. Just be sure to arrive on time tomorrow, Sister Jiang said. After watching Jiang Feiyu walk away, a Chung approached Sister Jiang from behind and said, Sister Jiang, I fail to understand why you would shelter this person of uncertain background in our shop. What if he discovers our secret? Sister, we are merely hiding here temporarily. We must assimilate into the lives of ordinary people to safeguard ourselves. At the very least, we ought to appear somewhat normal. Look at you. With that perpetually cold and expressionless face, one might think you are a killer. We have operated this shop for quite some time now, yet we have not secured a single transaction. Sooner or later, we will arouse suspicion. I need to find someone more ordinary and capable to help mask our presence. Sister Jiang explained. I only know how to kill. Asking me to commit murder is feasible, but selling computers is truly beyond my expertise. A Chung retorted. Sister Jiang turned her head and shot a Chung a glare, prompting him to immediately fall silent. Yet, a Chung pressed on with another question. But why him? Why so many questions? I find him agreeable, Sister Jiang replied quietly. All right, you are the boss. Your word is final. A Chung conceded before returning to organize the items on the counter. Chapter 14. Yuan Xinjia's discovery at 8 o'clock the next morning. Jiang Feiyu arrived punctually at Huizhong Computers. A Chung was arranging computer components taken from the storeroom on the shelves, while the elder sister sat at the cash register enjoying her breakfast, a quintessential meal of the capital, fermented mung bean juice, stir-fried liver, accompanied by steamed buns. Xiao Jiang, you're here. Have you had breakfast? Would you like some warm qing foam buns? The elder sister greeted Jiang Feiyu warmly upon his arrival. No need to trouble yourself, sister. I already had breakfast at school before coming. Please enjoy yours. I just need to grab some flyers and attend to the customers. Time is money. Jiang Feiyu politely declined her kind offer. Xiao Jiang, are you in dire need of money? Surely what you earned yesterday is enough for a year's living expenses. She asked, puzzled. Jiang Feiyu explained, if my only aim was to secure 3 meals a day, I certainly wouldn't need to work this hard. However, as humans, who doesn't aspire for something greater? Perhaps my ambitions are simply more substantial. I do not comprehend the pursuits of your generation. Well, you go on with your work. All right, I shall take my leave now. Chenggu, I'll leave the shop in your capable hands. Jiang Feiyu called out to a Chung as he exited. 2 hours later, outside Zhongwankan Electronic City, Yuan Xinjia and her mother, Jiang Shuqin, prepared to enter the electronic market. Mom, are you feeling hot? The sun is quite intense. Shall we find a place to grab a drink before looking for computers? Yuan Xinjia suggested. No need. Let us hurry and make our purchases so we can return home. Her mother replied. Hopefully, Dad wants to have a meeting today. He could drive us here. What are you thinking, child? Your father drives a public vehicle. If acquaintances see him, it could lead to complications. Do not speak such things in public again, her mother admonished. Understood, dear mother. Let us go with this one. It's the largest. Hurry and buy what we need so we can leave. Her mother pointed to the largest storefront, Jiachin Computers. Mom, look. That's Jiang Feiyu, the class leader I mentioned. Yuan Xinjia exclaimed, turning to enter when she unexpectedly spotted Jiang Feiyu leading a woman into a computer store several meters away. When her mother turned to look, she could only see Jiang Feiyu's back. Shall we go see what he is up to? Yuan Xinjia asked, unaware of her growing curiosity about him. What is there to see? He is probably just handing out flyers, perhaps doing part-time work, her mother replied dismissively. Let us just take a look. We need to buy a computer anyway. He could recommend something for us. With a familiar face. Perhaps the owner would offer us a discount, Yuan Xinjia suggested, and her mother was clearly swayed by the last statement. As they entered Huizhong Computers, Jiang Feiyu was busy promoting to the woman he had just met. Ms. Wang, I highly recommend this flagship Dell commercial laptop, equipped with the latest Intel Pentium 4 processor, 256 megabytes of memory, and a 30 gigabytes hard drive. It comes with a complimentary licensed office software worth 699 yuan. The exceptionally high resolution is ideal for design and graphics. This computer is tailor-made for professional women like you, Jiang Feiyu eloquently spoke. Hey, Jiang Feiyu, are you working part-time here? A familiar voice called from behind. Yuan Xinjie. Is that you? And this must be your mother? Jiang Feiyu turned to see Yuan Xinjie linking arms with a middle-aged woman, the resemblance between them quite evident. Hello, Jiang. I am Xinjie's mother. I hope she hasn't caused you any trouble at school. Yuan's mother greeted him politely, her words reflecting a refined demeanor. There's no need to be so formal, madam. Please have a seat with Xinjie while I attend to Ms. Wang. I'll come back to greet you shortly, Jiang Feiyu replied. Motioning for a Ching, could you please bring 2 cups of water? He then turned back to Ms. Wang. How are you considering the options? This one is indeed good, but it is a bit pricey, over 1,000 yuan more than the previous model, she hesitated. Ms. Wang, allow me to share my perspective. Software is evolving rapidly, and the demands for computer performance are increasing. If your budget allows, opting for the higher configuration now is more economical. Otherwise, in 2 years, the hardware may not keep pace with the software. Upgrading software is straightforward, but upgrading the computer means replacing the entire unit, which can be quite costly. Jiang Feiyu's extensive experience enabled him to strike a chord with the customer. All right, I will take this one then. The woman finally decided after a moment of contemplation. Sister, could you please prepare the invoice? I will entertain my classmates and their mother. Jiang Feiyu called out to his sister. Sure, I'll handle this, Xiao Jiang. You go attend to your friends, she replied. Madam, are you here to help Xinjie purchase a computer? Jiang Feiyu knew who had the final say and directed his question to Yuan's mother. Jiang Feiyu, if your recommendation satisfies us, we will purchase it today. After all, we are acquaintances, and you must not lead us astray, Yuan Xinjie said, her beautiful eyes sparkling. Xiao Jiang, since Xinjie is now in college, her father and I are considering getting her a computer. Do you have any good recommendations? Yuan's mother nodded in agreement. Madam, please come this way. I suggest this model. The Lenovo Pro V2 Home Edition, which is specifically targeted at young students. Since Xinjie will be using the school's computer lab for her professional courses and primarily watching movies, listening to music, and researching, there is no need for high specifications. Jiang Feiyu understood that he could not mislead acquaintances as if they were ordinary customers, considering they would meet again in the future. Yuan's mother continued, Xiao Jiang, I heard from my colleagues that assembled computers are significantly cheaper than branded ones, offering the same performance at a much lower cost. Is that true? Jiang Feiyu patiently elucidated. Auntie, this statement is both correct and incorrect. To put it simply, the components of an assembled computer originate from various manufacturers. When a malfunction occurs, it is often challenging to receive comprehensive after-sales service. Its affordability comes at the cost of post-purchase support. In contrast, branded machines come with a 1-year warranty provided by the original manufacturer. Although after the warranty period, subsequent services require out-of-pocket expenses, the quality of the original manufacturer's support is undoubtedly superior, and replacing certain components is far more convenient. Xinjie, what do you think? Yuan's mother turned to inquire about Xinjie's opinion. Mom, I trust your judgment, Yuan Xinjie replied, feeling hesitant to make a decision on such a significant matter. Recognizing her mother's greater experience, Jiang Feiyu continued, Xinjie, why don't you try operating the computer to see if it meets your expectations? If it doesn't satisfy you, we can explore other options. If we aren't content with our selection, I will accompany you to other stores to ensure that my classmates do not suffer any disadvantage. Young man, let us discuss the price. Yuan's mother nodded in agreement, assessing Jiang Feiyu's sincerity based on their earlier conversation. Please wait a moment, Auntie. I will request a discount from the boss, Jiang Feiyu said, discreetly pulling the older sister aside to avoid the recently finished transaction with another customer. Since this is your classmate, I can offer a 10% discount, she replied graciously. Thank you, sister, Jiang Feiyu responded. Don't mention it. In the future, when you refer your classmates to our store for computer purchases, they will receive the same discount. Auntie, the total price is 320 yuan, and with the 10% discount, it amounts to 688 yuan. Additionally, I can include a mouse pad as a complimentary gift within my authority. Jiang Feiyu calculated and presented the price to Yuan's mother. That sounds acceptable. You are Xinjie's classmate, and I trust you, Yuan's mother replied. Auntie, please have a seat with Xinjie while I retrieve a new unit from the storeroom. Installing the system will take a little time, Jiang Feiyu said before heading to the back to fetch a new computer. Half an hour later, as Jiang Feiyu observed Yuan's mother preparing to make the payment, he suddenly told the older sister, Sister, Please deduct my commission from this transaction to offset their costs. She said nothing, recalculating the total, which, after excluding Jiang Feiyu's commission, came to 5,358 for yuan. She rounded it down to 5,350 yuan. Yuan's mother glanced at Jiang Feiyu in surprise. He smiled in acknowledgement. After the payment was completed, Jiang Feiyu assisted them in carrying the computer to the entrance of the electronics market and called a taxi. Throughout the entire process, Yuan Xinjie engaged in cheerful conversation with Jiang Feiyu, feeling both the thrill of acquiring her own computer and gratitude for Jiang Feiyu's gesture of covering over 300 yuan of her expenses with his commission. In these times, 300 yuan held considerable purchasing power, equivalent to the living expenses of many students for 2 to 3 months. In the taxi, Yuan Xinjie continued to excitedly converse with her mother. Your classmate is quite a decent person, Mom. I see many admirable qualities in him. He could be a great friend to deepen your relationship with. It wouldn't be bad to date someone like him in the future, Yuan's mother remarked unexpectedly. Yuan Xinjie blushed and said, Mom, why do you suddenly bring this up? What does it have to do with anything? You've only met him once. What qualities do you see in him? She continued, let me point out a few things. His attire is rather plain, and it appears somewhat faded. His skin is tanned darker than that of the average person, and his hands bear the calluses of agricultural labor. He immediately sought part-time work as soon as the semester began. All these factors suggest he comes from a modest background, at least from an ordinary rural family. Last time he treated you to a meal that cost over 100, and this time he waived over 300 in fees from his commission. A person who has been accustomed to poverty for so long can still be generous to classmates. That speaks volumes about his character. Yuan's mother, indeed, had a keen insight into people. Perhaps he is drawn to your daughter's beauty and is being overly generous to curry favor? Yuan Xinjie retorted. Her mother replied. His gaze towards you is quite sincere. For over half an hour since we walked in, he displayed no expression of delight upon first seeing you. Nor did he cast a single sidelong glance your way. Can't a mother discern whether he harbors romantic feelings for you? Should I return the money from our last meal then? Yuan Xinjie hesitated. That isn't necessary. He likely earns a decent amount from his part-time job now. Perhaps you can repay the favor next time an opportunity arises, her mother said calmly. Yuan Xinjie felt a twinge of guilt. Believing her previous lavish spending on the meal had compelled Jiang Feiyu to seek part-time work in the first week of school, having been pampered since childhood. She subconsciously viewed university students as elite, feeling that working on the streets to earn money was beneath them. At this moment, her impression of Jiang Feiyu improved significantly, and she even felt a flicker of affection. Chapter 15. The conclusion of military training as the days pass. The military training at the Imperial Capital University of Technology approaches its conclusion. Today marks the final day of training, during which all first-year students will participate in a military drill to assess the outcomes of the past 20 days of rigorous training. Unfortunately, due to the abundance of residential neighborhoods and commercial streets surrounding the university, suitable venues for live ammunition exercises could not be found, resulting in the cancellation of live-fire shooting sessions. This has left many students somewhat disheartened, as it is a cherished aspiration for every young man to handle a real firearm. During this period, Jiang Feiyu devoted his weekdays to military training, while evenings were spent in the library, borrowing books on computer programming. His primary motivation was to present himself as a diligent and studious individual before his roommates, hoping to later attribute his achievements to self-directed learning. On weekends, he took up a part-time job at Huasian Computers, which has proven lucrative. His earnings, combined with his previous savings, have amassed a total of 13,190.21 yuan. The substantial income over these few weeks can be attributed to two factors: the back-to-school season, a peak time for electronics sales, and Jiang Feiyu's strategic position at the side entrance of the parking lot, a veritable goldmine for business. However, other computer retailers have recently recognized this advantageous location, diminishing his exclusive advantage. Jiang Feiyu holds a deep sense of gratitude towards manager Jiang, for not every employer is as generous as she in providing a well-paying part-time opportunity for a university student. Many of his peers are laboring under the scorching sun, distributing flyers for meager pay, while those with strong academic records are fortunate to secure tutoring jobs that yield only a few yuan per hour. Of course, Jiang Feiyu's ability to earn such a substantial amount also reflects his own skills. It is not commonplace to find someone with his eloquence and familiarity with computers. With military training concluding and the National Day holiday just 2 days away, Jiang Feiyu is eager to set his plans in motion. He intends to purchase a computer post-training and immerse himself in coding, along with renting an apartment, as storing a computer in the dormitory proves inconvenient. At a time when most students have yet to embark on their programming theory courses, Jiang Feiyu's proficiency already surpasses that of many instructors, making it difficult to explain should this be discovered. Additionally, he feels it necessary to inform manager Jiang of his resignation, as she has been quite supportive of him. Through his observations during this period, Jiang Feiyu has concluded that Aching, with his lack of sales acumen, is ill-suited for the sales role. His meager sales record indicates he is better suited for menial tasks in the store, such as inventory management. Should Jiang Feiyu resign, manager Jiang's business would likely suffer significantly, necessitating the recruitment of a replacement. At precisely 9 a.m., the sports field of the Imperial Capital University of Technology once again becomes a sea of green, reminiscent of 20 days prior. Compared to their initial performance, the new students now exhibit behaviors that are more aligned with military discipline, having gained an understanding of the importance of organizational discipline and collective honor. Soon, the leaders concluded their speeches, and the military training officially commenced. Class 1 of the computer science and technology major was the third to take the stage. The students stood in formation in the waiting area, and even Jiang Feiyu was as anxious as everyone else, his palms sweating. Each individual understood that even a single mistake could tarnish the honor of the entire class. At that moment, only Instructor Sun remained to bolster their spirits. Students, today we will witness the fruits of our 20 days of training. Do you have the confidence to earn a place among the top 3 in this military exercise? A resounding chorus of affirmation erupted, almost instinctively. Yes, yes, yes. Before long, it was time for Class 1 to perform. Instructor Sun jogged to the front of the line, and at that instant, the atmosphere became charged. The gaze of all 53 students was fixated upon him, awaiting his command. Everyone, a line to the right, look ahead, march. Upon the command to march, all stepped forward in unison, exerting their utmost strength as their left feet struck the ground. Marching, saluting, standing at ease, aligning to the right, and looking forward, each member of Class 1 executed the military drill with precision. When Instructor Sun finally called for the dismissal of the formation, a wave of exhaustion washed over them, the kind of fatigue that arises from intense concentration, a sentiment that resonated with everyone. Regrettably, despite their valiant efforts, Class 1 did not secure any awards, leaving a sense of disappointment lingering in the air. After the drill, Jiang Feiyu presented Instructor Sun with a commemorative gift, a soldier sculpture model inscribed with the words presented by Class 1 of the 2001 Computer Science and Technology major. On the playground, both male and female students bid a heartfelt farewell to Instructor Sunday. Over the course of their time together, they had forged a deep bond. While Instructor Sun was strict during training, he was affable in private, teaching them military songs and sharing numerous anecdotes from his military life. A few of the girls even harbored secret affections for him. In the final moments, the boys embraced Instructor Sun one by one as they said their goodbyes, while many of the girls wept with red-rimmed eyes. As Instructor Sun bid them farewell and boarded the military vehicle, it slowly pulled away from the campus, marking the end of their freshman military training experience. At 7 p.m., the 53 students of Class 1 gathered in room 102 of Building 1. A few of the boys had not yet changed out of their military training uniforms, likely having rushed to the internet CAF immediately after the training concluded. Counselor Li Jian observed the students, noting their relaxation after the rigorous training, and felt compelled to address them. Seeing your current spirits, I believe that each of you has gained much from these 21 days of military training. However, with the training now concluded, I hope you can refocus your minds on your studies, as academic pursuits should remain our primary endeavor. We gather here tonight primarily for 2 matters. The first matter at hand is that, in just 2 days, the National Day holiday will commence, granting us a 7-day respite from school. Cheers erupted from the audience before Counselor Li Jian could finish his announcement, prompting him to tap the table several times to restore order. Li Jian continued, stating that those who needed to return home should report to him for registration shortly. He emphasized one requirement. Regardless of whether students choose to return home or remain on campus, safety is of utmost importance. As adults, it should be unnecessary for him to remind them of what actions are appropriate and what are not. Li Jian proceeded with his usual discourse, stating the second matter. This evening, we must elect the inaugural class leaders. The purpose of electing class leaders is to enhance service to all classmates. Class leaders must sacrifice considerable personal time and energy to assist others. Thus, those who seek merely to wield a semblance of authority should refrain from running for office. Ultimately, aside from Jiang Feiyu and Yuan Qinzhi, who won the positions of class monitor and deputy monitor unopposed. The remaining class leader positions were fiercely contested. The list of inaugural class leaders for the Computer Science and Technology class of 2001 has been freshly unveiled. Class monitor, Jiang Feiyu, male, from room 302. Male dormitory A5 deputy monitor, Yuan Xinjie, female, from room 501. Female dormitory A12 Youth League secretary, Li Mingguang, male, from room 301. Male dormitory A5 academic committee member, Zhao Feifei, female, from room 502. Female dormitory A12 sports committee member, Jiang Guangjie, male, from room 302. Male dormitory A5 life committee member, Wu Haichao, male, from room 203. Male dormitory A1 cultural committee member, Wang Xiaowen, female, from room 401. Female dormitory A12 organizational committee member, Zhang Qianjin, male, from room 201. Male dormitory A1 publicity committee member, Qian Mingxi, female, from room 401. Female dormitory A12 following the election. Jiang Feiyu led the newly appointed class committee in a brief inauguration speech, after which everyone dispersed to their respective homes. Just as Jiang Feiyu and the other 5 members of his dormitory reached the classroom door, 2 voices simultaneously called out to him. Class monitor, Jiang Feiyu, wait a moment. Turning around, he saw Yuan Xinjie and Wang Xiaowen, both surprised to encounter each other, exchanging awkward glances. If you have something to discuss, we'll take our leave, said the 3rd member, Su Tianxing, pulling the curious Liao Yongxian along with him. You all wait for me in the corridor for a moment. It shouldn't take long, Jiang Feiyu replied. Although he was uncertain of the reason for the 2 girls' summons, he was keen to prevent his fellow dorm mates from departing, given their propensity for gossip. By the next day, rumors of jealousy between the 2 girls over him would likely spread throughout the entire class. Until he had secured Li Wandi's affections, he was reluctant to be entangled in excessive rumors. After a few seconds of awkwardness, it was Wang Xiaowen who broke the silence first. Class monitor. This is my first time serving as a class officer, and if there are any uncertainties in the future, I hope you can guide me. I'll take my leave now. You all take your time to chat. With that, she blushed and hurried away, leaving only her to know whether her words were spontaneous or premeditated. Jiang Feiyu felt a swarm of thoughts racing through his mind. With his 40 years of life experience, he could discern the subtle hints. During the selection of class officers, he noticed Wang Xiaowen casting furtive glances at him several times, which had already raised his suspicions. Now, he was almost 90% certain. Indeed, the trope of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress often leads to profound attachments, as the ancients have wisely observed. Had Jiang Feiyu encountered such fortuitous events in his past life, he would have reveled in silent joy. Yet now, his heart belonged solely to Li Wani. Other girls were merely burdens to him. He believed he was not yet the kind of person who would indulge in 2 relationships simultaneously. Is there something you need? Jiang Feiyu turned his gaze to Yuan Xinjie. She replied, I haven't had the chance to thank you for helping me with the computer purchase last time. I just wanted to express my gratitude. If you ever need my assistance, please don't hesitate to ask. No need for thanks. We are all classmates. And it is only natural to support one another, Jiang Feiyu responded graciously. Then I'll take my leave. Goodbye, Yuan Xinjie said. Goodbye, Jiang Feiyu replied. At this moment, he could not fathom the myriad of variables that would unfold in this lifetime, weaving a narrative that starkly contrasted with their nearly parallel paths in the past. Chapter 16. Resignation and Purchasing a Computer. Jiang Feiyu glanced over the class schedule for the following day, which consisted solely of 2 foundational courses in the morning, Advanced Engineering Mathematics and Probability Theory and Mathematical Statistics. Currently, Jiang Feiyu's capabilities were exemplified through his practical programming skills and life experiences. He had long since relinquished theoretical knowledge to his university professors. If he were to approach class with indifference, he would inevitably find himself among those who fail at the end of the semester. As the class monitor, leading the way in academic failure would be quite a blow to his dignity and reputation. Thus, to avoid becoming the subject of ridicule behind his back, he paid earnest attention in class. Many individuals, during their university years, are presented with opportunities for learning but deem theoretical concepts as inconsequential, neglecting to study them diligently. It is only after gaining a certain breadth of life experience in society that one realizes such theoretical knowledge not only enriches personal intellectual reserves, but also broadens one's horizons. At this juncture, it is pertinent to discuss the categorization of disciplines within the computer science and technology major. Firstly, there are general knowledge subjects, such as advanced engineering mathematics, probability theory and mathematical statistics, discrete structures, mechanics, economics, environmental science, and law. Secondly, foundational subject knowledge includes courses on programming design, data structures, computer organization, operating systems, and computer networking concepts. Thirdly, specialized knowledge encompasses courses on programming languages, system architecture, cryptographic algorithms, mathematical logic, and principles of data structures. Finally, practical hands-on experience is addressed, which includes both software and hardware operational courses. The curriculum for the first year predominantly focuses on imparting general and foundational knowledge, accumulating theoretical understanding. As for freshmen wishing to engage in hands-on practice and freely utilize school computers from the outset, such aspirations are rather unrealistic. The advanced mathematics course is taught by a venerable professor from the college, whose teaching style is notably engaging and humorous. He often draws upon a wealth of references related to the textbook content, skillfully weaving narratives about the inventors of mathematical formulas into his lectures. In the initial class, the novelty for everyone was still palpable, and they listened attentively. However, Jiang Feiyu understood that it would not take long before this group revealed their true selves. The tradition in university is that the instructor lectures while the students remain indifferent. As long as attendance is marked and they pass the final exam with a score above 60, to the teacher, they are merely names on a class roster. Hence, there exists a common understanding regarding seating arrangements in university classrooms. The first 3 rows are occupied by earnest students. Rows 4 to 9 are filled with those who occasionally engage while primarily attending to their own affairs, and from row 10 onward, the seats are essentially reserved for those who prefer to slumber during lectures. Following advanced mathematics, the next course is probability theory and mathematical statistics, taught by a young female instructor whose name Jiang Feiyu managed to remember, hónglì. Her appeal in the classroom was evidently greater than that of the previous elderly professor. Although whether the male students were captivated by the subject matter or the youthful instructor was of no concern to Jiang Feiyu. As class monitor, he held authority over various class affairs, excluding the enforcement of academic diligence. Even the academic committee members merely collected and distributed assignments and conveyed notifications from the instructor, which seems quite remarkable. Prior to university, education was largely exam-oriented. Upon entering university, one becomes an adult, responsible for their own actions and learning. It is a personal endeavor, with self-discipline being paramount. Thus, university is characterized by stringent admission yet lenient graduation policies. Whether one learns is a matter of personal choice. And post-graduation success is often unrelated to academic performance. University teaches one to approach problems and solutions with an adult mindset. Each class typically has a few diligent students who excel academically, destined to become the future seeds of scientific advancement. After the noon class, Jiang Feiyu requested his friend to assist in carrying his textbooks back to the dormitory while he walked towards the campus gate. Seizing the opportunity of a free afternoon, he intended to visit Huasian Computers to inform Jiang Jie of his resignation and also to order some computer components through her supply channel. The computer he aimed to assemble needed to meet specific development requirements and support early system version testing, thus necessitating high performance. Jiang Feiyu decided to construct it himself, as he was capable of handling common repairs and had no high expectations for after-sales service. Based on his estimates, the total cost for assembly would be between 8,000 to 8,500 yuan. Upon arriving at Huasian Computers, he found the store relatively empty, with only Jiang Jie and a Cheng present. "Xiao Jiang, what brings you here? Don't you have class this afternoon?" Jiang Jie inquired, surprised. Jiang Feiyu replied, "Jiang Jie, I am here to formally resign. I will be busy with my studies and personal matters, leaving me no time for part-time work here. I wanted to express my gratitude for your care during this period." Jiang Jie responded, "Is there something lacking in my support, or do you feel the commission is insufficient? These matters can certainly be discussed." Jiang Feiyu explained, "Sister, it is not as you suggest. You have been very considerate to me. I simply have other, more pressing matters to attend to, which will consume all my time outside of studying. Truly, this is a personal predicament." "Very well, since that is the case, I shall not insist upon your presence. Should you wish to return in the future, you are always welcome here," said Sister Jiang, her voice tinged with a hint of melancholy. Jiang Feiyu then inquired, "Sister Jiang, could you assist me in procuring some computer components through your connections? I require the assembly of a high-performance computer." Sister Jiang responded, "What components do you need? Just convey your requirements to Cheng, and he will communicate with the supplier over the phone. We can have the items ready by tomorrow." Jiang Feiyu jotted down his specifications for the CPU, graphics card, memory, hard drive, and other components. However, when he was about to pay a portion of the deposit, Sister Jiang outright declined. Sister Jiang, after I depart, you should consider hiring someone else. Brother Qing cannot manage everything alone, Jiang Feiyu remarked as he turned back before leaving. Rest assured, if a suitable candidate arises, I shall recruit someone anew. Sister Jiang nodded in agreement. After leaving Huizhong Computers, Jiang Feiyu, considering he had ample time, decided to look for housing. There were quite a few rental options available near the school, with the sole requirement being proximity to facilitate convenient travel between the school and his residence. In 2001, the average housing price within the second ring road in the capital was merely 7,000 to 8,000 yuan per square meter, and even cheaper beyond the third ring, where the average price for commercial housing hovered around 5,000 to 6,000 yuan. In comparison to the staggering prices of over 100,000 per square meter in later years, this was indeed a pleasant contrast. Considering the average monthly salary of workers during this period was 1,500 yuan, those unable to purchase homes now, if circumstances remain unchanged, will still be unable to afford them in 10 years, for their salary growth will never outpace the rise in housing prices. During the SARS outbreak in 2003, many anticipated a decline in housing prices. Similarly, during the global financial crisis in 2008, numerous individuals predicted a downturn in the real estate market. Yet, what transpired? Did housing prices fall? They did not. Anyone with a modicum of economic understanding will discern that as long as China's economy maintains a certain growth rate annually, the overall trend of housing prices is unlikely to decline. The government requires the substantial economic sector of real estate to work in tandem with monetary policy, releasing currency to stimulate economic circulation and development, which falls under the domain of macroeconomic regulation. Chapter 17. Off-campus housing. Although the cost of renting a place is not excessively high relative to Jiang Feiyu's earning potential, he intends to secure a modest two-bedroom apartment as a temporary solution. A two-bedroom unit is just right, one room for his computer and work, and the other for sleeping, making a larger space unnecessary and a waste of funds. After wandering through several streets, Jiang Feiyu realized that searching for housing this way was inefficient. Hence, he sought out a real estate agency near the university, valuing the time he lacked. A small fee for their services could yield greater efficiency. Upon detailing his requirements, the agent arranged for a young man named Wu Haichao to assist him. Jiang Feiyu initially thought it was a classmate working part-time, only to discover that they merely shared a name. Wu Haichao informed him, "Mr. Jiang, based on your specifications, I have shortlisted 3 suitable properties for you. Please have a look. If any pique your interest, we can visit them immediately." The first option was in the Qingjianjuan community, a residential complex built a few years prior. Situated on the 10th floor, this 2-bedroom, 1-living-room apartment spans 68 square meters, fully furnished with appliances, and rented for 900 yuan per month, requiring a 2-month deposit and 1 month's rent in advance with a minimum lease of 1 year. It was located approximately 2 kilometers from Beijing Institute of Technology. The second option was in the old textile factory workers' dormitory. This walk-up apartment on the 3rd floor featured 2 bedrooms and 1 living room, covering 64 square meters. Though somewhat aged, it was available for 500 yuan per month, fully furnished, with a 1-month deposit and 3 months rent up front, requiring a minimum lease of 6 months. It was about 600 meters from Beijing Institute of Technology. The third option was in a standard residential building, also a walk-up located on the 5th floor, with 2 bedrooms and 1 living room, covering 74 square meters. This unit cost 700 yuan per month, fully furnished with a few appliances, requiring a 1-month deposit and 2 months rent in advance, with a minimum lease of 6 months, situated around 900 meters from the university. After reviewing the details of all 3 properties, Jiang Feiyu gravitated toward the third option, followed by the second, and lastly the first. Primarily due to the distance of the first property, which would consume too much time walking to the university, he resolved to first visit the second and then the third, as these 2 were relatively close, optimizing his time effectively. After making his decision, Wu Haichao rode his motorcycle, taking Jiang Feiyu to the old textile factory workers' dormitory. This building, erected in the 1980s, stood 5 stories tall and appeared quite antiquated. In Jiang Feiyu's eyes, such an old structure would likely be demolished and rebuilt due to urban redevelopment in a few years. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, Wu Haichao unlocked the door to room 303, ushering Jiang Feiyu inside while providing an introduction. According to Wu Haichao, the landlord was a retired worker from the old textile factory, now residing in his son's new home, leaving this apartment vacant. The interior was surprisingly tidy, with tile floors and mostly wooden furniture that had been used by the landlord for over a decade. Jiang Feiyu even noticed portraits of Mao Zedong and Zhu De on the living room wall. After exploring the apartment, he requested Wu Haichao to take him to view the third property. The third residence is situated within a standalone apartment building known as Tiqing Building, which was initially constructed through collective funding by local residents as a small property rights housing project. The structure comprises 7 stories and is less than 5 years old. Upon entering room 501, Wu Haichao's gaze is met with an expansive balcony. The living room is elegantly separated from the balcony by floor-to-ceiling glass. At approximately 5 in the afternoon, the warm western sunlight floods into the living room, providing ample natural light and ventilation. From the balcony, one can gaze out and directly see the teaching buildings of Beijing University of Technology. Although the northward orientation of the living room may render it somewhat chilly during the winter months, this poses no concern for a young individual like Jiang Feiyu. The interior decor is styled in a modern fashion. The master bedroom is furnished with a large bed, a bedside table, and a vanity, requiring merely the addition of bedding for immediate occupancy. The secondary bedroom is distinctly designed for children, featuring a small bed and a fairly large desk, perfectly suited for use as a study. Mr. Jiang, are you satisfied with this room? Wu Haichao inquired, noting that all the furnishings were provided by the landlord 2 years prior, and they remain in excellent condition. The household appliances, including the kitchen gas stove and the bathroom water heater, all utilize piped natural gas. Wu Haichao continued to elaborate enthusiastically. Mr. Wu, let us choose this one. Can we sign the contract and obtain the keys today? Jiang Feiyu interjected. Oh, certainly, Mr. Jiang. Please hold on for a moment while I call the landlord. Wu Haichao replied, retrieving his phone to contact the landlord. Mr. Jiang, the landlord is available now and will arrive in about half an hour. Let us wait here while you take a look around, Wu Haichao said excitedly after the call. For him, this transaction took no more than 40 minutes. And securing a commission of 350 yuan for just 2 viewings was remarkably efficient, even after accounting for the company's share. Half an hour later, the landlord arrived. A man in his 30s, donned in formal attire and spectacles, who proactively handed Jiang Feiyu a business card. Zhang Ruifeng, market manager of China Mobile Communications Group Corporation, Beijing branch. Jiang Feiyu was somewhat taken aback. The recent separation of China Mobile and China Telecom meant that, despite his current position, Zhang could ascend to a higher rank, potentially vice general manager or above, within a few years amidst the impending boom in mobile telecommunications. Through their conversation, Jiang learned that this apartment had previously been the residence of Zhang Ruifeng and his family, hence the excellent condition of the furnishings and appliances. Now residing in a new 3-bedroom apartment, Zhang was renting out these 2 rooms. Additionally, Jiang discovered that Zhang had already installed the telecommunication lines, allowing him to activate an account at the telecom bureau for immediate use. Zhang's only stipulation was that tenants maintain cleanliness and avoid damaging the interior of the property. Jiang Feiyu presented his student ID from Beijing University of Technology along with his personal identification to alleviate any concerns. Subsequently, he examined Zhang's property certificate and identification. Conveniently, Wu Haichao had a contract template on hand, and they proceeded to sign a 1-year lease agreement on-site. 3 individuals descended the stairs and sought out a nearby bank. Jiang Feiyu transferred 100 yuan to Zhang Ruifeng, covering a month's deposit along with 2 months' rent. He also withdrew 500 yuan in cash to pay Wu Haichao a brokerage fee of 350 yuan. Subsequently, Jiang Feiyu received 2 keys to the apartment, which would be exclusively his for a year, provided he paid the rent punctually. In the vicinity, he visited several small shops, spending over 100 yuan to acquire essential household items such as a quilt, bed linens, pillows, toothbrushes, toothpaste, and towels. Upon returning to his new abode, Jiang Feiyu meticulously arranged the space. This was his very first nest. Although the apartment was rented, it was a significant improvement compared to the meager 10-square-meter room he had shared with Li Wanqi in the urban village during his previous life. After decorating the room, Jiang Feiyu thoroughly cleaned every corner, and by the time he finished, it was already past 8 in the evening. He planned to move in after the National Day holiday, as he needed to retain his dormitory bed for the time being. He figured his roommates could manage the dorm inspections for now. Considering the numerous instances of university students spending all night at internet cafes and not returning home. Furthermore, He was aware that the process of applying to move out of the dormitory could be quite cumbersome, requiring parental consent. And he preferred to keep his situation from his parents for the time being, as it would complicate explanations. Chapter 18. Pleased to meet you. Jiang Feiyu extinguished the lights in the living room and, with a casual flick, opened the door, preparing to lock it behind him. Suddenly, a resounding thud echoed as the door collided with an object, accompanied by a startled gasp, realizing that he had inadvertently struck a passerby on the staircase. Jiang Feiyu's heart sank. The door to his rented apartment consisted of 2 layers. The outer iron gate swung outward, while the inner wooden door opened into the room. He had turned off the living room lights before opening the door, neglecting to notice the pedestrian outside. As he emerged, he was met with the sight of a girl sprawled on the ground, her belongings scattered about. Hastily, he closed the door and crouched down, preparing to assist the fallen girl, only to be momentarily stunned. Wani? How could it be her? In the next heartbeat, his concern surged, and he blurted out, Wani, are you all right? Let me see where you're hurt. Does anything ache? Is your hand scraped? He grasped her hand, inspecting it with care until his actions startled her once more. Wani felt particularly unfortunate that day. It was her first evening tutoring at her employer's home, a job arranged by a senior who had introduced her to teach a 7-year-old boy how to play the piano. The employer's residence was conveniently located near the school, and she arrived punctually at 6:30. The employer welcomed her warmly, yet complications arose during the lesson. The young boy proved to be exceedingly mischievous, refusing to cooperate and reluctant to learn, which delayed the lesson for over an hour. Eventually, during a moment of distraction, he had snipped off a lock of her hair with scissors, leading her to witness the mother disciplining the unruly child with a stick. In the end, the boy's mother apologized profusely and asked her to return for another lesson the following evening. Having just descended to the 5th floor, she barely had time to react when the iron door of room 501 swung open abruptly, knocking her to the ground, before she could utter a word of reproach. The young man emerged, grasping her hand to check for injuries, causing her to instinctively retract her hand in fright. How did he know my name? It is he. Wani raised her head and recognized Jiang Feiyu, a student with whom she had previously crossed paths. The image of Jiang Feiyu silently weeping as he gazed at her left a profound impression on her. Could you please let me stand up first? You are blocking my way, was the first phrase uttered by Wani. I apologize, Wani. It was not my intention. I truly did not notice you. I am so sorry. It's all my fault. Please check if you're injured. If so, we must hurry to the hospital. Jiang Feiyu had yet to recover from his anxious concern, speaking in a somewhat disordered manner. He was nearly beside himself. To have his first close encounter with Wani occur under such circumstances was surely a disastrous first impression. How could he possibly rectify this? No need. I should be fine, Wani replied as she stood up, brushing off the dust from her trousers. Jiang Feiyu hurriedly picked up the items that had fallen to the ground and insisted, let's check once more, just in case there are any internal injuries. I have stated that I no longer require it. Please return the book to me, Wani firmly declined. Her nature was such that she exhibited courtesy and politeness towards strangers, yet lowered her guard with those she was familiar with. Oh, Jiang Feiyu replied, handing the book back to her. Wani took the book and proceeded downstairs. Wani, wait for me. Jiang Feiyu hurriedly locked the door behind him and chased after her. Why are you still following me? Wani turned and inquired. I intended to return to school anyway, and I have yet to apologize to you, Jiang Feiyu quickly explained. You already apologized a moment ago, repeatedly saying you were sorry. I do not intend to pursue the matter further, Wani responded. But that hardly constitutes an apology. Very well, I shall remain silent. Wani turned back, frowning at him. Jiang Feiyu understood that her furrowed brow indicated her anger or impatience, and thus he wisely chose to keep quiet. After walking a few steps, Wani paused again and glanced back at Jiang Feiyu. He preemptively clarified, I truly am heading back to school. Our paths merely coincide. I did not intend to follow you, and given how dimly lit this stretch is, I will escort you to the school gate and then take my leave, I assure you. Do we know each other? How do you know my name? Wani questioned. Puzzled. You are renowned as the belle of the economics department. It is only natural that I know your name. However, you certainly do not know me. I am merely an ordinary student at the Imperial Capital University of Technology, Jiang Feiyu decided to fabricate, as revealing that in a past life she was his wife would likely earn him a label of madness. Oh, Wani replied tersely, as she was not one to engage in lengthy conversations with strangers. Wani, I noticed that the book you were holding was a piano score. Are you here to teach piano? Jiang Feiyu continued, boldly seeking to maintain the conversation. In her previous life, Li Wani had passed the level 4 piano exam during her university years. Her father, Li Mabe, who was also Jiang Feiyu's father-in-law in that life, was a middle school music teacher and had nurtured her talent from a young age. To delve deeper into Li Wani's background, one must mention her father, Li Mabe, who hailed from a family steeped in music. After graduating from high school, he responded to the call of the nation by working in the remote Cabbage region of the Northwest. Following the reinstatement of the college entrance examination, he became one of the first to enroll in an arts university. After graduating, Li Mabe returned to his hometown, Hangqing, and became a middle school music teacher. It was there that he met Zhang Xiaolan, Li Wani's mother, and the two eventually married, welcoming Li Wani into the world. Jiang Feiyu's father-in-law, Li Mabe, epitomized the intellectual archetype, possessing a certain aloofness associated with scholars. He held a favorable view of Jiang Feiyu and was the only family member who did not oppose Li Wani's decision to marry him. In contrast, Zhang Xiaolan, Li Wani's mother, exhibited the shrewdness characteristic of a petty bourgeoisie, eagerly wishing for her daughter to find a suitable match. Upon learning of Li Wani's determination to wed Jiang Feiyu, she even resorted to threatening to sever their mother-daughter bond. Undeterred, Li Wani resolutely married the then-impoverished Jiang Feiyu. And it was only after the birth of her grandson, Yang, that Zhang Xiaolan finally set aside her grievances and accepted Jiang Feiyu. The senior introduced me to a tutoring job, and tonight I will be visiting the employer's home to teach their child piano for the first time. Initially, I was playfully teased by the child, and later, I accidentally bumped into you as you opened the door. Li Wani briefly recounted the events of the evening, uncertain as to why she felt inclined to confide in the young man before her. Jiang Feiyu suggested, I have a piece of advice for you. Either hold some leverage over the little rascal, threatening to inform his parents if he misbehaves, or gently persuade him by illustrating how mastering the piano will elevate his status at school, making him an object of admiration among his peers and attracting the attention of many female classmates. Admired? What does that mean? Li Wani inquired, puzzled by the unfamiliar term. It means impressive. It's a dialect from my hometown, Jiang Feiyu explained, somewhat embarrassed by his use of internet slang. Relieved that Li Wani hadn't caught the exact phrase. Thank you for your suggestion. I shall try that next time, Li Wani replied politely. Jiang Feiyu continued to engage her, asking, tutoring piano pays more than teaching regular subjects, doesn't it? It's decent. I earn 15 yuan an hour. And I can teach for 2 hours in an evening, Li Wani answered casually, unaware of his scrutiny. Jiang Feiyu calculated in his mind, the last class at school ends at 5:40 p.m., and tutoring sessions typically occur at fixed times. After dining in the cafeteria, she would likely arrive at Diqing building around 6:30 p.m. Thus, it could be inferred that her tutoring hours span from 6:30 p.m. to 8:30 p.m. Jiang Feiyu's meticulous calculations aimed to create an opportunity for a chance encounter with Li Wani after her evening sessions, aware of the serendipity of such a moment. He who does not seize the chance granted by heaven shall face its retribution, he silently mused. Suddenly, Li Wani remarked, by the way, you know my name. But I don't know how to address you. Jiang Feiyu quickly responded, I am Jiang Feiyu, Jiang as in rivers and lakes, Fei as in soaring gracefully, and you as an extraordinary presence. I am a freshman in the computer science department. I noticed you coming from room 501. Where do you reside? Li Wani asked, her beautiful eyes fixed on him. Waiting for his reply, this question caught Jiang Feiyu off guard. Should he speak the truth? Would she believe that he had just rented a room to start a business? The common perception of college students renting off-campus typically conjures images of young couples seeking a romantic escapade, building a love nest away from school. Should he fabricate a reason? His mind raced. He could say he was also there for tutoring, but she had seen him lock the door with his key, rendering that excuse implausible. Perhaps he could claim he was helping a friend look for a place? Perhaps the landlord has gone on a business trip and hired me to tend to the cat. How should I articulate this? I am anxiously awaiting responses. Ultimately, Jiang Feiyu resolved to speak the truth, for no matter how elaborate the excuses, they would invariably reveal flaws. A single lie demands a multitude of others to conceal it. And Jiang Feiyu did not wish to deceive Li Wani from the very outset of their acquaintance. He said, I recently rented an apartment. During this past month, I have been working part-time selling computers in Zhongguancun, earning over 10,000. I have an exciting project in mind and plan to study while pursuing my entrepreneurial ambitions in my spare time. The dormitory at school is rather inconvenient for my work, so I need to rent a place outside. It is certainly not as you might think. and I assure you, I do not have a girlfriend. So please do not speculate. I believe you. There is no need for such elaborate explanations, Li Wanyi replied, pausing to address Jiang Feiyu with sincerity. Jiang Feiyu scratched his head, uncertain whether Li Wanyi genuinely believed him or simply wished to end the conversation. 10 minutes later, they arrived at the entrance of Beijing Institute of Technology. Li Wanyi remarked, "We have reached the school gate, Jiang Feiyu. Thank you for escorting me." The implication was clear. She wanted him to refrain from following her further. With so many people around, the sight of them together might lead to unwarranted gossip. After her words, she proceeded into the school. "Wait a moment," Jiang Feiyu called out to her. Li Wanyi turned to him, her expression one of curiosity. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Li Wanyi," Jiang Feiyu said earnestly. She acknowledged. After a few moments, as Li Wanyi walked further away, Jiang Feiyu made his way back to the dormitory, pondering that there would be ample time ahead, and he could always wait for her again tomorrow evening. Chapter 19. The eve of National Day holiday. During the morning classes of the following day, Jiang Feiyu was lost in thought. Still captivated by the encounter with Li Wanyi the previous night, he pondered over his words from last evening, scrutinizing whether any of them had been inappropriate. His current state mirrored that of those who have just fallen into the throes of first love. Given that the next day marked the National Day holiday, the school had decided to forego afternoon classes, anticipating that many students would be returning home. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Feiyu headed to Huizhong Computers to retrieve his computer. When it came time to settle the payment, Sister Jiang insisted on charging him only the cost price of 7,300 yuan, thus saving him over 1,000 yuan. At that moment, Jiang Feiyu's bank balance stood at a mere 3,221 yuan. Even when factoring in the cash he carried and the balance on his meal card, he had just over 3,500 yuan at his disposal. After delivering the computer back to his rented accommodation, he proceeded to the telecommunications office, where he spent 680 yuan on 6 months of internet fees. Additionally, he had to set aside 1,400 yuan for 2 months' rent, leaving him with less than 1,500 yuan to his name. Until he secured new income, Jiang Feiyu needed to stretch this amount to last until December, necessitating frugality. At 5 p.m., Jiang Feiyu returned to his dormitory to collect a few changes of clothes. He exchanged pleasantries with Wei Changning, who was staying behind during the National Day holiday, and took the opportunity to have dinner in the cafeteria before heading back to his rented place. Upon connecting to the internet and powering up his computer, Jiang Feiyu spent a few minutes strategizing how to commence his work. Over the next 2 months, he aimed to independently develop 3 software projects: a cheat for Legend, a navigation website, and an internet CAF management system. For the Legend cheat, Jiang Feiyu needed to register an account and play for a day or two to evaluate suitable directions for cheat development. Subsequently, he would analyze the client code using a toolkit to identify vulnerabilities suitable for embedding cheat plugins. The toolkit's creation was not urgent. There remained nearly 2 months before Legend officially launched. The navigation website required domain registration as the first step, followed by system development. The workload for web development primarily revolved around constructing the system architecture, producing the front-end UI, and managing the back-end content. It was estimated that building the navigation website's architecture would take several days, and the front-end layout could initially draw inspiration from the later iteration of HAL 123. However, daily management of the navigation website would necessitate dedicated personnel, and deploying the system would ideally involve specialized servers. Next came the Internet CAF management system. The early models employed a combination with IC cards, but if developed independently, a temporary verification code generation approach could be adopted, thus eliminating the need for IC cards. The fundamental functional modules of the Internet CAF management system should encompass a charging module, a timer module, a role management module, specific to computers, remote screen locking, remote shutdown, and remote cleanup of internet debris, among others. Moreover, a backdoor should be reserved for future remote upgrades, including the potential to alter the IE browser homepage and automatically download bundled applications. If one were particularly unscrupulous, they could even block competitors' application logins. However, such actions would likely provoke backlash, reminiscent of the infamous 3Q war in later years. From this perspective, completing all the work single-handedly would require over a month to achieve a preliminary outcome. According to contemporary system development models, the development of a system should encompass various roles, including project management, requirements analysis, front-end and back-end development, architecture, database management, user interface design, and testing. However, now all these responsibilities rest solely on Jiang Feiyu's shoulders, presenting an immense workload. He decided to tackle the more challenging tasks first, beginning with the registration of the domain name for the navigation website. After contemplating for several minutes, and considering the ease of user recall, Jiang Feiyu conceived two potential names, one being So126, which combines the pinyin for search with the number 126. Inspired by the later success of Sogu in providing web search services, the other being Dao126, reflecting the navigation services offered by the website. Merging the pinyin for navigate with the same number. Ultimately, he opted for Dao126, reasoning that its pinyin would be more memorable than So. Fortunately, the annual management fee for registering the domain was only a few dozen yuan. Anticipating the need to establish a company in the future, he decided to register the company's domain simultaneously. He had already settled on the name Feiyu Technology, a tribute to his own name, ensuring that as long as the company existed, anyone mentioning Feiyu Technology would inherently think of its founder, Jiang Feiyu. After making the payment for the domain management fee online, the domains Dao126 and Feiyu were officially his. 2 hours later, Jiang Feiyu paused his coding efforts, feeling fatigued after 2 continuous hours of work, especially since his physical dexterity had yet to develop, resulting in relatively low efficiency. Writing code is indeed a monotonous endeavor. Those who endure the grueling 996 or even 997 work schedules in the modern era often find themselves compelled by the combined pressures of their employers and societal expectations. Checking the time on his computer, he noted it was already 2026. He walked to the living room, retrieved the key to his room, and opened the wooden door towards the interior, allowing him to listen for footsteps from the upstairs neighbors through the iron gate. After a moment's thought, he placed a bag of trash by the door, switched off the light in the room, and patiently leaned against the iron gate, waiting. As time passed, approximately 5 minutes later, he heard the sound of the iron gate opening from above, followed by the voices of 2 women. One voice appeared to belong to Liwani. Moments later, the distinct sound of footsteps descending the stairs echoed through the air. He quickly grasped the trash bag, opened the iron gate, and feigned preparation to exit. Timing it perfectly, just as Jiang Feiyu fully stepped out of his room, Liwani's figure appeared within his line of sight. "Hello, what a coincidence. Are you just finishing class and heading back to school?" Jiang Feiyu smiled, striving to make his expression appear natural to mask his inner tension. Liwani regarded him with a scrutinizing gaze and replied meaningfully, "Yes, indeed. What a coincidence, encountering you at the same time and place once again. Thankfully, you didn't open the door and bump into me tonight." Jiang Feiyu smiled awkwardly, sensing that his little ruse had been seen through by Liwani. Yet, he knew that he could not falter at this moment. He steeled himself and pressed on. "I'm heading downstairs to take out the trash, and will also grab some change of clothes from my dorm. If you don't mind, would you care to join me?" Liwani did not verbally refuse or agree. Instead, she simply walked past him towards the stairs. Interpreting her silence as tacit consent, Jiang Feiyu, with a thick skin, followed closely behind. Upon reaching the first floor, Jiang Feiyu casually disposed of the garbage and then trailed Liwani by a step. The two of them walking along the path back to school. After a moment, Liwani unexpectedly turned to him and said, "By the way, thank you for your suggestion last night. I shared stories about Beethoven, Chopin, and Liszt with Xiaoming, and he seemed much more eager to learn tonight, without causing any trouble. Oh, I forgot to mention, Xiaoming is the child I tutor for piano. I merely mentioned it in passing. Primarily, it's due to teacher Wani's excellent teaching, her vast knowledge, and her beauty that even the most mischievous child can be transformed." Jiang Feiyu struggled to find suitable adjectives. Liwani interrupted him, saying, "All right. You need not flatter me so. I sincerely appreciate your help. This is my first time as a tutor, and I have no experience interacting with children. Your advice was indeed beneficial." Jiang Feiyu quickly replied, "No need for thanks. We are all alumni. It was but a small effort." Jiang Feiyu was acutely aware of the delicate nature of their current relationship. He had been trying every possible way to create opportunities for serendipitous encounters with Liwani, deliberately refraining from expressing his affections or pursuing her, thus eliminating the chances of rejection. However, if he sought to deepen their relationship beyond that of mere alumni, it would breach the defenses she had built around her heart. After a brief silence, to Jiang Feiyu's surprise, it was Liwani who broke the stillness. "By the way, how is the entrepreneurial venture you mentioned last night?" "I'm quite curious," she inquired. "You know I'm studying computer technology, and I have a strong interest in the internet industry. Although the history of the internet spans only a few decades, Its impact on productivity has already surpassed that of the first and second industrial revolutions combined. China's internet development began relatively late, yet our growth has been rapid. As of this year, the number of internet users in China has exceeded 330 million, and I estimate that in the next decade, this figure will surpass 500 million. A new wave of internet revolution is on the verge of erupting, and its influence is beginning to permeate every facet of the economy. If we fail to seize this technological revolution, China will forfeit the chance to surpass the developed Western nations. As Jiang Feiyu delved into familiar territory, he transformed entirely. Brimming with confidence derived from his unwavering belief in the path he had chosen, he was resolute that his endeavors could affect societal change and was convinced of his eventual success. A flicker of astonishment passed through Li Wani's eyes. She found herself captivated by the confidence exuding from the boy before her. Although she was uncertain whether Jiang Feiyu's assertions were accurate, that did not deter her from believing everything he articulated. Li Wani continued to inquire, "What progress have you made thus far?" Jiang Feiyu replied, "This is merely the first step of a long journey. I have only just begun, yet I am well prepared and steadfastly adhering to my plan. I am confident that you will soon witness my accomplishments." Rarely offering encouragement, Li Wani said, "Keep going. I believe you will undoubtedly succeed." Jiang Feiyu felt a momentary daze. Recalling a similar scene from his previous life, when he had decided to resign and embark on his entrepreneurial journey, Li Wani had uttered the same words to him. She was a woman who silently supported him from behind. Unbeknownst to them, they had arrived at the school gate again, and this time, Li Wani did not gently refuse his company. If one were not to observe closely, they would appear as an ordinary couple strolling through the campus. Enveloped in a subtle atmosphere, fortunate that it was evening and few noticed their presence. Such moments of happiness are fleeting. Before long, they found themselves at the boys' dormitory of Building A5. Jiang Feiyu felt compelled to disrupt the delicate ambience. "I've arrived. I'll head up now. Goodbye," he stated. "All right." Li Wani replied succinctly. Just as he was about to ascend, Li Wani suddenly called out to him. "Is there something else?" Jiang Feiyu inquired. After a moment's hesitation, she said, "Xiaoming's family is traveling for the National Day holiday, and my piano lessons will resume afterward. You needn't wait for me tomorrow evening." Having said that, she turned and walked away. Due to the dim light, Jiang Feiyu was unable to discern the blush upon her cheeks, the shyness of a young girl. "She cares for me. She cares for me. Yes, I knew it. Persevere, persevere." Jiang Feiyu could no longer contain his emotions. Exuberantly waving his arms and exclaiming phrases only he could comprehend, drawing curious glances from passing students. After a few minutes, Jiang Feiyu regained his composure and retraced his steps back to his off-campus residence. Energized, he was eager to immerse himself in coding to channel his exuberance. In room 201 of the girls' dormitory in Building A12, Li Wani sat at her desk, lost in thought. She could scarcely articulate her feelings towards Jiang Feiyu. It was not quite affection, but she certainly did not mind his proximity, aware that he approached her with intent. He had never behaved in a manner that made her uncomfortable. In truth, she harbored a deep-seated fear of walking alone at night. The journey from her tutoring job back to the school gate felt much safer with Jiang Feiyu's company. A sense of security she had previously only experienced with her female friends and parents. "Hey, her roommate, Huang Inxue, suddenly startled her from behind. In a teasing tone, Huang Inxue remarked, "What are you daydreaming about so intently? Has our fairy Wani fallen in love? You are merely teasing me, attempting to frighten me." While I retaliate with playful scratches. Instantly, the dormitory was filled with the joyful laughter of two girls engaging in their playful antics. Chapter 20. Jiang Feiyu spent his first national day after his rebirth alone in a rented room, detached from the jubilant atmosphere that enveloped the festivities outside. While others reveled and rested, he tirelessly poured himself into coding day and night, understanding that today's diligence could yield achievements that others might never surpass in their lifetime. Heaven favors the diligent, and even more so, those who are both prepared and industrious. From October 1st to 6th, after 6 consecutive days and nights of relentless effort, Jiang Feiyu successfully developed the Dao 126 website. Though Jiang Feiyu was not a dedicated product manager, his design concepts surpassed those of 99 of current designers. He recalled the golden rule regarded as essential for a product manager in the future. A successful product manager always considers issues from the user's perspective. A navigation website serves the needs of the lazy. Chinese internet users are not adept at memorizing web addresses composed of English letters. They tend to remember concise Chinese names instead, making the role of a navigation website irreplaceable. An effective navigation website should categorize based on industry segments and utilize a vertical navigation model to provide swift indexing and transitions. The simpler the interface, the better, facilitating users to effortlessly locate their desired items. Jiang Feiyu established the system environment on his computer, rectifying several bugs after conducting preliminary tests. The remaining task involved continuous testing while identifying and fixing bugs, a process that could not be concluded in the short term. Typically, software testing encompasses internal assessments and trial operations, with a cycle extending beyond 1 month. The navigation website embedded various external links, necessitating the website administrator to regularly check for errors and remove non-compliant links. For now, this responsibility fell solely on Jiang Feiyu. He had several promotional strategies in mind, though each required significant human and material resources. Currently, small-scale promotions merely exposed his design concepts, inviting potential imitation. Thus, Jiang Feiyu resolved to wait until the subsequent large-scale rollout of the Internet CAF charging management system, intending to leverage both online and offline approaches to capture a significant market share before competitors could react, thereby securing his chance for survival. Glancing at the time on his computer, Jiang Feiyu noted it was already 9:22 p.m., and his stomach growled in agreement. He decided to venture downstairs to find a night market stall for a late-night snack, hoping to ease the tension that had built up over the past few days. In the first 2 days of the holiday, Jiang Feiyu managed to maintain a routine of ascending and descending the stairs for lunch and dinner, subsisting on fruits for breakfast. However, he soon grew weary of the hassle and time consumption, resorting to instant noodles and pickled vegetables. Now, after days of eating instant noodles, he felt nauseous, his clothes reeking of their scent. Finding a bustling barbecue stall on the commercial street near his residence, Jiang Feiyu had barely settled when a familiar voice greeted him. "Sir, what would you like to eat?" He looked up in surprise, exclaiming, "Lao Lu, why are you here?" Jiang Feiyu could not help but feel astonished. He had spent 6 consecutive days in his rented accommodation without encountering a single acquaintance. The prolonged solitude had instilled in him a sense of disconnection, as if a considerable amount of time had elapsed in the outside world. It was under such circumstances that he unexpectedly reunited with Lao Lu, Wei Chongning. Realizing the situation, Jiang Feiyu deduced that Wei was working part-time here. Wei Chongning expressed his surprise. "Feiyu, what a coincidence. I'm working as a part-time waiter here. Just let me know what you'd like to eat. It's on me." Jiang Feiyu inquired, "Lao Lu, when did you start working part-time here? Why didn't you inform us?" Wei Chongning clarified, "With a week-long break and nothing to do, I thought I might as well earn some pocket money for meals. Since you all weren't in the dormitory, I hadn't had the chance to tell you." Jiang Feiyu noticed the yellow t-shirt Wei wore, emblazoned with the words Yinjing beer, and the undeniable weariness etched across his face. Suddenly, he asked, "Lao Lu, be honest with me. You're not just working one part-time job, are you?" Wei Chongning remarked, "Feiyu, I knew I couldn't hide this from you. During the day, I deliver beer to various restaurants and shops, and in the evenings, I work part-time as a waiter. I thought this would allow me to earn a bit more. Rest assured, I will only do this during the National Day holiday. Once school starts, I will cease to do so, as it won't interfere with my studies." Jiang Feiyu replied, "Lao Lu, heed my advice. Your physique is quite frail, and undertaking such heavy labor is detrimental to your health. It is not worth the risk of developing a lingering ailment. After graduation, opportunities for earning money will abound. If you encounter difficulties, do not hesitate to share them with us. I understand that scholars ought to possess integrity, but accepting the goodwill of friends is entirely reasonable. Keep this in mind. And in the future, you can repay their kindness tenfold when you are able." Wei Chongning insisted, "Feiyu, you needn't worry about me. I come from a rural background and have never shied away from hard work. This task is truly insignificant." Jiang Feiyu did not respond immediately. Pondering for a moment before speaking, "Lao Lu, if you trust my judgment, wait a few days. The government offers scholarships for impoverished students, and an announcement from the school should be forthcoming. Given your circumstances, you will surely qualify for assistance. The scholarship amount will undoubtedly cover your living expenses for an entire year. Tomorrow, resign from your part-time job, take a day to recuperate, and focus on your studies. I will take care of the rest." Wei Chongning replied, "Feiyu, I assure you, I am perfectly fine." Jiang Feiyu interrupted him, fixing him with an earnest gaze, and asked, "Lao Lu, do you believe me or not?" Wei Chongning hesitated and said, "Feiyu, won't this be too much trouble for you? I still feel somewhat guilty about it." Jiang Feiyu sensed his wavering resolve and continued, "Old 6. Remember that I am the monitor of our class. Serving everyone is my duty. You are just overthinking it." Trust me on this, complete tonight's tasks, and then resign. Tomorrow, take a well-deserved rest, indulge in some good food to recuperate, and don't be stingy with your money. Finally, Wei Chongning made up his mind and replied, "All right, Feiyu, I will listen to you. After tonight, I will no longer continue." Just then, the owner of the barbecue stall called out to Wei Chongning, "Xiao Wei, are you done over there? We have 2 tables ready to settle up. Come over and tidy things up." Wei Chongning responded, "Feiyu, the boss is urging me. What would you like to eat? Please bring me a bowl of lean meat porridge, along with 10 skewers of grilled beef and 10 skewers of grilled leeks." Jiang Feiyu swiftly placed his order. "Certainly, please have a seat. It will be ready shortly," Wei Chongning replied. A little over 10 minutes later, the late-night snacks Jiang Feiyu ordered were served. As he savored the grilled meat, he observed the industrious Wei Chongning, lost in contemplation. In his previous life, during his 4 years at university, Wei Chongning was the least noticeable among the 6 roommates. Their impression of him was one of frugality, diligence in studies, and introversion. However, no one ever discovered his part-time job. They only sought him out when they needed help with assignments or during roll call in class. Perhaps the second roommate, Su Tianqing, had noticed, but chose not to share this with others. Jiang Feiyu recalled that Su Tianqing had encouraged Wei Chongning to apply for the financial aid for impoverished students. In his previous life, Jiang Feiyu often spent his days in internet cafes with Chen Kaiqian, paying little attention to Wei Chongning. Although Jiang Feiyu qualified for the financial aid due to his rural background, he refrained from applying out of pride, unwilling to categorize himself among the impoverished. In retrospect, he realized how foolish that decision was. After finishing his meal, Jiang Feiyu deliberately avoided Wei Chongning and went directly to settle the bill with the owner. The total came to 19 yuan. Having paid, he returned home to sleep. Knowing that tomorrow was the last day of the holiday and he needed to rest well after tirelessly coding day and night. Chapter 21. Selection of Financial Aid for Impoverished Students. Part 1. On October 7th, Jiang Feiyu lingered in his rented accommodation until around 6 in the evening, before hastily packing some clothes and returning to the school dormitory. After picking up a takeaway dinner from the cafeteria, he arrived at dormitory A5, room 302, where he found that, apart from himself, the other 5 residents were already present, except for Jiang Feiyu and Wei Chongning. The remaining 4 had all returned to their hometowns during the National Day holiday. The advantage was that each had brought back a variety of local delicacies, making Jiang Feiyu feel as if his dinner had been in vain. At that moment, he was gnawing on some marinated chicken feet with his right hand while holding a layered pancake in his left, his eyes wandering among the other dishes on the table. "Old 5, this marinated chicken foot you brought is exquisite. Forgive my ignorance, but aren't Shaanxi's specialties mainly noodles? How does marinated chicken feet relate to Shaanxi?" Jiang Feiyu inquired while munching away. Liao Yongxian replied, "My mother is from Sichuan, and my father is from Shaanxi, so our family's culinary habits lean towards Sichuan cuisine. I'm not boasting. My mother's marinated chicken feet are the signature dish when we entertain guests. You're lucky to enjoy them." Old 2. Are you certain these local products were brought from home and not purchased? Why do they still bear sealed packaging? This peanut, candied fruit, and fungus sandwich's packaging not only resembles the products sold at the shop near the school gate, but even the prices are identical. As Jiang Feiyu examined the delicacies brought by Su Tianqing, he happened upon the price tags on the back and couldn't help but express his disbelief. Su Tianqing responded, "Old 3, since you've discovered it, I must admit that you are the most observant in the dormitory. The truth is, my home had nothing of interest to bring. So upon returning to school, I had a flash of inspiration and purchased some local specialties from the shop across the street. I couldn't return to the dormitory empty-handed. Could I? All right, in light of your good intentions, I shall forgive you this time." Jiang Feiyu feigned generosity. Suddenly, Jiang Guangjie asked, "Old 3, old 6. How did you spend your holiday at school? Did you visit any of the renowned scenic spots in the capital?" Jiang Feiyu replied, "What else could I do? I spent my time in the library reading, dining in the cafeteria 3 times a day, and occasionally strolling around the campus. I simply slept in my dormitory when I was tired. That's how my 7 days passed." Su Tianqing interjected, "Old 3, spare me your tales. If you were referring to old 6, I would believe you, but with that haggard look of yours, if you claim you didn't spend nights at the internet caf. I shall call you brother." Jiang Feiyu responded earnestly, "Old 2, with such meticulous observational skills, it would be a pity for you not to pursue a career in criminal investigation. In ancient times, there was Bao Qi Tian, who discerned the truth, and now we have Su Old 2, with eyes like blazing suns, distinguishing right from wrong." Old 3. If it weren't for the name Su Old too, I might have taken that as a compliment, Su Tianqing lamented, feeling rather dejected, as he realized this moniker would likely follow him for half his life. As there were classes the following morning, the group did not chat late into the night and retired to bed around 10 o'clock. The following morning, after the conclusion of the second International Public Relations class, Jiang Feiyu intended to consult with Counselor Li Jian regarding the impoverished student scholarship. However, it was not in Jiang Feiyu's nature to approach someone empty-handed. Thus, he first visited the school's convenience store to purchase 2 pounds of apples before hastening to old Li's office. Upon arriving, he found Li Jian engaged in organizing documents. Jiang Feiyu knocked lightly on the door and entered. Li Jian looked up and noticed Jiang Feiyu, inquiring, "Feiyu, have you completed all your classes for the morning? Is there something you wish to discuss?" Jiang Feiyu, feeling quite at ease, pulled a chair from the side and sat next to Li Jian, casually placing the apples on the desk. "Counselor, some students in the dormitory brought back apples from their hometown during the National Day holiday. I thought I would bring a few for you to taste." Li Jian responded, "That's fine. As long as it's not a bribe for favors, I gladly accept. Please convey my thanks to your dorm mates." Jiang Feiyu replied, "Counselor, you exaggerate. Who would think of you accepting 2 apples as a gift from a student? You are being overly cautious." Li Jian remarked, "I can see that you've come with a purpose. Speak up. What matter do you wish to discuss with me?" "I must clarify. If it involves any principal issues, I advise you not to proceed." Jiang Feiyu stated, "Counselor, I primarily wanted to inquire whether there has been any notification regarding the application for the impoverished student scholarship at our school. When does the selection process commence?" Li Jian responded, "Jiang Feiyu, you are quite well informed. I just received the notification regarding the guidelines for the application of the impoverished student scholarship during a meeting this morning. You've come to ask about this matter so promptly. Are you planning to apply for the scholarship yourself?" "Counselor, it's not that I wish to apply for the impoverished student scholarship. Rather, there are classmates in my class who genuinely face financial difficulties. Their families are burdened with substantial debts due to tuition expenses. Some are directly indebted to banks through student loans. Many students find it hard to afford meat in the school cafeteria, and during weekends and holidays, they endure the scorching sun to earn a meager income. Since the government has policies in place to assist them, it would be beneficial to expedite the application process to provide support sooner and allow them to focus on their studies." Jiang Feiyu, I am heartened by your perspective. I sincerely apologize for my earlier misinterpretation, Li Jian said earnestly as he stood up to apologize to Jiang Feiyu. Jiang Feiyu quickly rose, replying, "Counselor, you are too kind. We are all concerned for our fellow students." Li Jian retrieved a stack of forms from the desk and handed them to Jiang Feiyu, saying as class monitor, "It is your responsibility to announce this matter publicly this afternoon. Please have those who wish to apply fill out this form and write a separate application letter. Organize a discussion among the class leaders to determine the selection criteria and draft a set of regulations for me. Since this matter involves financial concerns, it is imperative to ensure fairness and equity, leaving no room for gossip. Counselor, rest assured. We will hold a class meeting to discuss this matter and ensure it is handled appropriately. The results of the selection will be accepted by all students. Additionally, what is the proportion and amount of the scholarship? In accordance with the proportions, our class, comprising 53 individuals, is allotted 11 positions, 4 for the first-class scholarship, each amounting to 1,500 yuan, and 7 for the second-class scholarship, each valued at 1,000 yuan. The other stipulations are clearly outlined in the notification. Please hold on a moment while I provide you with a copy." After speaking, Li Jian handed a copy of the notification to Jiang Feiyu. Furthermore, Li Jian presented Jiang Feiyu with a few additional sheets of paper, continuing, "Additionally, this pertains to the scholarship offered by our school to the top 50 students from the 2001 cohort based on their college entrance examination scores. 2 students from our class, Yuan Xinjie and Wang Xiaowen, have made the list, each receiving a scholarship of 3,500 yuan. Please take this information and the forms back with you and have them fill it out together." Jiang Feiyu, upon receiving the award list, was taken aback by the astonishingly high score of Yuan Xinjie, who ranked first. "Counselor, Yuan Xinjie, her score, how can it be so high?" Jiang Feiyu stammered in disbelief, as the score was indeed extraordinary. With such a score, Jiang Feiyu mused, she could easily gain admission to prestigious institutions like Shuimu University or Capital University, both of which are the aspirations of countless students. Who would ever settle for the second-tier Capital University of Technology? Li Jian elucidated, Yuan Xinjie's score would have originally secured her a place at Shuimu University. She was recruited to our school through the principal's connections. She is a prized student specifically brought in by the principal, so do take special care of her. Otherwise, I will have difficulty justifying her enrollment to the higher-ups. Jiang Feiyu reassured him. Counselor, rest assured, I will certainly look after her. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave for now, and will report back once we have devised the selection plan. Very well, you may return. Should any issues arise, we can communicate further. Chapter 22. Selection of Financial Aid for Underprivileged Students, Part 2. Dear classmates, please do not rush to leave. Kindly return to your seats, as I have an important announcement to make on behalf of our counselor. After the first class of the afternoon concluded, while everyone was still in the classroom, Jiang Feiyu quickly ascended the podium to halt the departing students. Once all had settled back into their places, Jiang Feiyu continued. According to the notification regarding the guidelines for the application of financial aid for underprivileged students issued by the school, the selection process for financial aid begins today. Any university student from impoverished rural or urban families who meets the criteria is eligible to apply. Our class has a total of 11 available slots for first-class financial aid, amounting to 1,500 yuan each, and 7 for second-class financial aid, amounting to 1,000 yuan each. Such a substantial sum. How generous. As Jiang Feiyu concluded his introduction regarding the financial aid amounts, a chorus of astonished exclamations erupted from the audience. Silence, please, Jiang Feiyu implored, tapping the podium in an attempt to restore order. He continued, the financial aid for underprivileged students is a form of assistance provided by the state to support students from impoverished families in successfully completing their studies. Those who meet the requirements and wish to apply should come to me shortly to collect the application form and return it filled within the next couple of days. For those who are still undecided about applying, you may come to dormitory A5, room 302, to obtain the application form. Additionally, applicants are required to prepare a letter of application. I would like to ask the class representatives to remain for a brief meeting. Gradually, more than 10 students approached Jiang Feiyu to collect their application forms before departing. Once everyone had left, only the representatives of the Computer Science and Technology Class 1 remained in the classroom. Jiang Feiyu remarked, "Why are you all sitting so far apart? Please come closer. This is our first meeting as class representatives, and aside from Jiang Guangjie, who shares a dormitory with me, I am not well acquainted with the rest of you. This is a perfect opportunity for us to get to know one another." Once everyone had gathered nearer, Jiang Feiyu continued, the main agenda for this meeting is to discuss how we should conduct the selection process for the financial aid for underprivileged students. How should the criteria for evaluation be established? What delineates the boundary between first-class and second-class scholarships? Everyone is encouraged to express their thoughts freely. Let us discuss. Class leader Jiang Feiyu addressed Zhao Feifei. Please take the minutes of the meeting and record everyone's suggestions. Zhao Feifei replied, certainly, class leader. She continued, allow me to share my personal perspective. I propose that we assess whether a student qualifies as financially disadvantaged based on their daily attire, consumption habits, and the availability of electronic devices. For instance, those equipped with smartphones and computers should not be considered, nor should individuals who exhibit extravagant spending or wear branded clothing and shoes. These are my humble opinions. I welcome corrections from you, class leader, and my fellow classmates. Yuan Xinjie was the first to speak. Jiang Feiyu cast a glance at Yuan Xinjie and earnestly remarked, the standards proposed by classmate Yuan Xinjie can indeed serve as a threshold for determining whether an individual qualifies as a financially disadvantaged student. This suggestion is commendable, as Yuan Xinjie has provided us with several valuable recommendations. What about the other classmates? I believe that those applying for student loans must be facing particularly challenging financial circumstances, and this condition could be one of the criteria for awarding first-class scholarships. This was the proposal put forth by the group leader, Li Mingguang. Jiang Feiyu affirmed Li Mingguang's suggestion, acknowledging its merit. I believe that students from rural backgrounds generally experience more financial hardship. Families residing in urban areas are typically not in dire straits. Could we consider this as one of the criteria for judgment? Suddenly proposed the publicity committee member, Qian Mingxi. Your assertion is rather presumptuous. Who says that urban families do not face financial difficulties, or that rural families invariably do? Retorted another voice. You seem oblivious to the realities of the situation. Just because your family is well off doesn't mean others share the same fortune. As soon as Qian Mingxi finished her statement, a chorus of rebuttals erupted from her peers, leaving the young girl on the verge of tears. Jiang Feiyu shot a surprised glance at Qian Mingxi. The girl, with her delicate features and fashionable attire, likely came from a privileged background and lacked social experience, mistakenly assuming that all rural families were impoverished. However, Jiang Feiyu could not allow others to belittle her. Such behavior would dampen the spirit of participation, making everyone hesitant to voice their opinions for fear of rebuttal. All right, classmate Qian Mingxi's intentions are also well-meaning. Let us focus on the matter at hand and refrain from personal attacks, he stated. After a brief pause, he continued, in fact, Qian Mingxi's suggestion can be adapted for consideration. For instance, among two applicants of similar circumstances, we could prioritize first-class scholarships for rural students facing financial hardship, while urban students may be considered for second-class scholarships. Additionally, families with 2 or more children pursuing education should be favored over those with a single child. Qian Mingxi gazed at Jiang Feiyu with gratitude, her eyes sparkling with a unique light. This scene did not escape the notice of Wang Xiaowen and Yuan Xinjie, who had been focusing their attention on Jiang Feiyu and were the first to perceive Qian Mingxi's unusual gaze. Wang Xiaowen couldn't help but lament internally that yet another competitor had emerged. She was all too familiar with such looks, ever since Jiang Feiyu had carried her to the infirmary during the last military training. She had developed a sense of admiration akin to that of a damsel in distress saved by a hero. Yuan Xinjie's initial reaction to Qian Mingxi was, "Her skin is so fair, and her figure surpasses my own. Oh dear, what am I thinking? How embarrassing." She then recalled her mother's suggestion to find a boyfriend like Jiang Feiyu, and she couldn't help but glance at him, her cheeks puffing up in frustration. Internally, she cursed. "Jiang Feiyu, you charming rogue, first Wang Xiaowen, and now Qian Mingxi. Do you think I would fall for you like those two naive girls? Dream on." Jiang Feiyu was entirely unaware that, within this brief moment, his actions had inadvertently sparked a minor palace intrigue. "Guangjie, do you have any valuable suggestions?" Jiang Feiyu inquired, passing the floor to his dormitory mate, Jiang Guangjie. Jiang Guangjie scratched his head and hesitated before responding. "Well, drawing from my own experiences, as you all know, I have a fondness for sports and thus have a hearty appetite. I've noticed that some classmates tend to be rather frugal in the cafeteria, even hesitating to spend 50 cents on meat. Perhaps we could use this as a criterion for evaluation?" Jiang Guangjie's input was well received. It was evident that each dormitory member possessed an intuitive understanding of their peers' dining habits. A deeper inquiry into their fellow dorm mates or careful observation would yield clarity. Jiang Feiyu commended Jiang Guangjie's suggestion with an appreciative tone. He then encouraged others to share their thoughts, stating, "What do the rest of you think? Please feel free to speak your minds without reservation." Wang Xiaowen, noticing the silence from others, seized the moment to articulate her thoughts. "Class leader, I'd like to make a few points. To my knowledge, there is a female classmate in our dormitory whose father passed away when she was very young, and her mother has since remarried. She was raised by her grandparents. For students like her, who lack parental support or come from single-parent households, they should exemplify the characteristics of those in financial need. Moreover, those who work part-time, either on or off campus, often do so out of financial necessity. Could this also serve as a criterion for evaluation?" After presenting her ideas, Wang Xiaowen gazed at Jiang Feiyu, seemingly eager for his approval. Her observations were indeed astute, and I personally find her suggestions worthy of consideration. Jiang Feiyu verbally praised Wang Xiaowen and affirmed her contributions. "Are there any further suggestions from the rest of you?" Jiang Feiyu inquired, directing his gaze towards the yet-to-speak Life Committee member, Wu Haichao, as organizing committee member Zhang Qianjin prompted him. Wu Haichao replied, "I have no additional comments. What everyone has summarized is quite thorough and comprehensive." Zhang Qianjin added, "I also lack further suggestions. I believe we should evaluate each applicant based on the criteria discussed earlier, as this would provide a more accurate assessment. Feifei Zhao, could you please compile the criteria we have discussed? Later, Yuan Xinjie, you, and Zhao Feifei will accompany me to report our proposed selection plan to the counselor. Additionally, here is the list of students who have come to collect the application forms. There are currently 14 applicants. Once you return, you can begin investigating these 14 students, focusing on their family backgrounds, behavioral habits, and daily expenditures, as we previously deliberated." Upon noticing that no further objections were raised, Jiang Feiyu concluded the meeting with a summarizing statement. Jiang Feiyu paused for a moment and continued. "Let me emphasize that our school places great importance on the selection process for the scholarship for impoverished students. We must approach this matter with utmost seriousness, as it pertains to the vital interests of a dozen applicants. It is imperative that we maintain fairness and justice. Otherwise, We may find ourselves facing harsh criticism for our negligence. I hope everyone keeps this in mind. Class leader, rest assured, we will diligently fulfill our responsibilities. This time, we will certainly ensure the selection process is conducted properly. Indeed, we will evaluate each applicant with fairness and impartiality. The rest of the group quickly expressed their agreement. All right, let us conclude this meeting's agenda. Furthermore, I would like to share some good news with all of you. Jiang Feiyu teased. What good news? Hurry up and share it so we can all celebrate. The crowd urged him eagerly. Our school has established scholarships for the top 50 students from the 2001 cohort based on their college entrance examination scores. Our classmates Yuan Xinjie and Wang Xiaowen have made the list, each receiving a scholarship of 500 yuan. Don't you think they should treat us? The crowd, filled with admiration for the substantial scholarship, expressed envy towards the academic achievements of the two female students. Yuan Xinjie and Wang Xiaowen exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a hint of rivalry. Yuan Xinjie felt a surge of excitement at encountering a worthy competitor, while Wang Xiaowen, determined not to fall behind, especially since she had already been overshadowed by Yuan Xinjie in terms of appearance, resolved to excel academically as well. Since the class leader has said so, I will treat you all tonight. You can choose the location, Yuan Xinjie declared, displaying a generous spirit. I cannot let the vice class leader outshine me. What does everyone want to eat? Choose any restaurant you like, Wang Xiaowen quickly added. How about this? At 6:30 tonight, we gather for a meal at Tianshang Renjia outside the school, with Yuan Xinjie and Wang Xiaowen treating us. This way, we can benefit from their success and also become better acquainted, which will facilitate our future cooperation, Jiang Feiyu suggested on behalf of the two. Everyone agreed, and soon after, the others dispersed. Jiang Feiyu, Yuan Xinjie, and Xiao Feifei headed to the academic affairs office to meet with their counselor, Li Jian. Chapter 23. Class leaders gathering in the office of the academic affairs office, where Li Jian is stationed. He is listening to Jiang Feiyu's report regarding the proposed selection scheme for financial aid aimed at impoverished students. Your considerations have been quite thorough. We shall proceed according to this proposed standard. I have but one request. The selection process must be conducted with absolute fairness. There must be no instances of favoritism, such as casting votes for someone based on personal relationships. Li Jian, the counselor, established the tone for the entire evaluation process. Rest assured, counselor, during the voting, should any conflicts arise due to dormitory affiliations or close relationships, the class leaders involved will recuse themselves. Furthermore, any class leader who perceives any bias during the process is free to report directly to you. We've taken all these considerations into account. Jiang Feiyu provided a concise explanation, alleviating the counselor's concerns. Very well, I have no further issues here. Thank you all for your hard work. You may return to your own matters, Li Jian concluded. Outside the office, as Jiang Feiyu and his two companions descended the staircase, Xiao Feifei, trailing behind, could not help but inquire. Why didn't you invite the counselor to join us for dinner this evening? Jiang Feiyu glanced at her before turning to Yuan Xinjie, saying, Might our esteemed Yuan wish to clarify this for Xiao Feifei? Yuan Xinjie, flattered by Jiang Feiyu's compliment, immediately brightened and replied, My reasoning is quite straightforward. With the counselor present, everyone tends to hold back, and dining and conversing would not be as enjoyable. Therefore, we should extend the invitation another time. Why would that be? Xiao Feifei appeared oblivious to the underlying implications. Unable to remain silent, Jiang Feiyu interjected, Let me illustrate 2 points. First, if the counselor were to learn that you and Wang Xiaowen were treating us to a meal with scholarship funds that have yet to be received, what might he think? Would he not suspect us of envy, compelling you to treat us again? Second, with the counselor present, the only topics available for discussion would be studies and daily life. Most of the time, he would be lecturing us. Subjects such as the internet, gaming, romance, shopping, cosmetics, or gossip about faculty would be off limits. Xiao Feifei suddenly understood, I see there are so many considerations. I thought the counselor was about the same age as us, and we could engage comfortably. Jiang Feiyu could not resist adding. The counselor's primary responsibilities revolve around our ideological education and correcting our behavioral norms, which naturally creates a certain degree of opposition. Here's a piece of advice. If you choose to respect him as a teacher, do not attempt to make him a friend. Otherwise, he will find himself in a difficult position. All right, you two, I have some matters to attend to outside the school. We shall reconvene this evening. Jiang Feiyu bid farewell to the two girls as they reached the ground floor. Yuan Xinjie could not help but ask, Jiang Feiyu, what are you going to do? Personal matters, which I prefer not to disclose. Let us part ways for now. See you tonight, Jiang Feiyu replied before turning to leave. Not saying anything. What is the big deal? Yuan Xinjie pouted, muttering to herself. Zhao Feifei observed Yuan Xinjie with curiosity and asked, Deputy Class Leader. You aren't harboring feelings for our class leader, are you? Yuan Xinjie, as if stepped on the tail, immediately sprang up to retort. What nonsense are you spouting? How could I possibly like him? What qualities does he possess? Only someone as foolish as Wang Xiaowen would be attracted to him. What? Wang Xiaowen likes the class monitor? That is quite the scoop. You must tell me more, Zhao Feifei exclaimed, her curiosity piqued, clearly more inclined towards gossip than the matter at hand. Yuan Xinjie, having finally diverted Zhao Feifei's attention from herself, continued speaking, with the two girls casting whispers under the sunlight. After Jiang Feiyu departed, he made his way directly to a rented room outside the school. The personal matters he referred to were undoubtedly his return to coding, with no capital to rely on. He felt compelled to relentlessly push himself, embodying the notion that great responsibilities are often preceded by hardship. Passing by the restaurant Tian Shangrenjia, he made a reservation for a spot. At 6:20 p.m., Jiang Feiyu set forth from his rented abode, timing his arrival at Tian Shangrenjia perfectly. Just as he was about to enter, a voice called out from behind, Class Monitor, you've just arrived. Turning around, he spotted Wang Xiaowen, who had evidently taken care to dress up, adorning a cream-colored dress that revealed her delicate arms, with 2 butterfly clips in her hair. She seemed either nervous or pleasantly surprised at seeing him, as a noticeable blush crept onto her cheeks, the faint scent of her perfume wafting through the air even at a distance. Wang Xiaowen, what a coincidence. You've just arrived as well, Jiang Feiyu greeted her. Yes. What a coincidence, Wang Xiaowen replied in a voice so soft it was almost a whisper, her gaze lowered, unable to meet his eyes. Aware of the warmth spreading across her face and ears. Shall we go inside? Jiang Feiyu suggested, attempting to shatter the slightly ambiguous atmosphere. As they entered and sought out a table, their dorm mate Jiang Guangjie waved them over. Upon closer inspection, Jiang Feiyu realized the others had already arrived, with 7 of them gathered around 2 makeshift tables. Perhaps due to the early hour, the restaurant was not yet bustling, and Jiang Feiyu's reserved spot remained unoccupied. He settled beside Jiang Guangjie, while Wang Xiaowen found a seat among the other girls. Feiyu, where have you been? We were just discussing you. Jiang Guangjie welcomed him and inquired. What were you discussing about me? Jiang Feiyu asked. Li Mingguang, the group leader, chimed in with a jest. We were speculating whether you've been secretly dating our arts committee member, especially since you both arrived last. As he spoke, he cast a meaningful glance at Wang Xiaowen. Upon hearing this, Yuan Xinjie perked up, eager to hear Jiang Feiyu's response. Thanks to Zhao Feifei's loose lips, the entire gathering was aware of Wang Xiaowen's feelings for Jiang Feiyu, save for the 2 directly involved. Aware that gossip tends to escalate, Jiang Feiyu merely replied with a nonchalant, we just happened to run into each other at the door. After Yuan Xinjie exhaled a sigh of relief, she realized, perhaps unknowingly, that her concern for Jiang Feiyu had transcended the boundaries of mere friendship. Meanwhile, Wang Xiaowen felt a twinge of disappointment. Unaware that the gossip of her affection for Jiang Feiyu had circulated extensively, thanks to Zhao Feifei, the sole silver lining was that it had deterred a rival, Qian Mingxi, who, feeling inferior in both appearance and academic performance to Wang Xiaowen, abandoned any thoughts of competing for Jiang Feiyu's affection. Jiang Feiyu inquired, have you ordered yet? We can wait until both of you are here to place the order. He suggested, how about each person selects a dish they favor, along with a few bottles of beer and a soft drink? Feel free to choose between beer or soda. The group unanimously agreed that this was a splendid idea. After everyone had made their selections, the dishes arrived approximately 20 minutes later. I propose a toast to celebrate our fortunate gathering here, Jiang Feiyu declared, rising to raise his glass. As the class monitor, he felt it was his duty to enliven the atmosphere. Everyone stood, and the 9 cups filled with beer, soft drinks, and tea clinked together. For these young individuals, just embarking on their university journey, the bonds of friendship remained untainted by the complexities of adult desires. None could foresee the myriad stories that would unfold over the next 4 years among them. In this moment, they cherished their serendipitous connection, reveling in the fact that they were united in the same school and class. Chapter 24. Daily life at school. Around 8 p.m., after the dinner gathering concluded, the others departed in pairs back to the school. Jiang Feiyu, under the pretext of needing to purchase some items, made his way alone to his rented accommodation, where he intended to await Li Wani. This evening marked Li Wanni's first piano tutoring session following the National Day holiday. Upon returning to his rented abode, Jiang Feiyu washed his face to rid himself of the lingering scent of alcohol and then positioned a chair at the entrance to wait. After a brief interval of over 10 minutes, familiar footsteps echoed from above. Jiang Feiyu rose to extinguish the light and close the door, only to find Li Wanni descending towards him. He greeted her with a smile, turning to lock the door behind him, while Li Wanni patiently waited for him to finish before they both proceeded downstairs. On their way back to the school, the two walked in tandem, maintaining a half-body distance, their shadows elongated by the streetlights. "You must have been waiting for quite a while." Li Wanni broke the silence first. When she had spotted Jiang Feiyu on the 5th floor, a flicker of surprise had ignited within her. Yet she found herself at a loss regarding how to define the relationship that transcended mere friendship. Thus, outwardly, she maintained a demeanor of cautious distance. "I only waited a moment. I was timing it precisely," Jiang Feiyu replied. "Have you been drinking?" Li Wanni inquired, catching a whiff of faint alcohol on him. Jiang Feiyu explained, "We had a gathering with the class committee, and I shared a bit of beer with my classmates." "You're still part of the class committee? I hadn't heard you mention it," Li Wanni expressed, a hint of surprise in her tone. If they were engaged in a comedic dialogue, she would undoubtedly play the role of the adept straight woman, merely a humble position. Elected through a democratic process as the head of the class of 2001 in computer science and technology, Jiang Feiyu jested. Li Wanni responded with a radiant smile, her cheeks adorned with a rosy glow, and remarked, "How can you speak of yourself in such a manner? It lacks all humility." Jiang Feiyu gazed at her enchanting smile, feeling awestruck despite having shared years of life with her in a previous existence. "What's wrong?" Li Wanni noticed his unusual demeanor and inquired. In this moment, Jiang Feiyu could only express his sentiments through poetry. In the north, there is a fair maiden, unparalleled and solitary. One smile can captivate a city, another can enthrall a nation. You, and your whimsical alteration of the verses from Li Yanniange. Moreover, I cannot possibly compare to the enchanting lady of the poem. "Please refrain from such exaggerated flattery," Li Wanni humbly retorted. Jiang Feiyu recognized the need to temper his compliments and subtly shifted the conversation towards Li Wanni as family education. They conversed like ordinary friends, sharing amusing anecdotes from their studies and the challenges faced in their work, and before they knew it, they arrived at the boys' dormitory A5. "I've arrived. I shall not escort you further. Do rest early this evening." Jiang Feiyu paused, reluctantly bidding farewell to Li Wanni. Li Wanni nodded lightly and softly replied, "Yes." "All right, goodbye." Jiang Feiyu watched Li Wanni turn and walk away before returning to the dormitory with a light step. "You're back, old 3. You've been elusive all day. I hope you weren't off on a date with some girl, as they say," teased the leader, Jiang Guangjie, upon seeing him. Jiang Feiyu replied ambiguously, "The Buddha says, it cannot be spoken, it cannot be spoken." Jiang Guangjie exclaimed, "Could it be true what they say? Have you gotten together with Wang Xiaowen?" Jiang Feiyu was taken aback. "Why is it always related to Wang Xiaowen?" Jiang Guangjie explained, "You probably don't know, but while you were away tonight, Zhao Feifei spread the word that Wang Xiaowen likes you." Jiang Feiyu was struck by this revelation and exclaimed a curse, "Damn. It turns out Zhao Feifei is the gossip queen of our class." Jiang Guangjie burst into laughter, a rare sight to see Jiang Feiyu lose his composure. Spotting Wei Chongning still filling out the forms for the financial aid application, Jiang Feiyu inquired, "Old 6, have you completed your application materials?" Wei Chongning replied, "I've nearly finished this application form, but I'm stumped on the letter. How should I write it?" Jiang Feiyu advised, "The letter should primarily introduce your personal circumstances, including family background, income, academic performance, and part-time job details. The key point is to evoke sympathy, making it evident that you are a student in need." Wei Chongning hesitated. "But won't that be too much?" Jiang Feiyu felt compelled to encourage him, saying, "Old 6, sometimes one must break through their pride. You're not exaggerating. Just describe the truth." "All right, I understand," Wei Chongning responded. The following morning, after class, the 6 residents of Dorm 302 walked back from the teaching building together. Today is the day for various clubs and the student union to recruit new members. "Have you decided which organization to join?" Su Tianqing proposed. "I definitely want to join the basketball association. Last time I played, I met President Chen of the association, and he has high hopes for me. He said he could introduce me to the school basketball team," Jiang Guangjie stated firmly, noting that his physique would be wasted if not dedicated to basketball. Jiang Feiyu remarked, "Old 2, I bet you'll join the student union," aiming straight for the school student union. You probably look down on our department's student union. Su Tianqing was somewhat surprised. Old 3, you're quite perceptive. How did you guess? Jiang Feiyu replied, Old 2, you have the capability and high aspirations. You wouldn't settle for the class committee positions, otherwise. You would surely have a place among them. Hence, I assumed you sought a position in the school student union. Jiang Feiyu's confidence stemmed from the fact that Su Tianqing had indeed joined the school student union in a past life. Old 3, you got it, Su Tianqing said, giving Jiang Feiyu a thumbs up. Jiang Feiyu responded, once you join the student union, remember not to forget your friends in times of wealth and honor. Can you help me analyze which club I should join? Liao Yongxian asked, approaching them. That would depend on your interests and hobbies, wouldn't it? Su Tianqing retorted. How about I recommend a few clubs to you, Old 5? Jiang Feiyu interjected. What society? Liao Yongxian inquired with curiosity. The Dance Association, the Guitar Association, the Literary Society, the English Association, the Drama Club. Jiang Feiyu gradually articulated the names of several organizations. Why? Liao Yongxian inquired, while others curiously awaited Jiang Feiyu's explanation. The presence of numerous female members in these clubs was notable. The Drama Society allowed for interactions with female counterparts, and the Dance Association facilitated close contact with them. While the other 3 clubs were quite similar, Jiang Feiyu winked at Liao Yongxian and solemnly remarked, Ah, indeed, third brother, you truly understand me. You are a kindred spirit. Liao Yongxian slapped his thigh and exclaimed in excitement, completely oblivious to the fact that he had lost all semblance of dignity. The others cast scornful glances in his direction. Old third, it is only now that I realize you are indeed a master in this realm. Haven't you claimed to have never been in a relationship? Where, then, did this wealth of experience come from? Su Tianqing inquired with a scrutinizing gaze. Jiang Feiyu, with a teasing tone, replied, Nothing in particular, just a matter of familiarity. Su Tianqing rolled her eyes, clearly unconvinced. Feiyu, could you assist me in analyzing which club I should join? Chen Kaiqian inquired of Jiang Feiyu. It was evident that Jiang Feiyu had just displayed his prowess on Liao Yongxian, impressing everyone present. Jiang Feiyu spoke earnestly forth. Pursuing a talented young lady from the Imperial Capital University is a formidable endeavor. I recommend that you first solidify your foundational skills before attempting to win her affection. Skills such as eloquence, courage, and audacity are essential. The drama club and the debate society would be ideal for you. There is nothing quite like standing on stage before a multitude to hone one's courage and speaking abilities. Liao Yongxian, brimming with excitement, leaned in and said, Kaiqian, it would be splendid for us to join the drama club together. Having a companion is always beneficial. Chen Kaiqian, resolutely determined, replied, Very well. I shall heed your advice and enroll in both the drama club and the debate society. Third, sixth, what clubs do you plan to join? Jiang Guangjie inquired. Wei Chongning replied, I still prefer to visit the library alone to read. I shall refrain from joining any clubs. What about you, third brother? Jiang Guangjie continued to inquire of Jiang Feiyu. As your class leader, I am already inundated with responsibilities. It is indeed challenging for me to manage everything. So I shall refrain from engaging with other organizations, Jiang Feiyu shamelessly proclaimed. The crowd collectively responded with a gesture of disdain. Second, regarding the social event with the girls' dormitory this Friday night, please subtly remind them so they do not forget, Jiang Feiyu suddenly recalled and addressed Su Tianqing. Third, what constitutes a subtle reminder? Su Tianqing asked in confusion. It's simple. For instance, you could call and inquire if they have any particular dishes they would like to enjoy or where they would prefer to dine. Suggesting that we should make reservations in advance, Jiang Feiyu promptly advised. Su Tianqing replied, All right, I will make the call once I return to the dormitory. Chapter 25. Dormitory gathering. In the ensuing days, Jiang Feiyu led a fulfilling life. Whenever he was not attending classes, he would return to his rented apartment to continue coding. Each evening, around 8:30, he would wait for Li Wandi to finish her tutoring session, and the two would stroll back to school together. On Thursday evening, as Jiang Feiyu dutifully accompanied Li Wandi back to campus, she suddenly turned to him and said, I have something on tomorrow night, and have already informed Xiaoming's mother. You need not wait for me. All right, Jiang Feiyu replied. Watching Li Wandi's figure retreat into the distance, a smile crept onto Jiang Feiyu's face. He could already envision her surprised expression upon their next encounter, for someone with exceptional luck. Orchestrating a serendipitous meeting under the guise of fate was indeed something to look forward to. Before long, Friday arrived. After the final Marxist thought class concluded, The 6 residents of room 302 in building A5 made their way back to their dormitory to shower and prepare, each donning their most splendid attire. At 6 p.m., Jiang Feiyu and the other 5 departed punctually from their dorm, heading towards a Sichuan Chongqing hot pot restaurant located approximately 1 kilometer from the school. A couple of days prior, Su Tianqing had called to inquire about the girls' preferences for dinner, and they had ultimately settled on this hot pot establishment, scheduling their gathering for 7 p.m. on Friday. Jiang Feiyu had even made a reservation at the restaurant 2 days in advance. Half an hour later, under Jiang Feiyu's guidance, the group arrived at the well-known Sichuan Chongqing hot pot restaurant. The venue spanned 2 levels, each adorned with around 20 tables. After some deliberation, they opted for a window-side table on the 2nd floor, where the owner combined 2 tables to comfortably accommodate 12 guests. While waiting, they chatted and snacked on sunflower seeds, with Jiang Wangjie and Liao Yongxian persistently inquiring about the girls' dormitory from Su Tianqing, who responded with casual indifference. Suddenly, Su Tianqing's phone rang. "They're downstairs. I'll go greet them," she announced, rising to descend the stairs. Shortly thereafter, Su Tianqing returned, leading a group of girls upstairs. Jiang Feiyu immediately spotted Li Wandi among the crowd. Leading the group were Su Tianqing and his girlfriend, Li Hui, with Huang Yinxue walking closely alongside Li Wandi, who was elegantly attired in a flowing purple dress that reached her ankles. Her graceful movements accentuated the gown, and her hair was tied back with a rubber band. With skin as radiant as jade, she exuded an air of refined elegance. Even without elaborate adornment, it was evident that she was the most beautiful among them. In a sudden moment, Li Wandi caught sight of Jiang Feiyu, her eyes briefly reflecting surprise. Jiang Feiyu maintained a warm smile as he watched her approach. The 5 boys promptly stood to welcome the girls. Su Tianqing and Li Hui, as the facilitators of this gathering, introduced their respective roommates, allowing Jiang Feiyu to finally learn the names of Li Wandi's 3 dorm mates. The girl in a white top, slightly cherubic in appearance, was named Su Manwei. Zhang Yufei is a petite and charming girl with a melodious voice. The tall girl with an oval face is Luo Fian. Among the 6 girls in Li Wandi's dormitory, if placed in the computer science department, they would undoubtedly be considered beauties. The most striking among them is Li Wandi, who would score an impressive 89 points for her looks, followed by Su Tianqing's girlfriend, Li Hui, with a score of 82. Huang Yinxue and Zhang Yufei come next, each earning around 75 points, while the least rated, Su Manwei and Luo Fian, still surpass 70 points. The visual impact of these 6 stunning girls gathered together is undeniably powerful, leaving the boys from Jiang Feiyu's dormitory stammering and drawing glances from other patrons on the 2nd floor. As they seated themselves, the arrangement mirrored a typical dining setup, with girls on one side and boys on the other, facing each other. Seizing the moment while the other boys were still shy, Jiang Feiyu boldly took a seat directly opposite Li Wandi. Her gaze, filled with unspoken questions, met his, to which he responded with a triumphant smile. Being one of the 2 boys unperturbed by the atmosphere, Jiang Feiyu picked up the menu and encouraged the girls to order, while the other boy, Su Tianqing, was engrossed in a tender moment with his girlfriend, Li Hui. At Jiang Feiyu's table, Li Wandi, Huang Yinxue, and Su Manwei felt a bit shy about ordering too much. They chose a few vegetable dishes and some mushrooms. After taking the menu back, Jiang Feiyu opted for a Yinyang hot pot base, and, recalling Li Wandi's culinary preferences from a past life, ordered ingredients like yellow throat, beef tripe, chicken feet, duck tongues, and beef balls. Although Li Wandi grew up in Hangzhou, a southern city known for its spicy cuisine, she had a particular fondness for spicy food. Each time she went for hot pot with Jiang Feiyu, she would always request these specific animal offals or lesser cuts. Jiang Feiyu remembered her likes with remarkable clarity. Li Wandi was taken aback. The dishes Jiang Feiyu ordered were precisely her favorites. Not even her parents or roommates were aware of her culinary preferences. Was it mere coincidence? As she gazed at Jiang Feiyu's face, a warmth surged within her heart. "What drinks would you like?" Jiang Feiyu inquired of the girls. "Orange juice, perhaps?" suggested Huang Yinxue. "1 bottle of orange juice and a can of fresh watermelon juice, please." Watermelon juice can cool the body, reducing the chances of breakouts for the girls, Jiang Feiyu thoughtfully added. The girls appreciated his attentiveness. While waiting for the food to arrive, Jiang Feiyu took out a small notebook from his pocket, writing down his name and QQ number before passing it along to Li Wandi. Confused, she looked at him with questioning eyes and asked, "What is this for?" Meeting her gaze directly, Jiang Feiyu replied, "Li Wandi, Let's exchange contact information for easier communication in the future. After a few moments of mutual eye contact, Li Wanyi wrote down her QQ number in the notebook. Wanyi Yu. Huang Yinxue observed the entire scene in astonishment, clutching Li Wanyi's arm. Her mouth agape in disbelief. Is this truly the same Li Wanyi who had always been indifferent to boys? If those whom she had rebuffed were to witness this, they would surely be left utterly flabbergasted. Equally taken aback were Chen Kaiqian and Wei Chongning, seated beside Jiang Feiyu. Just moments after settling in, Jiang Feiyu boldly inquired about the class beauty's contact information, and remarkably, he succeeded. Their admiration for him surged like an unrelenting river. It was merely a matter of exchanging contact details, yet Li Wanyi felt somewhat disingenuous as she attempted to clarify to Huang Yinxue. Jiang Feiyu, why did you only ask for Wanyi's contact? Surely, you're not overlooking the other girls in favor of the most beautiful one. Su Manwei teased in a light-hearted manner. Her voice was somewhat loud, drawing the attention of those at another table. Upon grasping the situation, Su Tianxin couldn't help but jest. Old 3, how unprincipled of you to clandestinely engage with the class beauty behind our backs. You've misunderstood. Li Wanyi and I were merely setting an example. I propose that everyone write down their contact information for future communication. Jiang Feiyu deftly fabricated an excuse, his composure unwavering. Ultimately, a small notebook was passed around, and each person inscribed their contact details. Chapter 26. Was this preconceived? As the clock approached 9 in the evening, having satisfied their appetites and engaged in lively conversation, the group of 12 settled their bill through an equitable split, as insisted upon by the girls, and made their way back to campus. Wanyi, I noticed that Jiang Feiyu has been watching you all night. I am certain he has feelings for you, whispered Huang Yinxue conspiratorially into Li Wanyi's ear. Perhaps, Li Wanyi replied, her nature disinclined towards deceit. And what about you? Do you harbor any affections for him? After all, you did leave him your QQ number. Which is quite uncharacteristic of you. Huang Yinxue continued her probing for gossip. This exchange illustrated a universal truth. Gossip is an innate skill among all females. Li Wanyi responded, I merely provided a means of contact. You are reading too much into it. Is that so? Perhaps our Wanyi fairy has indeed stirred from her celestial slumber, Huang Yinxue remarked, clearly skeptical. All right then, dare to mock me? I shall tickle you. The two girls playfully tussled, their laughter ringing like bells in the night. Jiang Feiyu trailed silently behind Li Wanyi, observing the playful interaction between her and Huang Yinxue. A knowing smile gracing his lips. He could sense that with this evening, he had drawn closer to his goal of courting Li Wanyi. Upon reaching the school gate, the group dispersed. Su Tianxing and Li Hui decided to take a stroll on the campus lawn, relishing their precious weekend together. Huang Yinxue and Luo Fian, both from the capital, prepared to take the bus home. Li Wanyi intended to visit the printing shop to print some materials, while Zhang Yufei accompanied Su Manwei to the study room to retrieve textbooks. Coincidentally, I too needed to print several copies of my course schedule. I suggested to Li Wanyi, let's go together. It's late, and it's safer to have company. Jiang Feiyu silently praised his fortune, seizing this opportunity to propose the idea. Wanyi, what do you think? Huang Yinxue shot a meaningful glance at Jiang Feiyu before addressing Li Wanyi. I have no objections. Since Jiang Feiyu is also going to print, let us go together, Li Wanyi assured Huang Yinxue with a reassuring look, understanding her friend's concern. Wanyi, I'm off now. I won't be in the dorm for the next couple of days, so do think of me. Huang Yinxue bade farewell to Li Wanyi. Of course, hurry and catch your bus. It will be late otherwise, Li Wanyi replied softly. Jiang Feiyu, we entrust Wanyi to your care. Ensure she returns to her dormitory safely, and do not engage in any mischief. Huang Yinxue cautioned Jiang Feiyu once more. A shadow of embarrassment crossed Jiang Feiyu's face. Feeling as though he had been caught in a misdeed, yet he maintained his composure and nodded earnestly. Amidst the envious gazes of his male peers in the dormitory, Jiang Feiyu and Li Wanyi strolled towards the alley leading off campus. They soon found the nearest printing shop, completed their printing tasks, and began their return to the dormitory. Jiang Feiyu deliberately slowed his pace, wishing to prolong this moment of solitude with her. This evening has been quite unexpected. I never imagined we would have such a serendipitous encounter in this manner. Jiang Feiyu initiated a conversation. Is it truly an accident? Or is it rather an event meticulously orchestrated by someone? Li Wanyi halted her steps, a smile gracing her lips as she regarded Jiang Feiyu. Upon hearing her words, Jiang Feiyu felt a sudden chill run down his spine, his mind racing through every detail. The only conceivable flaw lay with Su Tianxing. Had Li Hui inquired deeply of Su Tianqing, Jiang Feiyu's secrets would likely have been unearthed long ago. Caught in a dilemma between confession and denial, Jiang Feiyu, familiar with Li Waniying's subtle expressions of pride, recognized the smile curling at the corners of her mouth. Very well, I confess. From the outset, I was aware that you and Li Hui shared a dormitory. During military training, I actively devised this social event, primarily to create a less abrupt opportunity to get to know you. Jiang Feiyu spoke candidly, his honesty laid bare. At least you are forthright, and since you haven't deceived me, I shall begrudgingly forgive you, Li Waniying replied, her expression betraying a sense of triumph. In truth, upon encountering Jiang Feiyu on the second floor of the hot pot restaurant, Li Waniying had harbored suspicions. His lack of surprise at seeing her, coupled with the boys' dormitory's enthusiasm for the social gathering, prompted her to tease him further. Hearing no reproach in her tone, Jiang Feiyu's startled heart began to settle. But what about your rental near where I tutor? Li Waniying pressed, clearly unwilling to let him off easily. That truly was a coincidence, I swear. If I am lying, may I remain forever alone, Jiang Feiyu declared fervently. Yet why do I feel such familiarity with you? It seems you know my preferences. You discern my anger at the slightest frown, and you always manage to lift my spirits when I fall silent. Our conversations effortlessly gravitate toward my interests. This sense of familiarity is something I have only experienced with my parents. Li Waniying gazed earnestly at Jiang Feiyu, revealing sentiments she had long kept buried. Jiang Feiyu understood the complexity of the topic. He could not divulge the truth of his rebirth, a secret he would carry to his grave. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke with deep emotion. Waniying, do you recall the first time we met? I cannot explain it, but the moment I laid eyes on you, it felt as if a switch had been flipped in my memory, and tears streamed uncontrollably. It is said that a glance exchanged in a past life, 500 times, brings about a mere brush in this lifetime. Perhaps I owe you much from a previous existence, and fate has destined me to repay that debt in this life. Or perhaps there is someone meant to understand you entirely with just a glance. Li Waniying gently bit her lip, lost in thought at Jiang Feiyu's words. And a profound silence enveloped them. After what felt like an eternity, she resolved to speak. I cannot predict what the future holds, but time should unravel the mysteries within my heart and allow me to see you clearly. Jiang Feiyu met her gaze earnestly. I shall prove myself through my actions. Time will tell. The two continued their journey towards the female dormitory, with Jiang Feiyu accompanying her all the way to the foot of Building A12. For the first time, he crossed the boundary marked by Building A5, signifying a deeper connection on an emotional level. The closer one approaches the female dormitory, the higher the likelihood of encountering acquaintances, which at least indicates that the girl is willing to accept him, unafraid of being seen by familiar faces and the gossip that may ensue. I've arrived. You should head back and get some rest, Li Waniying said, taking the initiative to bid farewell to Jiang Feiyu. All right, I'll be on my way. You too. Get some rest, Jiang Feiyu replied. After watching him walk away, Li Waniying turned and descended the stairs. Chapter 27. The network management sprite a few days later. The selection process for the financial aid scholarships for the impoverished students of the Computer Science and Technology Class 1 finally concluded. Wei Changning, who shared a dormitory with Jiang Feiyu, successfully secured a first-class scholarship. Once the list was publicly displayed for several days without any objections, the most significant matter in the class was resolved. Jiang Feiyu casually delegated all the various tasks within the class to the deputy class monitor, Yuan Xinjia, devoting all his energy, aside from attending classes, to the development of the system. In the midst of his work, he made it a point to escort Li Waniying back to her dormitory punctually every day. Those precious half-hour moments spent with her became the driving force behind Jiang Feiyu's fervent coding endeavors. Their relationship had evolved from mere acquaintances to an intimate friendship, much to the envy of the single individuals in the dormitory. Liao Yongxian, feeling stimulated, had already embarked on a fervent pursuit of romantic interests. On the final day of October, Jiang Feiyu finally completed the development of the Internet CAF charging management system. He meticulously revised the user interface over a dozen times, striving for perfection. With the perspective of someone from 2 decades in the future, he found it intolerable that contemporary mainstream applications bore such unattractive interface designs. The Internet CAF charging management system designed by Jiang Feiyu comprised several essential modules: a charging module, a timer module, a role management module for computers, remote screen locking, remote shutdown, and remote cleaning of Internet debris. Furthermore, he embedded a control backdoor within the core source code, allowing for remote management of the computers under the software's purview. This included additional features such as modifying the Internet Explorer homepage, automatically downloading bundled applications, and blocking logins to specified applications. The maximum number of managed users, computers, that Jiang Feiyu designed for the system could reach up to 500. This was not due to any incapacity to design for a larger user base. Rather, it was a consideration of practical usage in the coming years, where a typical small internet CAF would have about 20 computers, a medium-sized CAF around 50 to 60, and large CAFs rarely exceeding 200. In terms of software systems, a larger user capacity does not necessarily equate to better performance. A design with an excessively high user capacity demands a more sophisticated system architecture. From a practical standpoint, a design accommodating 500 users suffices. With an excellent product in hand, it was essential to bestow upon the Internet CAF management system a fitting name. After careful contemplation, Jiang Feiyu selected Network Management Sprite from 3 shortlisted names, inspired by a unique feature he designed. In common Internet CAF charging systems, users are typically reminded to renew their usage time through pop-up notifications before their time expires. However, Jiang Feiyu took an innovative approach by creating a dynamic cartoon icon of a Smurf. Whenever the usage time approached its end, the Smurf would appear to remind users in a conversational manner. This novel method provided a delightful surprise to those who encountered it. In recent days, Jiang Feiyu has taken advantage of his spare time to compose a suite of automated testing software scripts. Previously, he had been struck by the tediousness of testing work, and thus resorted to leveraging his prior knowledge to create this solution. After implementation, the testing outcomes proved satisfactory. The scripts could autonomously execute tests based on white box, black box, and gray box methodologies, assessing the underlying code logic, external functionalities, and interfaces of the system. This innovation significantly alleviated Jiang Feiyu's testing workload. As he glanced at the clock, he noted that it was already 8 p.m. In just half an hour, Liwandi would finish her class. He stood up, stretched, and decided to take a brief respite after nearly a month of relentless work, which was even more demanding than a typical 996 work schedule. Even his robust physique was beginning to feel the strain, a feat made possible only by his youthful age of 19. Suddenly, a series of knocks resonated from the living room. Puzzled, Jiang Feiyu exited his study. He had few acquaintances in this area, and he wondered who could possibly be knocking at this hour. Surely it wasn't the landlord come to inspect the premises? Upon opening the door, a familiar figure came into view. It was Liwandi. "Wandi, what brings you here?" "I just checked the time. It's only 8 p.m. Is my computer clock malfunctioning?" Jiang Feiyu exclaimed in surprise as he looked at her. "Not at all. I finished my class early tonight. As I came downstairs, I figured you would be in. So I knocked to let you know I had left ahead of schedule," Liwandi cheerfully explained. "Ah, that makes sense. I thought I had miscalculated the time." Jiang Feiyu admitted bashfully, scratching his head. "What's this? Aren't you going to invite me in for a while? Or are you hiding a secret companion within?" Liwandi teased, her bright eyes sparkling with mischief. "Of course not. I warmly welcome you, esteemed classmate Wandi, to inspect my humble abode," Jiang Feiyu replied, swiftly opening the door wider and bowing in a gesture of hospitality. "What a splendid balcony!" Upon entering the living room, Liwandi was immediately captivated by the expansive balcony. She hurried over, gazing around in awe, unable to suppress her admiration. Seeing Liwandi's delight brought a satisfied smile to Jiang Feiyu's face. In his previous life, he had lived in a cramped urban village in Pengcheng, and Liwandi had always dreamt of having a home with a spacious balcony, where sunlight could pour directly into the room, allowing one to bask in its warmth. Unfortunately, even after they managed to purchase a property together, the exorbitant real estate prices in Pengcheng forced them to settle for a modest 3-bedroom apartment, with a balcony that was not only disappointingly small but also unable to receive direct sunlight, an enduring regret for Jiang Feiyu. "Did you know? Since childhood, I've dreamed of having a balcony as grand as this, entirely composed of floor-to-ceiling glass, so that each morning I could awaken to the embrace of the morning sun," Liwandi said wistfully, her eyes filled with hope. "Your dream will undoubtedly come true one day," Jiang Feiyu assured her with a smile. "I guarantee it," he added silently in his heart. "Is this your study for work?" Liwandi inquired as she strolled toward the secondary bedroom. This room was previously reserved by the landlord as a nursery. "I find it quite spacious, so I decided to repurpose it as a study for my computer, considering that computers emit some radiation, which is detrimental to health." Jiang Feiyu followed closely behind Liwandi, explaining, Is your computer connected to the internet? Liwani suddenly turned around and inquired. Yes, it is. Why do you ask? Jiang Feiyu replied, perplexed. May I use it? Liwani said. And without waiting for an answer, she clicked on the QQ icon on Jiang Feiyu's desktop, logging into her account. Instantly, several verification messages popped up, and with precision. She located the validation request sent by Jiang Feiyu, selecting it for approval while dismissing the others. I haven't been to the internet CAF lately, and haven't logged into QQ. If you can't find me in the future, just leave me a message on QQ. As Liwani spoke, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, resembling a ripe apple, evoking an irresistible urge to take a bite. Jiang Feiyu couldn't help but smile knowingly, absorbing every moment with warmth in his heart. At that instant, his mind was devoid of any distractions. He was overwhelmed with emotion, aware that this girl before him was gradually opening her heart to him. He relished the sense of accomplishment that came with each small victory. Liwani, too shy to meet Jiang Feiyu's gaze, realized her words had been overly forward, potentially conveying an unintended suggestion. Lowering her head, she swiftly exited the study. This must be your bedroom, right? Liwani's voice echoed from the adjacent master bedroom. Yes. The master bedroom has excellent natural light. If I sleep until after 8 in the morning, I can bask in the morning sun right from my bed. However, I primarily reside at school, only spending weekends and holidays here, Jiang Feiyu explained as he approached the master bedroom, just in time to see Liwani opening the window. All right, I believe you don't have a hidden beauty stashed away, she teased playfully as she turned back to him. Jiang Feiyu couldn't resist teasing her in return. Exaggerating his tone, a solitary man and a maiden sharing a room, aren't you afraid of what I might do? I trust you. This inexplicable sense of trust has been with me since the day you bumped into me. I can't quite fathom why I feel this way about someone I've just met, Liwani replied earnestly, gazing into Jiang Feiyu's eyes. Jiang Feiyu stood momentarily frozen, a torrent of emotions surging within him. He recalled a past life, the moment he bid farewell to Liwani and Yangyang outside the high-speed train station, when she had similarly placed her unwavering trust in him, believing he would swiftly return to take them home. I'm sorry, in my previous life, I let you down. Jiang Feiyu silently lamented, tears streaming down his cheeks. What's wrong? Did I say something inappropriate? Liwani asked, startled by Jiang Feiyu's sudden tears. It's nothing. I just recalled an unhappy memory. It has nothing to do with you. I'm fine, Jiang Feiyu replied, wiping away his tears and striving to regain his composure, not wishing to disrupt the joyful atmosphere. Liwani was inherently sensitive, her intuition suggesting that Jiang Feiyu's tears were somehow connected to her. However, respecting his silence, she chose not to press him, willing to wait until he felt ready to share his thoughts with her. Jiang Feiyu turned to Liwani and said, Let us return to school. It is already 8:30. Liwani replied obediently. The two of them rose and descended the stairs, making their way towards the school. Chapter 28. Developing cheating software after completing the development of the Internet CAF charging system. Jiang Feiyu finally dedicated all his time and energy to the creation of cheats for Legend. He downloaded an installation package of the game and registered an account for each character class, engaging in gameplay for over 2 weeks to gradually familiarize himself with the entire game world's architecture, class characteristics, level classifications, experience points, health, and mana settings. Following this immersive experience, Jiang Feiyu engaged in thoughtful contemplation, sifting through suitable parameters for cheat development. The underlying principle of cheats is not as complex as one might assume. They primarily function by submitting false parameters to the game or its server through packet manipulation and interception, thus altering the abilities of characters and various game settings. There are 2 main types of cheats: background cheats and offline cheats. Background cheats involve integrating the cheat program with the game client, enhancing various functionalities by intercepting and modifying the data sent from the client to the game server. Generally, when the client sends certain requests to the server, such as commands for picking up items, accelerating movement, or evading attacks, these interactions occur in packet form. The principle behind this process relies on the interception and analysis of data exchanged between the client and the server, allowing for modifications of useful data that simulate client-server communications, thereby achieving the intended alterations in gameplay. Offline cheats, as the name suggests, operate independently of the client program. This mode of cheating gained popularity over time, requiring a comprehensive understanding of the communication data packets exchanged between the game's client and server. By analyzing the source code of the game client, One can simulate a legitimate client to log in and play, enabling functionalities that the official client does not offer, such as automated monster hunting, item collection, and trading, commonly referred to as botting. From a functional perspective, game cheats can be categorized into supportive cheats and destructive cheats. Supportive cheats enhance the gaming experience by providing features such as increased health, movement speed boosts, automatic item collection, rapid mana regeneration, or reduced resurrection cooldowns. In contrast, destructive cheats severely disrupt game balance, allowing characters to bypass limitations, walk through walls, fly, become invincible, or generate infinite gold, traits considered extreme. After careful consideration, Jiang Feiyu resolved to pursue the development of supportive cheats. Destructive cheats not only attract the risk of being reported by other players and detected by server scans, but also significantly undermine the balance of the game, ultimately causing ordinary players to lose interest and diminishing the game's lifespan. If a game lacks vitality, what purpose does cheating serve? Upon determining the direction for the development of the cheat software, Jiang Feiyu crafted a tracking program that enabled dynamic monitoring of the client application's execution. Utilizing the RDK toolkit, he conducted a static analysis of the game client to intercept the data exchanged between the client and server. Through disassembly and cryptographic techniques, he successfully reverse-engineered the encrypted data transmitted between the game server and client. Fortunately, several prevalent encryption algorithms had already been deciphered in subsequent years, allowing Jiang Feiyu to restore the encrypted data to plaintext in less than a day. This meant that by transmitting the modified commands back to the server using the same encryption method, the cheating process was complete. Once the cheat software was finalized, Jiang Feiyu had two additional tasks to accomplish. First, he needed to encapsulate the entire cheat program and enhance the core source code as protection to prevent unauthorized decryption. Second, he integrated an activation verification code to ensure that each installation package could only be installed on a single computer. To accommodate players who could only access computers in Internet CAFS, Jiang Feiyu set a limit of 3 valid verification attempts for each activation code, effectively allowing one purchase to be installed on 3 different computers, a commendable gesture within the industry. After more than a week of diligent work, Jiang Feiyu completed the coding for the entire cheat package, encapsulating 6 distinct functionalities within it. He installed a version of the cheat software on his own computer, and after testing, achieved over 90 of the desired design efficacy. During the subsequent phase, he utilized his gaming account for closed beta testing while simultaneously addressing any bugs that surfaced. Given the time-sensitive nature of the activation codes, Jiang Feiyu also developed a code generator that correlated with each cheat package's serial number to produce corresponding activation codes, thus considering all aspects meticulously. With everything in place, the final consideration was how to promote the software. A commonly employed promotional strategy for such game cheats is to offer a time-limited trial version. Estimating the timeline, Jiang Feiyu recalled that there were just 9 days remaining until the official launch of the game, with public testing concluding shortly thereafter. He modified the activation rules and generated a trial version of the cheat package with a validity of only 7 days. Additionally, he registered a new QQ account, benefiting from the absence of real name registration, which allowed him to conceal his identity, to prevent others from tracing his real-world location through his login IP address. Jiang Feiyu used an IP masking tool to reroute his network IP to Seoul, South Korea. This way, should any inquisitive individuals arise, they would only suspect the leak to have originated from the home country of the game's development company. Following this, Jiang Feiyu logged into various websites, forums, communities, and gaming sections of discussion boards, posting threads to upload the installation package wherever possible and sharing download links in places where uploads were not permitted, leaving his newly registered QQ number as a contact reference. Meanwhile, Jiang Feiyu has registered numerous bot accounts, persistently commenting beneath posts or download links to guide gamers towards downloading and trying the game. The rest relies on the passage of time and the favorable reviews from users who have experienced the game. Even if merely 1 or 2 individuals from a group of 10 who see the posts download and try it, the word of mouth will begin to spread. Once the legendary game officially launches and major gaming guilds take residence, the demand for purchases will surge, marking the time for profit. In truth, Jiang Feiyu's preferred approach is to sell the cheats in a bundled package to a specific studio, as relying solely on online promotion offers a limited reach. Currently, the distribution of GamePoint cards still proceeds through offline agents, who directly engage with Internet CAF owners and various gaming guilds, representing the bulk of user engagement. Jiang Feiyu believes that many others must share his perspective, seeking to capitalize on the opportunity presented by developing cheats for the legendary game. In his previous life, he learned that many cheat development studios were established following the launch of the game, as it achieved unprecedented heights in registration numbers, concurrent users, and player reviews during its open beta phase. Jiang Feiyu has never doubted the keen entrepreneurial instincts of his compatriots. Were it not for the impending introduction of regulatory laws by the government to address this gray industry in a few years, Jiang Feiyu's technical prowess might have positioned him as a benchmark in the realm of cheats. Nevertheless, he is grateful for the opportunity to earn his first pot of gold, which cannot be deemed a loss. Having taken the first bite, he intends to leave a morsel for future generations. Chapter 29. Li Wanin's birthday on Friday, November 23, 2001. It was Li Wanin's birthday. After class, Jiang Feiyu hurried to the local market to procure ingredients, as he had planned a surprise for her that evening. In his previous life, Jiang Feiyu celebrated Li Wanin's birthday for the first time in 2005, when they had been together for less than a year, residing in a modest rental in the urban village of Pengcheng. To save money, he had only purchased a small cake and cooked a feast for her. This tradition had since taken root. Every year, they celebrated their birthdays at home, where the person whose birthday it was could relax while the other prepared the cake and a sumptuous meal. Despite coming from a humble background, Li Wanin had never been materialistic, a trait undoubtedly influenced by her father. Jiang Feiyu, having lived with her for over a decade, understood her character well. She cherished whether her partner held her in their heart, believing that true affection was not adorned with monetary gifts but manifested through thoughtful gestures. Even a bowl of simple longevity noodles, crafted by hand, would bring her more joy than any extravagant birthday present. This was the first birthday Jiang Feiyu would celebrate with Li Wanin, and he wished to create beautiful memories from their shared experiences. Even though Li Wanin was not yet his girlfriend, he was determined to prepare a delightful celebration as a good friend. He first visited the market to buy ingredients, and then scoured several stores for balloons, colored paper, tape, and fairy lights, before finally retrieving the small cake he had ordered the day before. Upon returning to his rental, Jiang Feiyu began decorating. He meticulously cut the paper with scissors, hung the fairy lights on the wall while balancing on a chair, and even inflated the balloons using nothing but his breath due to a lack of proper tools. Over 2 hours later, he surveyed his handiwork in the living room. It was time to witness the miracle he had created. With a sigh of satisfaction, he flipped the switch for the fairy lights. Instantly, the room was enveloped in a kaleidoscope of neon colors, the pink balloons accentuating the vibrant backdrop, while the words "Happy Birthday" crafted with care adorned the wall. Jiang Feiyu gazed at the scene with a sense of contentment. Noticing the time, he realized it was nearly 7 p.m. and donned an apron to busy himself in the kitchen. At 8:20 p.m., he placed the final dish on the dining table, removed his apron, washed his face, and changed into a fresh outfit to rid himself of the lingering scent of cooking. He carefully turned off all the lights in the room and quietly leaned against the door, awaiting Li Wanin's arrival. Moments later, she descended to the 5th floor and spotted Jiang Feiyu waiting. "Have you been waiting long?" "Let's go," she said. "There's no rush tonight. Come in. I have something to show you." He beckoned her inside. "What is it that's so mysterious? Why is it so dark in here?" she inquired. "Just stand still for a moment," Jiang Feiyu replied, closing the door behind her before flipping on the fairy lights. Suddenly, the entire room was bathed in a kaleidoscope of colors, and the fantastical scene left Li Wanin utterly astonished. "Happy birthday, Wanin," came the voice of Jiang Feiyu from behind her, as he slowly approached, cradling a small cake. Li Wanin covered her mouth with her hand, gazing in disbelief at the spectacle before her, still unable to fully comprehend what was happening. "How did you know today is my birthday? I've never mentioned it to anyone," she asked Jiang Feiyu, a hint of confusion in her eyes. "It's a secret. Now, let us not dwell on that. Let us light the candles first." Jiang Feiyu led Li Wanin to the sofa, placing 19 small candles atop the cake and igniting them one by one with a match. "Make a wish." As Li Wanin looked at Jiang Feiyu's face, flickering in the shimmering light, warmth welled up in her heart, nearly spilling from her eyes. He was the first person, apart from her parents, to celebrate her birthday. She had intended to spend her 19th birthday in solitude. To her surprise, Jiang Feiyu had bestowed upon her an unexpected delight. With her hands clasped together, she closed her eyes and silently made a wish before blowing out the candles. Jiang Feiyu watched Li Wanin, her eyes shut in contemplation. And a fleeting thought crossed his mind. The likelihood of successfully confessing his feelings for her was at least fivefold at that moment. However, he refrained from expressing his emotions. He yearned for their relationship to progress gradually and naturally, rather than impulsively agreeing to be his girlfriend in a moment of sentiment. At this juncture, Li Wanyi was not yet the woman who would share a decade-long journey with him. Every individual has their own complexities, which can only be refined through prolonged companionship, fostering a lasting bond. He relished the exhilarating pursuit of winning her heart. When Li Wanyi opened her eyes, touched, she expressed, "Thank you. This is my first birthday away from home since starting university, and you are the first person, besides my parents, to show me such care." Jiang Feiyu replied earnestly, "There's no need for such formality between us. Your happiness is my greatest satisfaction. Are you not curious about my wish?" She inquired. Wishes lose their magic when spoken aloud. "Share it with me once it comes true, and we shall see if it aligns with my own," Jiang Feiyu replied with a smile. Li Wanyi lowered her gaze, unable to meet his eyes. Her wish had been for the person before her to accompany her on her next birthday. His image filled her thoughts as she wished, yearning for his affection. This illustrates how many girls, in moments of emotion, may make decisions outside of rationality, later regretting them upon reflection, while boys, conversely, seldom regret impulsive choices. "Come over here. I prepared all these dishes myself. Taste my culinary skills and see if they suit your palate." Jiang Feiyu beckoned Li Wanyi to the dining table. Stir-fried beef with green peppers, sweet and sour pork tenderloin, oil-braised shrimp, sour fish soup, seasonal greens. These are all my favorites. This is delicious. Your cooking rivals that of my mother," Li Wanyi exclaimed, savoring each dish. Jiang Feiyu gazed at Li Wanyi's manner of eating and gently remarked, "As long as you enjoy the food, that is all that matters. If you relish it, I shall prepare it for you whenever I have the time. You must have spent quite a bit on all this, haven't you? There are so many dishes that we cannot possibly finish them all." Li Wanyi paused her chopsticks, unease flickering in her eyes as she inquired. Having never accepted kindness from anyone other than her parents, she felt a twinge of guilt. "Do not worry about it. You can eat to your heart's content. Should there be leftovers, I can savor them tomorrow. The colored lights are rented and cost me only a few coins, which I must return tomorrow." The balloons and paper decorations barely amounted to 2 yuan, while the cake was the only pricey item, costing just over 30. Jiang Feiyu offered an explanation. Li Wanyi replied, "Even so, that is still a considerable sum. It equates to several days' worth of my tutoring fees." Jiang Feiyu pondered for a moment before suggesting, "How about this? When my birthday arrives next year, you can repay me then, but let us agree that we one-tea dine out. You must purchase the ingredients and cook using my kitchenware, allowing me to sample the culinary skills of classmate Wanyi." "Very well, it is settled. However, if by that time you have a girlfriend, and she feels jealous, you cannot hold me responsible." Li Wanyi's voice dwindled as she spoke. Her fair complexion flushed with embarrassment. "There is already room for only one her here," Jiang Feiyu asserted, pointing to his heart with conviction. Understanding whom Jiang Feiyu referred to, Li Wanyi felt a wave of emotion wash over her. She even contemplated that should he confess his feelings at that moment, she would likely accept. "Let us eat quickly. Otherwise, the dishes will grow cold," Jiang Feiyu reminded her. Li Wanyi responded obediently. Chapter 30. Jiang Feiyu's rival. More than an hour later, Li Wanyi and Jiang Feiyu walked along the path back to school. "The dishes you cooked were exquisite. Since leaving home for university, this is the most satisfied I've felt after a meal," Li Wanyi said with a playful tone, gently caressing her stomach, completely shedding her usual aloof goddess demeanor. "You enjoyed it, so I shall cook for you every day from now on." "How does that sound?" Jiang Feiyu replied tenderly, his gaze filled with affection for Li Wanyi. "Dream on. Only couples or spouses spend every day together. Wait until you win me over first," Li Wanyi teased, glancing back at him. Her raven hair dancing in the evening breeze, resembling a celestial being stirred by earthly sentiments. "Then I must intensify my efforts to realize that goal swiftly." "I cannot let you down," Jiang Feiyu chuckled. The sound of Li Wanyi's laughter, like the tinkling of wind chimes, lingered in the air. On the campus walkway in front of the girls' dormitory, Li Wanyi and Jiang Feiyu strolled side by side when 2 young men approached them. One tall and handsome young man blocked Li Wanyi's path. "Wanyi, you finally returned. I've been waiting for you for quite some time. Just to wish you a happy birthday. This is a carefully selected birthday gift for you. I hope you like it. Though these flowers may not match your beauty, I hope they complement it," the tall young man earnestly declared, handing Li Wanyi a gift box along with a lavish bouquet of red roses. This young man was Ziming, a third-year student in the economics department, and the vice president of the student council. He hailed from a prestigious family. His father, Ling, was the chairman of a real estate company, and his mother was a representative in the capital. Not only was he handsome, but he also excelled academically. Ever since their chance encounter at school a month ago, he had become infatuated with Li Wanqi. After being rejected during his previous confession, he sought opportunities to approach her. Leveraging his position as vice president to easily obtain her student information, knowing that today was her birthday and meticulously preparing for this moment. Oh Ziming, I have already made myself clear. I will not harbor any feelings for you. I appreciate your kindness, but I cannot accept your gift or flowers. So please take them back. Li Wanqi firmly rejected, not accepting his offerings. Wanqi, our president has been waiting for you in front of the dormitory for over 2 hours. The gift was specially prepared for you. Please accept this heartfelt gesture, one of the boys accompanying Ziming urged. I have said I will not accept it. Please take it back, and I kindly ask that you refrain from using your positions in the student council to approach me in the future. Li Wanqi remained resolute. Having observed the situation for some time, Jiang Feiyu finally understood what was transpiring. This was a carefully orchestrated confession by his rival. The extravagant bouquet, consisting of nearly 100 roses, surely cost a fortune, and judging by the young man's attire and the Rolex adorning his wrist, his identity as a wealthy heir was unmistakable. Upon observing the appearance of this individual, Jiang Feiyu, though reluctant to admit it, could not deny that the other was indeed far more handsome than himself. Furthermore, this fellow happened to be the president of the student council. In the shoes of another, one might feel intimidated. However, for Jiang Feiyu, who had amassed 40 years of life experience, there was no grand occasion he had not encountered. Why would he fear competing with a wealthy heir who had yet to graduate? Jiang Feiyu understood it was time to assert his claim. Esteemed classmate, our Yuan has unequivocally declined your advances. As students of this new era, might we possess a modicum of dignity? Return from whence you came. Jiang Feiyu stepped forward, positioning himself between Li Wanqi and Ziming, addressing the latter directly. What do you think you are, speaking to our president in such a manner? A boy beside Ziming interjected aggressively, displaying a fervent loyalty to his leader. Lu Ming, Ziming raised a hand to halt him, casting a disapproving glance at Jiang Feiyu. Primarily, he had never regarded Jiang Feiyu as a rival, having perceived him merely as an inconsequential passerby. Given his unremarkable appearance and ordinary attire, unyielding, Jiang Feiyu met Ziming's gaze. May I inquire your name, esteemed classmate? I am curious about your relation to classmate Yuan. I am Jiang Feiyu, an insignificant individual. As for my relationship with Yuan, as you can clearly see, we are evidently a couple. Might you, President O, intend to impose your will upon us, or perhaps resort to monetary means to usurp my affections? Jiang Feiyu provocatively grasped Li Wanqi's hand, making a bold display. Remarkably, Li Wanqi did not resist, allowing Jiang Feiyu to hold her hand. It was the first time Jiang Feiyu had formally taken her hand, and she felt no sense of reluctance. Rather, being held by him brought her a profound sense of security, as if their hands had been intertwined for an eternity. At this moment, the confrontation among the four had drawn the attention of several passing students, particularly as Ziming and Li Wanqi were relatively well-known figures within the school. It was certain that news of the altercation between the student council's vice president, Ziming, and a fellow student, Li Wanqi, would spread throughout the campus by the following day. Jiang Feiyu, you jest. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ziming, the current vice president of the student council. I consider myself a diligent and exemplary student. I fear you may have misunderstood my intentions regarding classmate Yuan. As long as she remains unmarried, we all possess an equal opportunity for competition, Ziming remarked, his expression devoid of any anger. Jiang Feiyu's demeanor grew serious. His earlier comments had been intended to provoke. However, it was evident that Ziming was not the typical wealthy scion. His eloquence suggested a solid upbringing, marking him as a formidable rival. One does not ascend to the vice presidency of the student council at the prestigious Capital University of Technology merely through wealth without merit. It appears I have misjudged Vice President O. I apologize for my earlier remarks, yet our Yuan has made her affections clear. I kindly request that you respect her wishes and cease any further disturbances. Jiang Feiyu spoke with decorum. It seems I have overstepped. I sincerely apologize for intruding upon both of you this evening. Lu Ming, let us depart, Ziming stated, leading Lu Ming away. You didn't take offense at my earlier remarks about our relationship, did you? Jiang Feiyu gently inquired of Li Wanqi as he guided her away from the onlookers. seeking refuge beneath the shade of the trees adjacent to the dormitory. Given the urgency of the moment, I reluctantly forgave you. But only once you truly pursue me will you be permitted to hold my hand. Tonight, I shall grant you this small favor, Liwani concluded, playfully extricating herself from Jiang Feiyu's grasp before darting up the stairs with a smile. Jiang Feiyu raised his right hand to his nose, still able to detect the subtle fragrance of Liwani, and with a look of contentment, turned to return to the dormitory. Unbeknownst to Jiang Feiyu, the entire scene had been silently observed by their classmate, Wang Xiaowen, who happened to be on the fourth-floor corridor of Building A12. She watched Jiang Feiyu's figure recede into the distance, suddenly feeling foolish. She had initially thought Yuan Xinjie was her only rival, only to realize she had lost without even having a chance to confess. If you do not harbor feelings for me, why then did you save me? Why must you appear in my life? Indeed, the narratives portrayed in films are deceiving. The one who rescues you may not arrive upon a rainbow to wed you. Wang Xiaowen murmured to herself, her fingers turning pale from gripping the railing tightly. Unfortunately, Jiang Feiyu was oblivious to this poignant moment. Meanwhile, O Ziming and Lu Ming proceeded towards the boys' dormitory in Building A3. President, is that all there is to it? Lu Ming could not restrain his curiosity. Since the opportunity has been lost, do not act in haste. As the ancients say, one must know both oneself and one's adversary to achieve victory in 100 battles. Please investigate Jiang Feiyu's background for me, and discreetly inquire within Liwani's dormitory about when they became involved. O Ziming instructed Lu Ming. I shall await your news, rest assured. I will uncover the truth for you, Lu Ming pledged, thumping his chest confidently. Lu Ming, I appreciate your assistance. Once President Chen steps down next year and I ascend to the position of Student Council President, I shall ensure you secure the role of head of the External Relations Department, O Ziming affirmed, patting Lu Ming on the shoulder, mindful to offer him a token of goodwill. Those like him, hailing from prominent families, have long understood the art of maneuvering others to accomplish their goals. Chapter 31. The prelude to the hack in a certain residential community in Haicheng. Young A-chung hurriedly raced up the stairs to his home on the 5th floor. A-chung was a second-year high school student who had been living with his grandfather due to his parents' frequent business trips. Previously, after school, he would spend his time playing basketball with classmates. However, ever since the legendary game began its open beta over a month ago, A-chung and a group of friends became utterly captivated by it. Each day, as soon as school was over, he rushed home to play on the computer, a birthday gift from his parents the previous year. Moments later, panting, A-ching arrived at his 5th-floor residence and unlocked the door with his key. A-ching, you're back. Come eat dinner first, his grandfather called out. Grandpa, I've already eaten at school. You eat by yourself. I need to study, A-ching replied without looking back. He entered his room and shut the door, eagerly powering on his computer. The elderly man shook his head helplessly, perplexed by his grandson's recent strange behavior. He merely worried that A-cheng's habit of skipping dinner might leave him hungry. Once the computer booted up, A-cheng launched the legendary game client, impatiently logging into his mage account. Due to his daytime classes, his progression had been slow, but after inadvertently downloading a hack pack online a few days ago, his leveling speed skyrocketed. This sudden transformation elevated him from obscurity to a gaming expert in the eyes of his classmates. The overwhelming vanity he felt made it impossible for him to detach from the game. Whenever he was at home, he found himself irresistibly drawn to playing. A-ching admired the creator of the hack immensely, but regrettably, the hack was only valid for 7 days, and he needed to level up before the open beta concluded. In a bustling internet CAF in the capital, every seat was occupied. Among the throng of gamers, nearly 2/3 were immersed in the legendary game, with the air filled with shouts of monster slaying. Damn it, Li Min, your level 15 mage is faster than my level 16 warrior. Are you using a hack? A young man exclaimed. Indeed, you've hit the nail on the head. I am using a hack, replied Li Min nonchalantly, without turning around. Is it true? Where did you get the hack? Share it with me. Given our friendship, if you don't expect me to let you copy my homework in the future. The young man urged. Call me Brother Min, and I'll take you to new heights. What do you say? Li Min boasted. Brother Min, you're like a brother to me. Hurry up and tell me, the young man insisted, shaking his companion's arm vigorously. All right, if you insist, I'll share it with you. Here's a link. Download the installation package, and I guarantee you'll be just as good as me. Only with hacks can you truly relish the game. Li Min sent a download link via QQ to his friend. His companion, Anai, eagerly began the download. In a luxurious apartment unit 3106 in the capital, The room spanned at least 170 square meters. The expansive living area was furnished with 2 long tables, each equipped with no fewer than 10 computers, where 9 young individuals sat engrossed in playing the legendary game. This is the real headquarters of the prestigious Glory Guild. The guild leader, Li Quanpong, a wealthy heir at the tender age of 23, established a gaming team during his high school years alongside a group of friends. Initially, they engaged in games such as Stone Age and Counter-Strike. The explosive popularity of Legend following its open beta captivated Li Quanpong, prompting him to form the Glory Guild with the ambition of becoming the foremost guild in the realm of Legend. Leader, I've discovered an impressive cheat that effortlessly breaches the security of the game. It not only enhances movement speed, boosts health defense, and accelerates mana recovery, but also automates the process of monster hunting. It's remarkably powerful, exclaimed a man named Jie as he approached Li Quanpong. Send it to me. I shall test it to see if it truly lives up to your claims, Li Quanpong replied, intrigued. Half an hour later, he summoned Jie and inquired, Jie, where did you obtain this cheat? Its features are exceptional. We must acquire it to secure our position as the leading guild in Legend. Leader, I downloaded it from the internet. Jie responded, can you contact the developer to negotiate an exclusive purchase of the cheat, or perhaps hire them to create a customized version for us? Cost is not a concern, Li Quanpong asserted. Leader, the person who uploaded the cheat left a QQ number. I will attempt to reach out, Jie replied. Similar scenarios unfolded across the nation as the seeds sown by Jiang Feiyu days earlier began to take root and spread rapidly. In a rented room in the capital, Jiang Feiyu observed the statistics from various websites, noting that the total download count had surpassed 10,000. He no longer needed to pose as a shill to generate comments, as numerous users began to spontaneously leave glowing reviews, proving that free offerings are indeed the best promotional strategy on the internet. Jiang Feiyu opened his newly registered QQ account, only to be greeted by an overwhelming influx of friend requests, all inquiring about the full price of the Legend cheat. After spending some time sorting through the requests, he found that most were from individual players, with only 4 inquiries coming from guilds or studios. Following detailed discussions with these 4 entities, all expressed interest in either purchasing the cheat outright or recruiting Jiang Feiyu. However, their offers fell short of his expectations. The highest bid came from an individual known as Jackson Who Can't Dance, representing his guild, who offered 200,000 RMB for an exclusive buyout or a monthly salary of 25,000 RMB for employment. In this era, 200,000 RMB was considered a substantial sum, enough to easily acquire a modest 2-bedroom apartment of over 60 square meters in the suburbs of the capital. Such an investment could potentially yield a return exceeding 3 million renminbi in a decade. Yet, Jiang Feiyu's aspirations lay elsewhere, and he declined the offer due to its inadequacy. At the headquarters of the Glory Guild in the capital, Jie was reporting to Li Quanpong regarding the acquisition of the cheat. After a period of contemplation, Li Quanpong instructed Jie, offer them 300,000 RMB for an exclusive buyout. If they refuse, negotiate the price for a full version license. Understood, leader. I shall proceed, Jie affirmed. Li Quanpong let out a sigh. Although he was born into wealth, spending 300,000 yuan to purchase cheats for gaming was still a painful decision for him. He did not engage in gaming frivolously. Rather, he aspired to replicate the practices of foreign professional guilds in China, viewing it as a venture to pursue. Meanwhile, Jiang Feiyu stared at the offer of 300,000 yuan sent to him, rendered speechless. On one hand, he felt a pang of reluctance over the sum. After all, with a mere nod, he could possess the money immediately, sufficient to purchase the apartment he was currently renting. On the other hand, he marveled at the extravagance of the wealthy, who would spend such a fortune on gaming, a sum that many would not earn in a lifetime. Ultimately, Jiang Feiyu declined the offer and instead negotiated a formal licensing deal for a total price of 50,000 yuan for 120 licenses, each capable of being activated 3 times, essentially acquiring 360 authorizations for the price. As bank transfers would expose personal information, they agreed to conduct the transaction in cash offline. Fortunately, both were located in the capital, alleviating some logistical concerns for Jiang Feiyu. However, he had to temporarily forego dealings with 3 other parties who resided in different cities, as he did not have the time to travel elsewhere for offline transactions. They arranged to meet at 7 p.m. at the failing CAF on Nanjing Road. Jiang Feiyu first spent 168 yuan on a 128 megabytes USB drive, onto which he copied the official cheat and license package. At 7:02 p.m., wearing a tennis cap and sunglasses, Jiang Feiyu entered the CAF, scanning the room until he spotted Arjie at table 2 by the window, also wearing a hat. Night rain sends north. Jiang Feiyu's QQ username. Do you really need to be so cautious? We are not spies meeting for a clandestine exchange, Arjie remarked, observing Jiang Feiyu's attire. Better safe than sorry. Did you bring your laptop? Jiang Feiyu whispered. Here, Arjie replied, retrieving a Dell laptop from his backpack and handing it to Jiang Feiyu. Jiang Feiyu inserted the USB drive into the laptop, copied the files to the D drive, and proceeded to install and activate the software in front of Arjie. It's activated now. You can use the CAF's network to test it, Jiang Feiyu said, returning the laptop. Wait a moment, Arjie replied, taking the laptop to request a network connection from the CAF owner. Jiang Feiyu ordered a latte and waited patiently. 20 minutes later, Arjie returned to the table. Night rain sends north. I checked, and everything seems fine. It's been a pleasure working together. Here is your payment. Arjie produced a wad of cash wrapped in a black plastic bag from his backpack. Jiang Feiyu opened the bag and spent 2 minutes counting the money. Everything appears in order. It's been a pleasure collaborating. Should you need anything in the future, feel free to reach out. I'll take my leave now. Jiang Feiyu tucked the money away and bid farewell to Arjie. Take care. No need to see me off, Arjie responded politely as he stood up. Jiang Feiyu deliberately wandered around the pedestrian street, changed buses twice, and then took a taxi, spending 40 minutes to return to his rented accommodation. He carefully concealed the 50,000 yuan in cash and let out a sigh of relief. Chapter 32, the legendary launch. An hour later, after Jiang Feiyu escorted Li Wandi to the A12 girls' dormitory. He hummed a tune as he returned to room 302 in building A5. Just as he entered, he was seized by Jiang Guangjie and Liao Yongxian, who swiftly pinned him onto the bed, while Su Tianxing took a seat on a chair at the foot of Jiang Feiyu's bed. What do you all intend to do? Jiang Feiyu questioned, perplexed. Jiang Feiyu, I am here to conduct an interrogation on behalf of the organization. Please answer truthfully to your issues, and strive for leniency in your confession, Su Tianxing stated solemnly. What do you want me to confess to? Jiang Feiyu retorted. Third brother. I heard that a male student from our school had a dispute with those Zimming from the student council the night before last. All for the sake of the economics department's flower, Li Wandi. Be honest, was that person you? Su Tianxing inquired mischievously, resembling a translator from an anti-Japanese drama. On what basis do you think it was me? Moreover, the rumors are exaggerated. The version I heard was merely that they exchanged a few heated words. How did it escalate to a physical confrontation in your accounts? Jiang Feiyu replied, exasperated. Third brother, you escort Li Wandi back to her dormitory every night. I've seen you do it twice on campus. I refrained from exposing you at the time, not wanting to disturb your courtship. Now, be honest. What is the extent of your relationship? Su Tianxing countered. Fine, I admit it. I was the one who clashed with those Zimming, Jiang Feiyu conceded, unable to maintain his FAAD any longer. Wow, impressive, Jiang Guangjie and Liao Yongxian couldn't help but exclaim. Third brother. What is it like to pursue the department's flower? Jiang Guangjie pressed. Third brother, you are my role model. Please share some insights with me, Liao Yongxian implored, dropping to his knees. It's not as exaggerated as you think. Li Wandi and I are not officially together yet, but we should be soon, Jiang Feiyu said with a hint of pride. Third brother, do not forget your roots. If you succeed, remember that it was I and your sister-in-law who played matchmakers. Su Tianxing reminded him. All right, once I succeed, I will certainly treat everyone to a meal. Is that satisfactory? Jiang Feiyu relented. Second brother, do you know anything about Zimming's background? Jiang Feiyu suddenly asked Su Tianxing. I have only recently joined the student council and have seen him twice. He is the vice president of the student council. It is said that the president, Chen Yaowang, is a senior this year and has stepped back from the council's activities. Now, Zimming and another vice president handle the affairs. His family background is quite respectable and his reputation is not bad. Are you concerned that he might resort to underhanded tactics against you? Su Tianxing divulged what he knew. It is prudent to understand one's competitors. One must remain vigilant against potential schemes. Please keep an eye on him for me, Jiang Feiyu said, his cautious nature honed over the years. Although Zimming had not pursued Li Wandi in his previous life, with Jiang Feiyu now in the picture, one could never predict the ramifications of the butterfly effect. It is akin to how most boys do not harbor resentment against a girl for rejecting them. Yet losing to another male can ignite a competitive spirit. Rest assured, my dear Lao San, I shall convey any intelligence to you without fail should any situation arise. In terms of affiliations, Su Tianqing is undoubtedly aligned with Jiang Feiyu. But what of the three of you? Where are Lao Si and Lao Lu? Jiang Feiyu, having not encountered Chen Kaiqian and Wei Chongning, inquired. As you well know, Lao Lu is either in the library or the study room, typically returning around 10 in the evening. Recently, Lao Si has become infatuated with the game Legend, spending his extracurricular hours either at the Drama Society or in an internet CAF. Jiang Feiyu was somewhat speechless, unable to fathom that Chen Kaiqian had become captivated by Legend so early on. In their previous life, it was Jiang Feiyu and Chen Kaiqian who first skipped classes to indulge in the game, subsequently leading their dormitory mates astray. Whenever they had the chance, they would form parties in the internet CAF to slay monsters. Aside from Lao Lu Wei Chongning, who occasionally played out of obligation, the other five were ardent fans of Legend. Days later, Legend completed its final bug fixes post-open beta testing and officially launched for commercial operation, just as Jiang Feiyu remembered from his past life. On the very first day, within a mere 24 hours, the number of registered users surpassed 1 million, peaking at over 10,000 players online simultaneously. The influx of players caused the servers to crash multiple times, as the 10 servers initially prepared by Shengda could not accommodate the overwhelming demand, necessitating the temporary addition of 20 more servers to ensure smooth gameplay. The phenomenal success of Legend took everyone by surprise. Even the game's operating company, Shengda, had not anticipated such a response. For the first generation of online gamers in China, Legend represented their initial encounter with a mature model of online gaming. It fulfilled contemporary players' desires for gameplay freedom, social connections, and the camaraderie intrinsic to the gaming community. The game resonated with the long-held aspirations of the Chinese populace for a life steeped in chivalry and heroic spirit. Innately, the Chinese possess a certain Jianghu temperament. And as modern society has distanced itself from such a lifestyle, Legend, with its tales of enmity and camaraderie, ignited the players' fervor. Much like the worlds crafted by the esteemed Jin Yong, every Chinese individual harbors a dream of the Jianghu within their heart, and the game fulfilled the youthful aspirations of those longing to be gallant heroes. From the second day following the launch of Legend, Jiang Feiyu found himself too preoccupied to monitor the online registration numbers or concurrent users. Since the previous day, his QQ messages had been inundated with friend requests. It took him an entire day to sift through the thousands of messages, ultimately eliminating over 90% of personal buyers. Nevertheless, he still had over 100 guilds or studios to engage with. Jiang Feiyu first isolated the 11 guilds based in the capital, discussing their purchasing quantities and prices in detail, resulting in 6 successful transactions totaling over 196,000 yuan for 480 lis. He subsequently conversed with the remaining 90 guilds scattered across the nation, extracting a list of 18 with significant transaction amounts for further discussion. Jiang Feiyu first purchased a Nokia 8250 and secured 3 anonymous mobile cards in various locations. It took him an entire day and night to complete 6 transactions in the capital, which resulted in his bank balance soaring to over 246,000. His wallet instantly swelled with newfound wealth. Just a few days prior, he had lamented missing out on 300,000, but now Jiang Feiyu could confidently declare, "I am no longer in want of money." However, the remaining 18 guilds scattered across 13 cities nationwide presented a considerable headache for Jiang Feiyu. He found himself overwhelmed, unable to attend to all the demands single-handedly. Abandoning the opportunity seemed a regrettable option, so he required a trustworthy individual to represent him in finalizing the transactions. Among his acquaintances, he contemplated his dormitory mates, Chen Kaiqian and Wei Chongning, both of whom were reliable and discreet. Jiang Feiyu found himself uncertain about whom to choose. Chapter 33. Zhang Guangping joins the ranks the following afternoon. After classes had concluded, Jiang Feiyu made his way alone towards his rented accommodation outside the school. Upon reaching the school gate, a familiar voice called out to him. "Feiyu, Feiyu, it truly is you, my friend. I was beginning to think you had forgotten about me since you haven't visited since the semester commenced. You haven't replied to my QQ messages either," Zhang Guangping exclaimed, his tone lighthearted yet teasing. Jiang Feiyu turned around in surprise, recognizing Zhang Guangping. It had been quite some time since they last saw each other, having not crossed paths in the expansive campus until this day. "Pingzi, is that really you? I sincerely apologize. My previous QQ account was hacked, and I lost all my contacts. I assure you, it was not my intention to ignore your messages," Jiang Feiyu responded, patting Zhang Guangping on the shoulder with genuine delight. "I knew it. No wonder you haven't replied to me. Which dormitory are you staying in now? Zhang Guangping inquired eagerly. I reside in A5 building, room 302. You can come find me there anytime. Jiang Feiyu quickly shared his room number. All right, I'll come by your dormitory later. But for now, I must dash. I've secured a part-time job and need to distribute flyers on the pedestrian street, Zhang Guangping said with a hint of reluctance. Wait a moment, Pengzi. Don't rush off just yet. I have something important to discuss with you. Jiang Feiyu's eyes lit up as a thought struck him. Zhang Guangping would be the perfect candidate, having been classmates for 3 years in high school. Jiang Feiyu knew Zhang Guangping well. Both hailed from rural backgrounds, and given his need for a part-time job, it was clear he had financial motivations. Furthermore, Zhang Guangping was known for his loyalty. During their senior year, when Jiang Feiyu misplaced his money, his entire week's worth of meal expenses, it was Zhang Guangping who generously shared half of his own food budget with him. Consequently, the two had survived on mere vegetables that week, a memory that still lingered in Jiang Feiyu's mind. Feiyu, what's up? If you need my assistance, just say the word. Are you short on cash? I only have about 50 yuan on me, but you can take it. I don't have my bank card with me, but I can withdraw more tomorrow, Zhang Guangping assumed, immediately pulling out the last of his cash. Jiang Feiyu was profoundly touched. Friends like Zhang Guangping, who would unreservedly offer their support, were a rare treasure, especially for someone like him who had experienced the complexities of life. Pengzi, you've misunderstood. This is actually a wonderful opportunity to earn money. Let's discuss it by the roadside. Forget about your flyer job. I guarantee you'll earn more in one go than you would in an entire month of distributing flyers, Jiang Feiyu explained earnestly. Feiyu, what opportunity are you talking about? Zhang Guangping asked, genuinely puzzled. Jiang Feiyu led Zhang Guangping to a secluded spot before revealing, Pengzi, are you familiar with the currently popular game, Legend? Of course. I'm a devoted fan. I absolutely adore the mage character. With just a flick of my staff, I can vanquish countless foes, Zhang Guangping replied, excitement evident in his voice. The opportunity one speak of is intricately linked to the game Legend. I have an acquaintance who provides technical maintenance for this game at a major company. Utilizing his knowledge of the game's intricacies, he has developed a suite of cheats. I am now the one facilitating the sale of these cheats to various gaming guilds and gold farming studios. I have successfully negotiated numerous transactions, and I require someone to complete the offline transactions in the respective cities of our clients. Would you be interested in joining me? For each deal closed, after deducting travel expenses, I will grant you a 5% share. What do you say? Jiang Feiyu lowered his voice and explained to Zhang Guangping, fabricating an imaginary friend as a pretext. Feiyu, you are quite resourceful to think of such a way to earn money, Zhang Guangping exclaimed in astonishment. Just know this and keep it to yourself. The total amount involved in these transactions exceeds 200,000. A 5% commission could easily ensure you earn over 10,000. Are you in? Jiang Feiyu continued. Wow, that's a substantial sum. Zhang Guangping was taken aback by the figure Jiang Feiyu had revealed. That's the amount. Consider it carefully. Jiang Feiyu understood Zhang Guangping's astonishment well. For someone from Zhang Guangping's background, 200,000 was an astronomical figure, and a 10,000 commission was beyond his imagination. Feiyu, since you trust me enough to let me partake in such a venture, I will join you. Just tell me what I need to do, Zhang Guangping resolved. Eager to proceed. We need to finalize these transactions within the next few days, with clients spread across 13 cities. Can you take a few days off work? I plan to travel by plane where possible and by train or car otherwise. I need you to swiftly complete the transactions from north to south. First, let us buy you a phone. I will explain everything in detail along the way, Jiang Feiyu concluded, promptly hailing a cab to the nearest mobile phone retailer. Jiang Feiyu paid for a Nokia phone costing over 5,000, which Zhang Guangping was reluctant to accept. However, Jiang Feiyu insisted it was necessary for work and that the cost would be deducted from future commissions, prompting Zhang Guangping to finally take it. Next, Jiang Feiyu took Zhang Guangping to a small clinic, spending 200 to obtain a medical note, which Zhang Guangping used to request a week's sick leave from his counselor. Afterward, Zhang Guangping packed a few clothing items and took his ID, while Jiang Feiyu purchased a direct flight ticket from the capital to Shanghai for him. After seeing Zhang Guangping off, Jiang Feiyu would coordinate the remaining details remotely, managing the timing and locations between the buyers and Zhang Guangping. Jiang Feiyu strictly instructed Zhang Guangping to buy a local prepaid SIM card upon arriving in each city. All transactions were to be conducted in cash and required him to change his appearance to leave no discernible trace. Each time he received cash, Zhang Guangping was to wire the funds to Jiang Feiyu's account from a local bank, keeping only a little over 1,000 in cash for himself. 6 days later, Zhang Guangping returned from Chengdu to the capital, and the two gathered in Jiang Feiyu's rented apartment to tally the earnings from this venture. Before Zhang Guangping, Jiang Feiyu meticulously calculated the accounts. The total amount from the 18 transactions reached 276,300 yuan. After deducting the transportation, accommodation, dining, mobile card, and communication expenses incurred by Zhang Guangping over the past 6 days, amounting to 12,803 yuan, the net profit stood at 263,497 yuan. Based on a 5% commission, Jiang Feiyu was obliged to pay Zhang Guangping a commission of 13,174.85 yuan. Jiang Feiyu decided to round it up and counted out 13,200 yuan in cash from his bag, laying out 132 crisp 100 yuan bills before Zhang Guangping, leaving him utterly astonished. This cash had been withdrawn from the bank earlier that day. For Jiang Feiyu understood that a cascade of digits during a bank transfer could not evoke the same impact as a pile of cash placed right in front of someone. Feiyu, this is too much. I spent over 5,000 on my phone, Zhang Guangping stammered. Although he had handled tens of thousands of yuan daily over the past 6 days, none of it was his own. The sum before him, however, belonged to him. 13,200 yuan was an astounding amount, considering his parents toiled all year for a mere 3,000 to 4,000 yuan. The contrast left him with a twinge of guilt. Jiang Feiyu was quite pleased with Zhang Guangping's demeanor, loyal, unready, and aware of the ebb and flow of circumstances. Such qualities made him a trustworthy partner. Pengzi, take this money. It is your hard-earned income. Consider this as a means to facilitate your work. In the future, where your efforts are needed, do not hesitate to ask. The bulk of this earnings needs to be allocated to the upper management. Otherwise, you would receive even higher commissions, Jiang Feiyu reassured him. And only then did Zhang Guangping accept the money. Feiyu, I want to express my gratitude in words. Just know that you can call on me whenever you need assistance. Zhang Guangping replied appreciatively. He felt a deep sense of gratitude towards Jiang Feiyu for including him in such profitable ventures. For Zhang Guangping, who barely earned 10 yuan a day distributing flyers, this opportunity was a boon. His parents labored under the scorching sun, earning only a few thousand yuan a year, and this sum could alleviate 3 years' worth of tuition and living expenses, significantly easing his parents' burdens. Pengzi, go and deposit the money in the bank. Then return to your dormitory and rest well. We will be in touch when your assistance is needed again, Jiang Feiyu advised. I'll take my leave then, Feiyu. Call me if you need anything. I'm almost nauseous from flying. I never realized flying could be so exhausting, Zhang Guangping remarked with a sigh. After seeing Zhang Guangping out, Jiang Feiyu returned inside, contemplating his current assets. He believed his bank account now held over 490,000 yuan, nearing the 500,000 mark, a substantial sum indeed. Yet, 500,000 yuan felt somewhat inadequate for Jiang Feiyu's forthcoming plans, so he resolved to secure one more profit before stepping back. Chapter 34. Baiting the hook. Jiang Feiyu logged into QQ and discovered a user named Wind in Chaos on his friend list. This individual had recently added Jiang Feiyu as a friend, claiming to be from a studio called Vanguard. Unlike typical gaming studios, this one was composed of peers akin to Jiang Feiyu, and the person wished to purchase a version of Jiang Feiyu's cheat software. Jiang Feiyu had deliberately ignored this individual for several days. Now, he deemed it appropriate to engage in a serious discussion. Simultaneously, in an office within a building in the Minhang district of Magic City, Xie Guangfeng was convening a meeting with his subordinates. At just over 40 years of age, Xie had amassed his fortune by trading electronic products such as tapes and radios from Hong Kong to the mainland. Recognizing the burgeoning opportunity presented by the explosive popularity of the Legend game following its public beta, he, along with several partners, established the Vanguard Studio, enlisting 8 technicians dedicated to developing cheats for the game. His acumen was indeed sharp. Chen Yun, how much longer will it take to crack the cheat package developed by the other party? Xie Guangfeng inquired from a young man seated to his right on the couch. Chen Yun, the technical lead recruited by Xie Guangfeng, had 4 years of software development experience and had been lured from another company with a handsome salary. Boss, the other party's technology is at least 5 years ahead of us, employing over a dozen combined encryption algorithms in their outer layer. We currently have no means of cracking it. I cannot guarantee anything, the young man hesitantly replied. And what of our own developed cheat package? How much longer until it is completed? Xie Guangfeng furrowed his brow and pressed on. Our cheat is approximately 60% complete. Considering the remaining workload and testing time, we will require another month for full development. However, boss, I have assessed that our product may only achieve about 70% of the performance of theirs, which presents a significant technological gap. Qin Yun could not suppress his concerns. Useless, all of you are useless. After all this time, you produce nothing of merit. Yet you boast of being graduates from prestigious telecommunications universities. What good are you? Xie Guangfeng could no longer contain his frustration and slammed the documents onto the coffee table, venting his ire. Old Xie, calm down. Anger will not solve the problem. Qin Yun, you may leave for now. Xie is somewhat out of sorts. Do not take it to heart, interjected a middle-aged man seated to the left of Xie Guangfeng, gesturing for Qin Yun to exit the office. This man was Wang Mingyuan, one of Xie Guangfeng's partners. Old Wang, how can I not be anxious? I have received news that several major gaming guilds have already struck deals with one another, acquiring formal versions of cheat packages. Not only do they possess superior technology, but they are also ahead of us. If this continues, I fear that our major clients may be snatched away by them, lamented Xie Guangfeng. Wang Mingyuan inquired, have we made contact with them? Is there a possibility for acquisition or collaboration? Xie Guangfeng replied, they have yet to respond. It seems they are determined to stand their ground against us. At that moment, Qin Yun knocked and entered. Mr. Xie, Mr. Wang, we have received a response from the other party. They are willing to discuss collaboration. Xie Guangfeng immediately rose, stating, I will handle the negotiations. After Jiang Feiyu sent a message to the other party, a response finally arrived after more than 30 seconds. Hello, friend. I am the owner of Vanguard Studio. May I know your name? Names are merely code names. What matters is the substance. Let us get straight to the point to save us all some time. Regarding the collaboration we previously proposed, what are your thoughts? Since I am willing to respond, it signifies my interest in collaboration. Please, share your proposal. There are two methods for collaboration. The first is a one-time buyout. We negotiate a suitable price, and you provide us with the source code. The second is a revenue-sharing model. We agree on a distribution ratio and promote the cheats through our offline channels. I am aware that you have already reached agreements with several large domestic gaming guilds, but I suspect you are an independent developer. It would be challenging for you to reach individual players. Collaborating with us could significantly expand your market. We have established stable partnerships with card distributors, internet CAF owners, and mainstream gaming guilds, allowing us direct access to the majority of gamers. The benefits of collaboration would undoubtedly surpass your current small-scale endeavors. Let us speak candidly about the first collaboration method. We are all adults here. The second method lacks transparency, as I cannot verify your accounts. The income is solely based on your word. It appears you harbor some distrust towards us. However, we respect your decision. How does a flat price of 250,000 sound? Are you jesting? Do you have any idea how much I have earned from selling cheats recently? It is several times your proposed amount. If you lack sincerity, then let it be. Please do not be upset. Business negotiations take time. If our price does not meet your expectations, please propose your offer, and we can discuss it. A flat price of 1.5 million, and the source code will be yours. Xie Guangfeng, upon seeing the 1.5 million price tag from the other party, nearly smashed his computer screen in frustration. Ultimately, he swallowed his anger and continued to respond. Friend, 1.5 million is far too high. We simply cannot afford it. We are genuinely interested, so let us both demonstrate some sincerity. Jiang Feiyu was aware that the price of 1.5 million was somewhat inflated. He had merely been testing the waters, wondering if he might encounter a naive investor with deep pockets. He continued to engage with the other party. Yiyu Jibei, what is the maximum you can offer? Feng Zhongling Yuan, my friend, a firm price of 500,000, no more. Yiyu Jibei, 500,000 is out of the question. I could earn that myself with just a bit of time and effort. There is no need to collaborate with you for that. At the very least, I require 1.4 million. Following this, Jiang Feiyu found himself embroiled in a protracted negotiation, with both parties gradually narrowing their bids between 500,000 and 1.4 million. Ultimately, when the figure reached 850,000, Jiang Feiyu refused to lower it any further, estimating that this was likely the other party's bottom line. On the other side of the computer, Xie Guangfeng was anxiously conferring with Wang Mingyuan. Xie Guangfeng, what are your thoughts, old Wang? Wang Mingyuan, with a clear mind at that moment, replied, Old Xie, We should agree to their terms. We cannot afford to stall. The initiative lies with them. If we don't acquire their version, by the time we develop our own, it will be too late, and all our prior investments will have gone to waste. Purchasing their version may yield us lesser profits, but it is a safer route. Seeing the affirmative response from the other party, Jiang Feiyu could not help but smile. He sent another message. Yug Bei, once the source code for the software is sold to you, future upgrades and updates will be your responsibility. The transaction will take place in the capital. After a considerable wait, the other party consented to Jiang Feiyu's proposal. They arranged for the transaction to occur on Saturday, 3 days hence, in the capital, before Jiang Feiyu logged off. This negotiation had nearly drained his energy, yet with the 850,000 now secured, every effort proved worthwhile. Chapter 35. The deal is sealed in the grand office of the illustrious Chen Tianjiao in the bustling city. Meng Yanqing, the operations director of the legendary game, is presenting a report. Meng Yanqing states, Mr. Chen, recently our server has detected a segment of players utilizing cheat packages to manipulate game data, employing highly sophisticated techniques that allow them to impersonate our client and submit false data to the server. Chen Tianjiao responds, have we reached out to WeMade from Goryeo? What insights have their technicians provided? Meng Yanqing replies, WeMade has responded that accurately analyzing the source of false data from the vast array of game data is quite challenging. They require time for verification. Additionally, considering the time needed to create a patch, it is estimated to take over a month. Chen Tianjiao asserts, ensure you expedite communication with our counterparts in Goryeo. The legendary game is our premier online game investment, and this issue is pivotal to our company's future strategy. I cannot tolerate even a hint of disrepute tarnishing our reputation. Meng Yanqing inquires, understood, Mr. Chen. Should we suspend the accounts of those identified as users of cheats? Chen Tianjiao reflects momentarily before responding, after your assessment, how significantly do these cheaters impact game balance? Meng Yanqing explains, the cheats currently employed by these players primarily enhance mobility, increase health defenses, accelerate mana recovery, and reduce respawn wait times. We estimate their impact on game balance to be between 1, 2, and 3, 9. After a brief contemplation, Chen Tianjiao concludes, given that the game has only recently launched, we must not actively suppress the enthusiasm of these players who have invested in game cards. It would also reflect poorly in media reports if we were to expose this issue. Continue monitoring the situation, and if the impact remains below our threshold, we shall await the new patch from WeMade. Meng Yanqing affirms, understood, Mr. Chen. I shall take my leave now. Chen Tianjiao nods, signaling that Meng Yanqing may exit. 3 days swiftly pass. On Saturday at 11:45 a.m., Xie Guangfeng, Wang Mingyuan, and Chun Yun emerge from the terminal of the capital's airport, promptly hailing a taxi as they depart. The chosen venue for their transaction is a Starbucks near the university town, a location bustling with foot traffic and conveniently located near an industrial and commercial bank within a mere 50 meters. Pingxi, do not be anxious. Simply adhere to the script we rehearsed. Should you encounter any challenges, text me. Jiang Feiyu encourages Zhang Guangping outside the CAF. Feiyu, this is my first time participating in such a significant transaction. I fear that I may falter and jeopardize your important matters, Zhang Guangping admits. His palms sweaty and words slightly stammered. Jiang Feiyu reassures him, come on, Pengzi, follow my lead. Take a deep breath. Inhale deeply. Remember, they are the ones seeking our transaction. We hold the reins. Treat this as if the students from the neighboring class who often bullied us in high school, like Sun Eru, are now coming to us for assistance. Maintain a high stance and deliver a sharp rebuke to them. Sun Eru, you wretched dog, humiliation, severe humiliation. Upon mentioning Sun Eru, Zhang Guangping clenched his fists tightly, gritting his teeth as he spoke. All right, your expression is sufficiently fierce. You may go inside and wait. The other party is nearly here. I will remain outside. Keep your phone accessible, Jiang Feiyu instructed, placing sunglasses and a baseball cap on Zhang Guangping's head, patting him on the shoulder to signal him to enter first. Throughout the entire transaction, Jiang Feiyu had no intention of revealing himself. He instructed Zhang Guangping to impersonate him during the deal. Even if, many years later, the other party recognized Zhang Guangping's identity, as long as Jiang Feiyu staunchly denied it, it would be challenging to tarnish his reputation without evidence. Especially after achieving success, any minor indiscretions from his past would be magnified by others for criticism. And Jiang Feiyu was quite protective of his reputation. After a little over 10 minutes, a taxi pulled up in front of Starbucks, and 3 men alighted, heading straight into the CAF. Two middle-aged men in their 40s led the way, followed by a younger man, approximately 25 or 26 years old. Jiang Feiyu surmised that these individuals were the ones here for the transaction. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Feiyu received a text from Zhang Guangping. The other party has arrived. Jiang Feiyu replied, proceed as planned. Inside Starbucks, Zhang Guangping took a seat across from the other party. Xie Guangfeng could not help but remark, in the night rain, we come bearing sincerity. Why do you not dare to present your true self? Zhang Guangpeng replied, in a chaotic wind, we are merely conducting a transaction. Once it is completed, we shall part ways. I am but a lone individual, unlike you who have extensive social connections. My actions are purely for self-preservation. Xie Guangfeng responded. Very well, let us commence the transaction. Zhang Guangping inquired, where is the cash check I requested? Xie Guangfeng retrieved a check from his briefcase and placed it on the table, stating, this is an 850,000 cash check issued by the Industrial and Commercial Bank. Valid upon presentation, with no deception involved. Zhang Guangping pretended to examine it, though it was his first encounter with a check, and he could not discern its authenticity. Nevertheless, he trusted Jiang Feiyu's words, believing the other party was eager to proceed with the transaction and would not resort to trickery. Zhang Guangping then asked Xie Guangfeng, did you bring the computer? Xie Guangfeng gestured to Qinyun, who retrieved a laptop from his backpack. After powering it on, he placed the laptop on the table before Zhang Guangping. Zhang Guangping extracted a USB drive from his pocket, copying an encrypted file onto the D drive of the laptop. After entering the password, he unlocked the encrypted file and turned the computer towards Qinyun, indicating for him to inspect it. Qinyun meticulously examined the file for half an hour in front of everyone before turning to Xie Guangfeng and reporting, boss, the source code is flawless, and no functionalities have been removed. Xie Guangfeng nodded in approval. Unable to contain his curiosity, Qinyun asked Zhang Guangping, may I inquire about your programming techniques? How is it that your code is so elegantly succinct? Typically, an individual would require over 100 lines of code to execute the same logical program. Yet you have accomplished it in just over 20 lines. Zhang Guangping was momentarily taken aback by the inquiry. How could he be expected to possess knowledge of such technical matters? He could only feign nonchalance, stating, I apologize, but this is a trade secret, and I am unable to disclose any information. Xie Guangfeng interjected to halt Qinyun's continued questioning. Addressing Zhang Guangping, I apologize for my subordinate's indiscretion. Since there are no further inquiries, let us resume our transaction. Wait a moment. Zhang Guangping retrieved the computer from the opposing party, closing the encrypted file folder he had previously opened. He then stated to Xie Guangfeng, let us proceed with caution. I have implemented a small program within the folder. Should the password be entered incorrectly 3 times, or if there is an attempt at brute force hacking, the source code will be randomly deleted. For now, I will have my associate take the check to the bank to confirm that the funds can be withdrawn, after which I shall provide you with the password. Suppressing his irritation, Xie Guangfeng responded, how can we be assured that you won't abscond with the check, ultimately leaving us without the password? That is quite simple. Zhang Guangping replied. He produced an envelope from his pocket, placing the check inside, and then summoned a waiter. Excuse me, could you please deliver this envelope to my friend at the entrance? He is wearing a white t-shirt and is named Mr. Kai. Just call for him as such. After handing the envelope along with a 5 yuan tip to the waiter, Zhang Guangping watched intently as the waiter made his way to the entrance. Delivering the envelope to Jiang Feiyu, who was similarly attired in sunglasses and a hat. 30 seconds later, Zhang Guangping received a text from Jiang Feiyu confirming receipt of the check. My friend will require some time to cash the check at the bank. In the meantime, why not indulge in some refreshments on my behalf? Consider it a gesture of gratitude for your long journey. Xie Guangfeng, feeling somewhat disgruntled from being led around throughout the day, decided not to extend any pleasantries. He called for the waiter and ordered a variety of dishes and drinks, while Zhang Guangping maintained a congenial demeanor, exhibiting no signs of displeasure. Suddenly, Wang Mingyuan, who had been silent beside Xie Guangfeng, turned to Zhang Guangping and remarked, you cannot possibly be the developer of the program, nor are you the one known as Night Rain sending North Online, are you? Zhang Guangping froze on the sofa, beads of sweat visibly forming on his forehead. Both Xie Guangfeng and Qinyun exchanged surprised glances at the unexpected turn of events. Wang Mingyuan continued, do not be alarmed. My friend, we hold a profound admiration for the technical prowess and intellect of the individual behind you. Please convey our sincere desire to establish a friendship with him, as we hope for opportunities for collaboration in the future. Jiang Feiyu could only awkwardly raise his coffee cup for a sip, neither confirming nor denying the assertion. Over an hour later, Jiang Feiyu received a message from Jiang Feiyu indicating that all had gone smoothly. He then wrote the password on a piece of paper and handed it to the opposing party. Chen Yun, upon unlocking the folder with the password, nodded in confirmation to Xie Guangfeng that everything was in order. Jiang Feiyu rose and addressed the three individuals, since the transaction poses no issues. I shall proceed to settle the bill. Afterward, I will not accompany you further. If you have the leisure, feel free to explore the capital. Our paths may cross again in the future. Xie Guangfeng and his companion stood and shook hands with Jiang Feiyu, at least observing the necessary courtesies. After settling the bill at the bar, Jiang Feiyu swiftly exited and vanished into a bustling pedestrian street across from the CAF, disappearing from sight in an instant. Chapter 36. Registering a company. Half an hour later, Jiang Feiyu and Jiang Feiyu returned to Jiang Feiyu's rented apartment outside the school. As soon as they entered, Jiang Feiyu collapsed onto the sofa. Today's performance had pushed him beyond his limits, and the prolonged mental strain had drained his energy. After allowing Jiang Feiyu a few moments to recuperate, Jiang Feiyu poured him a glass of water. Jiang Feiyu downed the water in one gulp, his emotions finally settling, the tension dissipating. Jiang Feiyu remarked, "Feiyu, I performed reasonably well today, didn't I?" Jiang Feiyu smiled and replied, "You were exceptional, far exceeding my expectations." Drawing from his years of experience as a boss, Jiang Feiyu understood that appropriate verbal encouragement could serve as a powerful motivator for employees, although it must be coupled with material incentives to be truly effective. Jiang Feiyu responded, "As long as I didn't ruin your plans, that's all that matters. By the way, Feiyu, the other party realized I'm not Yujibei. This won't have any repercussions, will it?" The transaction had been successfully completed, and whether or not they could discern the truth was now inconsequential. Handing over a stack of cash amounting to 100,000 yuan, Jiang Feiyu said, "Here's your reward. Count it." Jiang Feiyu quickly declined. "Feiyu, this is far too much. I only appeared for a few hours, and if you hadn't pulled me in, I'd still be on the streets handing out flyers, barely earning a few coins a day. Is it appropriate for me to accept such a sum?" Jiang Feiyu, with utmost seriousness, replied, "Jiang Feiyu, remember this. I have never shortchanged my brothers. If I say you're worth this amount, then you are indeed entitled to it. Accept it with peace of mind. I assure you, I can manage." With a firm nod, Jiang Feiyu earnestly stated, "Feiyu, since you hold me in such regard, I am wholly at your service. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to ask." Jiang Feiyu patted Jiang Feiyu on the shoulder, acknowledging his loyalty. He was almost taken aback by his own acting prowess. This gesture of winning hearts was not in vain, though he mused that the Oscars owed him a little golden statue. Jiang Feiyu informed Jiang Feiyu, "In the near future, I plan to venture out on my own, but not into the realm of gray industries like hacking. I intend to pursue my studies while utilizing my spare time to develop application software and register a legitimate business. There will be ample opportunity for you in the future, though the income will certainly not match the exorbitant profits from hacking. I can assure you a salary based on the average wage in the capital." Jiang Feiyu replied, "Feiyu, you've already done enough for me. Even if there's no salary, I'm willing to help." Jiang Feiyu said, "I can afford to pay you. You needn't worry about saving me money. Now, go home and rest. I will contact you when I need your assistance." Jiang Feiyu replied, "All right, Feiyu, I'll take my leave. Notify me if anything arises." After seeing Jiang Feiyu off, Jiang Feiyu contemplated how to proceed with the upcoming tasks. With today's earnings of 840,000 yuan, his bank balance had surpassed 1,330,000 yuan. Having acquired this capital, his first order of business was to register the company, secure office space, recruit personnel, and procure office furniture and computers. These various tasks needed to be prioritized. Jiang Feiyu first retrieved the phone number of the intermediary Xiaowu from his previous rental experience and called him to discuss the general requirements for the office he wished to rent. The other party promised to provide a response within a day. Subsequently, Jiang Feiyu ventured out to find an agent for registering a company. After confirming details such as the company name, entity type, legal representative's identification, and scope of business with the intermediary, he was requested to provide a registered address and capital verification within 2 days. If all went smoothly, the business license, organization code, and tax registration certificate could be obtained within a week. However, the intermediary fee was quite steep, amounting to 2,500. Jiang Feiyu paid a deposit of 1,000 and left his mobile number before returning home. The following day, real estate agent Xiao called Jiang Feiyu, who then took a taxi to an 8-story office building near the university town. Wu Haichao had been waiting downstairs for some time, and upon seeing Jiang Feiyu, he warmly welcomed him, clearly impressed by Jiang's previous rental experience, as he had not anticipated such a young individual would establish a company. Mr. Jiang, according to your requirements, this Guangme building currently has an office for rent that perfectly aligns with your needs. Allow me to show you around. If it does not meet your expectations, we can proceed to another location, Wu Haichao said. As they walked, Jiang Feiyu requested a brief introduction. Wu Haichao elaborated, Mr. Jiang, this building is 6 years old, and it is new both inside and out. It was constructed with modern commercial office standards in mind, targeting corporate clientele. The entire structure comprises 8 floors and is equipped with 2 elevators. The office available for rent is a half floor on the 4th floor, totaling over 600 square meters. The previous tenant vacated 2 weeks ago, reportedly due to expansion and insufficient space. Jiang Feiyu followed Wu Haichao into the elevator and ascended to the 4th floor. Upon exiting, Wu led him to the office on the right-hand side. The glass door still bore the logo of Haixin Financial Trade Company, Limited, yet to be removed. Jiang glanced across the hallway and noted that the opposite office belonged to a company named Xiangxi Ring Garment Trade Company, Limited. After passing the reception area, they entered a 400-square-meter office space, furnished with 6 rows of interconnected desks, each row accommodating 5 workstations, totaling 30. What is the situation with these desks and chairs? Jiang Feiyu inquired, puzzled. Wu Haichao explained, these furnishings were left behind by the previous company. It is said they prospered and, upon relocating to a new office, purchased new desks and chairs, leaving these behind. They are approximately 6/10 new. Mr. Jiang, if you prefer to procure new furniture, the building management will handle the removal of these items. Jiang Feiyu replied, why remove them? 6/10 new office furniture should not be discarded. That would be wasteful. Today's generation seems to have forgotten the traditional virtues of hard work and perseverance. I will keep these desks and chairs. They will save me a considerable expense in procurement. Subsequently, Jiang Feiyu explored the entire office area. Apart from the main office space in the lobby, there was a general manager's office, a finance room, and 2 meeting rooms. 1 large and 1 small. The smaller meeting room could easily be converted into a server room. The expansive office area of over 600 square meters was quite luxurious for a startup company in its initial stages. Jiang Feiyu primarily considered the subsequent expansion of multiple business lines, which would require a substantial workforce. Given the current financial surplus, he decided to rent a larger space to avoid the predicament of insufficient office area within 6 months. Jiang Feiyu turned to Wu Haichao and inquired, what is the monthly rent for this place? Wu Haichao responded, Mr. Jiang, the rental price for Guangme building is 35 yuan per square meter. The half floor you are renting totals 612, 4 square meters, amounting to an annual rent of 208 yuan. A prepayment of 3 months rent totals 302 yuan. The property management promises to waive the first month's rent for newly settled businesses. Wu Haichao swiftly calculated the annual rent on his calculator. Pulling Wu Haichao aside, Jiang Feiyu whispered, Xiao Wu, since I am a returning customer, shouldn't you help me negotiate a better price with the property management? I know you have connections with them. I won't let you work for nothing. Besides the standard brokerage fee, I will personally give you a 2,000 yuan bonus. Wu Haichao's eyes brightened with surprise, and he exclaimed, Mr. Jiang, please wait a moment. I will go downstairs and discuss this with Manager Zhang from the property management. Jiang Feiyu gestured for Wu Haichao to hurry along. Half an hour later, Wu Haichao excitedly entered the office to report the outcome of his negotiations. Mr. Jiang, after my efforts, Manager Zhang has agreed to a rental price of 32 yuan per square meter. You save 3 yuan per square meter, which amounts to over 22,000 yuan for the year. That 2,000 yuan bonus was indeed well spent. Subsequently, with no financial constraints, Jiang Feiyu, under Wu Haichao's guidance, signed a 1-year lease agreement at the property management office on the 1st floor. Manager Zhang assigned a young man to escort Jiang Feiyu to the nearest bank for the transfer. Jiang Feiyu prepaid 3 months' rent, with the first month waived, effectively covering 4 months' rent. Jiang Feiyu withdrew 2,000 yuan in cash to personally hand to Wu Haichao and settle the brokerage fee. Thus, Jiang Feiyu successfully secured the office space. After renting the property, he sent the registered address to the registration agency, and the next day, He provided the necessary verification materials as requested. A week later, the business license and 3 certificates were issued. Jiang Feiyu collected the business license and certificates from the registration agency, along with a supplementary payment of 500 yuan. Chapter 37. Recruitment after obtaining the business license. Jiang Feiyu first visited the human resources market, where he spent 200 yuan to rent a stall. After perusing the various recruitment booths, he gained a clear understanding of the salary levels for the corresponding positions. Jiang Feiyu printed a large recruitment poster at a nearby printing shop, which was filled with information about high-paying positions in human resources, finance, administration, internships, and research and development. While most positions appeared standard, the internship role was particularly notable. Jiang Feiyu not only aimed to recruit a substantial number of interns, but specifically sought recent graduates from computer-related fields. Jiang Feiyu's rationale was that the company's primary business in the coming period would focus on selling the network management wizard system to internet cafes. He intended to employ a strategy of offering a free trial period to the owners of these establishments. If the system proved effective, it would naturally lead to the conversion of trial users into paying customers. This promotional approach did not necessitate sophisticated sales techniques. Rather, it required sales personnel to effectively localize the system and provide operational training to the internet cafe owners. Consequently, Jiang Feiyu planned to recruit graduates in computer-related disciplines, providing them with a few days of training before deploying them nationwide. Their sole task would be to visit various internet cafes and offer the system installation free of charge. Recent graduates not only possessed the requisite skills, but also had modest salary expectations. With the end of the first semester approaching, fourth-year students from major universities in the capital were eagerly seeking internship opportunities, ensuring a plentiful supply of candidates. However, perhaps due to Jiang Feiyu's youthful appearance, no inquiries had been made at his stall even after an hour of displaying the recruitment poster. Remaining calm, he leisurely observed the crowd passing by. After another half hour, finally, someone approached Jiang Feiyu's stall. The visitor was a young woman, approximately 27 years old, dressed in professional attire with her long hair neatly tied back. Exuding an air of competence, Jiang Feiyu had noticed her a while ago. She had lingered in front of his stall before circling around and returning, possibly having found no suitable positions elsewhere. "Hello, sir. My name is Jiang Feiyu. May I ask if your company is hiring for human resources? What does your company do?" she inquired. Understanding her apprehensions, likely stemming from fears that his stall represented a fraudulent operation, Jiang Feiyu promptly presented his business license and relevant documents on the table. "Here are the business licenses and certificates. You can verify the company name, registered address, registered capital, and business scope. Additionally, I am the legal representative of the company, which has just been registered. Aside from myself and our office space, there is nothing else in place yet." Jiang Feiyu examined the documents attentively, confirming that they had indeed been registered just a few days prior. Regarding the suspicion that Jiang Feiyu might be a fraud, Jiang Feiyu initially harbored similar concerns. However, after observing him for some time, she noted that he had never attempted to solicit passing job seekers. Furthermore, no con artist would use a newly registered business license to deceive others. If one were to fabricate, it would be more prudent to do so with some semblance of authenticity. Given her extensive experience in human resources, Jiang Feiyu frequently encountered business licenses and was adept at discerning the authenticity of the red seals and numbers on them. Jiang Feiyu stated, "I am in need of an experienced human resources professional to assist me in fulfilling numerous recruitment positions. Please share your background." Jiang Feiyu retrieved a resume from her folder and handed it to him, saying, "Boss, here is my resume for your review." She had graduated from the prestigious Beijing Normal University with a degree in Chinese language and literature, accumulated 5 years of work experience, served 2 years as a secretary in a state-owned enterprise, and spent 3 years in human resources at a private company, with proficiency in English. Jiang Feiyu swiftly perused the resume, committing key information to memory. After 2 minutes, he set the resume down and addressed Jiang Feiyu. "Your resume appears satisfactory. I have but one question for you. Should your answer meet my expectations, you shall be retained. If not, I kindly request that you seek opportunities elsewhere." "Please, go ahead," she replied. Jiang Feiyu continued, "Our company, Feiyu Technology, primarily focuses on software development and related fields of information technology. We require a significant number of technical research and development personnel. If you were in charge of recruitment, where would you source candidates?" Jiang Feiyu replied, "From my understanding, The pool of technical professionals in the capital with over 5 years of experience is rather limited, predominantly concentrated in select areas such as Zhongguancun, Wangjing, and Guomao among a few internet and technology companies. We could leverage personal and alumni connections, as well as headhunters to scout talent. Naturally, this presupposes that the company is willing to bear higher labor costs. Moreover, for technical positions with less stringent experience requirements, we could utilize the labor market, internal referrals, newspaper advertisements, and recruitment websites to fulfill some needs. However, the optimal method is campus recruitment, as there is a substantial influx of fresh graduates each year in the capital, and their labor costs are relatively low. The drawback, of course, is that they necessitate a period of training. Qin Wuxu was poised to elaborate further, but Jiang Feiyu interjected. That will suffice. Your response has adequately demonstrated your capabilities. You are hired. Now, let us discuss your salary expectations. My salary expectation is a monthly wage of 500 yuan. Qin Wuxu hesitated before proposing a figure that was somewhat elevated for someone with 5 years of experience in human resources. She was indeed in need of financial resources, which had compelled her to leave her previous position. After a few moments of contemplation, Jiang Feiyu resolved to employ her, primarily due to his impending classes that left him little time for hands-on recruitment. He deemed the higher salary acceptable, as it would alleviate many of his burdens. Very well. You are officially hired, Jiang Feiyu declared. Thank you, boss. Qin Wuxu exclaimed, her joy evident, as this opportunity was indeed crucial for her. I will give you 10 yuan. Please go to the print shop outside to print 2 copies of the labor contract and make a photocopy of your ID card. Also, buy 2 lunchboxes while you're at it. You have the labor contract template, right? Jiang Feiyu handed 10 yuan to Qin Wuxu. I do have the labor contract template. Qin Wuxu replied eagerly, taking the money. Jiang Feiyu said, then off you go. I will remain here. Half an hour later, Qin Wuxu returned to Jiang Feiyu's recruitment stand, carrying 2 copies of the labor contract and 2 lunchboxes. Boss, here are the labor contracts you requested, a photocopy of my ID, the 2 lunchboxes, and the remaining change of 5 yuan. Jiang Feiyu borrowed a plastic chair from the neighboring stall and said to Qin Wuxu, you should sit down and eat with me. Consider it a working meal. After glancing through the labor contracts and finding no issues, Jiang Feiyu picked up a pen and signed his name in the designated area for Party A. The company seal has yet to be processed, so for now, you only have my signature. Once the seal is ready, I will affix it for you. He handed the signed contract to Qin Wuxu, offering an explanation. After Qin Wuxu signed, Jiang Feiyu kept a copy of the contract and took the photocopy of her ID card. Do you have any plans for the afternoon? He inquired. No, I'm free this afternoon, Qin Wuxu replied. Jiang Feiyu continued, your salary will commence from today. You will take my place in recruiting this afternoon. I have some matters to attend to. If there are candidates for the RD position, ask them to come to the company for a second interview tomorrow. For other positions, feel free to make decisions as you see fit. The company address is the one listed on the business license. I will leave you a copy of the business license and a key to the company. Please meet the new hires at the company at 9 a.m. tomorrow. Is that clear? Oh, absolutely, Qin Wuxu replied, hastily putting down her lunchbox after taking a couple of bites. After finishing his meal, Jiang Feiyu departed, leaving Qin Wuxu alone to continue the recruitment process. Qin Wuxu watched Jiang Feiyu's retreating figure in silence for a long time. This was the most absurd day of her professional career. One moment she was a job seeker, and the next, she was the second employee of this company. The boss's casual approach left her perplexed. Perhaps it was pointless to overthink it, as long as the boss could afford to pay her salary. Even if the company were merely a shell, it was worth the risk to try. Chapter 38. The first batch of employees the following day was Monday, with classes scheduled for both the morning and afternoon. Jiang Feiyu, unable to attend, shamelessly decided to skip them. He instructed a few of his dormitory mates to call out his name when the teacher took attendance. Around 9 a.m., upon his arrival at the company, Jiang Feiyu found a group of individuals already gathered in the office area, 3 women and 5 men. Aside from Qin Wuxu, he was unfamiliar with the rest, indicating that her recruiting efforts had been remarkably fruitful, managing to bring in so many new faces in just one afternoon. As Jiang Feiyu entered, the group was engaged in lively conversation. A young man seated at the entrance mistook Jiang Feiyu for a new colleague and greeted him warmly. Boss, you're here, Qin Wuxu exclaimed, noticing Jiang Feiyu. She quickly stood up and called out to the others, who looked bewildered, urging them to rise as well. No need for formalities, everyone. Please, be seated. Jiang Feiyu gestured for them to take their seats. Once everyone was settled, he continued, "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Jiang Feiyu, and I am the owner of this establishment. As you can see, Feiyu Technology is a newly established company primarily engaged in technological development, sales, operations, and maintenance within the realm of computer science. We possess ample startup capital and a lineup of mature products. I wholeheartedly welcome each of you to our family at Feiyu Technology, and I look forward to our collective efforts to grow the company. As your employer, I assure you that the compensation provided will be commensurate with your hard work. In the future, more individuals will join our ranks. And I hope that in a few years, you will proudly identify yourselves as the pioneers of Feiyu Technology." Upon concluding his speech, the assembled crowd erupted in applause. Naturally, Jiang Feiyu did not expect to win over everyone on the first meeting. He did not possess any grandiose aura of authority. He believed that as the company expanded and offered ample opportunities for growth and benefits, the loyalty and sense of belonging of the employees would steadily increase. For now, the relationship between the company and its employees remained a straightforward employer-employee dynamic. As the applause subsided, Qin Wenshu rose to introduce each individual to Jiang Feiyu, all of whom were recruited the previous afternoon. Su Minjun, female, 25 years old, hailing from Tangshan, Hebei, serving as the administrative and purchasing specialist with 3 years of experience in private enterprise administration. Zhao Xiqin, female, 37 years old, a native of the capital, holds the position of accountant and cashier. Sister Zhao has extensive experience in financial work, having spent over a decade at a state-owned factory. Due to the factory's poor performance, she was laid off in July after opting for an early retirement buyout. Yang Qi, male, 22 years old, from Laoqing, Shandong, an intern currently in his 4th year at Beijing Institute of Technology, majoring in electronic and communication engineering, and is considered a senior to Jiang Feiyu. Zhang Vida, male, 21 years old, from Suqian, Jiangsu, also an intern, a 4th-year student at Beijing University of Posts and Telecommunications, specializing in electronic science and technology. Chen Yukoan, male, 22 years old, a resident of the capital, an intern and 4th-year student at Beijing University of Aeronautics and Astronautics, majoring in electronic information engineering. Wu Qiyu, a 23-year-old male from Xiangyang, Hubei Province, is an intern and a senior student majoring in communication engineering at the Capital Aerospace University. Sun Weibo, a 22-year-old male from Tangshan, Hebei Province, is also an intern and a senior student majoring in computer science and technology at the Capital University of Science and Technology. After introducing Jiang Feiyu and everyone else, he continued, "All right, now that everyone is acquainted, I will assign today's tasks." Jiang Feiyu said, "Qin Wenshu, you are responsible for handling the company's official and legal seals. Today, your main task is to establish files for everyone and ensure the labor contracts are signed. Starting tomorrow, you will continue to oversee recruitment." Qin Wenshu responded, "Understood, boss." Jiang Feiyu then addressed Su Minjun, "You will lead 2 young men in charge of procurement. I will outline a few items. Let us begin with purchasing 10 office computers and 2 servers. I will provide you with the specifications shortly. Additionally, you will need to go to the Telecommunications Bureau to set up the internet and prepare a list of other office supplies needed, such as printers, safes, water dispensers, and any missing desks and chairs. I suggest you check with the property management for regular suppliers of desks and chairs. You can find Manager Zhang on the 1st floor for their contact information. They can deliver by this afternoon. For any purchases under 5,000 yuan, you can request an advance from finance." Su Minjun inquired, "Boss, can I choose the 2 boys myself?" Jiang Feiyu replied, "You may select from the 5 young men present." Su Minjun affirmed, "All right, I have no issues with that." Jiang Feiyu then addressed Zhao Xiqin, "Here is 20,000 yuan in cash for you to manage. This will cover small purchases, transportation costs, and reimbursement for certificate processing. Also, when you have time, please obtain the bank's basic account opening permit. Additionally, compile a list of office supplies needed by finance and share it with Su Minjun for procurement." Zhao Xiqin asked, "Boss, where should I store this cash after work tonight?" Jiang Feiyu instructed, "Minjun, please purchase a safe this afternoon." Su Minjun acknowledged, "Understood." Zhao Xiqin added, "I have no issues either." Jiang Feiyu continued, "The rest of you, please take a moment to clean the office, removing any unnecessary clutter for property management to dispose of. Does anyone have questions? If not, let us get to work." Qin Wenshu interjected, "Boss, 2 technical personnel will arrive for a second interview for the RD position at 10 o'clock, and they will need your assessment." Jiang Feiyu replied, "All right, I understand." You may carry on with your tasks. Once everyone was busy, Jiang Feiyu found a spot to sit and ponder the company's future direction and work arrangements. As a leader, it was his responsibility to manage assignments and oversight, though he understood the necessity of maintaining a degree of distance from hands-on labor. Having been a business owner in a previous life, he possessed valuable management insights, while being approachable as a boss was essential. Maintaining a certain level of authority and hierarchy with employees was equally important. Around 10 o'clock, Wu Qiyu entered with two young men. Manager Jiang. These individuals are here for the second interview for the RD position. I happened to encounter them at the door, so I brought them in. Jiang Feiyu. Very well. Thank you, Xiaowu. You may proceed with your tasks. Gentlemen, do you have your resumes? Jiang Feiyu inquired of the two individuals. One of the young men was tall and slender, adorned with spectacles, exuding an air of scholarly refinement. The other had a round face and a slightly plump figure, resembling the comedian Xiao Yeye. Each of them presented a resume to Jiang Feiyu. The tall one was named Qin Shihong, while the slightly stout one was called Lu Quanmin. Jiang Feiyu. Qin Shihong, let us retreat to the conference room for a discussion, while you, Lu Quanmin, please wait a moment. Jiang Feiyu guided Qin Shihong into a small conference room, benefiting from the recent relocation of their company, which had left the small conference room's furniture untouched amidst the emptiness of the other offices. Chapter 39. The future technological prodigy in the conference room. Jiang Feiyu and Qin Shihong sat facing each other. Jiang Feiyu requested a brief introduction from him. Qin Shihong. My name is Qin Shihong, hailing from Ningqing, Jiangsu. I am 25 years old and graduated from the software engineering program at the Capital University of Posts and Telecommunications. Since my graduation in 1999, I have been working at NetEase in technical maintenance. I just left NetEase 2 weeks ago, where my primary responsibilities included troubleshooting back-end issues and maintaining web pages. Suddenly, a flash of recognition struck Jiang Feiyu. He recalled someone named Qin Shihong from his previous life, who had also graduated from the Capital University of Posts and Telecommunications and had a tenure at NetEase. Jiang Feiyu scrutinized Qin Shihong for a moment. There was a striking resemblance, leading him to believe it was indeed the same person. If he were the same individual, this Qin Shihong would undoubtedly become a technological luminary in the future. In Jiang Feiyu's memories from his past life, after leaving NetEase, Qin Shihong had joined Huawei in Shenzhen, serving as a senior technical engineer, director of the Big Data Laboratory, and chief scientist of the operating system, overseeing numerous national big data center projects. Eventually, he became the deputy chief engineer of the Huawei Harmony OS project, achieving the status of a top-tier technical expert within Huawei's technical system before Jiang Feiyu's rebirth. This was truly a stroke of fortune, and Jiang Feiyu resolved to secure him for his company. Jiang Feiyu felt the need for one final verification and inquired. I have gathered some information about your background. May I ask, aside from interviewing for our company, have you applied elsewhere in recent days? Taken aback by the question, Qin Shihong answered candidly. In addition to your esteemed company, I submitted my resume to a company called Mingqing Technology in the capital. Furthermore, a classmate of mine works at Huawei's headquarters, and through his connections, I also applied internally there. Jiang Feiyu, have you passed the interview at Huawei? Qin Shihong, so far, I have only passed the preliminary interview. The second round requires me to interview at Huawei's headquarters in Shenzhen. I plan to search for one more week in the capital, and if I cannot find a suitable position, I will head to Shenzhen to join my classmate. Upon hearing this, Jiang Feiyu was now fully convinced that the individual before him was indeed the Qin Shihong he had known in his previous life. Jiang Feiyu, may I ask why you left NetEase? After all, it is one of the 3 major portal websites in China and is publicly listed on NASDAQ, making it one of the few well-known internet technology companies in the country. Qin Shihong, to be honest, I prefer product development over technical maintenance. Prolonged involvement in technical work has stifled my thinking and hindered my personal growth. I had previously submitted several reports to request a departmental transfer, but my superiors did not approve. Thus, after considering my future career trajectory, I made the decision to resign. Jiang Feiyu began to understand. Qin Shihong belonged to the category of achievement-oriented employees. Merely offering a high salary was insufficient for him. Such individuals possess the ambition to ascend, a desire to realize their value, and a yearning for trust and recognition from their leaders, demonstrating a willingness to shoulder significant responsibilities. Jiang Feiyu. Feiyu Technology is a company endowed with a substantial reservoir of technological expertise. Presently, the company boasts 2 mature products poised for market introduction. with numerous additional product lines slated for research and development in the near future. Should you choose to join us, you could commence your journey as a technical supervisor, leading a team and independently managing a product project. In terms of benefits, we offer a competitive salary of up to 5,000 yuan per month, along with project bonuses upon successful product delivery and a year-end bonus that guarantees at least 1 month's salary. How do you feel about this opportunity? Chen Qihong exclaimed with delight. I am immensely grateful for the trust bestowed upon me by the boss. I am eager to join Feiyu Technology. Such generous is beyond my capacity to decline. To be candid, the compensation offered by Jiang Feiyu is quite substantial for a technician like Chen Qihong, who has merely 1 or 2 years of experience. Not only does it include project bonuses, but there is also an annual year-end bonus equivalent to an additional month's salary. Currently, the concept of a year-end bonus is virtually non-existent in the domestic market. After 2 years at NetEase, he remained a regular technician, yet upon arriving here, he is being promoted to a technical supervisor, with the autonomy to lead a team and oversee product projects. The remuneration surpasses his expectations significantly. And the pivotal factor is the profound trust the boss has placed in him. What reason could he possibly have to refuse? Jiang Feiyu was quite elated, having secured a future technological prodigy at a minimal cost. Although Chen Qihong had yet to develop his full potential, the prospects for growth were exceedingly promising. This opportunity was undoubtedly a lucrative investment. Jiang Feiyu, I am assigning you a task now. There is another candidate outside who is also interviewing for a research and development position. Shortly, you will conduct the interview, and from this moment, it is your responsibility to assemble your own team. Chen Qihong, boss, may I inquire about the type of product projects I will be responsible for in the future? Jiang Feiyu, certainly, the project you are responsible for is a social-oriented internet platform product, which is expected to attract millions of users in the future. It must support both client-side and web-based login methods, thereby accommodating both CS and BS architectures. Once mobile communication technology matures, we will also launch a mobile client. I have already devised the system architecture, and you will take the lead on the subsequent development work. Chen Qihong, boss, you are still capable of writing software architecture. I do not doubt your skills. However, supporting both client-side and web-based login methods imposes significant demands on the system architecture. Jiang Feiyu, the existing products of the company have all been developed solely by me, so you need not worry about my technical capabilities. Once you review the system architecture I have crafted, if you find it unsatisfactory, you may then propose your own solution. Chen Qihong, very well, boss. I shall heed your words. Understanding that further opposition would be a slight to his superior, Chen Qihong acknowledged the possibility that his boss might possess superior skills. If necessary, he could always assist in refining the structure later on. Subsequently, Jiang Feiyu stepped out to summon Lu Quanmin, leaving Chen Qihong to conduct the interview alone. Having decided to delegate authority, it was imperative to extend complete trust. 20 minutes later, Chen Qihong emerged from the conference room, and Jiang Feiyu regarded him with a questioning gaze. Chen Qihong, boss, Lu Quanmin has successfully passed my interview. There are no technical issues. Would you like to conduct another round of interviews? Jiang Feiyu, no need. Since you believe there are no problems, I shall refrain from unnecessary actions. By the way, when can you both commence your positions? Chen Qihong, I require 2 days to attend to some personal matters. I will start on Thursday, while Lu Quanmin can begin on Wednesday. Jiang Feiyu, please bring Lu Quanmin over. Chen Qihong, understood, boss. After summoning Lu Quanmin to the meeting, Jiang Feiyu then called Qin Wenshu. Jiang Feiyu, Wenshu, this is our newly appointed technical director, Chen Qihong. This is our new research and development technician, Lu Quanmin. Please prepare 2 copies of the employment contracts for them to sign. Qihong will start on Thursday and Quanmin on Wednesday. Kindly inform the finance department that their salaries will be effective from today. Thank you, boss. Chen Qihong and Lu Quanmin expressed their gratitude in unison. Certainly, boss. Qin Wenshu cast a surprised glance at the two but remained dutiful, following the boss's instructions without inquiry. Qin Wenshu, welcome to both of you at Feiyu Technology. Please follow me. Chapter 40. A confession to the dormitory. After the departure of the 3 individuals, Jiang Feiyu observed that everyone in the office was bustling about, drenched in sweat. He provided additional funds for Sun Weibao to descend and procure a case of mineral water, as well as to arrange the work lunch. During noon, various vendors began delivering the office items that had been ordered, such as desks, chairs, printers, water dispensers, and bottled water. Jiang Feiyu settled the payments in cash, and he was quite satisfied with Su Minjun's efficiency, She did not bother him with trivial matters, taking initiative where she could. At 4 p.m., the 10 purchased office computers arrived, all of which were Lenovo brand. Fortunately, the distributor had ample stock available, allowing for immediate dispatch, while the servers were scheduled for delivery the following day. After directing everyone to organize the office supplies appropriately, the company began to resemble a proper workplace. Jiang Feiyu calculated that he had spent over 70,000 yuan in cash on that day alone for these acquisitions. With numerous additional items still to be procured, he realized that the over 3 million yuan in his bank account would not sustain them for long. Thus, he resolved to initiate training for the interns the following day, aiming to swiftly expand their market outreach. By 5 p.m., Jiang Feiyu permitted everyone to leave work early, as there was little to occupy them, and remaining in the office was merely a waste of resources. Simultaneously, at the teaching building of the Capital University of Technology, the third class of the afternoon had just concluded. Students from the 2001 cohort of Computer Science and Technology were gradually exiting the classroom when Class Vice President Yuan Xinjie intercepted a few members from Dormitory 302. Yuan Xinjie remarked, "Jiang Guangjie, where has Jiang Feiyu gone? He has not attended class all day. As class leader, his absence sets a poor precedent, and you all encouraging this behavior only exacerbates the issue." Jiang Guangjie replied, "Vice President, I am unaware of Feiyu's whereabouts. He mentioned this morning that he had matters to attend to and asked us to inform you. Moreover, is it not common for students to skip class occasionally? You seem to be overreacting." Yuan Xinjie countered, "Jiang Guangjie, your attitude is concerning. As a class officer, your words can easily corrupt the class's morale. I must sternly reprimand you. Should you maintain this demeanor, I will have no choice but to report this to the counselor." Observing that Jiang Guangjie had provoked Yuan Xinjie, Su Tianxing quickly intervened to mediate. "Vice President, please do not hold Jiang Guangjie accountable for his thoughtlessness. He often speaks without considering the implications." Indeed, Feiyu had urgent matters today. I saw him receive a phone call and rush out. Given Feiyu's usual conduct, he would not have acted so impulsively unless it were of great importance. Yuan Xinjie retorted, "What significant matter could a student possibly have that warrant skipping class without even the courtesy of requesting an absence?" Su Tianxing responded, "Vice President, consider that university students are still human. They encounter unexpected events, such as a friend's car accident, winning a lottery, a family member's passing, or even a serious illness diagnosis." Upon hearing this, Yuan Xinjie anxiously inquired, "What? Are you saying Jiang Feiyu is seriously ill? What is his condition? Is it severe?" Su Tianxing, as the vice monitor, "I merely suggested it might be the case. I am unaware of the specifics regarding the illness." Yuan Xinjie, "That won't do. Jiang Feiyu is gravely ill, and I must return to the dormitory with you all to check on him." Su Tianxing and the others exchanged glances, feeling somewhat constrained, and quietly reminded her, "Vice monitor, that is a boys' dormitory. It may not be appropriate for you." Yuan Xinjie, "I see I've become flustered in my urgency. What I meant was for you to check on Jiang Feiyu in the dormitory to ensure nothing untoward has occurred. We should show him more concern. After all, we are classmates, and in times of trouble, we ought to support one another." Su Tianxing, "Vice monitor, if there is nothing amiss, we shall take our leave. Rest assured, we will convey your message." After the 5 of them had distanced themselves from the teaching building, Liao Yongxian could not contain his curiosity. "Do you think Yuan Xinjie might have feelings for Lao San?" Jiang Guangjie, "I would say it's quite likely. Lao Wu, your chances are slim." Liao Yongxian, "You underestimate me. Yuan Xinjie is no longer my type. I have set my sights on someone more appealing." Jiang Guangjie shot Liao Yongxian a skeptical glance, having come to understand his character over time. Su Tianxing, "Lao Si, since you share a bunk with Lao San and have the closest relationship with him, do you have any idea where he has been?" Chen Kaiqian, "I'm not sure. It seems he has been preoccupied with matters outside lately." Wei Chongning suggested, "Since we are all in the dark, why not ask him directly tonight? If Feiyu is indeed facing difficulties, we might be able to lend a hand." Su Tianxing, "Lao Lu is right. When he returns this evening, we shall confront him directly. If he refuses to disclose anything, we shall employ rigorous interrogation methods." The group nodded in agreement. Later that night, around 9 p.m., after escorting Li Wani, Jiang Feiyu returned to the 302 dormitory. As soon as he entered, Jiang Guangjie swiftly shut the door, and the others immediately surrounded Jiang Feiyu. Upon witnessing this familiar scene, Jiang Feiyu felt an unsettling premonition. Su Tianxing, "Lao San, in light of your truancy today, which has led to our vice monitor's inquiries, I now represent the group in a thorough interrogation. You must honestly explain why you chose to skip class. Chen Kaiqian, Feiyu, Lao Er lied to the vice monitor, claiming you skipped class due to a severe illness. The vice monitor was so concerned that she intended to visit the dormitory to see if there was anything she could do to assist you. She genuinely cares for you. Wei Chongning. Yes, Feiyu, if you are facing any issues, it is better to share them. Perhaps we can help rather than you shouldering everything alone. Su Tianxing, Lao San. We have all witnessed your kindness towards Lao Lu. We are all from the same dormitory. If something has truly happened at home, we will undoubtedly step in to help. Jiang Guangjie and Liao Yongxian nodded in agreement. Jiang Feiyu looked at everyone with a mix of amusement and exasperation, realizing that they had completely misunderstood him. At this moment, he felt genuinely touched by their concern. Initially, he had intended to gradually inform his roommates about his situation once the company was on a stable footing. But he thought it better to be forthright now to alleviate their worries. Jiang Feiyu said, "First, I want to thank you all for your concern. However, I assure you, there is nothing to worry about. I've been exceedingly busy lately. So much so that I skipped class today because I have established a company and have been preoccupied with its affairs." The group exchanged glances, taken aback by this revelation, which was entirely different from their prior assumptions. Su Qianqing asked, "Are you certain you are referring to a company and not just a small shop?" Jiang Feiyu nodded affirmatively. "It is legally registered, with all the necessary paperwork in order, and we have a fixed office space along with around 10 employees at present." Su Tianxing could not help but chuckle. "You truly are full of surprises, third brother." Liao Yongxian could no longer contain himself and exclaimed, "Third brother, you're already a big boss. You must take good care of us from now on." Su Tianxing inquired, "What type of company have you established? Do you have a business direction?" Jiang Feiyu replied, "The company is called Feiyu Technology, and it operates in the internet sector. We already have mature software products that are about to be launched, and I have a comprehensive business plan in place." "Impressive," the group exclaimed, echoing Jiang Feiyu's own oft-used phrase. "By the way," Jiang Feiyu continued, "my company is looking to conduct market promotion and is in need of part-time workers. It can be done during your spare time. Who is interested? The compensation is quite generous." "What kind of compensation, Feiyu? What will we be doing?" Several people crowded around him with inquiries. Jiang Feiyu assured them, "As we are all roommates, you will not be shortchanged. There's a base salary of 500 yuan per month with no strings attached, and you earn a commission of 100 yuan for each successful transaction. All that is required is to promote during your free time in the day and in the evenings. My company has developed a billing management software for internet cafes, and your primary task would be to install the software for the cafe owners. After a complimentary trial period, if they agree to pay for it, that would count as a successful transaction. So what do you think? Are you interested? Count me in, Feiyu. With such generous compensation, I want to participate too." The group clamored eagerly. Jiang Feiyu cast a surprised glance at Su Tianxing and remarked, "Second brother, as a scion of wealth, you surely do not need this extra money?" Su Tianxing replied, "I may not need the money, but seeing everyone else joining it makes it seem enjoyable. Count me in as well. Consider it an early taste of the working world." "All right then," Jiang Feiyu agreed. "Since everyone is on board, we only have one class tomorrow morning. Let us skip that class and head to my office for training together. Is that acceptable?" Jiang Guangjie expressed his concern, "Third brother, skipping one class is fine. But what if the vice monitor reports us to the counselor for skipping class as a dormitory?" Jiang Feiyu responded, "That's simple. Big brother. Just find Li Mingguang in room 301 next door and ask him to help us request leave, saying I'm in the hospital and you're visiting me. Later, I can fabricate a medical record to support the ruse." Everyone was immediately impressed by Jiang Feiyu's audacious maneuver. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Feiyu made another call to Zhang Guanping, inquiring whether he was available to attend the training at the company the following day. Without hesitation, Zhang Guanping readily agreed to skip class to participate in the training. Chapter 41. Intern training on the second day, at 8:30 in the morning. Jiang Feiyu and 6 of his dormitory mates gathered with Zhang Guanping at the school gate. To avoid encountering classmates, Jiang Feiyu opted to have breakfast at a small shop outside the campus. He introduced Zhang Guanping to his dormitory companions, all of whom were young men of similar age and alumni of the same school, allowing Zhang to quickly bond with them. As the number 16 bus arrived, Jiang Feiyu eagerly ushered everyone aboard. Fortunately, the company was merely 6 bus stops away from Beijing Institute of Technology, and within 20 minutes, Jiang Feiyu led the group to the office. The atmosphere was light and cheerful, akin to a leisurely outing, devoid of the typical mindset of regular office workers. Upon entering the company, the other 6 were taken aback. Before arriving, they had anticipated a modest office space of merely a few dozen square meters. Never expecting Jiang Feiyu to have quietly secured such an expansive area, Su Tianxing could not contain his curiosity and asked, "Feiyu, is this office not a bit too large for just a dozen employees? Isn't it rather wasteful?" Jiang Feiyu explained, "The company is still in the process of hiring. I estimate that within 6 months, the staff will grow to over 50. It's prudent to rent a larger space now to avoid the hassle of relocating later." Most of the other employees had already arrived. Upon seeing Jiang Feiyu, they greeted him warmly. The group from the dormitory, feeling somewhat shy, chose to walk behind him, refraining from their usual banter. "Please find a seat and make yourselves comfortable. There are disposable cups by the water dispenser. We will have a meeting at 9. Jiang Feiyu instructed as he settled down at a computer to print documents. Although the furniture for the general manager's office had been arranged the previous day, new furnishings often carry a hint of formaldehyde. In a time when awareness of such hazards was minimal, Jiang Feiyu, having learned from experience, was acutely aware of the dangers posed by formaldehyde and had no intention of exposing himself to it. At exactly 9 o'clock, Jiang Feiyu called everyone to the hall for the meeting. 14 individuals, 8 employees who had joined the day prior, along with 5 from the dormitory in Zhang Guanping, turned their attention to Jiang Feiyu. "First, I would like to announce something. As you can see, I have brought 6 new colleagues today. They are part-time recruits from my school and will join the other interns for training. Together, they will be responsible for promoting the company as software. Let us extend a warm welcome to our new colleagues with a round of applause." The 8 seasoned employees welcomed the newcomers with enthusiastic applause. Jiang Feiyu introduced the 6 dormitory members to the existing staff. Today's work assignments are as follows. When Shu, you will continue to oversee recruitment, particularly for interns, to ensure we fill the positions promptly for concentrated training. Additionally, please recruit 1 sales assistant responsible for handling phone calls, following up on client payments, and compiling sales data. "Understood, boss," Qin Wishu replied. Jiang Feiyu, Zhao Jie, please collaborate with Minjun to procure the necessary office supplies that the company is lacking. Minjun, remember to head to the telecommunications bureau today to install the phone line. It is imperative that our company has a telephone. This task must be completed today. Additionally, please replace the logo outside the office. I will send you our company logo shortly. Understood, boss. Zhao Xiqin and Su Minjun responded in unison. Jiang Feiyu, the primary task for everyone else today is to participate in training. I will be conducting the training session, so if anyone has questions, please feel free to ask. No questions. Jiang Feiyu, those with other matters to attend to may go ahead, while those attending the training should gather here. The conference room lacks even a projector, so Jiang Feiyu resorted to using a small blackboard in the lobby to conduct the training for everyone, distributing printed materials he had prepared earlier. Jiang Feiyu, our training is divided into 3 parts. First, sales techniques. The paper I just distributed contains sales terminology that I have compiled, which will assist you in succinctly conveying to our potential clients who we are, the purpose of our Internet CAF management system, and the value it brings to them. Second, we will cover system installation and deployment training, which includes system version installation, environment variable settings, and system initialization. Third, we will focus on training you to utilize the various functions of the system, as you will eventually be responsible for training clients on its use. These 2 segments will involve hands-on training, so please familiarize yourselves with the sales terminology. And do not hesitate to ask questions if anything is unclear. Sun Weibao raised a question. Boss, why do we allow Internet CAF owners a 7-day trial before selling directly to them? Wouldn't it be more straightforward to sell to them immediately? Jiang Feiyu explained. Offering clients a free 7-day trial is a sales strategy one devised based on market conditions. Currently, there are no similar management software options available, and clients are unfamiliar with the software's functionality. It is challenging to persuade clients to invest in something whose purpose they do not understand. Allowing them to experience the system for free over a week often proves to be more persuasive than 1,000 pitches from our sales team. Zhang Vida interjected. Boss, I would like to inquire why the sales terminology scarcely addresses system functionalities, instead emphasizing its role and value. Jiang Feiyu responded to Zhang Vida. Your question demonstrates considerable depth. First, we must consider the profile of Internet CAF owners. Most possess limited educational backgrounds, and overly complex explanations will likely be unpalatable. Second, in terms of human behavior, An individual is typically willing to listen to a stranger for no more than 3 minutes. Thus, we must communicate the value the system provides within that brief window, sparking their interest and encouraging them to try it out. As Jiang Feiyu spoke, the audience diligently took notes, especially the 6 individuals he brought along, who viewed him as a knowledgeable instructor, with every word he uttered deemed worthy of documentation. In truth, the theories articulated by Jiang Feiyu are now commonplace, yet for them, they resonate with the weight of golden wisdom, embodying the most effective experiences and knowledge. Liangqi suddenly inquired, "Boss, how shall we allocate the promotional market among ourselves?" Jiang Feiyu responded, "Based on my estimates, there are currently over 20,000 internet cafés across the nation. These establishments are dispersed throughout various cities and counties, with a greater concentration in economically developed coastal cities and provincial capitals. I propose we divide the responsibilities by province. Each of you, along with the subsequent interns, will be in charge of one province. The 6 part-timers will focus on promoting internet cafés within the capital, with the most outstanding trainees given priority in selecting provinces." Shen Yuquan could not contain her curiosity. "Boss, as interns, how will we manage travel expenses for such extended trips? We have no funds to cover upfront costs." Jiang Feiyu continued to elucidate. "Each of you will advance 5,000 yuan for travel expenses, which will cover transportation and accommodation during your trips. The accommodation standard shall not exceed 50 yuan per night, while transportation will primarily consist of hard sleeper train tickets, buses, and public transport, reimbursed based on tickets and other receipts. Additionally, a daily allowance of 30 yuan for meals and 30 yuan for communication expenses will be provided. Considering your lack of mobile phones, the communication allowance is primarily for internet access and public phone calls." Jiang Feiyu elaborated further regarding remuneration. "The base salary for you interns is 800 yuan per month, with a commission of 100 yuan for each system sold. The part-timers will receive a base salary of 500 yuan per month, with the same commission structure. For each internet CAF where you successfully install the management system and record client information, you must periodically send this information back to the company. Each client will be attributed to you, and as long as they remit payments to the company account subsequently, it will count towards your commissions. Naturally, there is an expectation of a minimum of 20 successful promotions each month." The group expressed general satisfaction with the compensation, even without a single paying client. They would still earn a base salary of 800 yuan. Achieving the promotion of 20 internet CAFs within a month seemed relatively attainable. With diligent effort, even if only 10 clients were willing to pay, their monthly earnings could reach 1,000 or 2,000 yuan, a considerable sum for interns. Wu Qishu asked, "Boss, how much do we sell the internet CAF management system for?" Jiang Feiyu replied, "I have set 3 versions. The V1.0 version, capable of managing up to 100 computers, is priced at 4,000 yuan. The V2.0 version, which manages up to 250 computers, is priced at 5,000 yuan, and the V3.0 version, which manages up to 500 computers, is priced at 6,000 yuan. We do not negotiate. The clients will choose which version to purchase themselves." Throughout the morning, Jiang Feiyu trained this group in sales techniques and addressed their myriad inquiries. The 5 individuals in the dormitory had initially planned to take only the morning off, but as their enthusiasm surged, they eagerly requested to continue attending the afternoon training, eager to embark on their client outreach. Ultimately, they had Su Tianxing make a phone call to request an extension of their leave for the afternoon. Fortunately, the system deployment training in the afternoon was relatively straightforward. After Jiang Feiyu's explanation, several interns were able to perform the deployment independently, as they were all recent graduates in computer-related fields and possessed a foundational knowledge. Even those from Jiang Feiyu's dormitory, including Zhang Guangping and a few others, despite having a somewhat weaker background, were quick learners due to their youth. After 2 additional rounds of instruction, they managed to grasp the essentials. In terms of system functionality training, after Jiang Feiyu provided a single explanation, he allowed them to operate the system at their own pace. It is often said that no amount of theoretical instruction can compare to the efficacy of hands-on experience. However, with only 10 computers available and 11 trainees, one individual had to wait their turn. Consequently, Zhang Guangping and the others from the dormitory had to rotate using the computers. When the vendor delivered the servers, Jiang Feiyu, considering the incoming interns, placed an additional order for 5 computers. This, along with the cost of the servers, resulted in an expenditure of approximately 70 to 80,000. Assessing their learning progress, Jiang Feiyu estimated that after 2 more days of training, they would be ready to embark on their assignments, promptly sending them across the nation to expand the company's clientele. Chapter 42. A successful confession in the afternoon. Jiang Feiyu ventured out to locate the doctor who had previously provided a fabricated medical record for Zhang Guanping. He spent 200 yuan to procure a counterfeit medical report for himself. The doctor, displaying a considerate demeanor, inquired about the type of ailment Jiang Feiyu wished to have documented, offering a range from mild fevers and colds to serious surgical conditions, allowing for a custom fabrication. Jiang Feiyu requested a plausible diagnosis that would not reveal any physical wounds. To be candid, in his youth, Jiang Feiyu held a disdainful view towards actions that compromised one's moral integrity for monetary gain. However, as he matured and gained life experience, he recognized the futility in attempting to alter such societal norms. Consequently, he adapted to this reality, becoming a person who exploited loopholes for convenience. Upon the conclusion of the workday, Qin Wenshu returned to the company to report on the recruitment progress of the day. 6 interns were set to join the following day, and she inquired about the arrangements, considering he had already missed 2 days of classes. Jiang Feiyu realized that requesting further leave would likely prompt the counselor to personally investigate his supposed illness. Thus, he decided to have a few individuals train the newcomers. Jiang Feiyu instructed Qin Wenshu to summon Zhang Vida, the fastest learner among the 5 interns. "Boss, did you call for me?" Zhang Vida asked. "Yes, Vida. Tomorrow. 6 interns will commence their duties. I have matters to attend to in the morning and may not be able to come to the office. You will be responsible for organizing their training, following the content and procedures from today," Jiang Feiyu instructed. "Boss, I fear I may not perform well. I lack experience in management," Zhang Vida admitted. "Vida, you must have faith in yourself. Among all those who attended training today, you exhibited the quickest learning pace. I believe you can excel," Jiang Feiyu encouraged. He then turned to Qin Wenshu, saying, "Wenshu, please draft an appointment letter. The company appoints Zhang Vida as the leader of the interns. During my absence, he will oversee the training of all interns. Make sure to affix the company seal and announce it in front of everyone upon our return to the office tomorrow. Additionally, adjust Zhang Vida's base salary from 800 yuan to 1,000 yuan. Understood, boss. I will handle it right away," Qin Wenshu replied. "There's no rush. It's already after hours. You can take care of it tomorrow," Jiang Feiyu reassured her. Turning back to Zhang Vida, he asked, "So, do you feel confident about your new role?" Zhang Vida, taken aback by his swift promotion after merely a day of work, responded with enthusiasm, "Boss, rest assured, I will strive to do my best." Jiang Feiyu allowed Zhang Vida to leave and proceeded to discuss other matters with Qin Wenshu, particularly the work arrangements for Lu Quanmin, who was set to join the following day. After thoughtful consideration, Jiang Feiyu withdrew 30,000 yuan in cash to cover the expenses for 5 additional computers to be procured the next day. And then he left the office with Zhang Guanping and the 5 others to return to school. At the entrance of the school, Jiang Feiyu parted ways with his dormitory mates, for he was to escort Li Wani that evening, a steadfast duty he performed daily. If he were to rank the significance of individuals in his heart, Li Wani would undoubtedly hold the highest place. Their bond was woven with over a decade of emotions from a past life, encompassing love, responsibility, and guilt. If Li Wani represented his greatest aspiration, then his career was merely a means to support that goal. While young men in their 20s often yearn for a passionate romance, brimming with the exuberance of youth and unhesitating in their pursuit of love, men in their 30s seek a relationship that promises companionship until old age. Having gained wisdom through previous experiences to discern the qualities of a woman worthy of marriage, for men beyond 40, love transforms into familial affection, with companionship being the sole desire, as they ponder who will cross the Naiha Bridge first. Although Jiang Feiyu's body was still that of a 20-year-old, his soul had matured to that of a 40-year-old. He understood that he sought stability in love. His career served merely as the material foundation for a beautiful future, with the possibility of realizing the unfulfilled ambitions of his past life if time permitted. As Jiang Feiyu and Li Wani strolled back to the dormitory, he noticed that she spoke less than usual, her mood seemingly subdued. Sensing her preoccupation, he awaited her to open up, yearning for her to share her thoughts voluntarily, rather than always being the one to inquire. Their relationship still lacked that unspoken understanding. "Could you accompany me for a walk on the lawn?" Li Wani asked. "It would be my honor," Jiang Feiyu replied. The main thoroughfare of the Imperial Capital University branched into 2 paths, one leading to the cafeteria and dormitories, the other towards the teaching buildings and gymnasium. The lawn, an expansive square adorned with imported grass, had long been a favored spot for couples to rendezvous and stroll in the evenings. As they walked on the lawn, they found a secluded spot. The distant glow from the study rooms of the teaching buildings casting their silhouettes together in a warm embrace. Xiaoming's mother settled the tuition fees with me tonight. So I want to need to work part-time starting tomorrow. You want to have to pick me up tomorrow evening, Li Wani announced. Jiang Feiyu was momentarily taken aback, then grasped the reason behind her melancholy. He, too, fell into a brief state of confusion. He had grown accustomed to the routine of picking up and dropping off Li Wani each night, which had become their sole opportunity to nurture their relationship. Without this chance, how could they justify their daily gatherings? Would the affection they had painstakingly built begin to wane with the absence of daily contact? Might other suitors seize the opportunity in his absence? These questions weighed heavily on his mind. While Jiang Feiyu was still lost in thought, Li Wani retrieved a small box from her bag. Li Wani, this is the first gift I bought with my own hard-earned money, and I hope you will like it. Strictly speaking, this is the first time she has purchased a gift for someone else with her own earnings, a privilege that even her parents have not yet experienced. Such a first holds a special commemorative significance for a girl. Jiang Feiyu accepted the box and opened it to reveal a men's watch. From its silver metallic exterior, he could ascertain that it was a mechanical watch. Based on Jiang Feiyu's estimation, this watch must cost at least several hundred yuan. A steep price considering that Li Wani earns merely 30 yuan for a night's work. He donned the watch on his left wrist, and the strap fit perfectly, indicating that Li Wani had put thought into it. Jiang Feiyu caressed the watch on his wrist, feeling as joyous as a child. This was the most precious gift he had ever received. Its value was not merely in its price, but in the affection it represented, as it was a token from someone he cherished deeply. Forget about slowly nurturing feelings or letting things unfold naturally. The girl's intentions were already quite evident. If Jiang Feiyu feigned ignorance, he would be a brute. It was time for him to confess. He pulled out a collection of items from his pocket and placed them before Li Wani, speaking with excitement. Wani, this is my ID card, which verifies my identity. I hail from a rural area in Wangtian County, Henan Province. My father is a primary school teacher, and my mother works the land at home. This is my corporate seal. I currently own a company, although it was recently established and has yet to generate revenue, but this marks the beginning of my career. Here is the key to my rented apartment, my first personal space, and the starting point of my entrepreneurial journey. This bank card holds several 100,000 yuan, all earned from coding during this period. This is all my personal information, with no secrets withheld from you. Wani, from the moment I first laid eyes on you, I instinctively knew you were my one and only for this lifetime. I must confess that I have harbored feelings for you all along and have sought every possible way to get closer to you. This is my first formal declaration of love. If you grant me this opportunity, I promise to cherish, love, and protect you for the rest of my life. Should I fail to uphold these promises, let me live a life of solitude. If you are still uncertain, I will continue to guard you in the days to come until you accept my feelings. After Jiang Feiyu spoke, he gazed at Li Wani with deep emotion, awaiting her decision. The trajectory of their relationship could not be guided by past experiences, and at that moment, he felt a tumult of anxiety, fearing rejection. Li Wani looked at the young man who had just confessed to her, reflecting on the memories they had shared. From their very first meeting, she had been captivated by the familiar aura that Jiang Feiyu exuded. He provided her with the sense of security she longed for. She was uncertain when her feelings for him had blossomed, yet his hesitance to confess had caused her distress. This moment could be seen as a test of her own. She believed that Jiang Feiyu could decipher her thoughts, and fortunately, she ultimately received the outcome she desired. Li Wani spoke softly. I am willing. Jiang Feiyu gazed at Li Wani in astonishment, convinced he had misheard her. Li Wani reiterated her words once more. In an instant, Jiang Feiyu enveloped her in his embrace, drawing her fiercely into his arms, greedily inhaling the fragrance that clung to her. Li Wani trembled slightly, then naturally nestled against Jiang Feiyu's chest. In the dim twilight, their silhouettes lingered together, entwined in a tender embrace. Chapter 43. Celebrating my farewell to bachelorhood at 11:30 in the evening. Within the confines of Dormitory 302 in Building A5, Jiang Feiyu's 5 roommates remained exuberantly engaged in discussions about the day's experiences. Their conversation traversed from the functionalities of the product itself to strategies for market promotion, eventually centering on the remarkable figure of Jiang Feiyu himself. The impact he had on them that day was profound, entirely reshaping their perceptions of him. Previously, no matter how impressive Jiang Feiyu seemed, he was still confined to the realm of a student. Now, however, He had embarked on the path of entrepreneurship, achieving what many toil for years to attain, all while still a freshman. Chen Kaiqian lamented, "Do you all realize that we are attending the same university and studying the same major as Feiyu? How can there be such a vast chasm between us?" Jiang Guangjie responded, "Indeed, we are in the same institution and major, but we cannot measure up to him. He is both more intelligent and more diligent than us. Have you all forgotten? During the military training at the beginning of the semester, while we were exhausted during the day and either resting or socializing at night, only old 3 consistently chose to study in the library. At the time, we dismissed his efforts, unaware that his success was not without reason." Jiang Guangjie continued, "Wait, I almost overlooked one point. In terms of effort within our dormitory, only old 6 can be compared to old 3. Wei Changning remarked, "I wouldn't dare to compare myself to Feiyu. My mind is not as sharp, and I can only rely on rote memorization." Liao Yongxian interjected, "I say, let us refrain from discussing old 3's secrets to success. We cannot replicate them. Anyway, with old 3 guiding us in the coming 4 years of university, we should also be able to lead a more comfortable life." Upon hearing Liao Yongxuan's words, Su Tianqing could not help but interject, "Old 5, if you trust your second brother, heed my advice. It is fortuitous that we are all in the same dormitory as Feiyu. Some things he is willing to share, and you may accept them. But if you actively seek them out, the bond may weaken. Knowing Feiyu's character, even if you do not ask, he will lend you a hand when difficulties arise." Liao Yongxian pondered for a moment and humbly accepted, "Second brother, you truly possess a higher perspective on these matters. I shall follow your lead." Chen Kaiqian noted, "It is quite late. Why has Feiyu returned yet? He is usually very punctual." Jiang Guangjie speculated, "Perhaps he has gone to bring warmth to the campus bell. In comparison to old 3, we truly are at a loss. While he thrives in his endeavors, he can still afford to pursue romance." Suddenly, Su Tianqing's phone rang. Holding up his phone, he announced, "Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. It's old 3 calling." After answering the call and exchanging a few words, Su Tianqing hung up and informed the group, "Old 3 says he is downstairs and needs 2 people to help him carry some things." Jiang Guangjie gestured to Chen Kaiqian to accompany him downstairs. 2 minutes later, they returned to the dormitory, laden with various items, while Jiang Feiyu followed behind, cradling a box of beer. Su Tianqing exclaimed in surprise, "Old 3, what is the occasion today? With barbecue, snacks, and beer? Have we even sold a single software package yet? Is this an early celebration for us?" Jiang Feiyu set down his beer, and once all eyes were focused upon him, he proclaimed loudly, "Tonight's theme is singular, to celebrate my departure from singlehood. Cheer for me, everyone." The other 5, momentarily stunned, quickly surrounded him, bombarding him with questions. Jiang Feiyu raised his hand, signaling them to take turns. Jiang Guangjie exclaimed, "Old 3, you found someone. Wait, did you win over the campus belle?" Jiang Feiyu patted Jiang Guangjie's shoulder and, with an air of pretentiousness, replied, "Congratulations, you guessed correctly." Jiang Guangjie muttered to himself, "Wow, impressive." Liao Yongxian squeezed in, eager to know, "Third brother, when did this happen? Share the details of your confession, the nuances. I want to hear every little thing." Jiang Feiyu, observing Liao Yongxuan's eager gaze, replied slowly, "Old 5, not every strategy works for everyone. You still have a long way to go. I won't reveal the details now, but I shall guide you privately when time permits." Chen Kaiqian approached, embracing Jiang Feiyu sincerely, saying, "Feiyu, congratulations. You've finally achieved your heart's desire." Jiang Feiyu responded, "Thank you, Kaiqian. You too, keep pushing forward. Don't give up until the very end." Wei Changning added, "Feiyu, congratulations." To which Jiang Feiyu replied with a simple, "Thank you." Su Tianqing, munching on a skewer of grilled meat, interjected, "Come on, can you all stop acting like you've never seen the world? It's just finding a partner in college. Hurry and eat, or the barbecue will get cold." The group swiftly unfolded a small table, laid out the food, and filled their cups with beer before settling down around the table. Su Tianqing raised his cup and stood up, proposing, "Let us toast to old 3 for bidding farewell to singlehood today, wishing him and Li Wani a lasting relationship. Cheers." The 6 glasses clinked together, and each person drank heartily. As Su Tianqing continued to nibble on his meat skewer, he inquired, "Old 3, what are your thoughts? Share with us." After swallowing his bite, Jiang Feiyu addressed the group, "Winning over Li Wani may well be the wisest decision of my life. Hear me out. I'm not merely caught up in the thrill of newfound love. From the very first moment I laid eyes on her in the campus, I knew she was the one I had been seeking. Realizing she shared a dorm with Li Hui, I eagerly suggested a joint gathering of our dorms and, subsequently, crafted opportunities for chance encounters. I brazenly escorted her back from her part-time job to school every day, strategically advancing step by step until I finally won her heart. Su Qianqing remarked, "Old 3, you really are something. I thought that dorm gathering was simply a casual idea. Turns out it was all premeditated." Jiang Feiyu candidly stated, "To be honest, given my appearance, it's not as though I could easily enchant a young lady upon first sight. Hence, my pursuit of Li Wani was not as straightforward as you might imagine." Chen Kaiqian inquired with confusion, "Isn't it strange, Feiyu? I see you easily flirting with Yuan Xinjie and Wang Xiaowen from our class. Do you harbor some unspoken secret?" Jiang Feiyu retorted, "Those two are merely an anomaly. Who knows what they find appealing about me? I warn you, refrain from speaking recklessly in front of Li Wani, or be prepared for me, your class leader, to make things uncomfortable for you." Jiang Feiyu himself felt perplexed. Wang Xiaowen's affection for him raised questions if it stemmed from his meddling in affairs to play the hero. Why did she not take a liking to Chen Kaiqian, who, by all accounts, was more handsome? As for Yuan Xinjie, it seemed absurd. Their sole interaction over 4 years of college consisted of a few exchanged words. She likely wouldn't even remember his name. Their only connection was when he sold her a computer at a discounted price. To think that the class beauty could be swayed by a mere few hundred yuan was far-fetched. Or perhaps, in a twisted scenario, she sought vengeance for him usurping her position as class leader, leading her to feign affection only to cast him aside later, a cruel humiliation indeed. Jiang Feiyu found himself engulfed in a whirlwind of thoughts. Lao Youxian approached and said, "Third brother, as the first successful case from our dormitory during college, please share your insights with me and guide me through this maze." Jiang Feiyu, unable to turn down Liao Yongshuan's eager gaze, replied, "Old 5, when pursuing a girl, you must first identify your target. This target can either be one who is easily won over or one who suits you well. The process can be distilled into 3 principles. First, be shameless. Second, persist. Third, persist without shame." Liao Yongxian and the others, who had paused their eating and drinking, reflected on Jiang Feiyu's astute advice, internally exclaiming, "Profound." After several rounds of drinks, Jiang Feiyu, buoyed by the alcohol, imparted numerous tips on courting women, common strategies from the future that captivated his audience. Chen Kaiqian even took notes. From that night onward, Jiang Feiyu became the esteemed romantic mentor of the dormitory throughout their university years. Whenever someone faced emotional dilemmas, they instinctively sought his counsel, a turn of events he had not anticipated, a quintessential case of overestimating oneself. That night, the discussions in room 302 continued past 2 a.m. Had there not been classes the following morning, they might have talked until dawn. When the lights finally dimmed, the dormitory lay in disarray, filthy, chaotic, and disorderly. A true reflection of the typical student residence. Chapter 44, New Year's Eve Gala in the first period of the following morning. Jiang Feiyu found himself in a state of drowsiness, the result of a late night filled with excitement and an excessive intake of alcohol. After listening to the lecture for a mere 10 minutes, he succumbed to sleep, resting his head on the desk, much to the dismay of the instructor. Unbeknownst to Jiang Feiyu, throughout the class, our vice-class leader, Yuan Xinjie, cast several concerned glances in his direction, worry etched upon her face. It was rather peculiar that Jiang Feiyu, who had been escorting Li Wandi back to the A12 dormitory each night, had never once been spotted by Yuan Xinjie. This was somewhat connected to Jiang Feiyu, as ever since he assisted her in purchasing a computer, Yuan Xinjie had developed a slight addiction to it. Her mother, however, forbade her from bringing the computer to the school dormitory, deeming it too ostentatious. Following the conclusion of military training, Yuan Xinjie had returned home to live as a day student, despite a few girls in the class having seen Jiang Feiyu and Li Wandi together at night. This unverified gossip had only circulated within a small circle and had yet to reach Yuan Xinjie's ears. During the break, Yuan Xinjie mustered her courage and approached Jiang Feiyu's desk, while Chen Kaiqian nudged the still-sleeping Jiang Feiyu. "What is up, Kaiqian?" Jiang Feiyu groggily opened his eyes and inquired. Chen Kaiqian gestured toward Yuan Xinjie, and instantly, Jiang Feiyu felt a surge of alertness. "Vice-class leader, do you need something from me?" Yuan Xinjie replied. "You were absent yesterday due to illness. The counselor has announced that, as per the school's tradition, a New Year's welcoming gala will be held, and our class is required to submit 2 performances. How should we proceed with this matter?" Recalling the tradition at the Capital Institute of Technology, Jiang Feiyu nodded. Each year during the new year, the the school organized a welcoming gala to celebrate both the new calendar year and the arrival of new students. Each freshman class was expected to present performances akin to a festive university party. The more splendid the performances, the more they showcased the class's spirit. And award-winning acts not only garnered substantial prizes, but also contributed to the collective honor of the class, making the competition for performance submissions quite fierce. Vice Class Leader: let us do this. There are only 2 classes this morning. Please inform all class officers to meet in an empty classroom during the 3rd period to discuss this matter. Jiang Feiyu suggested. Understood, Class Leader. I will notify them, Yuan Xinjie affirmed. As she turned to leave, she hesitated and paused in her steps. Jiang Feiyu, observing her, inquired. Vice Class Leader, is there anything else? Yuan Xinjie replied. Class Leader, I heard that you were hospitalized a couple of days ago. Are you feeling better now? You seem quite lethargic in class, and if you're still unwell, perhaps you should return to the dormitory to rest. If necessary, I can assist you in requesting a few more days off from the counselor. After all, one's health is the foundation of all endeavors. Upon hearing this, several of Jiang Feiyu's dormitory mates stifled their laughter, clearly enjoying the unfolding drama. They were well aware of the reality of his situation and curiously awaited how Jiang Feiyu would navigate this predicament. Jiang Feiyu found himself in an awkward predicament. On one hand, he had feigned illness to elicit concern from others, and on the other, the care he received was laced with a certain sentiment. Having just won the affection of Liwani, he was keen to avoid any scandal. Jiang Feiyu, Deputy Class Leader, I am feeling much better now. Thank you for your concern, but please go about your own business. Yuan Xinjie, then I shall take my leave. Do take care of yourself. After Yuan Xinjie departed, Zhang Guangjie could not resist teasing Jiang Feiyu. Old Third, I must say, Deputy Class Leader Yuan is quite pleasant to behold. With a little effort, you might enjoy the blessings of companionship. Jiang Feiyu, Old Boss. You seem to misunderstand the idiom the blessings of Qi people. You only see that the Qi man has 1 wife and 1 concubine, thinking him fortunate. Yet you are oblivious to the fact that he spends his days scavenging at graves, competing with the deceased for food and drink, and returns home to boast shamelessly to his wife and concubine. Mencius crafted this idiom as a satire of certain individuals. You ought to read more. Ignorance can lead to folly. Jiang Guangjie appeared unconvinced and turned to Old Six, Wei Chongning. Old Six, you are well read. Can you clarify whether Old Third is deceiving me? Wei Chongning. Feiyu's explanation is indeed accurate. The idiom the blessings of Qi people is a satire. Originating from Mencius's text, the Qi man has 1 wife and 1 concubine. You can verify this at the library. Jiang Guangjie smacked his thigh in disbelief. Goodness. I have been misled by television for all these years. A lack of culture is truly detrimental. At 10:15 a.m., in classroom 205 of Building 1, Jiang Feiyu noted that all class officers had arrived and began to speak. Jiang Feiyu. All right, since everyone is present, Deputy Class Leader, please share the details about the New Year's Eve party. Yuan Xinjie. According to the notice from the school, each class may submit 2 performances for the New Year's Eve celebration, with just 15 days remaining until the event and rehearsals scheduled in 9 days. The organizing committee will eliminate 60 of the acts based on rehearsal performance, leaving only 40 to be showcased at the event. Award-winning performances will not only receive generous prizes, but will also gain recognition and publicity throughout the school. Jiang Guangjie inquired, Deputy Class Leader, what are the prize amounts for the winning performances? Yuan Xinjie. There is 1 first prize of 5,000 yuan, 2 second prizes of 3,000 yuan each, 3 third prizes of 2,000 yuan each, and 2 excellence awards of 1,000 yuan each. Jiang Feiyu, classmates. This is an excellent opportunity to showcase our collective spirit and strive for glory, especially with such substantial prizes at stake. Does everyone have the confidence to win a grand prize, so we can organize an outing for the whole class? A resounding yes, echoed from all. Wang Xiaowen observed how Jiang Feiyu effortlessly ignited everyone's enthusiasm, captivated by his expression. Sensing her intense gaze, Jiang Feiyu felt compelled to interject. Wang Xiaowen. As our class's cultural representative, do you have any suggestions for our performance? Wang Xiaowen. Oh, class leader, you're asking me? I find myself devoid of any brilliant ideas. The program primarily consists of singing and dancing. While I lack the ability to sing, I am proficient in dancing. Perhaps I could take to the stage to perform. Jiang Feiyu remained non-committal and first sought the opinions of others. What do you think of Wang Xiaowen's suggestion? Are there any other promising ideas? Alternatively, Recommendations for talented classmates would also be welcome. The boys exchanged glances, and it was Li Mingguang who spoke up. Class monitor. Our class has a surplus of boys and a shortage of girls. The boys truly lack any noteworthy talents, so the program will likely fall to the girls, while we boys will handle the logistical aspects. Jiang Feiyu inquired about the other girls' opinions. Aside from singing and dancing, other art forms such as crosstalk, skits, acrobatics, or magic could also be considered. The other girls collectively shook their heads. Even the academically gifted Yuan Xinjie had nothing to contribute. While she held authority in matters of study, she truly lacked in the realm of talent. Jiang Feiyu observed that students in the computer science field, being predominantly science-oriented, indeed lacked artistic flair. Their loud cheers earlier were merely empty bravado. Jiang Feiyu expressed his thoughts. Wang Xiaowen's proposal is commendable. However, solo dance performances lack the appeal of group dances. I believe the primary intention of the event is to encourage broader participation among classmates. Let us initially decide on a modern dance performance, with Wang Xiaowen selecting the music, followed by auditions for dancers within the class. Additionally, we shall establish a singing segment, inviting talented vocalists from the entire class. Wang Xiaowen replied, Class monitor, I lack experience and am unsure which dance to select. When considering a dance that is electrifying and captivating, Jiang Feiyu instinctively envisioned the various girl groups that evoke cheers from thousands upon their entrance, adorned with stunning young women, fiery dance moves, and alluring legs. Jiang Feiyu decisively stated, take a look at the performance videos of girl groups from Hong Kong, Taiwan, Korea, and America, selecting dances that showcase youthful vitality and exuberance. Wang Xiaowen responded, very well, I shall give it a try. Yuan Xinjie inquired, Class monitor, how can the rest of us assist? Jiang Feiyu suggested dividing responsibilities. Wang Xiaowen will oversee the selection of dance tracks, auditions, and the rehearsal process, with Zhao Feifei and Qian Mingxi assisting her. Li Mingguang, Zhang Qianjin, and Jiang Guangjie will handle logistical support, such as selecting rehearsal venues, providing drinking water and snacks for practicing students, and managing costumes and makeup for the final performance. Wu Haichao, please allocate some funds from the class budget to ensure smooth logistical arrangements. Yuan Xinjie will coordinate efforts and promote participation among classmates, encouraging everyone to sign up. If the number of participants is insufficient, Wang Xiaowen reserves the right to select dancers from the entire class, including everyone present. Does anyone have any questions? The group shook their heads in unison. Brainstorming was beyond them, and following Jiang Feiyu's lead seemed far simpler. Everyone had grown accustomed to his thorough consideration of issues and preferred to execute his directives without engaging their own minds. At least 5 chapters will be updated today. I invite all esteemed readers to save this work and engage with it. Chapter 45, the first date after the meeting. It was nearly 11 o'clock. Jiang Feiyu contemplated the fact that there were still over 3 hours until his afternoon class, and he decided to make a spontaneous visit to the office. Although there was nothing of great importance at the company at present, as the owner, it was essential for him to maintain a frequent presence in the office. This not only served as a form of oversight but also assured the employees of his existence, especially with the recent hiring of several interns. It was imperative that they knew who was responsible for their remuneration. Furthermore, Jiang Feiyu needed to monitor the effectiveness and progress of the training. Given that Zhang Vida had been promoted temporarily out of necessity, upon arriving at the company, Jiang Feiyu listened to Zhang Vida's report on the training progress and took the opportunity to meet the 6 newly hired interns. They were 23-year-old Wu Ming, a senior from the Imperial Capital University of Transportation, majoring in electronic science and technology; 22-year-old Zhang Qiyuan, a senior from the Imperial Capital University of Electronic Science and Technology, specializing in electronic information engineering; 21-year-old Chen Libin, a senior from the Imperial Capital University of Information Technology, focusing on communication engineering; 22-year-old Liao Haiba, a senior from the Imperial Capital University of Industry, studying computer science and technology; 23-year-old Ling Kaijia, a senior from the Imperial Capital University of Posts and Telecommunications, also in communication engineering; and 24-year-old Yang Yuanlang, a senior from the Imperial Capital University of Technology, majoring in software technology. All 6 interns were male. Jiang Feiyu had considered this before the recruitment, recognizing that the interns would need to travel frequently. In the unfamiliar environments of 2001, safety was a significant concern, and having male interns was deemed more convenient and secure. He offered words of encouragement to the 6 interns before allowing them to continue with their training. Given the small scale of the company, Jiang Feiyu could still recall each employee's name. As the workforce expanded, he would likely only recognize the middle and upper management. And being able to name a few veteran employees would be a sign of good memory. After some contemplation, Jiang Feiyu summoned Lu Quanmin. "Boss, did you call for me?" Lu Quanmin inquired. Jiang Feiyu handed him a USB drive, stating, "Quanmin, this is the application platform technology framework I have drafted. Please study it. And once Chen Qihong joins us tomorrow, we will discuss how to arrange the subsequent development work." "Understood, boss. I will copy it now," Lu Quanmin replied. Subsequently, Jiang Feiyu checked with Su Minjun and sister Zhao regarding the procurement expenses over the past 2 days, finding little that required his concern. He took the bus back to campus, as he had classes to attend in the afternoon, and as a student, he felt it necessary to adhere to a certain decorum. At 6:30 p.m., after taking a shower and tidying himself up, Jiang Feiyu waited at the base of the A5 dormitory for Li Wandi. This evening marked their first official date since becoming a couple, and Jiang Feiyu had made a more elaborate effort with his appearance, even borrowing hair wax from Su Tianqing to style his hair. Jiang Feiyu did not wait long before Li Wandi gracefully approached him. Tonight, she had deliberately donned a white dress intricately embroidered with pale pink lotus flowers, her hair adorned with 2 pink clips. Her snow-white, delicate skin, combined with her natural, unadorned beauty, drew the attention of countless young men and women as she walked by. Jiang Feiyu's heart soared at the sight of Li Wandi, as the saying goes. A woman beautifies herself for the one she cherishes, and a man would lay down his life for a true friend. When a girl takes the time to dress beautifully for you, it signifies that she genuinely cares. Gently, Jiang Feiyu inquired, "Have you eaten yet?" Li Wandi replied, "Not yet. Shall we go for beef noodles?" Jiang Feiyu suggested. With a sweet obedience, Li Wandi responded, "Yes." The two strolled towards the school gate, and Jiang Feiyu took the opportunity to entwine his fingers with hers. He carefully caressed the back of her hand with his thumb. Her delicate, smooth skin made Li Wandi feel a touch of nervousness. Out of the corner of his eye, Jiang Feiyu noticed a blush creeping onto her cheeks, and he could feel the subtle moisture of her palms. Once they exited the school premises, Li Wandi visibly relaxed. With many acquaintances within the school, the prospect of a first date can be daunting, especially when Jiang Feiyu's hand was playfully caressing hers, heightening her shyness. They found a well-known beef noodle shop near the school and ordered 2 bowls of the restaurant's signature braised beef noodles. Moments later, the steaming bowls were served, releasing a fragrant aroma. A deep breath revealed the savory scent of the broth, with chunks of tender beef, pearly radish slices, vibrant red chili, and fresh green cilantro and lettuce floating atop, creating an enticing visual feast. As Jiang Feiyu picked up his chopsticks, Li Wandi thoughtfully transferred half of her beef to his bowl. With a smile, she said, "You're too thin. You must eat more meat." In return, Jiang Feiyu added a few lettuce leaves from his bowl to hers, saying, "This is my reciprocation." After a brief period, both were perspiring profusely, savoring the delightful combination of the beef's springiness and the aromatic broth, accentuated by its spicy and numbing flavors, which heightened their appetite and left a lasting impression. Li Wandi retrieved a tissue from her bag, tenderly wiping the sweat from Jiang Feiyu's forehead and the broth from the corner of his mouth. He gazed at her close-up face, inhaling the faint fragrance of her hair, and they shared a smile, the moment encapsulating an overwhelming sense of happiness. Upon leaving the noodle shop, Jiang Feiyu led Li Wandi onto a bus. After 5 stops, they alighted in a bustling shopping district, where he continued to hold her hand as they ventured inward. Li Wandi inquired, "Where are we going?" Jiang Feiyu replied, "We've arrived. It's right here." Looking up, Li Wandi saw a store selling mobile phones. Jiang Feiyu guided her to the counter, where a saleswoman greeted them. The saleswoman asked, "Are you two looking to buy a phone? The models displayed here are our current offerings. Please feel free to browse and try them out." Jiang Feiyu explained, "It is quite inconvenient to be without a phone to contact you. Allow me to provide you with one. This way, it will be much easier for us to reach out to each other." He gestured for Li Wandi to select a device from the models displayed at the counter. As Li Wandi observed the price tags, she noted that the cheapest phone was over 600 yuan. Pulling Jiang Feiyu aside, she gently shook her head. "What's wrong?" he inquired. "It's too expensive," she replied. "Don't worry, I have the money," Jiang Feiyu assured her. Gazing into his eyes, Li Wandi firmly stated, "I cannot accept such an extravagant gift from you." Jiang Feiyu understood her perspective. After all, they had only just begun their relationship. Accepting costly gifts would contradict her values. As she desired to interact with him on equal footing, without their feelings being overshadowed by financial implications. All right, Jiang Feiyu conceded, if you don't like it, we want to buy it. Li Wani then asked the salesperson, do you have any cheaper phones? Perhaps around 1,000 yuan? Though the salesperson felt a twinge of disappointment. Her professionalism prompted her to continue. How about this model? It is currently priced at only 899 yuan, and the call rate is just 20 cents per minute. The only drawback is that it can only be used within the city. Li Wani turned to Jiang Feiyu. I'll take this one. Jiang Feiyu nodded, refraining from interfering with her choice. He recognized that mutual respect for each other's preferences is vital in a romantic relationship. If one person continually accommodates the other, the relationship may struggle to endure. He watched as she paid with her own bank card and preloaded 100 yuan for call credits. After powering on the device, Jiang Feiyu saved his number in her phone. Upon exiting the store, Jiang Feiyu produced a small box and handed it to Li Wani. Since you declined the phone, allow me to present you with another gift, and this time, refusal is not an option. Confused, she opened the box to find a key inside. What is this? She asked. This is the key to my rented room outside of school, he replied earnestly. It symbolizes trust and permission from now on. Only you will have access to my space, and it will always remain open to you. Li Wani looked up at Jiang Feiyu and said, if you can promise that you won't misuse it without my consent, I will accept it. Jiang Feiyu quickly swore an oath, assuring her. And only then did she feel comfortable accepting the key. She remained blissfully unaware of the darker side of men. The two strolled through the streets until after 9 o'clock. Realizing it was getting late, Jiang Feiyu took the bus back to school, dropping Li Wani off at the base of the A12 dormitory before returning to the boys' dormitory. When Jiang Feiyu arrived back at his dormitory, the other 5 roommates had yet to return. They had classes during the day, preventing them from attending training at the company. To keep up with the training schedule, they had planned to practice on the machines at night. Jiang Feiyu had specifically instructed Qin Wenshu to leave a key for them at the company. As he settled in and removed his shoes, he received a text message from Li Wani. Have you arrived? Jiang, I have just arrived, my dear. You must be quite exhausted from your lengthy outing tonight. It would be wise to wash up and retire early. Li, yes, I am preparing to sleep now. You should also rest early. Good night. Jiang, good night, my dear. On the other end of the line, Li Wani lay beneath the covers, holding the key gifted by Jiang Feiyu, her smile radiating sweetness. It is indeed said that a woman in love may experience a decline in her intelligence. Chapter 46. The first batch of promoters on Friday noon. Jiang Feiyu convened a small motivational meeting for the first cohort of interns who had successfully completed their training. This initial group of promoters consisted of the earliest 5 interns, along with 5 from Jiang Feiyu's dormitory, totaling 11 individuals. In addition to these 11, there were 14 more interns currently undergoing training. Ultimately, Zhang Vida chose Jiangsu province. Sun Weibao opted for Hebei province. Wu Qishu headed to Hubei province, and Liang Qi selected Shandong province. Except for Chen Yuquan, who could not select his home province due to the allocation of 6 part-time personnel to the capital market. The others chose their respective home provinces. Chen Yuquan ultimately decided to go to Guangdong province, and as a form of compensation, Jiang Feiyu granted him special approval for round-trip airfare, including Zhang Guanping. 6 individuals would be responsible for the capital, thus the first batch of promoters would cover 6 provinces. Among the 5, Wu Qishu departed first, taking an evening train at 8 o'clock, which would take approximately 20 hours to reach Wuhan. The other 4 planned to depart the following day, spending the entirety of their journey in transit. Upon arrival, they would need to find accommodations, meaning they would not be able to commence work until at least Saturday. Jiang Feiyu estimated that personnel in the capital market would likely be the first to secure orders. Within the company, Jiang Feiyu concluded by explaining the details of the promotional work. You all must remember to regularly report the new client information you cultivate each day back to the company. We will input this client information into our database daily. Once clients transfer their payment to the company account, they will log on to our official website to register. The backend system will verify the registered user's identity against the pre-entered client information. Upon successful registration, clients will fill in their remittance number online. And after our financial team verifies the information, an activation code will be generated for them to activate the deployed version. Jiang Feiyu continued. Your responsibilities will solely involve system deployment and basic usage training. You will not be tasked with payment collection, system activation, or after-sales service. Our website hosts activation operation manuals and system usage guides available for client download. Is there anything unclear or any questions? Jiang Feiyu raised his hand, inquiring, "Boss, may I ask the question that many are concerned about? Will we receive a relevant professional offer after our internship concludes?" Jiang Feiyu responded, "Since you've brought this up, let me outline the arrangements for your future. After each of you completes 3 months of promotion, or if you accomplish the task of promoting 150 clients ahead of schedule, the company will provide a suitable offer for you. Available positions will include research and development, technical support, demand analysis, operations, after-sales service, project management, marketing, and planning. This commitment holds true for both you and subsequent interns." "Thank you, boss." The group responded joyfully. Liang Qi raised his hand and asked, "Boss, with less than 2 months until the spring festival break, how will our holiday arrangements be handled?" Jiang Feiyu assured, "You need not worry about the holiday arrangements. During the spring festival, you may return home to celebrate the new year without needing to come back to the company. The company will reimburse your train and bus tickets home." Liang Qi, "Since the boss has considered everything so thoroughly, I have no concerns." Jiang Feiyu, in summary, "Travel expenses are insufficient. I will make a call to arrange for the finance department to remit funds to everyone. When facing insurmountable issues, the company will strive to assist. Yet, being alone in unfamiliar territories, many matters must still be resolved on-site by everyone. My sole requirement is that safety comes first, followed by performance. When troubles arise, do not act impulsively. If one can endure, let them endure. In the event of unlawful harm, the first thought should be to report to the authorities, rather than taking matters into one's own hands." Everyone present applauded. A boss who cares for his employees naturally earns their respect. After the meeting, Jiang Feiyu allowed 5 individuals to leave early to prepare for tomorrow's luggage and summoned Zhang Guanping to the conference room. "Zhang Guanping, Feiyu, you called me over alone. Is there something you need me to do?" "Jiang Feiyu, I have raised your base salary to 3,000 yuan per month. Your primary responsibility will be to recruit and maintain a sizable online comment army, while promoting the network management software will be a secondary task." Zhang Guanping, Feiyu, I do not quite understand what an online comment army is. Jiang Feiyu, you can think of an online comment army as hired individuals who post, create buzz, and comment online under our direction. We will compensate them based on the targets they achieve. Zhang Guanping, but I do not know where to recruit them or what kind of people to look for. Jiang Feiyu, let me offer you some advice. These individuals should be frequent internet users. You can start by engaging at internet cafes, seeking those who enjoy socializing there. By hiring such individuals, they will naturally bring in their friends, classmates, and relatives. This way, we only need to manage this layer while they control more subordinates. Later, you can expand the comment army through forums, discussion boards, communities, and websites. Zhang Guanping, Feiyu, what is the actual benefit of recruiting such an online comment army? Moreover, once scaled, the company's costs may escalate significantly, potentially leading to losses. Jiang Feiyu patiently explained, "You will see the benefits of an online comment army in due time. For now, just follow my instructions. As for personnel costs, we can recruit a few full-time employees combined with a large number of part-time workers, compensating the latter based on the volume of work completed. This will create a 4-tier management structure. You, full-time employees, part-time workers, more subordinates." Zhang Guanping, all right. If you believe they will be of great use, I will proceed as you instructed. Additionally, do you have any other instructions or precautions to share? Jiang Feiyu, this matter must be handled discreetly, avoiding any knowledge from others, even those in my dormitory. All personnel costs will be transferred to you through my personal account to minimize the connection between the online comment army and the company. Zhang Guanping, understood. I will get to work now. Jiang Feiyu summoned Chen Shihong once more and inquired, "Since I was absent from the company yesterday, how have you been adapting to your new environment?" Chen Shihong replied, "Quite well, actually. My colleagues are very amicable, and I have encountered no difficulties in acclimatizing." Jiang Feiyu continued, "I previously instructed Lu Quanmin to share the technical architecture I devised with you. How have you found your study of it?" Chen Shihong responded, "Boss, I must say your technical architecture is remarkable. Its robustness, maturity, and scalability are exceedingly high. This model allows for the on-demand configuration of computational resources, and if hardware resources are ample, it could even cater to response demands exceeding 1 billion concurrently." Jiang Feiyu elaborated, "This is a distributed architecture I developed. The system architecture employs clustered management of application servers, utilizing distributed storage and computation to route user requests across various servers. This maximizes the utilization of hardware resources for both storage and computation, thereby significantly enhancing the system's load-bearing capacity. Shen Qihong queried, "However, boss, I still do not understand why the platform is developed using Java instead of the more mainstream C or C languages." Jiang Feiyu explained. The choice of Java is primarily due to its cross-language and cross-platform capabilities, excellent scalability, and robust security features. In the future, data exchange between different platforms will be frequent, and the diversity of application terminals is a factor we must consider in advance. Shen Qihong remarked, "Boss, Quanmin and I are still not very familiar with the platform's overall functionalities. We will need to conduct further research." Jiang Feiyu instructed. "You should begin your research based on the functional modules I provided. By next Tuesday, please formulate a development plan, breaking down the development work into a detailed list of functionalities, assessing specific work arrangements and personnel requirements. I will coordinate with human resources to recruit the necessary RD personnel." Shen Qihong acknowledged, "Understood, boss. I shall get to work." Alone in the conference room, Jiang Feiyu contemplated the future direction of the business. The Internet CAF billing system is poised to become the company's cash cow for the foreseeable future, optimistically. It could yield profits for a year or two, although it is possible that similar products may emerge within 6 months, given that the technical challenges are minimal. The prior lack of competition was merely due to others not recognizing the market demand in this area. The company's primary focus remains on social platforms, however. The social platform sector is inherently a capital-intensive endeavor, making it improbable to monetize traffic and achieve financial equilibrium within the next 3 years. Thus, it is essential to identify alternative profit sources to serve as the company's cash cow. While the Internet CAF concept may yield quick profits, it does not promise substantial earnings. It appears that the ultimate target clientele must be government projects, as the government possesses ample financial resources. Jiang Feiyu already has a vision for what to pursue. However, the company currently lacks the capacity to simultaneously launch multiple business lines into development. Progress can only commence once the Internet CAF billing system generates profit. Chapter 47. Rehearsal on Friday afternoon, with no classes scheduled. Jiang Feiyu returned to the school around 6 o'clock, initially intending to take a nap in the dormitory. He suddenly remembered that the dance program prepared by the class had been rehearsing for 2 days. As the class monitor, it was essential for him to observe their rehearsal progress, show his presence, and encourage the classmates who were diligently contributing their efforts for the collective. Jiang Feiyu found the students rehearsing in a lounge on the 2nd floor of the gymnasium. This lounge, originally designated for the routine activities of the Basketball Association, was made available to them through a connection with Jiang Guangjie, an insider of the association, when there were no training sessions. The lounge could be borrowed by Class 1 of the Computer Science and Technology Department, 2001, for program rehearsals. Upon his arrival, the group had just finished a round of practice and was taking a break. Wang Xiaowen was demonstrating the movements for everyone. Jiang Feiyu approached Jiang Guangjie and a few others, inquiring, "How has the rehearsal been these past 2 days? Is there any noticeable improvement?" Jiang Guangjie replied, "The results are quite poor. I cannot quite articulate it. You will see for yourself shortly." Li Mingguang added, "Class monitor, the girls are too restrained. Their movements are very stiff. With the performance just 7 days away, I worry they may not be selected at this rate." Jiang Feiyu reassured them, "Let me observe their rehearsal first. We still have 7 days. There is no need to rush. We must have confidence in the girls. They can take their time." The dance chosen by Class 1 of Computer Science and Technology was inspired by a fan dance from a girl group in Korea. Originally, the dance featured only 4 performers, but Jiang Feiyu decided to expand the number to 12. With a total of 17 girls in the class, after excluding those who were too short or overweight, they managed to gather 12 girls for the rehearsal, including the vice monitor, Yuan Xinjie. Due to the increased number of participants, some dance movements had to be re-choreographed by Wang Xiaowen. Moreover, since they lacked the actual fan props, the students had to make do with paper fans for their practice. During the break, Yuan Xinjie spotted Jiang Feiyu nearby and tugged at Wang Xiaowen, prompting both to approach him. Yuan Xinjie said, "Class monitor, you're here. We've been practicing, but it's still quite chaotic. Your guidance would be invaluable." Wang Xiaowen echoed, "Yes, class monitor, I'm nearly at my wit's end. No matter how I teach, the movements remain inconsistent, and I'm uncertain how to proceed." Jiang Feiyu responded, "I've just arrived and have yet to see the results. Let us do this. Everyone follow the music and perform once more, and we will identify the issues together." Wang Xiaowen quickly called the girls to form a line, restarted the music, and they danced again. Jiang Feiyu observed from beginning to end. The performance, indeed, left much to be desired. While the initial movements were acceptable, chaos ensued after 30 seconds, with many struggling to remember the choreography and resorting to mimicking those in front of them. After the music concluded, Jiang Feiyu first offered words of encouragement to the girls. Firstly, I wish to express my gratitude for your diligent efforts. It has indeed been arduous for everyone to find time each day for rehearsals. The results of our dance practice have been somewhat unsatisfactory, attributed to various factors. I have identified 2 key points. Firstly, the rehearsal duration has been brief, and thus, mastery of the movements has not yet been achieved. Secondly, there remains a certain hesitance among you all. Some dance movements require a more liberated spirit, and it is essential to release any mental burdens to execute them effectively. I encourage you to observe the dance association to see how others perform, gradually shedding these psychological constraints. Once Jiang Feiyu concluded his remarks, he called Wang Xiaowen and Yuan Xinjie over to discuss areas for improvement. Jiang Feiyu stated, Wang Xiaowen, I have a few suggestions regarding the dance rehearsals. Firstly, since we have only recently begun practicing, I recommend focusing on the overall dance movements initially, postponing the fan choreography for later. Secondly, it would be beneficial to position aesthetically pleasing individuals, such as yourself, Yuan Xinjie, Zhao Feifei, Su Mei, and Hao Li Wen, in the central positions of the formation. Thirdly, I am concerned that everyone may feel nervous during the rehearsal in front of the judges and audience. To alleviate this, we should organize several viewings for our classmates prior to the rehearsal, allowing everyone to acclimate to performing under scrutiny. Wang Xiaowen replied, class leader. The first and third points are understandable, but why the second? Placing the more attractive members in the center might evoke negative feelings among others. Jiang Feiyu explained. This is necessary for the visual impact on stage. When the audience watches a performance, their gaze tends to concentrate on the center. Positioning the more visually appealing members centrally enhances the sensory experience. You can convey this reasoning to the group. Everyone's contributions are equally valuable. And I believe this should not pose a significant issue. Yuan Xinjie inquired, class leader, do you have any recommendations for the costumes for our rehearsal? We need to finalize the style and rent the outfits in advance. Otherwise, we may struggle to find rentals nearby as the date approaches. Jiang Feiyu suggested. I recommend fitted short skirts and vibrant colors. Wang Xiaowen and Yuan Xinjie exchanged uncertain glances, expressing concern. This might risk exposure, especially with certain dance movements requiring significant range. Jiang Feiyu reassured them, the girls can wear nude safety shorts underneath. We can arrange to rent those together. Wang Xiaowen agreed. Yes, that will alleviate concerns about exposure. Yuan Xinjie then asked, by the way, class leader, when will you rehearse the solo song you registered for so we can see it? Jiang Feiyu, somewhat bashful, replied. Let us discuss that later. I have only completed the lyrics for now, and have yet to find someone to compose the music and arrange the accompaniment. You will see it during the rehearsal. This situation, however, carries a tinge of sadness. In the Computer Science and Technology Class 1, over 30 boys failed to volunteer for a performance, leaving the burden of rehearsal solely on the female classmates for the glory of the class. It would be unjust for the boys to merely observe, especially since we have a limited number of performance slots. Consequently, Jiang Feiyu took the initiative to sign up for a solo performance himself. Jiang Feiyu, of course, was not adept at songwriting. Thus, he reluctantly resorted to the role of a scribe, choosing a piece from the few songs he could recall. Ultimately, he selected Those Years by Xia, a melody particularly suited for the vibrant atmosphere of a campus, evoking the youthful days of infatuation when every young man harbored a crush. Jiang Feiyu was confident that this song, if unveiled a decade or so earlier, would undoubtedly captivate the audience. However, he only remembered the lyrics and melody, necessitating assistance in arranging the accompaniment, preferably recorded in a studio. He summoned Wu Haichao and entrusted him with 200 yuan. The girls have been rehearsing vigorously and will be quite hungry by evening. Take this 200 yuan and, along with Zhang Qianjin, procure some refreshments, beverages, fruits, small cakes, chicken wings, meat skewers, and spicy hot pot. Consider this my treat to everyone. We shall not charge it to the class fund, Jiang Feiyu explained. Wu Haichao, somewhat flustered, replied, class leader. This expense shouldn't come from you. We could use the class funds instead. Jiang Feiyu reassured him, there is always the risk of classmates objecting to using class funds. Everyone has been working diligently these past few days, and I haven't tea had the chance to assist. Let this be my invitation for afternoon tea. Jiang Guangjie interjected, Hi Chow. Rest assured, the class leader is more affluent than you realize. This amount won't impoverish him. Reluctantly, Wu Haichao accepted, saying, All right. Zhang Qianjin and I will head out now. With the money in hand, he called upon Zhang Qianjin and departed. Jiang Feiyu glanced around. Realizing there was little he could contribute at the moment, and after exchanging a few words with Jiang Guangjie and Li Mingguang, he took his leave. Chapter 48. The surprise of Li Wani on Saturday morning at 9 o'clock. Jiang Feiyu and Li Wani were seated in a nearby caf, whispering to each other. Like all couples deeply in love, they had accumulated a wealth of longing to express, having only been apart for a single day, and yearned to be intertwined every moment. Jiang Feiyu had not intended to arrange a date with Li Wani. Rather, he had mentioned the necessity of recording a musical accompaniment for the New Year's Eve concert the previous evening. A senior whom Li Wani knew happened to be a member of a band, and their ensemble had connections to a recording studio. Hence, through Li Wani's relationship, they sought the senior's assistance in securing the accompaniment. Before long, Li Wani's phone rang. After answering, she turned to Jiang Feiyu and exclaimed, She's here. I'll go greet her, and promptly made her way to the entrance. Moments later, Li Wani entered alongside a tall young woman, who stood at least 175 centimeters, sporting shoulder-length hair. Her face bore a striking charm, and she was clad in a women's jacket, exuding a vibrant and slender aura, her trousers reflecting the current fashion trends. Jiang Feiyu hurriedly rose to welcome them. Allow me to introduce, this is Senior Chu Yunxi, a renowned talent in our economics department, currently a junior, and also the vice president of our school's instrumental society. This is my boyfriend, Jiang Feiyu, a freshman in the computer science department. As Li Wani introduced Jiang Feiyu, a hint of shyness colored her cheeks, marking her first affirmation of his status to an outsider. Jiang Feiyu extended his hand in greeting. Hello, Senior Chu. I am Jiang Feiyu. Chu Yunxi reciprocated the gesture and remarked, I have heard much about you from Wani. It is a pleasure to finally meet you. Many of the boys at school lament the loss of our department's flower to someone else. Jiang Feiyu jested, I hope I do not disappoint you, Senior. I am neither particularly handsome nor tall, and my academic performance is rather unremarkable. Chu Yunxi replied, I am not one to judge by appearances. The fact that Wani has taken a liking to you suggests you possess remarkable qualities. Li Wani interjected, All right, you two, let us not stand while chatting. Let us sit down. Chu Yunxi took a seat opposite Jiang Feiyu and Li Wani, prompting Jiang Feiyu to call over the waiter. Senior Chu, what would you like to drink? A cappuccino, no sugar, please, she responded. Jiang Feiyu conveyed the order to the waiter, 1 cappuccino, no sugar, for this lady, please. Certainly. Please hold on a moment, the waiter replied. Once the coffee was served, Jiang Feiyu turned to Chu Yunxi and said, The reason for inviting you here today. I believe Wani has already informed you? Chu Yunxi took a sip of her coffee and inquired. Wani mentioned you wrote a song that requires composition and recording for the accompaniment. May I ask which instruments you envision for the arrangement? Jiang Feiyu responded. The accompaniment will require piano, guitar, and string ensemble, among others. However, this is merely my preliminary thought. It is essential to consult professionals for a proper assessment of the arrangement. Chu Yunxi, the piano can be played by Wani. Our band has a guitarist. And as for string instruments, I can play the violin. Additionally, our drummer can play the eru, which should meet your requirements. Jiang Feiyu, I truly appreciate your help, Senior. I apologize for the trouble. Chu Yunxi, no problem. Let us head over now. The rest of the band is waiting for us in the recording studio. Jiang Feiyu stood up to settle the bill at the bar, taking Li Wanyi's hand as they exited the CAF together with Chu Yunxi. The trio hailed a taxi and made their way to the address provided by Chu Yunxi. After approximately 20 minutes, Chu Yunxi led the two to a recording studio near the music academy. Inside the studio, 4 men and 1 woman who were playing instruments stood up to greet Chu Yunxi upon their arrival. Chu Yunxi introduced them. This is our guitarist, Hai Jie, our bassist, Hu Yun, our drummer, Gang Zi, and our keyboardist, Fei, who is also a primary creator of our band. Lastly, this is Lao Zhang, the studio owner, who used to be involved in music as well. He will help with the composition of this piece. Chu Yunxi continued, and these two are Li Wani and her boyfriend, Jiang Feiyu. Hai Jie was a punk youth with shoulder-length hair. Hu Yun, a bespectacled girl, appeared to be a university student. Gang Zi was a muscular man with short hair. Fei was slender and seemed to be the quiet type. Lao Zhang was a middle-aged man, slightly stout, reminiscent of the well-known Guodi Gang post-fame. Jiang Feiyu shook hands with each member in turn, with the guitarist, bassist, drummer, and keyboardist present. It was evident that Chu Yunxi was the lead vocalist of the band. Lao Zhang, shall we begin? Did you bring the lyrics you wrote? Let me see them. Jiang Feiyu retrieved an A4 sheet from his pocket and handed it to Fei. Here are the printed lyrics. I have also composed the melody. I will sing it once, and I hope you can assist me with the arrangement. Lao Zhang succinctly replied, all right. The group cleared the central area to make space for Jiang Feiyu. He took a deep breath to calm his nerves and spotted Li Wanyi in the crowd. She offered him an encouraging glance. She had never judged the quality of Jiang Feiyu's song, but rather focused on how she could support him when he needed accompaniment. She would always be Jiang Feiyu's steadfast ally, silently encouraging him to pursue his passions. In this life, with such a girl by my side, what is there to fear? Jiang Feiyu steadied himself and began to sing in a deep, resonant voice. Back to the very beginning, the youthful visage within my memory, at last. We have arrived at this day, the old photographs beneath the table mat, countless memories intertwined. Today, the boy shall meet the girl for the final rendezvous. Back to the very beginning. Those years of mist downpours, those years of forsaken love. Oh, how I long to embrace you, to embrace the courage we overlooked. Once, I aspired to conquer the world, yet in the end, I turned back to realize that every drop of this world is, in essence, you. As Jiang Feiyu's voice resonated, everyone was deeply moved by the melody of the lyrics, as if the narrative within the song transformed into vivid scenes before their eyes. Li Wanyi gazed in astonishment at Jiang Feiyu, who was wholeheartedly immersed in his performance. This was her first experience of hearing him sing, and she was utterly captivated by the beauty of his voice. Not only astonished by his ability to compose such poignant lyrics, but also enchanted by the love story imbued with profound regrets that echoed through his song. What kind of past do you hold? Is the narrative within the song a true reflection of your life, or is it a tale born of your imagination? Li Wanyi gazed contemplatively at the familiar visage of Jiang Feiyu. As the final notes of the song lingered in the air, the audience remained enraptured by the melody. And moments later, a wave of applause erupted. Each individual who had traversed the corridors of academia found themselves stirred by the evocative scenes depicted in the tale. Lao Zhang discreetly wiped away tears from the corners of his eyes. Among all present, he felt the most profound resonance. Indeed, one could assert that he was the very archetype of the boy in the story. The recent song had transported him back to the verdant days of his youth, recalling the romantic moments shared with a girl in her blossoming years. Ultimately, the season of graduation equated to the season of farewells. As the girl he cherished donned another's wedding attire, while he himself had achieved little over the years, now transformed into a middle-aged man. This is truly remarkable. It shall stand as the most poignant campus love story since Lao Lang's Classmate You. This song is destined for greatness, Lao Zhang marveled. Others, regaining their composure, compared it to Classmate You and couldn't help but concede that this was indeed a song capable of surpassing it. Seizing the inspiration before it waned, Lao Zhang quickly procured pen and paper, beginning to compose music to the lyrics. He had Jiang Feiyu sing certain passages repeatedly, and after more than an hour, the composition was finally complete. Lao Zhang then orchestrated the ensemble, personally arranging the accompaniment for the entire piece. Fortunately, his recording studio was well equipped with instruments. After numerous adjustments and refinements, the accompaniment was finalized. The opening music featured a harmonious interplay of guitar and piano, with the guitar leading during the vocal introduction. At 1 minute and 8 seconds, strings, including the violin and eru, joined the ensemble, followed by the entrance of drums at 1 minute and 41 seconds. Complemented by piano harmonies and a secondary melody from the violin. The instruments repeated their melodies during the chorus, ultimately concluding the piece with a somber tone, fading away amidst the sounds of piano and guitar. 2 hours later, Jiang Feiyu held 4 recorded tapes in his hands. 2 contained instrumental tracks, while the other 2 featured complete songs performed by Jiang Feiyu in conjunction with the accompaniment. Old Zhang adamantly insisted on recording Jiang Feiyu's songs with the accompaniment. Fortunately, the recording could be done in segments, sparing Jiang Feiyu from the exhaustion of singing continuously for hours, which had already left his throat feeling parched. As a token of gratitude for the band members of Chu Yunxi, Jiang Feiyu presented each with a red envelope containing 200 yuan, acknowledging their assistance. However, when Jiang Feiyu offered a red envelope to Old Zhang, he declined. Old Zhang remarked, "This song is truly remarkable. Have you considered reaching out to a record label for a release? I have connections in that field and can assist you in presenting your work to them." Jiang Feiyu replied, I composed this song specifically for the New Year's Eve gala. I prefer it to remain undisclosed until after the event. But once the new year has passed, I would have no objections to sharing it with a wider audience. Old Jiang then made a humble request. Might I inquire if I could have my name credited as the composer? Jiang Feiyu consented, of course. That is entirely reasonable. You contributed to the composition. So the lyrics and performance will bear my name, while the composition will be attributed to you, and the accompaniment will credit the Feiyu band. Old Jiang expressed his gratitude. I cannot thank you enough. I shall take this liberty just this once. Here is my business card. Next time you wish to record, you are welcome to do so here at no charge. Jiang Feiyu glanced at the card, noting that old Jiang's full name was Zhang Tianqing. He then pocketed the card, took Li Wenyi's hand, and bid farewell. Chapter 49. A day in the life of Jiang Feiyu while Jiang Feiyu busied himself early in the morning in the capital, preparing for the recording of a song's accompaniment on the other side of the nation, the landmark city of Nanjing in Jiangsu province. A city steeped in the legacy of 6 dynasties was awakening under the gentle embrace of the rising sun. Around 6 a.m., various shops and street vendors exuded the enticing steam of diverse breakfast offerings, with throngs of eager patrons gathered around the stalls, anticipating their morning repast. The early winter air carried a slight chill, and exhalations transformed into wisps of white vapor. Jiang Feiyu sat at a low table in front of a breakfast stall, savoring the authentic culinary delights of Nanjing, zilong bao, soup dumplings, and duck blood vermicelli. After an arduous day spent on the train, he had arrived at Nanjing Station around 8 p.m. the previous night and found a relatively clean hotel to rest. The reason for his early rise was not so much a testament to his professionalism, but rather an insatiable curiosity to experience the local morning culture. To be candid, Jiang Feiyu had initially chosen this internship position due to its promise of travel funded by the company, devoid of rigid office hours, allowing him to wander freely instead of being confined to a desk in front of a computer all day. The sentiment the world is vast, and I yearn to explore resonates through the ages, as long as one has the financial means and time. Every individual harbors a desire to traverse the magnificent landscapes of their homeland while youth still lingers. Yet, the stark reality is that most individuals find themselves ensnared in the relentless pursuit of livelihood, bound by circumstance. After finishing his breakfast, Jiang Feiyu purchased a map of Nanjing from a newsstand, intending to study it thoroughly. He was particularly interested in identifying the locations of internet cafes, which, by examining the distribution of schools on the map, would reveal that these establishments predominantly situated themselves near educational institutions, residential areas, and bustling commercial streets. Around 9 a.m., having packed his backpack, Jiang Feiyu embarked on his journey. He formulated a tentative route, consulting both the map and the hotel proprietor to ensure he would not overlook any internet cafes. Walking in search of them seemed the most prudent approach. After a brief 10-minute stroll, he discovered his first internet CAF nearby, adorned with the prominent sign Tianya Internet CAF. Peering through the entrance, he observed over 50 computers within this medium-sized establishment. As it was not peak hours for internet usage, only a handful of young patrons occupied the space. At the cash register near the entrance sat a middle-aged man, likely the owner, who appeared to be in his 30s. Without further hesitation, Jiang Feiyu stepped inside. Do you wish to use the internet? It's 2 yuan per hour, the owner remarked, glancing up at Jiang Feiyu. May I ask your surname? Jiang Feiyu inquired. My surname is Kai. Do you wish to access the internet? The owner replied. Hello, Boss Kai. I am Zhang from Feiyu Technology in the capital. Our company has developed a network management and billing system, which is currently available for free trial during the promotional period. I wonder if you might be interested in experiencing it. As he spoke, Jiang Feiyu handed a business card to Boss Kai. What is this internet CAF billing system for? Boss Kai asked, flipping through the card and looking inquiringly at Jiang Feiyu. Jiang Feiyu, as the name suggests. It pertains to the management of internet cafes that charge based on usage time. Allow me to pose a simple question, Boss Kai. Do you currently manage the internet charges by noting down the start time of each machine on paper, tracking how many hours they have been online, and then manually reminding customers to log off when their time is up? Boss Kai. Indeed, isn't this how all internet cafes manage their operations? Jiang Feiyu, this method of charging has its evident drawbacks. Once the number of users increases, Boss Kai, you will find yourself constantly verifying which of the many machines is approaching its time limit, and you will need to individually remind each person to log off. If several machines reach the end of their usage time simultaneously, and one customer dawdles, those who follow will undoubtedly exceed their allotted time. Am I mistaken? Boss Kai. That is correct. We often encounter customers who take advantage of a few extra minutes, and it feels improper to rush them. Jiang Feiyu, moreover. Internet cafes must operate around the clock. It is impossible for you, Boss Kai, to manage everything alone for 24 hours. You will need to hire staff for shifts, particularly for the overnight hours. It goes without saying that you will not be on duty during those late hours. To put it bluntly, without your presence, it is challenging to monitor whether your employees may be siphoning off a portion of the revenue. Boss Kai sighed helplessly. Such issues are endemic to the industry. When the volume is low, we tend to turn a blind eye, as we lack concrete evidence. Jiang Feiyu. Boss Kai, our Internet CAF management system can address these challenges. By deploying the system on your computer, you can control all of your 50-plus machines. For instance, if I pay 2 yuan to use the internet for 1 hour, the system automatically generates an account for me. I can choose any machine, log in, and the timer will commence from that moment. After 1 hour, the system will lock the screen, and there will be no possibility of extending my time, eliminating the need for you to remind customers to log off. The daily revenue will be recorded, and you need only reconcile the accounts, freeing you from concerns about employees misappropriating internet fees. Boss Kai exclaimed with delight. This system truly appears to be as effective as you claim. If it is reasonably priced, I would like to purchase a set to try. Jiang Feiyu. Our company is currently offering a free trial period. If you trust me, grant me the opportunity to install the software for you. You can experience it for a week, and if it proves beneficial, we will discuss pricing. If it does not meet your expectations, the system will automatically revoke control over all computers at the end of the trial period. Should you decide against purchasing, you can simply uninstall the system, and I will not trouble you again. Does that sound agreeable? Boss Kai responded cheerfully. Certainly, let us proceed as you suggest. If it is effective and reasonably priced, I will definitely buy a set. Jiang Feiyu spent over 20 minutes deploying the system and integrating all machines into its control. Throughout the process, Boss Kai observed closely. Jiang Feiyu provided a brief tutorial on how to use the system. Subsequently, all customers who paid for internet access received an account written on a note. Unbeknownst to Jiang Feiyu, Boss Kai, and even the internet users, all computers' Internet Explorer homepages were automatically modified to direct to a DAO 126 page. An hour later, the first customer who logged onto the internet found their computer automatically locked. Reluctantly, the customer paid an additional 2 yuan to extend their time. Witnessing this, Boss Kai expressed his admiration for the system. Jiang Feiyu briefly recorded Boss Kai's information and noted the phone number of his current hotel before preparing to take his leave. Boss Kai inquired, "Young man, you haven't informed me how to proceed with the payment for the system." Jiang Feiyu explained, "Within the system function menu, there exists a version menu that displays our company's name, address, contact number, and official website. Upon registering on our company's website, you will find detailed instructions for purchasing the software. Once payment verification is successful, an activation code will be generated for system activation." After ensuring that Boss Kai understood how to purchase the system, Jiang Feiyu proceeded to the next Internet CAF, unconcerned about Boss Kai's immediate intent to buy. He recalled Jiang Feiyu's words during the training. "Our product is exceptional. There is no need to rush into discussions about pricing. Allow the customers to use it for a few days free of charge. The longer they utilize it, the more reliant they will become on the system, and they will ultimately seek us out to make a purchase." That day, Jiang Feiyu worked tirelessly until after 10 p.m. before returning to the hotel. Despite his exhaustion, the results were remarkable, having successfully deployed the system in 9 Internet CAFs. One must not underestimate the Chinese affinity for free products. Much of Jiang Feiyu's time that day was spent traveling to find Internet CAFs and implementing the system. Had it not been for this, the outcomes could have been even more impressive. Simultaneously, in 6 initial promotional cities across the nation, 11 young individuals toiled throughout the day, achieving substantial results for the company on their very first day. If Jiang Feiyu were to receive today's performance data, he would undoubtedly be filled with joy, unable to sleep in his excitement. Chapter 50. Frenzied promotion at 10:30 in the evening. Jiang Feiyu returned to the male dormitory 302 after escorting Li Wandi home. It is worth mentioning that during this period, Jiang Feiyu had been either engaged with work at the company or occupied with school, and had not visited his rented apartment outside the campus for quite some time. Originally, this residence was leased for the clandestine development of cheats, but now Jiang Feiyu preferred to transform it into a love nest for himself and Li Wandi throughout their 4 years of university. Though the relationship between Jiang Feiyu and Li Wandi had progressed rapidly, With the two inseparable and affectionate daily, their interactions were limited to holding hands, hugging, and kissing. In this era, campus romances typically adhered to such boundaries, especially since Liwandi was a rather traditional girl, particularly as they had just entered their freshman year. While Jiang Feiyu longed to deepen their connection, he recognized the necessity of an appropriate moment. He could not simply invent an excuse to bring her to the apartment. As overt intentions might alarm her, every endeavor requires a gradual progression. Upon returning to the dormitory, Jiang Feiyu found that, apart from the second member, Su Tianxing, the other four had already arrived and were fervently discussing the day's achievements. Upon noticing Jiang Feiyu's entrance, Liao Yongxian eagerly exclaimed, "Third brother, guess how many internet cafes I promoted today? Come on, take a guess." Jiang Feiyu observed Liao Yongxuan's animated demeanor, reminiscent of a child seeking a reward from their parents for acing an exam. Jiang Feiyu played along and inquired, "How many internet cafes did you promote today?" Liao Yongxian held up both hands and declared, 9. Impressive, right? This figure slightly exceeded Jiang Feiyu's expectations, though it was to be anticipated, as Liao Yongxian had cleverly targeted the district where the Beijing Institute of Technology was situated. Having been in school for a few months, they were somewhat familiar with the distribution of internet cafes, saving time in searching for them. Jiang Feiyu praised him, saying, "You are remarkable, completely surpassing my expectations. Keep up the good work tomorrow." Liao Yongxian replied with enthusiasm, "Third brother, rest assured, I will strive even harder tomorrow." Jiang Feiyu then turned to the others, "Eldest brother, fourth brother, sixth brother, please share your results." Jiang Guangjie replied, "I didn't achieve as much as fifth brother. I promoted only 7 internet cafes today." Wei Chongning, a bit embarrassed, added, "I did the least, merely 4 cafes." Chen Kaiqian, currently showering, called out from the bathroom, 5. Accumulating these results, the 4 of them had collectively promoted 25 internet cafes that day. If, after the 7-day trial period, a conversion rate of 50% was anticipated, even assuming the purchase of the most basic version at 4,000 yuan each, the preliminary revenue could reach 50,000 yuan. This estimate did not include data from the other 7 members. Conservatively speaking, the total revenue generated by all 11 individuals could surpass 100,000 yuan. A daily revenue of 100,000 was a figure that would eclipse over 90% of companies in this era. Jiang Feiyu inquired, "What about second brother Su Tianxing? Has he not returned yet?" Jiang Guangjie replied, "We don't know. We didn't see him when we came back." Liao Yongxian remarked, "Could it be that second brother is working even harder than us? He doesn't seem like the type to endure hardships as a wealthy young master." As the conversation unfolded, Su Tianxing entered the dormitory, playfully exclaiming, "Everyone is here. Are you all welcoming me?" Jiang Feiyu responded, "We were just talking about you." And lo and behold, you arrived like Chow Chow. Liao Yongxian, brimming with pride, declared, "Elder brother, we were discussing everyone's promotional achievements for the day. Pray tell, how many have you managed?" "I am currently in the lead with 9. Su Tianxing patted Liao Yongxian's shoulder and lamented, "I regret to inform you, dear fifth brother, that the title of first place shall be relinquished to me. My tally stands at 17. Liao Yongxian gasped in disbelief. "How is that possible? How could you surpass me by such a margin? Completing one installation, along with training, takes nearly an hour, not to mention travel time. Surely, you must have covertly promoted while we were unaware." Su Tianxing replied, "Oh, dear fifth brother, you are mistaken. To be precise, I only dedicated half a day to this endeavor. The remainder was spent on a date with Li Hui." "Surely, you didn't think my late return was due to overtime promotion work?" Liao Yongxian retorted, "Isn't it?" He urged, "Elder brother, stop being cryptic and reveal how you accomplished this." Although Jiang Feiyu was equally astonished by the figures, he trusted that Su Tianxing would not fabricate such trivial matters. Su Tianxing explained, "It's quite simple. As you know, I hail from the capital, so I enlisted a few classmates and friends who also specialize in computer science. I shared our marketing promotion plan with them, and considering the incentive of a 100 yuan commission per transaction, I successfully persuaded 5 individuals to assist me. I merely spent half a day training them." Liao Yongxian countered, "But elder brother, if you give them the commission, won't that leave you with nothing?" Su Tianxing replied, "Ah, dear fifth brother, you are mistaken. I still receive a base salary of 500 yuan, and I hardly need to lift a finger to earn it." Liao Yongxian was taken aback by this revelation. It was the first time he had learned of such an audacious strategy. Only someone as affluent as Su Tianxing could afford to disregard the 100 yuan commission. Others would rather toil to earn their share. Jiang Feiyu reflected on Su Tianxing's innate aptitude for leadership, realizing that some talents are indeed inherent. With a promising start, Jiang Feiyu chose not to dwell on the details and soon immersed himself in shameless dates with Li Wanyi. It was clear that among the entire dormitory, only Jiang Feiyu and Su Tianxing possessed the innate qualities of a leader, naturally adept at managing others. At noon on Monday, in the office of the general manager of Feiyu Technology, Wu Shaoxian, the newly hired sales assistant, reported, "Boss, here is the consolidated promotional data we just gathered from the feedback of 11 promotional personnel over the course of the weekend. Our Internet CAF management software was promoted in a total of 142 Internet CAFs across 6 cities." Jiang Feiyu accepted the statistical data presented by Wu Shaoxian and began to scrutinize it attentively. The city with the most extensive promotion efforts is undoubtedly the capital, having promoted 68 Internet CAFs. Other cities include Nanjing with 16, Shijiazhuang with 15, Jinan with 14, Guangzhou with 17, and Wuhan with 12. The most successful promoter is undoubtedly Su Tianxing, who oversees 29 CAFs, while Wei Chongning and Zhang Guanping have the least, each managing only 6. Zhang Guanping has other commitments, which accounts for his limited number. Jiang Feiyu anticipates that, apart from the capital, other cities will experience a significant surge. This is partly because the promoters in the capital are primarily part-time, spending most of their weekdays attending classes and thus cannot compete with full-time promoters. Furthermore, the capital is merely one city with a finite number of Internet CAFs, and its potential will eventually be exhausted, as evidenced by the noticeable drop in numbers on Sundays. Jiang Feiyu, Shaoxian, please call Sister Zhao from the finance department to come over. Wu Shaoxian, certainly, boss. Please hold on. A moment later, Wu Shaoxian and Sister Zhao entered the general manager's office. Jiang Feiyu, Sister Zhao, have you verified the repayment data? Are there any clients who made payments over the weekend? Sister Zhao, boss, I have checked the repayments, and so far, a total of 7 clients have transferred funds to the company account. Jiang Feiyu, Sister Zhao, in the future, clients will significantly increase their payments to the company account. So you must ensure thorough verification. Once you finish a batch of listings, promptly provide them to Shaoxian. She will immediately review them in the system and generate activation codes for the clients. We must enhance our efficiency and not keep clients waiting, as this directly impacts their service experience. Understood, boss, they both replied in unison. After addressing these matters, Jiang Feiyu held a motivational meeting for the second batch of promoting personnel and shared the impressive achievements of the first group with everyone. All the interns felt confident. With the 6 new interns assigned to the provinces of Sichuan, Hunan, Zhejiang, Liaoning, Shaanxi, and Anhui, Jiang Feiyu is acutely aware that products like Internet CAF management software can only thrive for those who are the early adopters. It is essential to seize the market before other companies take notice. Moreover, additional interns will soon complete their training and spread across the nation, further expanding Jiang Feiyu's business empire. Chapter 51. The definition of social product features in the conference room of Feiyu Technology. Qin Shihong is currently elucidating the framework of the entire social platform to Jiang Feiyu and other members of the development team. Following a period of recruitment, Qin Shihong's project team has expanded to 5 individuals. According to Jiang Feiyu's delineation of the team's roles, Qin Shihong concurrently occupies the positions of both technical supervisor and product manager. Lu Quanmin is responsible for back-end development, while 3 newly recruited developers include Wu Xingkui for front-end development, Li Moxing for back-end development, and Tian Xinrui for UI design. In truth, Jiang Feiyu could also be considered a semi-member of the project team, as he personally drafted the product architecture. Qin Shihong continues to present the detailed functionalities of the social platform. Our social product encompasses the following primary features: messaging, friend list, moments, dynamics, poke, local second-hand market, and applications, amounting to 7 significant functional modules. Initially, Jiang Feiyu envisioned the social platform to include only 4 functional modules: moments, dynamics, local second-hand market, and applications. The moments feature is not to be confused with the later WeChat moments. Rather, it is a community forum categorized into class circles, alumni circles, and local circles, where users can post and respond to threads. As users ascend in levels, the capability to create personal circles, such as book clubs, English corners, and hiking groups, will gradually be unlocked. Dynamics, akin to the social model of Weibo, enables users to share their daily images, texts, videos, and other updates, or to repost articles and news by following one another. Users can view each other's dynamics, support reposting, and manage a display of follower counts. The local second-hand market serves as a platform for users to sell or barter second-hand items, currently limited to offline transactions. This feature is primarily intended to enhance user engagement. Once the payment interface with banks is established and online payment is enabled, the local second-hand market may evolve into an independent e-commerce platform, laying the groundwork for Jiang Feiyu's strategy in the e-commerce sector. Jiang Feiyu holds grand aspirations for the application's feature, envisioning the gradual integration of various games, music, videos, and third-party applications, which will be pivotal for the platform's future profitability. The success of the gaming segment in later enterprises illustrates the substantial cash flow this module could generate for the company. The functionalities of messaging, friend list, and poke are directly related to instant communication and social interaction. Initially, Jiang Feiyu deliberately avoided entering the instant messaging arena, daunted by the immense pressure exerted by the colossal entity Goose Factory, with a market value exceeding 10 trillion and spanning numerous sectors. Eventually, Jiang Feiyu realized that without the courage to confront such formidable competition, he would perpetually remain overshadowed. This scenario is reminiscent of a duel between two swordsmen, one a seasoned champion, the other an inexperienced novice. If the latter harbors fear of the renowned champion, he has already lost half the battle. With Jiang Feiyu's 2 decades of experience, if he still cannot surpass his competitors, it may be prudent to sell the company and retire comfortably. Even without engaging in social platforms, with the current profitability of the company, Jiang Feiyu could enjoy financial freedom in a few years. Life should possess a certain degree of challenge to retain its allure. After Chen Qihong's explanation, he posed a question to Jiang Feiyu. Boss, I have always been curious as to why we opted for a real name registration model from the outset, which could potentially alienate many prospective clients. Jiang Feiyu responded, before I answer you, let me pose a question. What are your thoughts on QQ from Tencent? Chen Qihong replied, among similar social products, QQ currently boasts the largest user base. However, its functionalities are rather simplistic, lacking the richness of ours. It will be challenging for us to surpass them in the short term. Jiang Feiyu remarked, Qihong, you perceive Tencent merely as a competitor, while I consider them a formidable adversary. In the future, the social landscape in China will likely culminate in a single dominant platform, where the victor claims all and the vanquished face annihilation. Coexistence of 2 strong entities is improbable. Continuing his response to Chen's earlier inquiry, Jiang Feiyu noted, Tencent claims over 50 million registered users this year. However, we are aware that this figure is significantly inflated, with many users registering multiple accounts, some even possess over 10. A conservative estimate would place the actual user count at around 10 million, of which more than half are students, middle schoolers, high schoolers, and college students, many of whom are minors susceptible to internet addiction, adversely affecting their studies, which has drawn substantial criticism towards QQ. Jiang Feiyu elaborated, our target demographic is primarily college students and recent graduates, adults who not only possess higher quality but also full legal capacity and a certain level of purchasing power. The real name system can, to an extent, regulate user behavior while significantly enhancing user engagement, marking a fundamental distinction between us and QQ. He further asserted, I believe that real name registration is the future of social interaction. The internet is not beyond the law, and the government will eventually implement regulations governing online conduct. It is better to establish this now rather than face severe repercussions later. Chen Qihong conceded, all right, boss. I have no further questions. Jiang Feiyu added, Qihong, I believe we should incorporate a reporting feature for illegal activities, inappropriate statements, and impersonation registrations. Chen Qihong replied, understood, boss. I will implement this functionality. Lu Quamin then inquired, boss, I am concerned that competitors may replicate our social products features, as many functionalities are merely innovative concepts without significant technical challenges. Jiang Feiyu reassured, the company will secure copyrights and patents for all products, including functional and design patents, establishing our own industry barriers. In the future, we will engage our own legal team to take action against any infringement. Jiang Feiyu has a profound understanding of this, as the success of the future Goose Factory's Nanshan Pizza Hut was not merely a boast, but the result of numerous legal battles. Jiang Feiyu stated, moreover, we must continually enhance the user experience, introduce new features to increase user engagement, and cultivate the confidence to withstand imitation. If others persist in copying us, they will forever remain in our shadow, Only by excelling in our products can we secure an unassailable position. Understood, boss, the team responded in unison. Jiang Feiyu continued, all right. Today's meeting concludes here. Shihong, please organize the development team according to the requirements confirmed today. Shin Shihong replied, very well, boss, we shall commence our work. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Feiyu called in Qin Wuxiu. Although he professed a lack of fear regarding imitation, it was prudent to take precautions. Jiang Feiyu had witnessed numerous tactics of plagiarism in his previous life, where entire development teams were poached, along with their source code, allowing competitors to merely modify the code and present it as their own product. Jiang Feiyu instructed, Wenshu, find a law firm proficient in handling commercial disputes. The company will inevitably encounter various legal challenges requiring consultation. Naturally, if we can recruit a reliable attorney, I would prefer to establish our own legal advisory team. Currently, it is urgent to draft a non-disclosure agreement and a non-compete agreement. Please have a lawyer review the relevant clauses. All technical personnel with access to core products must sign these agreements. Qin Wenshu responded, boss, according to industry standards, signing a non-compete agreement requires compensation. Additionally, how many years should we stipulate for the non-compete period? Jiang Feiyu replied, the compensation should be half of the employee's average monthly salary at the time of departure. And let us initially set both the compensation and non-compete duration at 2 years. After Qin Wenshu exited, Jiang Feiyu summoned Zhang Xiaodong. Last Friday, Jiang Feiyu had migrated the DAO 126 website to the company's server, which is currently maintained by the newly appointed operations engineer, Zhang Xiaodong. Jiang Feiyu inquired, Xiaodong, what is the current traffic for the DAO 126 website? Zhang Xiaodong responded, boss, based on the backend data from the past few days, the traffic on Saturday was merely over 2,000, while on Sunday, it surged to over 6,000. As of this afternoon's data, the traffic has maintained a growth rate exceeding 200. Jiang Feiyu asked, what is the average number of concurrent users? What is the maximum traffic peak the server can handle without impacting response rates? Zhang Xiaodong replied, the average daily concurrent users exceed 400. And the maximum traffic peak is over 15,000 daily. The existing server can sustain operations for some time. Jiang Feiyu concluded, the rate of traffic growth will accelerate. So please estimate the future needs and submit a request for server resources. I will arrange for Su Minjun to handle the procurement. Zhang Xiaodong acknowledged, understood, boss. I will take my leave now. Chapter 52. Rehearsal for the New Year's Eve Gala on December 26th. Today marks the rehearsal day for the New Year's Eve Gala at the Imperial Capital University of Technology. The venue for the rehearsal is the performance hall located in the comprehensive building, scheduled from 6:30 to 9:30 in the evening. The Computer Science and Technology Class 1 has not been particularly fortunate, as their performance is slated to be the 21st, with their program yet to be organized. All performances are arranged according to class units, determined by a lottery system, and this placement implies that 20 classes will perform before Class 1. Generally, the later the performance, the more fatigued the judges become, leading to generally lower scores. With time still on their side, Class 1 has occupied a classroom on the 3rd floor of the comprehensive building, preparing and making final adjustments for their routine. Due to the chilly weather, 12 girls are clad in down jackets and warm coats, while beneath, they wear knee-length dance skirts complemented by matching jackets, with petite bow ties adorning their collars, a uniform and dazzling sight reminiscent of future girl groups taking the stage. Additionally, under Jiang Feiyu's special instructions, a senior from the university was hired to assist with makeup. It is no wonder that it is often said there are no unattractive women, only those who do not know how to apply makeup. Once made up, the girls exude youth and beauty. Even those with less striking features appear remarkably radiant. Among the 12 girls, Yuan Xinjie undoubtedly stands out. With her already beautiful face, fair skin, and elegantly long legs occasionally glimpsed beneath her skirt, she caused several boys in the class to drool, and even seasoned Jiang Feiyu couldn't help but cast her a few extra glances. Today, Jiang Feiyu has also made special preparations. Particularly, as he is financially comfortable, he had a tailored suit made at a tailor shop, opting for a fitted Korean-style suit rather than the currently fashionable oversized business suits. As the saying goes, a man is judged by his attire, and a horse by its saddle. Once he donned the tailored suit, Jiang Feiyu's previously average looks, enhanced by a light application of makeup, coupled with his mature demeanor, elevated his appearance significantly, causing the girls in rehearsal to frequently turn their heads to look at him. Li Mingguang couldn't resist teasing, class leader, this outfit is fit for a wedding. Is it really necessary to be so ostentatious? Jiang Feiyu chuckled in response, boldly. You are just a classic case of envy and jealousy. I shall take it as a compliment to my handsome exterior. Li Mingguang was momentarily speechless by Jiang Feiyu's shamelessness and rolled his eyes, expressing his disbelief. The girls hurriedly continued their rehearsals for a few more rounds. An hour and a half later, Jiang Guangjie came to inform them that it was time to gather on the first floor for their turn. There were 3 more classes performing before the computer science and technology class 1. Everyone tidied up and proceeded to the waiting area on the first floor. Inside the performance hall, a class had just concluded their performance, and the 7 judges at the panel were in the process of scoring the previous acts. The main judge for this rehearsal is Professor Sun Jiangwo from the school's Youth League Committee, while the other 6 judges are key members of the Student Council, including 2 vice presidents and 4 department heads. On the judging panel, Ziming perused the program list, discreetly marking a special notation beside the names of 2 performances from the 2001 class of Computer Science and Technology, while others were momentarily distracted. Sitting next to Ziming was Professor Sun Jiangwo, who, at the age of 53, represented the kind of seasoned official nearing retirement yet lacking in new assignments. Thus, he had been assigned the task of overseeing the New Year's welcome gala for freshmen. Professor Sun, already weary due to his age, found his energy dwindling after having watched performances for over 2 hours. Ziming gently suggested, Professor Sun, if you're feeling fatigued, it would be best to take a rest. We can manage here. Professor Sun, puzzled, replied, but there are still 7 or 8 more classes yet to perform. Wouldn't it be inappropriate for me to leave early? Ziming reassured him, your health is of utmost importance, Professor. Rest assured, we will oversee the remaining performances. I will gladly record the scores in your section, alleviating your concerns. Professor Sun expressed his gratitude. That would be wonderful, Ziming. Thank you so much. At my age, my stamina is simply insufficient. I shall take my leave now, and you all can ensure the quality of the remaining acts. Ziming nodded as he watched Professor Sun exit the auditorium, a look of satisfaction gracing his features. On the other side of Professor Sun sat Qin Yuan, another vice president of the Student Council. After casting her scores, she noticed Professor Sun's departure and inquired, Ziming, why did Professor Sun leave? There are still several classes yet to be evaluated. Ziming replied, Professor Sun was feeling unwell and left early. He entrusted us with the assessment of the remaining performances. Qin Yuan acknowledged this but did not press further. After a brief interlude, it was finally the turn of the first class of Computer Science and Technology to take the stage. The performance commenced with a fan dance by the female students. As they gracefully donned their uniforms and stepped onto the stage, their radiant legs immediately captivated the attention of the male judges. With the music resounding, the dancers unleashed their vibrant movements, and Jiang Feiyu sensed that the fan dance was poised for success. The fervent enthusiasm exhibited by the performers from other classes in the waiting area affirmed the dance's allure. Upon the conclusion of their performance, the girls of the first class bowed and exited the stage in an orderly fashion, offering words of encouragement to Jiang Feiyu as they passed by. A minute later, the judges completed their scoring, and it was Jiang Feiyu's turn to perform. As he stepped onto the stage, he immediately spotted Ziming among the judges. Ziming greeted him with a knowing smile, causing Jiang Feiyu to feel a pang of apprehension. Drawing from his extensive experience in navigating the treacherous waters of business from a previous life, he recognized the sinister undertones of that smile all too well. The last time he had confronted Ziming had not led to a simple resolution. Quickly regaining his composure, Jiang Feiyu resolved that since he was already on stage, overthinking would serve no purpose. He determined to focus on delivering his performance first, ready to confront any cunning schemes that might arise thereafter. As the familiar accompaniment filled the air, Jiang Feiyu's slightly melancholic voice emerged. Once again, we return to the original starting point, to the image of your youthful face in my memory. We have finally arrived at this day, where the old photograph lies beneath the table mat, intertwining countless memories. Today, the boy is to meet the girl for their final rendezvous, returning once more to the initial moment. The judges and onlookers fell into a hushed silence, captivated solely by Jiang Feiyu's melodious voice, which lingered in their ears. Each individual became immersed in the song, their minds conjuring varied images, instinctively placing themselves in the role of the story's protagonist. On the judging panel, Ziming found himself momentarily lost in thought. He had presumed Jiang Feiyu to be merely an unremarkable contender, easily dismissible on grounds of not meeting performance standards. Yet, who could have anticipated the remarkable prowess displayed by his opponent? Even with his preconceived biases against Jiang Feiyu, he could not deny the undeniable quality of the song. In the waiting area, all were entranced. If the classmates of Class 1 had previously regarded Jiang Feiyu, their class leader, with mere respect, this song elevated their sentiments to the fervent adoration typically reserved for star idols. This class leader was indeed a hidden gem. Yuan Xinjie gazed adoringly at the passionately performing Jiang Feiyu, astonished not only by his talent in crafting such a splendid song but also by his enchanting delivery, deeply moved by the romantic narrative woven into the performance. Similarly, Wang Xiaowen observed Jiang Feiyu with a different gaze, pained by the thought of the beautiful girl who had already taken his hand. As the song concluded, the judges had yet to regain their composure. While the waiting area erupted in enthusiastic applause, Jiang Feiyu bowed gracefully and departed, leaving an indelible impression behind. Chapter 53. Yuan Xinjie meets school leaders after Jiang Feiyu's departure. Within the judges' panel, Qin Yuhan, holding the evaluation comments for Jiang Feiyu's rendition of those years, could not help but furrow her brow and inquire, "Oh Zimming, that song completely transcended the level of an amateur performance. It would be more than sufficient even for a record release. Why on earth would you eliminate such a remarkable piece? You must provide me with a reasonable explanation." Oh Zimming replied, "Vice President Qin, I too acknowledge that this song has reached a commendable level of professionalism. Performing it on our school's modest stage could be seen as an underutilization of its talents. However, possessing a good song does not necessarily mean it is suitable for a school performance." Qin Yuhan pressed, "Oh Zimming, what do you mean? Please clarify. I do not understand your point." Oh Zimming continued, "The theme of our New Year's Eve gala is welcoming the new year with heart, interpreting youth, dreaming of youth, and smiling at tomorrow. Pray tell, how does this song align with the theme of our gala? Furthermore, a university campus is a place of learning, a sacred ivory tower. The song is drenched in a melancholy atmosphere and extols the virtues of campus romance throughout. If we allow this song to be performed at the New Year's Eve gala, it may convey an inappropriate message that encourages students to engage in romantic relationships on campus. If this leads to a decline in academic integrity and a culture of frivolous relationships, who will bear the responsibility?" Qin Yuhan found herself at a loss for words in the face of Oh Zimming's rebuttal. Yet, she struggled with the idea of dismissing such an outstanding song against her better judgment, especially since its portrayal of campus romance resonated deeply with her. Gathering her thoughts, Qin Yuhan articulated, "Oh Zimming, I do not entirely concur with your perspective. The essence of a university is not solely defined by its critical nature, guiding us to pursue truth and discern between authenticity and deception. It is also characterized by inclusiveness, allowing us to cultivate a wealth of brilliant civilizations. Whether this song merits being sung on campus should be determined by the audience, not by a few judges hastily rendering a verdict." Oh Zimming countered, "Vice President Qin, since neither of us can persuade the other, let us resort to a democratic vote. The 6 judges present will raise their hands. Those in favor of eliminating this song, please raise your right hand. Those against, raise your left hand. Abstentions need not raise their hands." Following his statement, Oh Zimming raised his right hand, and shortly thereafter, the Minister of Publicity, Wang Jiangwen, and the Minister of Organization, Wang Jushan, joined him, both having closely allied themselves with Oh Zimming. Only the Minister of Learning, Yang Saixia, raised her left hand in support of Qin Yuhan, consistently aligning herself with her faction. The only remaining figure yet to declare a position was Zhou Yaming, the Minister of Class Affairs, who was momentarily bewildered. He had previously associated with the Student Council President, Chen Yaoguang, who, being a senior, had begun his internship and no longer actively engaged with council matters. Consequently, Zhou Yaming found himself in a neutral position, refraining from entangling himself in the ongoing dispute between Oh Zimming and Qin Yuhan. Tonight was initially intended for program evaluations. However, it inexplicably transformed into a scene of factional division. In light of the current circumstances, Zhou Yangming's continued neutrality has inadvertently offended both sides, necessitating a choice between the two contenders. Given the prevailing situation, it appears that Oh Zimming has a greater chance of being elected as the Student Council President next semester. After weighing the pros and cons, Zhou Yangming slowly raised his right hand. With a victorious glint in his eye, Oh Zimming gazed at Qin Yuhan and proclaimed, "For the two, it seems public opinion favors the elimination of this song. I wonder if Vice President Qin has anything to add." Qin Yuhan replied, "Oh Zimming, I will inform Professor Sun of the entire situation tomorrow. Ultimately, it is he who will make the final decision." Oh Zimming nonchalantly responded, "Do as you wish. That is your prerogative." Qin Yuhan shot him a fierce glare before returning to her seat to continue her work. The following morning, the student council announced the list of selected programs. In class 1 of the computer science and technology major, the only selected performance was a fan dance by the female students, while Jiang Feiyu's solo rendition of those years was eliminated. Upon receiving the news, all class officers from class 1 were filled with indignation, particularly those who had witnessed Jiang Feiyu's performance during rehearsal. They rushed to console him or voice their grievances, with boisterous individuals like Jiang Guangjie rolling up their sleeves to confront the student council, while Jiang Feiyu remained unmoved in his seat. At that moment, Su Tianqing entered. Jiang Feiyu looked up and asked, "So, have you found out the details?" Su Tianqing replied, "It has been confirmed. Last night, during the evaluation of our program, the head judge left early due to illness. It was Vice President Zhou Ziming and 3 other judges who cast dissenting votes, while only Vice President Qin Yuhan and Minister Yang Saixiao voted in favor." Jiang Guangjie immediately exclaimed in outrage, "Damn it. So it was that old rascal's doing. He must be seeking revenge on Feiyu for the previous conflict. I can't believe he is so underhanded." Yuan Xinjie curiously inquired, "Jiang Guangjie, what conflict does he have with Jiang Feiyu? I was unaware of this." Jiang Guangjie replied, "We'll discuss that later. You girls wouldn't understand anyway. Feiyu, your intellect surpasses mine. What do you propose we do?" Jiang Guangjie was at a loss on how to explain to Yuan Xinjie the jealousy between Jiang Feiyu and Zhou Ziming over Li Wani. So he opted for ambiguity. Jiang Feiyu asserted, "Since they have wronged us, we must not remain passive. Here's the complete recording of the song I recorded alongside the accompaniment. We need to find the school leaders responsible for overseeing the event. Once they listen to the song, the inequity of our treatment will be evident." Jiang Guangjie responded, "Excellent idea, Feiyu. I didn't realize you had this up your sleeve. But where should we find the school leader?" Jiang Feiyu and Jiang Guangjie turned their gazes towards Su Tianqing. Su Tianqing said, "Why are you looking at me? I'm just a minor figure in the student council. Surely, you don't think I'm acquainted with any important leaders? Let me give it a try. I happen to know some school officials. If you trust me, hand over the tape, and I will approach the leaders to relay this matter." At this moment, Yuan Xinjie interjected, directing an inquiry towards Jiang Feiyu. Jiang Feiyu cast a glance at Yuan Xinjie, unable to fathom how she might be acquainted with any officials at the school. However, seeing her confidence and lacking any better alternatives, he decided to let her take a chance. Previously, Jiang Feiyu had considered leveraging the connection with Counselor Li Jian to relay the situation to the relevant authorities at the school. Yet, after Yuan Xinjie spoke, he inexplicably felt a profound trust in her ability to handle the matter, an uncommon sixth sense. Upon receiving the cassette tape from Jiang Feiyu, Yuan Xinjie promptly departed the classroom, making her way towards the administrative building. Chapter 54. What? The principal wishes to see me? In the administrative building of the Imperial Capital Institute of Technology, the door to office 501 bore the prominent inscription Principal's Office. Inside, the principal, Jiang Weimin, was diligently penning his thoughts. Jiang Weimin was among the first cohort of scientific and engineering talents nurtured after the founding of New China. Responding to the call of the nation, he transitioned from a research role to an educational one, dedicating the majority of his life to the field of education. For many years, he has held the esteemed position of principal at the Imperial Capital Institute of Technology, earning immense respect not only within the institution but also as a towering figure in the educational and academic communities. A series of knocks echoed from outside the office. Jiang Weimin, undeterred, continued his work and responded, "Please, come in. Grandpa, I've come to see you." A melodious voice of a young girl accompanied the opening of the door, revealing our classmate Yuan Xinjie entering the office. "Ah, it's you, my dear. Your grandmother was lamenting just last night about how you haven't visited her in over a week. What have you been busy with lately? Have you gotten into some trouble at school and come to seek help from your grandpa?" Jiang Weimin inquired. "Grandpa, how could you say that? A well-behaved girl like me would never cause trouble. I am here on behalf of my class, the Computer Science and Technology class of 2001, to lodge a complaint." "Principal, you must help us seek justice," Yuan Xinjie declared. Jiang Weimin, slightly taken aback, replied, "Pray tell, what injustice has your class suffered that necessitates my intervention?" Bypassing so many teachers and leaders in the political and educational departments, Yuan Xinjie recounted the events in detail, emphasizing the exceptional talent of Jiang Feiyu and the beauty of his songs, while simultaneously criticizing the student council vice president, Zhou Ziming, portraying him as duplicitous and self-serving. Jiang Weiman, however, did not take Yuan Xinjia's words at face value. Children often embellish their tales when reporting grievances. He decided to listen to the song on the tape she had brought. It was undeniable. The song was indeed extraordinary, stirring memories of his youthful days on campus. Even for someone who spent his days immersed in academic pursuits. Now that I understand the situation, please have a seat and wait for a moment. As the principal, I assure you that I will handle this matter impartially and provide you with a satisfactory response, Jiang Weiman stated. Yuan Xinjia beamed. I knew you would be just and fair, Grandpa. Jiang Weiman picked up the phone and dialed a number. Moments later, the call connected. Hello. Could you please send Director Liu to my office at once? A few minutes later, a bespectacled middle-aged man entered the principal's office. This was Liu Weiguo, the principal leader of the school's Youth League Committee, responsible for overseeing the committee and the student council. Principal, you called for me? Xinjia, it's been a while since I last saw you. You've grown more beautiful, Liu Weiguo remarked. Hello, Uncle Liu, Yuan Xinjia replied, instantly standing to greet him politely, her demeanor becoming more formal in the presence of an outsider. Jiang Weiman, Weiguo, Xinjia has come to represent her class to voice their grievances. This matter is somewhat related to the student council under your purview. Please listen to this tape first, and then we shall discuss the details. A few minutes later, Jiang Weiman recounted the sequence of events to Liu Weiguo once again. Jiang Weiman, Weiguo, this is the crux of the matter. Share your thoughts. Liu Weiguo earnestly replied, Principal, I must admit that this situation is indeed a result of my negligence. I have been preoccupied with the school's evaluation activities, and the New Year's Eve gala has been overseen by Lao Sunday. My leadership has not been adequately exercised, and I accept the criticism. I will seek out the relevant individuals to ascertain the details of the incident. If it is true that the student council has abused its authority to retaliate against others, I will certainly demand that those involved rectify the situation and issue an apology. Jiang Weiman, Weiguo, as educators, our lifelong commitment is to nurture and educate. We must not only focus on students' academic subjects but also their moral education. My stance is that students should embody the essence of being students. The societal issues should not infiltrate our school, as this would tarnish the educational environment we strive to maintain. The principal's words carried a weighty significance, and Liu Weiguo perceived the bias in Jiang Weiman's tone. With Yuan Xinjia being a pivotal figure, Jiang Weiman had largely come to believe that Jiang Feiyu was the victim in this scenario, setting a particular tone for the incident. Liu Weiguo, understood, Principal. I will sternly reprimand them and reflect on this matter. I suggest we handle the situation privately within the student council to avoid unnecessary public scrutiny. Naturally, the gala program will be revised and redistributed. Jiang Weiman nodded in agreement with Liu Weiguo's approach, recognizing that the vice president of the student council represents the school's reputation to a significant extent. Should this matter escalate, it would reflect poorly on the institution. After Liu Weiguo departed, Yuan Xinjia remained somewhat dissatisfied. Yuan Xinjia, Grandfather, isn't this too lenient on Oziming? Our class leader, Jiang Feiyu, has suffered unfair treatment without any compensation. Jiang Weiman spoke gently. Enough, my dear. This resolution is the best outcome. You have often extolled his virtues. I shall summon this esteemed young talent you hold in such high regard and personally offer him some reassurance. Will that satisfy you? Yuan Xinjia instantly brightened. For having Jiang Feiyu acknowledged by Jiang Weiman would greatly benefit his future endeavors. After all, the president of the prestigious Beijing Institute of Technology holds an administrative rank equivalent to a deputy minister, boasting extensive connections throughout the educational system. At noon, after finishing his lunch, Jiang Feiyu was casually chatting with his roommates in the dormitory when Counselor Li Jian barged in, seizing him and pulling him away. Jiang Feiyu, Counselor, what is going on? Could you please clarify? Li Jian, do not ask anything further. Even I am unaware of the specifics. The principal has called the political education office, specifically requesting to see Jiang Feiyu from the class of 2001, majoring in computer science and technology. I wondered if you had stirred up trouble to attract the principal's attention? Jiang Feiyu, Counselor, you surely overestimate my significance. What trouble could I possibly cause to warrant the principal's attention? Recently, I've been preoccupied with preparing for the school's New Year's Eve gala performance. You have no idea, and I am even less aware of any issues. The only thing I can surmise that might have drawn attention is the elimination of my song from the program. Yet I never imagined that Yuan Xinjia would escalate the matter to the principal, leaving me uncertain and reluctant to disclose anything to the counselor. Li Jian, since you haven't committed any wrongdoing, it is likely a positive matter. The principal merely mentioned wanting to meet with you over the phone, without elaborating further. So, take heart, and when you meet the principal, engage in a pleasant conversation. Li Jian escorted Jiang Feiyu to the door of the principal's office, offering him a few reminders before taking his leave. Chapter 55. This young man is remarkable. Jiang Feiyu knocked on the door for a while, but received no response from within. He decided to push the door open and stepped inside. Upon surveying the room, he noticed that the office was completely unoccupied. Reluctant to leave immediately, he spotted a collection of books on the bookshelf and casually picked up one titled A Discussion on the Impact of China's Accession to the WTO on Its Economy. As Jiang Feiyu became engrossed in reading, Jiang Weiman entered the office, carrying a teapot. His gaze fell upon the young man absorbed in the book. "Are you interested in economics?" A voice resonated from behind, startling Jiang Feiyu. He turned to see an elderly gentleman in his 60s standing there. Distinguished by high cheekbones and a scholarly demeanor, it was Jiang Weiman, the president of the Beijing Institute of Technology. Fortunately, he had caught a glimpse of the president's face during the military training mobilization meeting, sparing him from any mix-up. Jiang Feiyu quickly clarified, "Good day, President. I noticed you were not in, and waiting idly seemed a bit unproductive, so I casually picked this book to peruse. I shall return it immediately." He dared not admit that he had picked it up out of boredom, as he wished to present himself favorably in front of such an esteemed leader. Jiang Weiman replied, "No worries. Books are meant to be read. If you enjoy it, feel free to take it home. Just remember to return it later." Jiang Feiyu responded, "It's no trouble. I have seen this in the library before and merely flipped through a few pages." Jiang Weiman inquired, "Do you comprehend the economic theories presented within?" Jiang Feiyu articulated, "Well, I agree with several of the author's viewpoints, such as the notion that joining the WTO could facilitate China's integration into the global economy more swiftly, attracting foreign investment and advanced technology to accelerate domestic economic growth. Furthermore, the author posits that aligning with the international economy will transform perspectives on values, management, and lifestyle, impacting everything from import-export trade to the overall economy, from multiple industries to individual enterprises, and from localized areas to China as a whole. I concur with these assertions." Jiang Weiman probed further, "And which viewpoints do you disagree with?" Jiang Feiyu replied, "I believe that every situation has dual aspects. China's accession to the WTO is not merely a one-sided request from us to the global economy. Our abundant human resources, relatively low labor costs compared to Western nations, and the vast market represented by our 1.3 billion population are invaluable to these Western countries. Thus, China's entry into the WTO benefits both our nation and the Western world." Jiang Weiman inquired again, "Is there more?" Jiang Feiyu continued, "Indeed. The author's estimates regarding the pace of our economic development seem rather conservative. He suggests that it would take over 20 years for our economic output to surpass that of Japan, Asia's economic powerhouse, and over 40 years to catch up with the world's leading economy, the United States. I believe that in a decade, China will surpass Japan, emerging as the world's second-largest economy, and become a new engine for global economic development in the 21st century, allowing all nations to reap the benefits of China's demographic dividend." Jiang Feiyu's perspective is entirely rooted in a future historical context. After all, by 2010, China's economic output had already surpassed that of Japan. Jiang Weiman remarked, "This is a rather novel viewpoint, albeit somewhat arrogant. Are you aware that the author, Dr. Zhu Hongshan, is an esteemed academician at the Chinese Academy of Sciences Institute of Economics? The topics his team researches often serve as decision-making data for internal references." Jiang Feiyu replied, "Principal, I harbor no disrespect towards academician Zhu. On the contrary, I find his estimations regarding the primary, secondary, and tertiary industries in our country to be remarkably accurate. Yet, he seems to have overlooked the impact of emerging industries like the internet on the economy." Jiang Weiman inquired, "Do you hold a favorable view of the internet's future?" "Indeed. I possess great optimism," Jiang Feiyu affirmed. "The technological advancements brought forth by the internet herald a transformation in societal productivity. A glance at the scale of the internet industry in the United States suffices to illustrate this. Although they have recently endured an internet bubble and stock market crash, such occurrences are merely self-corrections within the industry. I firmly believe that the sector will rebound starting next year," Jiang Weiman cautioned. "The United States and our nation operate under entirely different systems. Their economic development experiences may not be applicable to us." Jiang Feiyu countered, "Principal, I shall assume you are testing me. In truth, Many insightful individuals domestically recognized the positive influence of internet technology on economic development quite some time ago. The extent of support our country has provided to computer-related disciplines in universities over the past few years speaks volumes. And it is precisely this reason that led me to choose a computer science major. Jiang Feiyu smiled silently, feeling immense satisfaction with Jiang Feiyu as a student. Setting aside other talents, it is exceedingly rare to encounter a freshman with such a comprehensive perspective. He felt gratified to discover such a promising individual within the institution. What books do you enjoy reading? Jiang Feiyu asked. I typically focus on two types of content. First, the central news, which enables me to stay informed about the latest national policies. Second, the data released by the National Bureau of Statistics, which provides a macroeconomic understanding of the country's economic trends, Jiang Feiyu responded. Jiang Feiyu observed, among the young people I know, the more talented they are, the more arrogance they tend to exhibit. Your humility and composure are quite rare among your peers. Principal, you flatter me. I am no different from other university students. Jiang Feiyu modestly replied, that is not correct. You are distinctly different from the average student. For instance, when we first met, you exhibited no signs of nervousness. Your demeanor exudes a steadiness that only comes from rich life experiences. Additionally, your ability to engage in discussions about certain theoretical concepts and your musical talents, demonstrated through your composition and performance of a delightful song, are attributes not commonly found in an ordinary freshman. Jiang Feiyu's remarks caught Jiang Feiyu off guard. Having mingled with fellow freshmen for an extended period, he had nearly forgotten to temper his brilliance. Some qualities that the new students failed to perceive were evident to someone as discerning as Jiang Feiyu. Jiang Feiyu. Well, please do not take offense. My intention was never to pry into your past experiences. It is simply that you are exceptionally talented, and as you know, those of us in the fields of science and engineering tend to dig deep. Whenever we encounter something intriguing, we must analyze it thoroughly. Jiang Feiyu, Principal, you are too modest. You are a revered academic luminary and a mentor. It is indeed my honor to receive your guidance up close. Jiang Feiyu, we are scholars, and we do not adhere to the conventions of bureaucratic circles. Henceforth, let us refrain from discussing honor. The primary reasons for my visit today are twofold. First, regarding the unfair treatment you received during the New Year's Eve Gala, which we are currently addressing. However, the Student Council represents the institution's dignity, and internal matters should not be aired publicly. We have handled the situation internally, and I must ask for your understanding. Secondly, I have been continually informed of your exceptional capabilities, and as someone who values talent, I felt compelled to witness it for myself, for seeing is believing. Jiang Feiyu, Principal, rest assured, I understand the school's actions. After all, I too am a member of this institution, and I take pride in my alma mater. The term injustice may be a bit excessive. Jiang Feiyu, as the principal, I must maintain fairness. Today, we have made each other's acquaintance. And should you encounter any issues in your studies or at the school, do not hesitate to approach me. As long as it falls within my capacity and does not contravene principles, I am here to assist. Thank you, Principal. Jiang Feiyu exclaimed with delight. The principal's words were akin to receiving a powerful talisman. Henceforth, at the Imperial Capital University of Technology, there will be a formidable protector watching over him, ensuring that no one dares to engage in underhanded dealings. Chapter 56. So the principal is your grandfather. Upon returning to his office, Lu Weiguo picked up the phone and dialed a number. Once the call connected, he spoke in an expressionless tone. Oh Zimming, please come to my office. After hanging up, Oh Zimming was engulfed in confusion. Lu Weiguo usually addressed him affectionately as Zimming, rarely using his full name, and his tone was unusually stern, suggesting something serious was afoot. Inside the office, Lu Weiguo fixed his gaze on Oh Zimming and inquired, do you have any personal grievances with Jiang Feiyu from the 2001 Computer Science and Technology Class 1? Oh Zimming's heart sank, yet he maintained his composure and denied the accusation. That's unfounded. Who told you that? How could I have a conflict with a freshman? Lu Weiguo replied, I don't care whether you have a conflict or not. The fact remains that you maliciously eliminated his performance from the New Year's Eve concert. Oh Zimming hurriedly explained. Director Lu, the decision to eliminate his song was made unanimously by all the judges. We were concerned that such a song might propagate a superficial view of romance among students, which is why we decided to remove it. Lu Weiguo interjected. You can explain that to the principal. This matter has escalated to his attention, and he has already concluded that you are retaliating against him. He even summoned me to reprimand me. Please refrain from causing such trouble in the school next time. Now flustered, Ziming realized that while the issue had only reached Lu Weiguo, their relationship could have provided him some protection. However, with the principal now siding with Jiang Feiyu, he was left wondering what to do. Would this incident jeopardize his position in the student council? Tentatively, Ziming asked, Director Lu, what should I do now? Lu Weiguo reassured him, do not overly concern yourself. Given my standing, the principal does not intend to delve deeply into this matter. Return and add the song back to the concert program. Then redistribute the updated list. Additionally, submit a self-reflection regarding the inadequacies of the judging process. We will handle this internally, allowing me to satisfactorily report back to the principal. Ziming expressed his gratitude. Thank you so much, Director Lu. Lu Weiguo nodded, signaling him to return and take care of the matter promptly. As Ziming took a few steps away, he hesitated and turned back to ask, Director Lu, may I inquire if Jiang Feiyu has any connection with the principal? After a moment's hesitation, Lu Weiguo replied, the principal's granddaughter is in the same class as Jiang Feiyu, and it appears they share a close relationship. It would be wise for you to avoid provoking him in the future. I understand. Thank you, Director Lu. By the way, my father brought back a box of premium Da Hong Pao tea from Wui Mountain for you a couple of days ago. I completely forgot about it amidst my busyness. I will deliver it to you tomorrow. Lu Weiguo nodded, understanding that some matters are best left unspoken. Upon returning to the student council office, Ziming could no longer contain himself and slammed his fist onto the table. The loud bang startled several fellow council members who were diligently working. Wang Jiangwen cautiously inquired, President, are you all right? Ziming, I am fine. Please add Jiang Feiyu's song to the New Year's Eve gala program and announce it again. Wang Jiangwen hesitated, saying, but, President, Jiang Feiyu's song has already been eliminated. Adding it now would disrupt the existing program order. And others might suspect we are favoring him by reinstating a previously discarded entry. Do as I say. Do I need to repeat myself? Ziming's words struck a nerve, and he glared at Wang Jiangwen in anger. Wang Jiangwen flinched under that gaze, compelled to comply with Ziming's demands, while the other student council members quietly lowered their heads, fearful of incurring his wrath. Ziming realized he had overreacted. Yet his pride prevented him from apologizing to his subordinate. Instead, he directed his resentment toward Jiang Feiyu. Time will tell, he murmured to himself. Upon exiting the administration building, Jiang Feiyu remained in a state of confusion, pondering how Yuan Xinjia managed to convey her connections to the principal. He found it curious that the principal was unusually courteous to him, a mere freshman, leaving him perplexed. Class monitor, has the matter been resolved? Yuan Xinjia emerged from the side, calling out to Jiang Feiyu. Jiang Feiyu smiled and replied, Thank you, Yuan Xinjia. I didn't expect this to be resolved so easily. Yuan Xinjia responded, Class monitor, you're too modest. I merely offered a bit of assistance, and we all strive for the honor of our class. Besides, your song is so melodious, not allowing it to be performed would be a loss for the entire school community. Jiang Feiyu gazed at her and asked, then, if I may, could you clarify one thing? What is your relationship with the principal? Yuan Xinjia hesitated, caught in a dilemma. Her mother had instructed her not to disclose her connection to the principal, but she also did not wish to conceal it from Jiang Feiyu. After a moment of contemplation, she confessed, actually, the principal is my grandfather. My mother advised me not to mention it at school. I did not intend to hide it from you. I hope you don't mind. This revelation exceeded Jiang Feiyu's expectations. He had not anticipated that someone in his class held such a powerful connection within the school. Clearly, he had not sufficiently explored the social network among his classmates, which held untapped potential. Jiang Feiyu replied, Your relationship with the principal is your private matter. You may share it or not as you wish. I have no cause for concern. However, had it not been for your connections, I might not have had a platform to seek justice. Yuan Xinjia suggested, Let us not stand on ceremony any longer. Let us be on our way. Jiang Feiyu, feeling slightly embarrassed, said, I have a few matters to attend to outside the school, so I shall take my leave now. See you in the afternoon. Oh, very well. Yuan Xinjia responded, disappointment evident in her voice as she watched Jiang Feiyu walk further away. Given the circumstances, had Jiang Feiyu not found an excuse to depart? The two of them, a young man and a young woman, walking back to the dormitory together might have led to significant misunderstandings if spotted by Li Wani or her roommate. Reluctantly, Jiang Feiyu turned back towards the dormitory after reaching the school gate. Upon returning to the dormitory, Jiang Feiyu was soon surrounded by his peers, inquiring about the principal's summons. Jiang Feiyu briefly recounted the events, deliberately omitting the connection between Yuan Xinjie and the principal. as it was not his place to divulge such a relationship if she wished to keep it discreet. Only Su Tianxing, with a contemplative expression, remarked, "Old 3. It seems our vice class leader Yuan has some formidable connections within the school to have the principal advocate on your behalf." Jiang Guangjia, puzzled, responded, "Is that so difficult? One could simply walk into the principal's office, knock on the door, and clarify the matter. The principal, being a person of integrity, would naturally stand up for old 3. Su Tianxing gazed at Jiang Guangjia in disbelief, questioning how someone with such intellect could gain admission to the Imperial Capital University of Technology. Jiang Feiyu refrained from elaborating further. After a brief wash-up, he retired to bed for a midday nap, as there were classes to attend in the afternoon. If Su Tianxing could decipher the situation, he would indeed be impressive. Chapter 57. Review of Operational Performance on December 31st, the final day of 2001, at 3 p.m. Jiang Feiyu convened a departmental meeting in the conference room of Feiyu Technology to hear reports from department heads regarding the company's recent operational status. Following a period of staff recruitment that significantly increased the number of employees, Jiang Feiyu took the opportunity to refine the organizational structure of the company, clearly delineating the responsibilities and authorities of each department. The current organizational framework consists of 7 departments under the General Manager's Office: Human Resources, Finance, Administration, Research and Development, Technical Research Institute, Sales, and Copywriting Promotion. The Human Resources Department, overseen by Qin Wenshu, includes 2 personnel specialists and is primarily responsible for the planning and execution of human resource functions, including recruitment, training, payroll management, performance evaluation, and personnel record management. The Finance Department currently comprises only 1 cashier and 1 accountant. After consulting with Sister Zhao, Jiang Feiyu transitioned her to the cashier role, entrusting her with all financial transactions and cash handling. The rationale for this decision stemmed from Sister Zhao's advanced age, her family commitments, and her residency in the capital, which alleviated concerns regarding potential financial misconduct. The accounting position has been filled by a newly recruited young woman named Yu Min, also from the capital. The administration department is formed by Su Minjun and another front desk attendant named Su Yusen, responsible for establishing and enforcing the company's daily rules and regulations, managing attendance, handling various purchases, front desk reception, call transfers, and other administrative tasks, as well as organizing activities and meetings, and managing the distribution and printing of documents. The Research and Development Department is currently the most functionally significant within the company. Jiang Feiyu temporarily heads this department, which is divided into 2 project teams. One team, led by Technical Supervisor Chen Qihong, consists of 10 researchers focusing on the development and delivery of the company's most critical social product platform. The other team, managed by Zhang Xiaodong with the assistance of an intern, is responsible for the daily management and maintenance of the Dao 126 website. Jiang Feiyu's implementation of this project team structure is driven by the anticipation of an increase in product lines, facilitating a future transition of project teams into business units, thus minimizing the need for extensive adjustments. Should the business scale expand significantly, certain product lines could even evolve into independent subsidiaries. The Technical Research Institute remains an unestablished entity, intended to oversee the advanced training of technical personnel and the research and development of new technologies. This department will be personally managed by Jiang Feiyu, inspired by the management trainee programs of the future, with the clear objective of cultivating a loyal cadre that firmly controls all significant powers within the company. The first cohort of trainees will consist of interns currently engaged in promoting the Internet CAF management software. The sales department is led by the newly appointed sales manager, Chen Dajuan, supported by a sales assistant and 31 interns. At present, the sole product offered by the company is the Internet CAF management system, eliminating the immediate need to recruit experienced sales personnel. The Copywriting Promotion Department is composed of 2 recently hired women, Zhang Mei and Jiang Xiaoyu, who collaborate on copy editing and the maintenance of promotional channels as required by the company. The meeting commenced with a report from Qin Wenshu of the Human Resources Department, followed by successive presentations from various functional departments regarding their recent work progress. Jiang Feiyu's primary concern revolved around 4 key operational metrics. How many establishments have adopted the network management system? What is the current confirmed revenue from payments received? What is the average daily user volume for the Dao 126 website? How much progress has been made in the development of social products? Chen Dajuan, representing the sales department, delivered a report on the promotional marketing data from this period. As of today, based on the consolidated data from the promotional staff. The network management system has been successfully installed in 602 internet cafes, distributed across 46 cities in 31 provinces and municipalities nationwide, with a remarkable promotional growth rate of 120. Currently, 518 internet cafes have confirmed payments, amounting to 2,096,000 yuan. Among the remaining 1,084 cafes that have yet to make payments, 187 have surpassed the 7-day trial period, and it is plausible that some of these may still opt to pay, as those who have experienced the benefits of the system are less likely to remain entirely resistant to expenditure. Most owners are weighing the value of investing a few thousand yuan for the advantages provided. The remaining 897 cafes are still within the 7-day trial period, which is seeing an increasing number of users daily. Excluding a few part-time operations in the capital, the 31 full-time interns are adding nearly 200 new trial cafes each day. Presently, the payment ratio stands at approximately 32-33, meaning only 32 out of every 100 trial cafes have made payments. However, as the trial period progresses, this payment ratio is expected to rise, with Jiang Feiyu estimating that it could ultimately exceed 50. Zhang Xiaodong reported on the operational data for the Dao 126 website, noting that with the rapid expansion of internet cafe promotions, the site's daily traffic has now surpassed 100,000 visits, growing at an astonishing rate of over 210. Nevertheless, Dao 126 is still operating at a loss, essentially generating zero revenue. The company has had to upgrade its servers twice to accommodate the daily traffic. Presently, Zhang Xiaodong's project team is incurring greater losses despite improved operational metrics. If not for Jiang Feiyu's support, other departmental leaders would have raised concerns. Currently, only Jiang Feiyu recognizes the potential for future traffic monetization. Starting next year, he plans to consider integrating advertising to offset some operational costs, although attracting advertisers will require time. Finally, Chen Qihong, representing the social product team, reported that his research and development team has expanded to 10 members, significantly accelerating the project's development pace. Currently, 80 of the functional development has been completed, and according to Chen Qihong's estimates, the remaining features are expected to be finalized and ready for testing within approximately 1 week. This progress remains within Jiang Feiyu's acceptable parameters, with just under a month and a half remaining until the Spring Festival, and only about a month until the winter break for major universities across the country. At the conclusion of each semester, the sole endeavor of the student body is the impending final examinations. As the number of subjects dwindles, university students often find themselves in a period of idleness, with approximately 80% indulging in leisure activities either at internet cafes or elsewhere. Jiang Feiyu intends to capitalize on this window of opportunity before the winter break, launching a product ahead of schedule to seize market share. Following the departmental reports, Jiang Feiyu delivered a summary. As a company established merely a month ago, our current achievements are the fruits of everyone's labor. Rest assured, the company will uphold its commitment to all employees. The previously promised remuneration will not be diminished by even a fraction. Furthermore, prior to the new year, each individual will receive an additional year-end bonus. I extend my gratitude for your contributions to the company, and the sales department must ensure this message reaches every promotional personnel on the front lines. Jiang Feiyu continued, moreover, I believe our management system should adopt a more humane approach. The company will implement adjustments in the following areas. First, salaries will be dispersed by the 10th of each month, establishing this as a routine practice and ensuring accurate settlement of salaries and commissions. Second, starting next year, we will adopt a flexible working hours system, allowing for 1 hour of flexibility in both morning and evening shifts. Third, the company will implement 2 types of overtime policies, compensatory time off and overtime pay. The aforementioned points will be integrated into the company's regulations by the administrative department, with meticulous attention to detail, as we aim to put these changes into effect next month. Upon concluding his remarks, all present leaders erupted in applause. The year-end bonus was a delightful surprise, and naturally, a leader who considers the welfare of his employees is more likely to win their loyalty. Chapter 58. The past of Qin Wenshu. After the meeting concluded, Qin Wenshu followed Jiang Feiyu into the general manager's office, as certain matters were best not discussed in front of other employees. Qin Wenshu, boss, what criteria will be used for the year-end bonuses, and what will the amounts be? Jiang Feiyu, we must certainly move away from the notion of equal distribution. Those who perform well will receive more, while those with average performance will receive less. Here's the plan. Your human resources department should formulate an assessment standard based on employees' daily attendance, work efficiency, and quality of completion. We will categorize the evaluations into 3 tiers. Outstanding performance will yield a bonus equivalent to 2 months' salary. Good performance will receive 1.5 months. And satisfactory or below will be granted 1 month's salary. Qin Wenshu, boss, will this standard apply to interns as well? Jiang Feiyu, interns will not be assessed by this standard, as their base salaries are relatively low. We will evaluate them based on their performance prior to the Spring Festival. The top 10 in terms of promotional numbers will each receive a year-end bonus of 5,000 yuan, while others will receive 3,000 yuan each. Qin Wenshu, understood, boss. We will formulate the assessment criteria promptly. As Qin Wenshu was about to exit the office, she paused, contemplating her own difficulties. She hesitated, wondering if she should speak up. For Jiang Feiyu had consistently demonstrated generosity towards his employees, and among her acquaintances, he was the only one who might assist her. Jiang Feiyu, puzzled, asked, "Is there something else?" "Boss, may I borrow a sum from the company?" Qin Wenshu stammered, voicing her thoughts with trepidation. She worried that her unreasonable request might displease Jiang Feiyu. This job was crucial for her, and she wouldn't have asked if it weren't absolutely necessary. "Jiang Feiyu, are you in dire need of money? How much do you wish to borrow?" After a moment's contemplation, Qin Wenshu stated an amount of 80,000 yuan. Jiang Feiyu was taken aback. It was common for employees to borrow such sums only in the face of significant life events like marriage, home purchases, or serious medical issues. From his perspective, 80,000 yuan was not an insignificant amount, and he needed to consider whether it was worth lending such a sum to her. Instead of outright refusing, he decided to inquire further. "Jiang Feiyu, could you share the reason with me?" Qin Wenshu, boss, if it weren't for dire circumstances, I wouldn't dare to approach you. I have exhausted all avenues with relatives and friends. It is only out of sheer necessity that I have come to you. If you are willing to listen, I can share my story. Jiang Feiyu poured her a glass of water and gestured for her to sit down and speak at her own pace. Qin Wenshu's narrative was somewhat conventional, yet it mirrored the experiences of many women in her generation. 6 years ago, upon graduating from Normal University, she married her boyfriend of 2 years. They were both alumni and natives of the capital, and their marriage was envied by their peers at the time. A year after their wedding, Qin Wenshu gave birth to a daughter. Although the absence of a son disappointed her mother-in-law somewhat, considering the youth of the couple and the possibility of having more children, her mother-in-law remained supportive. Fate is often replete with unexpected turns. When her child was merely 6 months old, a diagnosis of corneal disease leading to acquired blindness cast a shadow over the entire family. After 2 years of treatment, the child's vision deteriorated further, approaching total blindness. And the relentless pursuit of medical assistance drained the family's resources. The husband grew unwilling to finance the child's treatment any longer, while the mother-in-law incessantly urged the couple to have a second child, a son, effectively abandoning the ailing child. The attitudes of her husband and mother-in-law left Qin Wenshu utterly despondent. Ultimately, she divorced her husband, unable to be as callous as he was, permitting their child to languish. Even if there was but a glimmer of hope, she was determined to restore her child's sight, a testament to her maternal conscience. After the divorce, she returned to her parental home, juggling work while continuing to seek medical help for her child. 6 months ago, after the child's eyes had completely deteriorated, the doctor's recommendation was a corneal transplant, a procedure requiring not only a substantial sum for the operation, but also the fortuitous availability of a donor. After 6 months of waiting, the hospital finally contacted her a couple of days ago, revealing a suitable donor, the cornea from a tragically deceased 5-year-old girl. The combined costs of the donation and surgery amounted to at least 100,000 yuan. For Qin Wenshu, this figure was astronomical. Her parents' savings had already been depleted over the past few years of her child's treatment. Her elderly father had taken to the streets, cutting hair and offering massages to supplement the household income, while her mother remained at home to care for the now-blind child. The burden of the exorbitant surgical fees rested solely on Qin Wenshu's shoulders, a significant factor in her decision to resign from her previous job. In the past few days, she had exhausted all her acquaintances for loans, and despite her own savings, she had managed to gather only over 20,000 yuan. Still a considerable distance from the needed 100,000. Among her acquaintances, only Jiang Feiyu, her employer, could readily provide the 80,000 yuan required. Although borrowing money from her boss carried a high risk of losing her job, She felt she had no other options if she missed this opportunity. It was impossible to predict when another suitable donor might arise. She was eager to restore her daughter's sight, as her daughter had never seen her mother's face. A debt she felt keenly. Jiang Feiyu listened quietly to Qin Wenshu's account, recognizing her as a remarkable mother. Some virtues cannot be quantified in monetary terms. Yet even the most precious qualities cannot be converted into cash, a tragic reality. Jiang Feiyu inquired, "Do you have any related documentation regarding the child's diagnosis? May I have a look?" Qin Wenshu, startled from her reverie, quickly replied, "Yes, I have it in my bag. I will fetch it now." She soon returned with a substantial collection of medical documents, including diagnostic reports from the past few years, hospitalization certificates, invoices, and both her and her child's household registration booklet and birth certificate. She had meticulously prepared these materials the previous night, fully contemplating the gravity of her request for financial assistance. Jiang Feiyu flipped through the documents, discerning that the likelihood of fabrication was virtually non-existent. The creases on many of the receipts suggested they had been in circulation for several years. He picked up the phone and dialed an internal extension. "Sister Zhao, could you come to my office for a moment?" Upon her entrance, Jiang Feiyu addressed her, "Sister Zhao, please transfer 100,000 to Wenshu from the public account as a no-interest loan from the company. Subsequently, deduct 1/3 of her salary each month for repayment. Wenshu, please provide Sister Zhao with a promissory note." "Understood, boss," Sister Zhao replied. "Boss, 80,000 is sufficient," Qin Wenshu interjected. "That's quite all right, having borrowed 80,000 already. The additional 20,000 is negligible. The cost for the child's ongoing rehabilitation will be considerable," Jiang Feiyu reassured her. "Thank you, boss," Qin Wenshu expressed earnestly, bowing deeply to him before departing with Sister Zhao from the general manager's office. Jiang Feiyu did not intervene. Her gesture of respect brought her a measure of solace. His willingness to invest 100,000 in her was a testament to the rare qualities he saw in her. In a world rife with materialism, nurturing a trusted confidant was a rare feat. Thus, lending her 100,000 to gain a loyal subordinate seemed an astute decision. At 8 p.m., Qin Wenshu returned to her parents' home, a modest 50-square-meter-old residence, a two-bedroom apartment that had once served as staff quarters for a local factory. Both of her parents were retired employees of the mechanical plant. "Mom, I'm home," Qin Wenshu called out. Mommy's back," a melodic voice replied from within. A woman in her 50s emerged, cradling a 4-year-old girl. The little girl, blind, extended her hands to navigate the air in search of her mother. She was Qin Wenshu's daughter, Qin Shupei. Qin Wenshu quickly took the child from her mother, planting several affectionate kisses on her face, eliciting delighted giggles from the girl. "Mom, I managed to secure the surgery funds. My boss lent me 100,000, and I will repay it monthly from my salary." Overcome with joy, her mother clasped her chest, exclaiming, "That's wonderful. Thank heavens we've encountered a good person. Wenshu, you must work diligently to repay your boss." "Don't worry, Mom. I will work hard," Qin Wenshu assured her. "By the way, has Dad returned yet? Your father went to give old son a massage. I'll tell him this good news. He'll be thrilled that our Pei will finally be able to see." Her mother replied before hastily exiting. Pei, you'll be able to see Mommy from now on. How wonderful is that? That's amazing. I'll finally see Mommy without having to feel her face," Pei exclaimed. Qin Wenshu gazed at her child's radiant smile, her heart swelling with contentment. Chapter 59. The year 2001 passed just like that. The final day of 2001 came to a close, with the afternoon sky shrouded in a gloomy overcast, intermittently graced by delicate snowflakes drifting down. By around 6 p.m., a magnificent snowfall had enveloped the entire scene in a blanket of soft, feathery snow. Although this was not the first snowfall of the winter in the capital, it was certainly the most evocative. Previous flurries had melted upon contact with the ground. But by 7 p.m., when Jiang Feiyu emerged from his office, a thick layer of snow had transformed the streets into a pristine, glistening wonderland, each step producing a delightful crunch beneath his feet. Jiang Feiyu hailed a taxi to his rented accommodation outside the university, as this evening marked the New Year's Eve celebration. At this time, the extravagant countdown galas broadcasted by major television networks were yet to gain popularity. The older generation still adhered to the customs of the Lunar New Year, while the younger populace embraced the Western-style New Year's festivities, which had only begun to resonate among the youth. Additionally, With the holiday of New Year's Day approaching, university students had ventured out in groups to partake in celebratory activities, particularly couples, for whom this special occasion held significant sentimental value. After several days of persuasion, Liwani finally consented to spend New Year's Eve with Jiang Feiyu in his rented apartment, marking another step forward in their relationship. For couples in the throes of romance, gradually deepening their intimate connection is a natural progression over time. Minutes later, Jiang Feiyu ascended to the 5th floor of Ditching Building. Upon unlocking the door to room 501, he was greeted by the sight of Liwani, peacefully slumbering with her head resting on the dining table, surrounded by the neatly arranged chopsticks and the now cold dishes she had prepared. The sound of the door creaking open startled Liwani awake. Instantly alert upon hearing the door, she rose to retrieve the bag from Jiang Feiyu's hand. However, he casually dropped the bag onto the floor and swiftly enveloped her in a warm embrace. In countless nights of his past life, Liwani had prepared dinner like this, waiting for Jiang Feiyu to return home from work. It had been far too long since he had experienced such a moment. It epitomized the idyllic vision many men hold of family life, toiling away at work, bearing the burdens of both career and domestic responsibilities, only to return home to a beloved partner who has lovingly prepared a meal, inquiring about the day's fatigue and challenges. Caught in his embrace, Liwani felt a sense of bewilderment as she sensed a deep emotional shift in Jiang Feiyu. Gently, she asked, "What is it? Is something troubling you at work?" Jiang Feiyu replied, "Work is going quite well. Do not overthink it. I simply wish to hold you like this for a while." He buried his face in her silken hair, savoring the warmth of the moment. Liwani instinctively comforted him by gently caressing his back, her naturally gentle disposition refraining from probing with numerous questions. This emotional ease and reliance was something Jiang Feiyu cherished deeply in their interactions. After a moment, Jiang Feiyu finally released her from his embrace, tenderly stroking her face as he remarked, "I apologize for making you wait. This afternoon, we had a departmental meeting at work, which ran later than expected." "Liwani, I did not wait long. I simply dozed off during the afternoon physical education class after playing volleyball, as it was somewhat exhausting." Jiang Feiyu, in the future, if you feel tired, retreat to your room to rest. There is no need to wait for me. You must take care, as this could lead to catching a chill. Liwani replied obediently. Jiang Feiyu continued, "Let us see what delightful dishes you have prepared for me: spicy chicken, braised fish, and scallion lamb, all of which are my favorites. You have truly worked hard." "Liwani, the food has cooled. Allow me to warm it up. Please wait a moment." "Jiang Feiyu, I shall assist you. Let us do it together." The two busied themselves in the kitchen, reheating each dish in turn. At the dining table, Liwani observed Jiang Feiyu devouring the meal with great enthusiasm and felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Since her youth, she had envisioned the scene of her future married life, a cozy home of their own, preparing meals daily while awaiting her husband's return from work. Even if not affluent, it would be filled with warmth. The scene before her now mirrored countless fantasies she had once conjured. Her nature was inherently reserved, disinclined to express her feelings outwardly. In her heart, Jiang Feiyu held a significance only second to her parents, with herself ranking third and her own needs fourth. She cherished their relationship, diligently nurturing it. In private, she studied cookbooks to learn Jiang Feiyu's favorite dishes and even revisited her once-ignored culinary skills. She recalled her father's words, that while some traditional roles had long been a constraint on women, they also reflected the high hopes that Chinese men held for their wives. She was willing to strive to embody the ideal of a devoted wife and mother in her mind. To establish a deeper connection with Jiang Feiyu, she borrowed numerous books on the internet and computer science from the library, which were as daunting to her as deciphering ancient texts. Her dormitory companions did not comprehend her actions. To most, it seemed a stroke of fortune for Jiang Feiyu to win the affection of such a beauty as Liwani. They found it perplexing that she would lower her own worth to cater to him. However, for Liwani, it was not Jiang Feiyu's appearance that captivated her. Rather, it was his mature and steady demeanor that drew her in. Most importantly, he understood her, and their interactions were always harmonious. She could sense the profound affection Jiang Feiyu held for her and did not concern herself with the balance of giving in their relationship. After dinner, Jiang Feiyu embraced Liwani on the balcony, admiring the night scenery. The balcony lights illuminated the night sky several meters above, refracting light that made the falling snowflakes shimmer in various hues, resembling a cascade of luminous beads. In his heart, Jiang Feiyu reflected on the gains of the year 2001. Having been reborn into this life for merely 4 months, He had not only won the heart of the woman he cherished most in his past life, but had also achieved modest success in his career. In his previous life, it had taken until 2013 to reach his current accomplishments. Now, he had essentially saved over a decade of time, and the competitive landscape for entrepreneurship had eased considerably. As long as he avoided subjective mistakes in love, it was only a matter of time before he would adorn the girl in his arms with a wedding gown, transforming her into the mother of his children. As long as one does not act impulsively in their career, it is only a matter of time before Feiyu technology evolves into a formidable entity. When that moment arrives, during a media interview, one can proudly declare, "It is not my intention to monopolize the entire industry. Rather, it is the feebleness of my competitors that has surrendered the entire market to me." Li Wani, nestled in Jiang Feiyu's embrace, shifted her slightly numb foot, rousing Jiang Feiyu from his daydream. Gazing at the exquisite beauty in his arms, he could not contain the fervor within his heart and leaned down to kiss her. Li Wani sensed his passion, and the two gradually became lost in a state of oblivion, the night enveloping them, leaving only the silhouettes of their ardent embrace. Chapter 60. A shocking performance. January 1st, 2002, marked the date of the New Year's Eve celebration at the Imperial Capital University of Technology. By 7 p.m., the various lounges on the second floor of the gymnasium were bustling with groups from different classes preparing their performances. Performers, makeup artists, and student union staff moved in and out, creating a lively atmosphere. In Jiang Feiyu's mind, he reflected on how, in 2 years, the university would undergo a significant expansion, resulting in an overwhelming number of students. Consequently, such a unified New Year's celebration would likely be discontinued, giving way to smaller, departmental events that would lack the grandeur and camaraderie of the all-school gathering. Thus, the opportunity to perform in front of faculty and peers was cherished, and winning an award would be a tremendous honor. During this era, the value placed on honor was still profound, unlike in later times when monetary gain overshadowed all else. Each participant in the lounge was filled with nervous energy, many of them facing an audience of thousands for the first time. Only Jiang Feiyu remained composed. Akin to a sage in meditation, he even took the liberty of peeking at the performances of others from the side of the stage. In terms of entertainment value, the quality of the acts was rather mediocre, as they were written and directed by university students with less than 2 weeks of rehearsal time, compounded by their daytime classes which left scant hours for practice. Having been influenced by the high standards of major television networks and the annual CCTV Spring Festival Gala, Jiang Feiyu found little allure in the performances. Nevertheless, participating in the event was enjoyable in its own right. The fan dance from Class 1 of the Computer Science and Technology Department was scheduled as the 9th act, while Jiang Feiyu's solo rendition of those years was slated for the 19th position. At 8:42 p.m., with only 2 acts remaining before the fan dance, the girls began to shed their down jackets, revealing their tailored jackets and short skirts that accentuated their graceful figures, instantly captivating the attention of every male and female in the lounge. The sight was irresistibly alluring, causing the boys to collectively swallow hard. Jiang Feiyu made his rounds, giving high fives to the girls and offering words of encouragement to each one. Moments later, as he watched each girl ascend the stage to strive for collective honor, he was reminded of a saying: "In the most splendid of times, we pour forth the sweat of our youth." During our most beautiful university years, we not only existed but left our imprints in classrooms, on sports fields, in libraries, in cafeterias, and on stages. Wherever we were, those were the most cherished memories of our 4 years in university. In our youth, there was you, there was me, and even 20 years hence, may our recollections remain sweet. As the accompanying dance music played, the gymnasium erupted with enthusiastic cheers and screams. Without even looking, Jiang Feiyu could sense the exhilarating success of the performance and felt a deep pride for these girls who danced with brilliance. A few minutes later, as the dance concluded, the girls descended amidst a chorus of cheers. Yuan Xinjie, leading the way, spotted Jiang Feiyu waiting backstage, still caught in a whirlwind of excitement. She leapt forward and enveloped him in a warm embrace. Before Jiang Feiyu could extricate himself, a wave of other girls eagerly followed suit. In an instant, he found himself surrounded by a throng of girls who momentarily set aside the distinctions of gender, simply wishing to share in the joy of the moment, akin to athletes celebrating a grand victory with their coach. After more than a minute, Jiang Feiyu finally managed to escape the gentle clutches of his admirers. At that moment, he became the object of envy for all the boys present. Even with his thick skin, the attention made him blush with embarrassment. The girls, witnessing their usually composed and mature class leader flush like a young boy, could not help but chuckle. Realizing the situation, Jiang Feiyu made a hasty retreat. Seeking a quiet corner to discreetly clean the traces left on his suit by the makeup of the girls who had embraced him. About an hour later, it was time for the 17th performance, and a staff member informed Jiang Feiyu that it was his turn to prepare. As he arrived at the side stage, he was greeted by a neat row of girls from Class 1, all cheering him on. This scene felt remarkably familiar. Just an hour prior, he had been the one encouraging them. A nearby male participant, feeling envious, turned to a slender-faced boy beside him and asked, "Which class is that boy from?" "The girls in his class treat him exceptionally well. He seems to be the darling of all." The boy replied, "They are from Class 1 of Computer Science and Technology. He's their class leader." "My friend, if you desire such treatment, perhaps you should aim to become your class leader first." After a moment of contemplation, the inquiring boy declared with determination, "I will definitely become our class leader next year." The slender-faced boy glanced back at him unexpectedly and said, "Good luck, brother. I support you in your quest to become class leader." As the two strangers shook hands in mutual encouragement, the stage was set. When the host announced the next act, Jiang Feiyu stepped into the spotlight, his heart calm and untroubled. He pondered where Li might be seated, envisioning her gaze fixed upon the stage, eagerly anticipating the moment the lights illuminated him. Just as he had envisioned, while the host introduced the act, Li's focus was steadfast on the stage. When the first spotlight fell upon Jiang Feiyu, a wave of pride surged within her heart. As the accompaniment began to play, at the 5th second, Jiang Feiyu opened his mouth to sing, his slightly husky voice immediately reaching the ears of the thousands of spectators present, back to the initial starting point. "Your youthful face in my memories. We have finally arrived at this day, beneath the table, the old photographs, countless memories intertwined. Today, the boy is to meet the girl for one last rendezvous. Back to the initial starting point. Those years of missed downpours, those years of lost love. How I long to embrace you, to embrace the courage we missed. Once, I wished to conquer the world, yet in the end, I turned back and realized that this world, in every detail, is all about you." Everyone was immersed in the exquisite melody of the moment, as if a vivid scene from a youthful campus life unfolded before their eyes, with both boys and girls instinctively placing themselves within the narrative. Why are we so easily moved by the stories within songs? Perhaps it is because we are still young, still fervently believing in love deep within our hearts, still yearning to be touched by sentiment. This may be the finest homage and praise to youth, a heartfelt tribute to the once vague and emotional campus romances. As the song concluded and Jiang Feiyu bowed in gratitude, the thousands of spectators suddenly came to their senses, and a thunderous applause erupted, resonating through the venue. Chapter 61. Searching for a suitable storefront during the New Year's Eve Gala. The two performances by Class 1 of Computer Science and Technology exceeded all expectations. Ultimately, the fan dance from Class 1 clinched the first prize, while it remains uncertain whether the judge's decision was influenced by the identity of the principal's granddaughter. Simultaneously, Jiang Feiyu's song that year was awarded second prize, had there not been a precedent for a solo piece receiving first prize. The quality of this song would have easily warranted the highest honor. With one first prize and one second prize, Class 1 effectively promoted themselves within the school, instilling a profound sense of pride in each member. Jiang Feiyu's standing in the class soared to new heights. Following his performance of the year at the New Year's Eve Gala, Jiang Feiyu became an overnight sensation at the Beijing Institute of Technology. From the next day onward, he was frequently recognized by fellow students as he walked through the campus, with many calling out for his autograph, prompting him to don a hat whenever he went out. Similarly, Yuan, the lead dancer of the fan dance, gained notoriety for her striking beauty and was dubbed the cold fan queen by the school's male students, showing a clear ascent from class beauty to department darling. However, such ephemeral accolades held little significance for Jiang Feiyu. The morning following the gala, he arranged to meet Zhang Guanping to attend to some matters. As of now, Feiyu Technology's account held over 2.6 million in cash, in addition to over 500,000 in Jiang Feiyu's personal account, giving him control over more than 3 million, with weekly returns exceeding 1 million entering the company account. Leaving such funds to languish in a bank account accruing only nominal interest represented a considerable loss. He needed to swiftly identify avenues for investment to enhance the value of his funds. Thus, the plan to open an internet CAF was brought to the forefront. During this period, Jiang Feiyu had tasked Zhang Guanping with scouting suitable storefronts, and today, Zhang was to accompany him on this venture. Funds in the company account, categorized as operating income, would incur corporate income tax upon withdrawal. Jiang Feiyu intended to invest directly under the name of Feiyu Technology, allowing him to utilize the funds while also avoiding taxation. After all, the company was entirely his, effectively transferring money from one pocket to another. After half an hour, Zhang Guoping led Jiang Feiyu to a storefront along a busy street in the university town. The venue he had identified was a 3-story building situated in the heart of the college area, boasting convenient transportation and substantial foot traffic. Notably, within a 3-kilometer radius, there were over 5 universities, 1 vocational school, and 2 high schools, making it an ideal location for an internet CAF. The reason this prime property had not yet been leased was due to the landlord's requirement to rent out all 3 floors together, which allowed Zhang Guoping to seize this opportunity. The still intact sign on the storefront indicated that the previous tenant had been a clothing store. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man in his 40s arrived, sporting a classic balding hairstyle and speaking with a distinct accent characteristic of the capital. The middle-aged man, Yuan, was indeed the landlord. Zhang Guoping provided a brief introduction to both parties. The landlord then unlocked the rolling shutter door with a key, leading the two inside for a tour. The first floor boasted approximately 240 square meters, with the second floor mirroring its size, while the third floor featured a mezzanine layout of only 140 square meters, bringing the total to over 620 square meters. This ample space was more than sufficient for a cyber CAF. The first floor alone could accommodate nearly 100 computers, and collectively, the 3 levels could house over 200 computers. Currently, in the capital, there are only a handful of internet CAFs with more than 200 computers. Jiang Feiyu intended to designate the first floor as a general access area, the second floor as a members-only section, and the third floor could easily be transformed into around 20 private rooms, thereby establishing a sizable internet CAF in the adjacent neighborhood, ensuring a thriving business. The landlord guided the two through each level. The property was fully equipped with water and electricity, and basic renovations had already been completed. After renting, they would only need to focus on the construction of the partition walls, sparing the floors and ceilings from further work. Jiang Feiyu was quite satisfied with the inspection and signaled to Zhang Guoping to negotiate the price. Silently observing as Zhang Guoping engaged in negotiations, Jiang Feiyu, now a moderately significant business owner, opted to delegate many minor matters to his subordinates, reserving his input for final decisions. The landlord quoted an annual rent of 250,000 yuan, which was somewhat steep. Zhang Guoping, employing all his negotiation skills, managed to reduce the price to 230,000 yuan per year. Suddenly, Jiang Feiyu interjected into their conversation, asking, "Are you considering selling the entire building?" The landlord appeared momentarily taken aback, but responded with a question of his own. "Why would I sell it if I am collecting rent without issue?" Jiang Feiyu replied, "This area is likely to be included in the urban redevelopment plans, and I suspect it may face demolition in a few years." This was not mere speculation on Jiang Feiyu's part. He had just recalled that after graduating from university, this entire area had been slated for urban redevelopment and demolition. The landlord was surprised by Jiang Feiyu's well-informed insights, as he had only learned of the impending redevelopment the previous week. Zhang Guoping felt a sense of urgency. This was a matter Jiang Feiyu had entrusted him with, and the fact that he had neglected such crucial information frustrated him. He turned to the landlord and asserted, "Landlord, you are clearly in the wrong here. The area is set for demolition, and you chose to conceal such vital information." The landlord conceded, "There are indeed rumors that urban redevelopment is seeking public input, but this is still a distant prospect. Any actual demolition is likely years away." The landlord was not lying. Jiang Feiyu's memories from his previous life indicated that the announcement of urban redevelopment was made only in the year he graduated. Jiang Feiyu pressed, "Landlord, just tell me if you are willing to sell. In a few years, when demolition occurs, your street-level property will only allow you to return after the new buildings are completed, leaving you without income during the interim years." Jiang Feiyu's words resonated deeply with the landlord. The current context was not as it once was, where a property marked for demolition signified imminent wealth. In this era, urban renewal has become a novel policy, leaving the common people in uncertainty about what the future holds. Demolition signifies the need to relocate, and many long-time residents have lived in their old homes for decades. Even the most dilapidated houses are hard to part with. "Landlord, how much are you willing to offer for my building?" The landlord appeared somewhat swayed. "Jiang Feiyu, name your price. If it is reasonable, we can continue our discussion." Jiang Feiyu deftly returned the initiative to the other party. The landlord proposed a price of 4 million, which was relatively fair. Jiang Feiyu did not negotiate down, but made a request. The payment should be divided over 6 months, 1 million upon signing the contract, 5 million 3 months later. And the final one, 5 million after 6 months. After contemplating for a moment, the landlord agreed. The two then sought a nearby law firm to draft a purchase agreement, with the formal contract to be signed after the holiday, as Jiang Feiyu was unable to transfer funds during this period. Upon exiting the law firm, Zhang Guangping could not suppress his curiosity. Feiyu, since this area is slated for demolition, why are we still purchasing it? Jiang Feiyu, Guangping. The demolition will not occur for several years, and during this time, we have ample opportunity to run an internet CAF and earn quick profits. Let us wager that after the demolition, property prices here will at least multiply several times, not merely a few times. Acquiring it now for 4 million could yield a market value of several hundred million in 20 years. Even relying on rental income could ensure a prosperous life. Zhang Guangping remained silent. Recognizing Jiang Feiyu's confidence, he understood that as an employee, his role was to offer suggestions, while the decision rested with the owner. Chapter 62. The Suitable Supplier. On January 4th, within the offices of Feiyu Technology, landlord Kai Jiachuan officially entered into a real estate sales contract with the company. Such a significant transaction necessitated the signature of Jiang Feiyu, the legal representative, compelling him to skip class. Fortunately, following the New Year's gala, Jiang Feiyu had garnered such esteem in Class 1 that his absence for a few days went unnoticed. Once both parties affixed their signatures and seals, Jiang Feiyu promptly instructed Sister Zhao to transfer 1 million yuan of the purchase price into Kai Jiachuan's personal account. Through casual conversation, Jiang Feiyu learned that Kai Jiachuan was motivated to sell not only due to urban redevelopment, but also because he faced financial difficulties in a business partnership. Thus, the two parties' intentions aligned perfectly. After the contract was signed, Jiang Feiyu summoned Qin Wenshu and Su Minjun to his office. With the acquisition of the shop, it was imperative to proceed with the relevant internet CAF licensing, renovations, recruitment, and procurement of computers and furnishings, as well as the installation of fire safety and surveillance systems. The responsibility for obtaining the internet CAF license, recruiting personnel, and overseeing the renovations was entrusted to Qin Wenshu. Jiang Feiyu articulated his desired renovation style, which Qin Wenshu diligently noted. However, due to her own numerous responsibilities, she could only prioritize this task by reallocating an employee from either the human resources or administrative departments. Additionally, considering the limitations of the company's operational scope, Qin Wenshu proposed establishing a subsidiary under Feiyu Technology to manage the Internet CAF's operations, to which Jiang Feiyu readily agreed. The procurement of computers and furnishings, alongside the installation of fire safety and surveillance systems, was assigned to Su Minjun. Given the scale of the computer purchase, over 240 units, Jiang Feiyu specifically instructed Su Minjun to engage with Lenovo, as well as the domestic representatives of Dell and HP, to negotiate terms, with the final decision resting in his hands. Jiang Feiyu contemplated 3 primary factors. First, such a substantial purchase was likely to invite kickbacks or gifts, and he aimed to preemptively eliminate such occurrences. Second, he envisioned not merely a single internet CAF but a chain brand, as the CAF business would serve as one of the company's cash flows, further enhancing promotion through the company's proprietary social platform. This would inevitably lead to a significant volume of computer orders, presenting a leverage advantage and the opportunity to identify a reliable supplier. A commendable supplier would not only ensure a steady supply, but also possess robust after-sales service capabilities. Lastly, with the imminent launch of the social platform, the inclusion of a second-hand market feature would be squandered if limited to spontaneous user transactions. As the internet rapidly evolves, the demand for personal computers is projected to surge dramatically. Jiang Feiyu contemplated initiating a B2C e-commerce model, starting with computers and associated components. University students and professional elites represent 2 demographics with a notably high demand for personal computers, particularly among families of moderate to high income. Regardless of whether the parents possess foresight or simply wish to indulge their children with a luxurious item, many are willing to provide their college-bound offspring with computers. Jiang Feiyu's business model is quite straightforward. Secure a small retail space in each major city, stock a limited selection of product components, employ a full-time manager, a cashier, and a delivery person equipped with a tricycle, while enlisting part-time students from universities for promotional and assembly roles, potentially in collaboration with student unions. This approach effectively penetrates the promising market within educational institutions. By integrating online and offline strategies, the aim is to cultivate a habit of online shopping among users. Young individuals not only exhibit a rapid acceptance of new trends, but also constitute the most loyal segment of internet consumers. During his part-time experience selling computers, Jiang Feiyu observed that contemporary youth possess a limited understanding of computers and accessories. They often rely on sales representatives' exaggerated claims, lacking clarity on their specific needs. The sales personnel, articulate and persuasive, often close the deal within an acceptable price range. Drawing on experiences from the future, when customers select products online, recommendations can be tailored based on their intended use, budget, and preferred brands, thereby simplifying the purchasing process and aiding clients in acquiring the products they desire. Additionally, there exists an unspoken advantage in computer sales. During assembly, proprietary software tools can be bundled, serving as an auxiliary promotional channel. Jiang Feiyu emphasized to Su Minjun the significance of equipping internet cafes with fire safety and surveillance systems, ensuring they meet double standards. Given that internet cafes are densely populated venues, with many patrons inclined to smoke, fire safety hazards are considerable. Jiang Feiyu recalled several incidents in the future where internet CAF fires led to significant repercussions, forcing many establishments to cease operations for rectification. The role of surveillance equipment is equally critical, as internet cafes are hotspots for theft, robbery, and brawls, with many thieves targeting both patrons' belongings and CAF equipment, making prevention exceedingly challenging. After conveying these directives, Jiang Feiyu reviewed the company's operational data. Currently, the number of promoted internet cafes has exceeded 108. And the interns have demonstrated remarkable dedication, working diligently even during the 3-day New Year holiday. The total receivable amount reached 3,056 million yuan. Even after disbursing 1 million yuan for property acquisition and accounting for the forthcoming payroll, the company still boasts over 245 million yuan in liquid assets. For Jiang Feiyu, timely expenditure is an effective means of value enhancement. Whether investing in real estate or land, the returns over several years are expected to multiply significantly. The Dow 126 website now attracts over 210,000 daily visitors. Seizing the opportunity while Jiang Feiyu is at the company, Zhang Xiaodong has applied for additional funding for server procurement. And Jiang Feiyu, now financially robust, signs off on the expenses without a second glance. At this juncture, upon observing that the user base had reached a certain scale, Jiang Feiyu instructed Zhang Xiaodong to design several advertisement placements on the Dow 126 webpage, ensuring that the advertisement recruitment message was prominently displayed at the top of the website, so that users could easily notice it. Meanwhile, far away in the city of Xingning, Guangdong Province, Oldly had been feeling a sense of anxiety over the past few days, as the user traffic on the HOW 123 website had inexplicably plummeted. In truth, Oldly was not particularly old. He was just over 22 years of age. Initially, he presumed that the decline in user visits was merely a temporary fluctuation. But as he observed a persistent drop in traffic, his anxiety grew, stemming from his inability to ascertain the reasons behind such a significant decrease. The promotional personnel from Feiyu Technology were still focused on larger cities and had yet to extend their efforts to such small counties. Oldly certainly did not anticipate such a distasteful promotional tactic as altering the browser's homepage for marketing purposes. He felt a pressing urgency, as he had just begun to engage in advertisement recruitment through HOW 123, which had enabled him to generate several thousand yuan in monthly revenue, significantly alleviating the financial burden of his server rental costs. Should the traffic continue to dwindle, it would adversely affect his advertisement recruitment efforts, casting a shadow over his nascent enterprise. Chapter 63. Forcing Yuan Xinjie to retreat on January 6th, a Sunday, the weather was splendid, marking the day of a collective outing for Class 1. Just 2 days prior, the prize money for the New Year's Eve party had finally been distributed, totaling 8,000 yuan. Jiang Feiyu fulfilled his promise made during the election for class officer by organizing an outing for the entire class. The timing of this excursion was strategically chosen, as there were less than a month left before the final exams, during which everyone would need to concentrate on their studies. The class, consisting of 53 students from all corners of the nation, had many who faced long journeys home after the exams, necessitating the organization of this activity before the break. Otherwise, they would have to wait until the next semester. However, selecting a destination proved to be a challenge. The well-known attractions in the capital had long lost their allure, and they sought a location that was both novel and entertaining. Given the winter season, suitable places were limited. Ultimately, considering that the semester was nearing its end and that the male and female students were still not very familiar with each other, Jiang Feiyu decided to arrange a semi-team building outing. The entire class would hire a bus to travel 30 kilometers outside the city to Shangzhuang Reservoir, where they could enjoy a rural lifestyle. This area, distant from the urban sprawl, not only boasted picturesque scenery but also fresh air. They could fish in the ponds, catch chickens and ducks in the woods, and pick vegetables straight from the ground, fully immersing themselves in the vibrant life of a farm. Many students hailed from rural backgrounds, so tasks like slaughtering chickens or cooking were well within their capabilities. Working together would foster camaraderie and strengthen their bonds. Moreover, Jiang Feiyu promised that students could bring their partners along, which immediately invigorated the 10 or so students in the class who were already in relationships. Jiang Feiyu had his own considerations. Since the New Year's Eve party, Yuan Xinjia's gaze towards him had grown more intense, and he wished to avoid any misunderstandings. The best strategy was to make it clear that he already had a girlfriend. By introducing Li Wani as his official partner, he could effectively deter Yuan Xinjia without causing embarrassment for either party, preserving harmony for their future years together as classmates. Additionally, Jiang Feiyu was mindful of Li Wani's feelings. Regardless of gender, individuals possess an innate desire to assert their claim over their partners. Although Li Wani had never explicitly expressed this sentiment, it did not mean she lacked thoughts on the matter. In a relationship, if one truly cares for the other, they will instinctively prioritize their partner's feelings, rather than allowing resentment to build before addressing issues. If Jiang Feiyu were 20 years younger, faced with admiration from two stunning women, he might find himself in a quandary, perhaps even tempted to indulge in infidelity. Human nature is inherently greedy. While he acknowledged his attraction to the beautiful Yuan Xinjia, it paled in comparison to the profound bond he shared with Li Wani, a connection forged through 10 years of shared experiences and unwavering support. The unfaithful are often characterized by their lack of self-control, easily swayed by the allure of attractive women. The distinction of Jiang Feiyu from ordinary individuals lies in his mature heart. His rich life experiences enable him to comprehend the consequences of each choice he makes. The overwhelming desire for both can ultimately lead to a state of having nothing at all. This reflects the wisdom of a man in his 40s. Of course, those who seek only fleeting pleasures without genuine emotional investment are a different matter entirely. At 7 in the morning, Jiang Feiyu and Su Tianqing stood together beneath the dormitory, awaiting their respective girlfriends. Notably, in dormitory 302, 3 individuals have already entered into relationships, while the leader, Jiang Guangjie, has followed the trajectory of his previous life, successfully courting the charming Su Xiying. With the first semester of their freshman year still unfolding, a remarkable ratio has emerged: 6 individuals sharing a dorm, 3 of whom are already in romantic relationships, a statistic notably higher than that of many male dormitories where none have found partners. This situation has spurred a significant reaction. Liao Yongxian and Chun Kaizhan are particularly affected, while the 6th roommate, Wei Chongning, remains composed, possessing a strong sense of self-awareness and self-control. Thanks to a recent part-time endeavor promoting Jiang Feiyu's company's network management software, several in the dorm have earned some extra income, with Liao Yongxian, for instance, raking in over 1,000 for his commendable performance. He has since indulged himself with new attire and a small communication device, increasing his social presence among the many female organizations on campus. Although Chun Kaizhan has not acted out, his anxiety has become more palpable, as he dedicates more time to rehearsals with the drama and speech clubs. If Jiang Feiyu's memories from his past life serve him correctly, Chen Kaizhan's first confession to an academically accomplished girl from the university occurred during the holiday journey back home this semester. The two had agreed to take the train together to Yangqing, which led Chen Kaizhan to mistakenly believe he had a chance. However, upon disembarking at the Yangqing train station, he boldly confessed, only to be turned down without hesitation. This marked the onset of a prolonged, unrequited love that persisted for over a decade. Even as he eventually established a family of his own, unable to forget that girl. This tragic tale illustrates how Chen Kaizhan's unwavering sincerity failed to touch her heart, akin to a nightmarish challenge that even Jiang Feiyu, with his vast experiences, would hesitate to intervene in. Ah, the third one. I've realized you have quite a dark heart, Su Tianqing interjected during their casual conversation. Second, are you implying something? Why not articulate it? Let us discuss it. Jiang Feiyu retorted, unwilling to back down. Su Tianqing continued, "On such a splendid day, you've prepared a surprise for our vice class leader Yuan, hoping she would leave in sorrow and return even more heartbroken? Second, as someone in a relationship, such sentiments should not originate from you. Besides, we share a dormitory. Is it fitting for you to conspire against me with outsiders?" Jiang Feiyu replied, "I merely find it regrettable that a stunning beauty like Yuan Xinjie fails to catch your eye. Who knows what kind of swine from another class might snatch her away?" Su Tianqing remarked, "Jiang Feiyu, whoever possesses such fortune may pursue it. I am already devoted to someone, and I cannot hold up another. We ought to uphold our integrity in life. Su Tianqing, old third, this is the first time I genuinely admire you from the bottom of my heart. Not everyone possesses your noble principles. If it were me, I would find it exceedingly difficult to choose between Li Wani and Yuan Xinjie." Jiang Feiyu felt utterly disheartened. Is this truly what one calls nobility? Is a man's mere avoidance of infidelity enough to classify him as morally upright? When did we lower our standards for ethical conduct to such an extent? Truly, the integrity of humanity has diminished. Chapter 64, Class Outing, Part 1. In the midst of their casual conversation, Li Wani and Li Hui approached, both young women having taken special care in their appearance today. Their already stunning beauty was further accentuated, captivating the attention of the boys around them at every moment. Truth be told, if they were to stand amidst Class 1, they might easily be perceived as showstoppers. Only Yuan Xinjie could match their presence without being overshadowed, while the other girls would inevitably pale in comparison. However, the two gentlemen would not decline such an opportunity to enhance their own standing, even at the expense of the girls' dignity, silently apologizing to their classmates in their hearts. Li Hui and Su Tianqing were engaged in hushed whispers, while Jiang Feiyu naturally took hold of Li Wani's hand. "Have you had breakfast yet?" Jiang Feiyu inquired. "I just ate a little while ago." "Let us go. We shouldn't keep your classmates waiting," Li Wani replied, calling out to Su Tianqing. The four of them made their way to the school parking lot. This outing included a total of 53 students from Class 1, with Counselor Li Jian unable to attend due to prior commitments, and 12 classmates bringing along family or friends, making for a total of 65 participants. Class 1 had rented two spacious 39-seat buses, ensuring ample seating, and the farmhouse venue had been reserved via phone a couple of days prior. A few minutes later, the four arrived at the parking lot by the side gate of the Imperial Capital University of Technology, where dozens had already gathered. Aside from a handful of unfamiliar faces, the majority were classmates from Class 1. The arrival of Li Wani and Li Hui immediately stirred excitement among the boys. Upon realizing that the two beautiful girls were holding hands with Jiang Feiyu and Su Tianqing, a collective sigh of disappointment echoed through the crowd. Yuan Xinjie and Li Mingguang were busy taking attendance when they noticed Jiang Feiyu and quickly approached. Yuan Xinjie's gaze fell upon the intertwined fingers of Jiang Feiyu and Li Wani, causing her to momentarily lose her composure. Ever since she received the list of attendees, she had sensed this possibility, yet had been in denial, convincing herself that they might merely be friends and that perhaps they were not yet a couple, leaving her with a glimmer of hope. However, the scene before her shattered all her wishful thinking into fragments. She couldn't pinpoint the moment she began to harbor feelings for Jiang Feiyu. Initially, she merely aimed to prove herself as his equal, only to gradually recognize the treasure he truly was. Apart from her academic achievements, she found herself lacking in comparison to him. The affection felt among young men and women often stems from either the allure of physical beauty or the admiration of talent. Jiang Feiyu exuded a unique maturity and stability that offered the security many girls yearned for. She found herself regretting her previous arrogance, pondering whether, had she confessed her feelings sooner, she might now be the one holding Jiang Feiyu's hand. "Class leader, we are just waiting for the four of you. Everyone else is already here." Li Mingguang's voice jolted Yuan Xinjie from her reverie. "Since everyone is present, let us organize the group to board the buses and set off early," Jiang Feiyu suggested. Yuan Xinjie's unusual expression did not escape Jiang Feiyu's notice. To avert any awkwardness, he deliberately averted his gaze, deciding that enduring prolonged discomfort was less favorable than experiencing a brief episode of pain. Jiang Feiyu took Li Wandi's hand, navigating past a few individuals as they approached the first bus. Su Tianqing, lowering her head in an effort to diminish her presence, followed closely behind, clutching Li Hui's hand. Li Mingguang observed the dazed Yuan Xinjie, uncertain of how to break the silence. He was not oblivious to Yuan Xinjie's feelings for Jiang Feiyu, having recognized them long ago. Not only was Yuan Xinjie strikingly beautiful, but her academic achievements far surpassed those of her peers. Although her relationships with the other girls in the class were rather lukewarm, she remained the object of affection for many boys. Previously, the presence of Jiang Feiyu had led everyone to believe they had no chance, causing them to harbor their crushes silently. However, now that Jiang Feiyu had officially announced his relationship, the boys in the class, including Li Mingguang himself, could no longer contain their burgeoning feelings. Deputy class leader, shall we board the bus as well? Li Mingguang prompted, stepping closer to Yuan Xinjie after watching Jiang Feiyu walk away. Oh, all right, Yuan Xinjie responded dully, casting one last glance at Jiang Feiyu's retreating figure before heading towards the second bus. Observing the despondent look on Yuan Xinjie's face, Li Mingguang wished to offer some words of comfort, but they remained unspoken as he followed her onto the second vehicle. In a daze, Yuan Xinjie found a seat on the bus, her gaze fixed outside the window, lost in thought. Do you mind if I sit here? A voice broke through her reverie. Drawing her attention back, Wang Xiaowen settled beside Yuan Xinjie, offering her a reassuring smile. May I lean on your shoulder? Yuan Xinjie inquired softly. Of course, lean away. Wang Xiaowen replied, shifting slightly to offer her shoulder. Have you ever experienced that feeling, as if you've lost something profoundly significant in your life, even though you never truly possessed it? Yuan Xinjie asked, resting her head against Wang Xiaowen's shoulder. I have felt that way too. In fact, what we both have lost might be the same. So, I understand you, Wang Xiaowen responded gently, recalling that night when she witnessed Jiang Feiyu holding Li Wandi's hand. The emotions she felt then mirrored those of Yuan Xinjie at this moment, though she had managed to move on. Upon seeing Jiang Feiyu and Li Wandi together, her first thought had been of Yuan Xinjie. With the intention of offering comfort, she had chosen to accompany Yuan Xinjie onto the second bus and sit beside her. From this perspective, she was indeed a kind-hearted girl. Thank you. Yuan Xinjie expressed her gratitude, resting her head on Wang Xiaowen's shoulder as she gazed out the window. Her expression contrasted starkly with the chattering of the other passengers on the bus. The vehicle gradually commenced its journey, exiting the side gate of the school. A few minutes later, it merged onto the ring road, expected to reach its destination in approximately 40 minutes. Meanwhile, on the first bus, Li Wandi leaned against Jiang Feiyu's shoulder, her hair cascading down his chest. The girl just now harbored feelings for you, Li Wandi whispered into Jiang Feiyu's ear. Jiang Feiyu did not deny it. Anyone with keen perception could discern the signs, especially someone as sensitive as Li Wandi. I understand you are doing this for my sake. But do you think it might be somewhat inappropriate? That girl must be feeling quite heartbroken right now. Li Wandi hesitated, voicing her concern. It has nothing to do with you. I am merely using you to dissuade her. Sometimes, it is better to clarify matters early on to minimize harm. This way, it is beneficial for all involved. My heart is solely yours. I cannot accommodate anyone else, Jiang Feiyu reassured, enveloping Li Wandi in his embrace. Li Wandi lifted her head and, seizing an unobserved moment, swiftly planted a kiss on Jiang Feiyu's cheek before burying her face in his shoulder. Unable to conceal the smile that graced her lips. Women are inherently sentimental beings, particularly when the object of their affection resolutely rejects another beautiful suitor for their sake. This embodies a sense of triumph and an embrace of being cherished. The dynamics between the sexes often lean towards selfishness, leaving no room for a third party. Even among close sisters, certain things cannot be shared, otherwise, they become adversaries. Chapter 65, Class Outing Part 2, 50 minutes later. Two grand coaches arrived sequentially at a rustic establishment known as Shanairenjia, located near the Shangzhuang Reservoir. The group disembarked in an orderly fashion, casting their eyes around in curiosity. The proprietor, Uncle Du, had been eagerly awaiting their arrival. His farm typically catered to visitors from the imperial capital, and a large group of over 60 individuals during the peak summer and autumn seasons was indeed a rarity, hence his warm and personal welcome. As Jiang Feiyu stepped off the bus, he was greeted by a pristine expanse of snow-covered farmland. While the snow in the urban areas melted quickly, the suburbs retained a thickness of over 10 centimeters, providing a unique winter landscape, albeit devoid of summer's lush greenery. Particularly, several classmates from the southern regions, who had never before encountered snowfall, were already reveling in the snow, launching snowballs of various sizes with gleeful abandon. The farm sprawled across 6 to 7 acres, nestled against the hills, adorned with an assortment of fruit trees and vegetables, and featuring a fish pond alongside chickens and ducks. Although the pond had frozen over, rendering fishing impossible, the northern tradition of ice fishing in winter presented an intriguing experience. The owner had thoughtfully constructed 3 large vegetable greenhouses to supply seasonal vegetables for winter visitors, supplemented by an array of autumnal produce stored in the cellar, alleviating any concerns about variety. Additionally, the farm housed live chickens and ducks, and Uncle Du had procured fresh pork from the market that morning. With some cured meats and sausages on hand, and a few live fish to be caught from the icy waters, the gastronomic offerings were well-rounded. For many in this era, emerging from years of hardship, even a modest spread featuring more than 3 meat dishes was considered a lavish feast. Upon disembarking, Jiang Feiyu led the group formation ceremony. This outing, including family members, comprised a total of 65 participants, 24 females and 41 males. The groups were structured with 7 boys paired with 4 girls, allowing for free combinations. Ultimately, one group comprised 10 members, lacking 1 boy, resulting in 6 distinct groups. The objective of this arrangement was for each group to select their own ingredients and prepare their meals, making those with culinary skills from rural backgrounds highly sought after. From Jiang Feiyu's dormitory, 6 boys joined alongside 3 girls, Li Wani, Li Hui, and Su Xiying, who were family members. Subsequently, Su Tianqing invited their classmates Sun Shanshan and her boyfriend Li Zijuan, thus assembling a total of 11 individuals. Once the groups were formed, everyone busied themselves with enthusiasm. Li Wani and the other girls ventured into the greenhouses to gather vegetables, while some took on the task of washing pots and pans. Jiang Feiyu gathered several boys to join the owner in catching fish from the pond. Jiang Guangjie and Li Mingguang volunteered, each leading a few boys to the chicken and duck enclosures to catch live poultry. Having grown up in the countryside, Jiang Feiyu was well aware of the pungent aroma that pervaded those areas, and wisely chose to fish instead. Soon, the air was filled with the cacophony of squawking chickens and quacking ducks, accompanied by the shrill screams of a few girls, creating a lively atmosphere. By the pond, everyone donned waterproof rubber boots, for in such cold weather, wet trousers and shoes would be quite uncomfortable. At a depth of over 2 meters offshore, a square ice hole measuring 1.5 meters per side has been carved out by the farm owner early in the morning. At this moment, dozens of fish are densely packed together, their mouths breaking the surface to gasp for air, creating a truly spectacular scene. The ice layer on the pond's surface is merely 3 to 4 centimeters thick, compelling everyone to stand on the bank and use a net over 3 meters long to catch the fish. The young men, eager and ready, awaited the owner's permission. Once granted, a boy named Wang Onguo plunged his net into the swarm of fish, immediately ensnaring 7 or 8, each estimated to weigh over 3 pounds. The fish in the ice hole erupted into a frenzy, struggling within the net. Jiang Feiyu observed Wang Onguo laboring under the weight and promptly lent a hand. Together, they pulled the fish-laden net to the shore. The 7 or 8 large fish flopped energetically in the snow, splattering water and snowflakes around, predominantly grass carp and carp, prompting the boys to rush forward. Catching fish in water is a challenge, but once they are on land, their thrashing becomes futile, making them easier to handle. In no time, they had transferred the fish into a pre-prepared bucket. The atmosphere instantly became electrified with enthusiasm, and within just a few minutes, they had caught over 20 fish. Jiang Feiyu quickly intervened to halt further fishing, reminding them that each fish needed to be weighed for payment. Any excess would be wasteful. The owner, beaming with delight, took the bucket of fish to be weighed, as no boss could resist such indulgent customers. Meanwhile, in the vegetable greenhouse, an unfortunate encounter occurred between Li Wani and Yuan Xinjie. Their eyes met, and the air became thick with an awkward tension. Li Wani had been picking vegetables with Li Hui when she noticed a corner filled with a dozen chili plants, their branches heavy with vibrant green peppers. Remembering Jiang Feiyu's fondness for spice, she couldn't resist plucking a few. However, upon turning around, she found herself face-to-face with Yuan Xinjie in that very corner. "Hello. I am Li Wani, pleased to meet you." Li Wani broke the silence first, extending her hand, embodying the grace expected of Jiang Feiyu's official girlfriend. "Hello. I am Yuan Xinjie. I know you, you're Jiang Feiyu's girlfriend." Yuan Xinjie grasped Li Wani's hand, a mixture of emotions swirling within her. Although seeing Li Wani stirred discomfort, her good upbringing compelled her to respond politely. "I'll let you get back to it, then." To avoid further awkwardness, Li Wani quickly excused herself and passed by Yuan Xinjie. "Wait a moment, may I ask you a question?" Yuan Xinjie spoke up. "What would you like to ask?" Li Wani turned back, her demeanor cautious. "I would like to know how long you and Jiang Feiyu have been together." Yuan Xinjie could not suppress her curiosity any longer. "We've been together for almost a month." Li Wani replied candidly, unaware of the underlying motives behind the question. Her nature was one of honesty. even when faced with a potential rival. Thank you for your answer. Yuan Xinjie responded politely, uncertain if Li Wanni's reply had alleviated her doubts. You're welcome. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave, Li Wanni said. Yuan Xinjie. Indeed, very well. Li Wanni spotted Li Hui not far away, who had already gathered a basket of fresh vegetables. That woman didn't give you any trouble, did she? Li Hui hurriedly inquired, having observed the earlier situation with concern. She was apprehensive about a potential conflict arising between the two, especially over Jiang Feiyu, and was ready to step in if necessary. Not at all, you're overthinking it. We merely exchanged a few casual greetings, Li Wanni reassured her. She was well aware of whom Li Hui referred to, yet based on her initial impression of Yuan Xinjie, she perceived her to be well-mannered and composed, far from the archetype of a troublesome shrew. Li Hui replied, that's good to hear. Shall we head back then? Yes, certainly. Let us go, Li Wanni said, picking up the basket of vegetables as the two of them walked out together. Chapter 66. Yuan Xinjie disappeared when the two girls returned to the courtyard. The boys had already returned triumphantly, with Jiang Guangjia and several others adorned with feathers from chickens and ducks, evidently having engaged in a fierce battle. Yet, the atmosphere was jubilant. Everyone was thoroughly enjoying themselves. The charm of collective activities often lies in the additional joy that arises when a group engages in a shared endeavor. As Jiang Feiyu spotted Li Wanni returning, he casually took the vegetable basket from her hands. For couples in the throes of romance, prioritizing one another is a natural inclination, and it is essential to maintain a level of thoughtfulness both in private and in public. The owner of the farm and several assistants had already prepared hot water and were busy slaughtering chickens and ducks, drawing the attention of some boys and girls who gathered to observe. Within the courtyard, 2 rows of makeshift stoves occupied a considerable space, totaling 14 in number. Among them, 2 stoves were equipped with charcoal and grilling racks, serving as communal barbecue facilities, while the remaining 12 acted as cooking stoves, ensuring that each group had 2 stoves available for simultaneous meal preparation. In Jiang Feiyu's group, Wei Chongning was already skillfully handling 2 large fish, demonstrating the prowess of a true son of Jingqiu. After some discussion, Jiang Feiyu claimed 2 dishes, one featuring chicken with mushrooms and another of green peppers stir-fried with pork. Li Wanni intended to prepare spicy chicken and garlic-infused greens. Wei Chongning took it upon himself to cook one fish braised and the other steamed, both substantial dishes. Lao Yangxian planned to create a Shanxi specialty, crispy and tender pork, while Sun Shanshan and her boyfriend were preparing vinegar duck blood and stir-fried meat, bringing the total to 9 dishes. Although the number of dishes was not yet abundant, the quantities were generous. The 2 fish alone weighed over 5 pounds, ensuring even an insatiable eater like Jiang Guangjia would not go hungry. The remaining classmates, Chen Kaiqian, Su Tianxing, and Jiang Guangjia, who were less adept in the kitchen, could only assist the chefs. After more than half an hour, the rows of stoves were ablaze with energy. The heat emanating from the burning fire would raise the courtyard's temperature significantly. Each group's chef showcased their skills, the clattering of spatulas merging into a symphony, while the melding of various ingredients with high heat filled the air with tantalizing aromas that drew everyone to the stoves in admiration. Particularly, some boys, eager to impress the girls, attempted daring culinary maneuvers while cooking. At the forefront of the stove, Jiang Feiyu wielded a large iron spatula, skillfully sought the contents of a large pot, occasionally adding seasoning based on the cooking temperature. For Jiang Feiyu, preparing dishes posed little challenge. His past life experiences endowed him with culinary skills at least on par with a home chef. Li Wanni approached with 2 skewers of grilled meat, unafraid of envious glances, and personally fed Jiang Feiyu. Though tinged with a sense of showing off their affection for the reserved Li Wanni, this was a notable step forward. While everyone reveled in the joyous atmosphere, Yuan Xinjie found herself isolated in a corner, unnoticed by anyone. Since she became a day student, her relationship with the girls in her original dormitory had somewhat diminished. Despite her beauty and excellent academic performance, her outstanding qualities made it difficult for her to integrate into the social circles of ordinary girls. She seldom engaged in household chores, and while the other girls were busy washing and chopping vegetables, she found herself unable to contribute, merely observing them from the sidelines. Her mood was already low, particularly upon witnessing the intimate interactions between Jiang Feiyu and Li Wanni, which only deepened her distress. To avoid drawing attention to her unusual emotions, she quietly distanced herself from the lively crowd and wandered outside to clear her mind. Only Wang Xiaowen noticed her departing figure, but being preoccupied, she could not accompany her. Yuan Xinjie strolled alone into the orchard, her mind elsewhere as she unconsciously followed the narrow path winding through the trees. Initially, she sought solace, but soon became captivated by the scenery, venturing deeper into the secluded area without realizing how far she had strayed from the farmhouse. After more than 30 minutes, it dawned on her that she was lost. Surrounded by the dense orchard, with trees towering 3 to 4 meters high, her view was completely obstructed. The silence enveloped her, and a profound sense of fear emerged from her solitude within the woods, especially as she recalled her father's warnings about the need for self-protection, which included accounts of young women who had faced harm while alone in the wilderness. One such story recounted the tragic fate of a senior student who had ventured into the countryside for inspiration, only to be brutally attacked by a farmer in the remote forest. Her anxiety mounting, she hastily retraced her steps, unwilling to linger for a moment. After running back less than 300 meters, she came to an abrupt halt at an intersection where 4 paths converged, unable to remember which route she had taken. Before her lay 3 paths, her chances of choosing correctly reduced to 1 in 3. A wrong decision could lead her further astray. Suddenly, a glimmer of hope emerged as she noticed the left path, which, in the distance, revealed the high dam of a reservoir. Upon her arrival by bus, she had seen the dam from afar in the yard. The reservoir was only about 2 kilometers from the farmhouse, so heading down this path would at least keep her relatively close. Moreover, the elevated terrain of the dam would allow her to survey the area and orient herself. Without further delay, she gritted her teeth and proceeded down the left path. Meanwhile, in the courtyard of a rural home, Wang Xiaowen rushed over, interrupting Jiang Feiyu's intimate moment with Li Wani. "Class monitor, something's wrong. The vice monitor is missing," she exclaimed, leaving Jiang Feiyu momentarily bewildered. "How could a living person just disappear?" He inquired urgently. "Please, let me explain. Half an hour ago, I saw her heading towards the orchard while I was chopping vegetables. I couldn't accompany her then, and when I finished and went to find her, I searched several times without success. I asked many classmates, but no one has seen her. I'm worried she might be in a dark place," Wang Xiaowen explained anxiously. Jiang Feiyu's brow furrowed. Although Wang Xiaowen did not articulate it directly, he understood that Yuan Xinjia's despair was tied to him. The pressing question at hand concerns the likelihood of Yuan Xinjia succumbing to despair. Is she merely heartbroken and seeking refuge, or has she lost her way after a stroll? Standing beside Jiang Feiyu, Li Wani wore an expression of deep concern. The thought that her involvement with Jiang Feiyu might inadvertently lead to someone else's misfortune weighed heavily on her conscience. Regardless of the scenario, the priority was to locate the missing individual. Within a mere 2 seconds of contemplation, Jiang Feiyu summoned Su Tianqing and Jiang Guangjia, who were dining, and instructed Wang Xiaowen to fetch Li Mingguang. Su Tianqing and Li Mingguang both possessed mobile phones, while the others had only limited communication devices, rendering them ineffective outside the city limits. Their possession of mobile phones would facilitate swift communication. The inclusion of Jiang Guangjia, serving as a physical shield, was a precaution against unforeseen circumstances. Should any untoward incident arise, he alone could carry Yuan Xinjia to safety. After briefly outlining the situation, the group promptly resolved to seek the assistance of Boss Du from the farm in their search for the missing person. Upon reaching Boss Du in the backyard and recounting the events, he did not hesitate to rally 2 of his assistants to join in the search. "I shall accompany you," Li Wani suddenly declared, grasping Jiang Feiyu's hand. "The terrain is treacherous. It suffices for the few of us men to go. Remain here and wait for my return." "We will find her," Jiang Feiyu reassured her, understanding her concerns. Upon sensing his refusal, Li Wani did not press the matter further, obediently staying behind with Wang Xiaowen, while she watched Jiang Feiyu and the 7 others head toward the direction where Yuan Xinjia had last vanished. Chapter 67. The search for the elusive Boss Du began amidst the vast orchard. On a narrow path lined with fruit trees, Jiang Feiyu sought to gather information from Boss Du regarding the extent of these orchards. "It's quite extensive," Boss Du elaborated. "Our village comprises over 200 households, with nearly half cultivating orchards. Some, like myself, have merely a few acres, while others have even leased entire hillsides. Altogether, we must have several thousand acres." Upon hearing this, Jiang Feiyu felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Locating an individual amidst such vastness would prove to be a formidable challenge. Initially, he contemplated tracking footprints in the snow-covered ground, but recent days had been devoid of snowfall. The paths within the orchard were littered with the imprints of villagers, and he was no seasoned detective capable of discerning fresh tracks from such a convoluted environment. He could only hope that Yuan Xinjia had merely lost her way and had not ventured deeper into the thicket. The thought of her, a striking young lady. Encountering unsavory characters filled him with dread, as he would bear the weight of any misfortune that befell her. After a quarter of an hour, a group of 7 arrived at the intersection where Yuan Xinjia had previously encountered her predicament. Excluding their original path, 3 new routes lay before them, signaling the need for a split search. Boss 2, where do these paths lead? Jiang Feiyu inquired. The path on the far side leads to the reservoir. The middle one winds back toward the village, and the last one leads into the mountains, but it is a dead end. Beyond 2 kilometers, there is no road, Boss 2 explained. Suddenly, Jiang Feiyu noticed something, crouching down for a closer look. Feiyu, have you discovered something? Su Tianqing approached with curiosity. There are footprints of a pair of athletic shoes, likely in the size range of 35 to 38, presumably belonging to a woman. It appears as though she lingered in this spot for a while, leaving over a dozen overlapping prints within a mere square meter. These footprints could very well belong to Yuan Xinjia, Jiang Feiyu deduced. Su Tianqing inquired. In which direction did the footprints lead? They seem to be heading toward the reservoir, Jiang Feiyu replied. What are we waiting for? Let us hasten along the trail of the footprints, urged Jiang Guangjie, his impatience palpable, and Li Mingguang readily agreed. Feiyu, what are your thoughts? Su Tianqing pressed. While it is plausible that the path toward the reservoir is correct, we ought to divide our efforts into 3 routes to mitigate the risk of misjudgment. Jiang Guangjie and I will pursue the route toward the reservoir, while you, Tianqing, and Mingguang shall each select one of the remaining paths, Jiang Feiyu proposed. Very well, responded Jiang Guangjie and the others in unison. Boss 2, as you are locals, please also form your teams to prevent us from getting lost, Jiang Feiyu requested once more. Certainly, Boss 2 replied, promptly assigning a young man named Chunxing to accompany Su Tianqing, while another named Ajuan teamed up with Li Mingguang, leaving himself to accompany Jiang Feiyu. Without further ado, the 7 individuals hastily divided into 3 groups and pressed onward in their search. Meanwhile, our classmate Yuan Xinjia found herself facing a predicament of her own. Having been approached mid-journey by a large yellow dog as she walked along the path toward the reservoir. This orchard belongs to a family in the village, and the large yellow dog is the guardian of the estate. As the dog roamed its territory, it encountered the unfamiliar Yuan Xinjia and immediately bared its teeth, preparing to attack. In a moment of desperation, Yuan Xinjia climbed a tall fruit tree, narrowly escaping the dog's onslaught. Tears nearly brimmed in her eyes as she realized she had been trapped in the tree for almost 10 minutes, with the dog persistently barking below, and no passerby to come to her rescue. She could hardly fathom the misfortunes of her day, a romantic setback, getting lost, and nearly being bitten by a dog, all culminating in her precarious position. As she wallowed in self-pity, a fist-sized stone suddenly soared through the air, striking the yellow dog on its back. The dog yelped and vanished into the orchard, leaving Yuan Xinjia momentarily elated at the prospect of rescue. Just then, a familiar voice called out, Yuan Xinjia, are you up in the tree? The one who threw the stone, capable of such a feat, could only be the tall and sturdy Jiang Guangjie. Class monitor, it's me. I finally waited for you to rescue me, Yuan Xinjia exclaimed joyfully as she poked her head through the branches. Vice monitor. It wasn't he, just Feiyu, who came to the rescue. That stone was thrown by me. Quite accurate, wasn't he it? Jiang Guangjie teased, unable to contain his amusement. Thank you, Jiang Guangjie, Yuan Xinjia replied sincerely. Jiang Feiyu approached the tree and extended his hands to help her down. As her feet touched the ground, a wave of relief washed over her, akin to a second chance at life. Were it not for the presence of others, she would have embraced Jiang Feiyu and poured out her heart. Jiang Feiyu felt a tinge of awkwardness, having injured her earlier that morning, and now finding himself in this peculiar situation. He quickly texted Su Tianqing and Li Mingguang to inform them of her safety. All right, let us not linger here any longer. We should head back. Everyone is waiting for us, Jiang Feiyu suggested, aware that some matters are best left unspoken, as addressing them would only lead to embarrassment. Yuan Xinjia responded, unusually compliant. Upon returning to the farmhouse courtyard, they found that the other 2 groups had already arrived. Jiang Feiyu succinctly recounted the situation to Su Tianqing, Li Mingguang, Wang Xiaowen, and others, urging the few in the know to keep it under wraps, dismissing it as a minor episode. In reality, most of their classmates were merely indulging in food, drinks, and games, completely oblivious to Yuan Xinjia's disappearance, and even Jiang Feiyu's brief absence went unnoticed. Jiang Feiyu sat beside Li Wandi and joined the revelry once more. Is she all right? Li Wandi inquired of Jiang Feiyu. Yes, she's fine. Just got lost while admiring the scenery in the orchard, he replied. That's good to hear. I hope she can move on soon, Li Wanli remarked with a sigh. Jiang Feiyu remained non-committal. Each individual harbors a unique perspective towards love. For instance, Liao Yongxian is the type who, upon encountering setbacks, swiftly redirects his focus, rendering the notion of emotional injury irrelevant. Conversely, there are those like Li Wanli, whose devotion is unwavering. Once they have set their sights on someone, they refuse to let go, even if it leads to heartache in unrequited love. Jiang Feiyu introspectively acknowledged that he likely shares a similar disposition with Li Wanli, which has fostered a stable emotional dynamic between them. Beyond these two extremes, the majority of individuals find themselves in a more moderate space, and he hoped that Yuan Xinjie would not belong to the category of excessively devoted souls. With that thought dismissed, Jiang Feiyu soon immersed himself in the revelry alongside his peers. They took turns switching tables to sample the diverse dishes prepared by different groups, clinking glasses filled with drinks and beer while engaging in conversations that spanned a plethora of topics. Those who had satisfied their appetites gathered around mahjong tables or card games, while others crowded around chessboards, eagerly spectating the matches. This would mark the final celebration of the semester. Afterward, everyone would need to focus their minds on the impending final examinations. After all, their primary identity remained that of students, and academic performance serves as the benchmark for gauging one's diligence. By around 6 in the evening, nightfall began to envelop the surroundings. The remnants of fruits, vegetables, and leftover dishes were packaged, and everyone boarded the bus. Once the class leaders completed the roll call, 2 buses set off into the night towards the capital. Aside from the minor episode involving Yuan Xinjie, the event unfolded rather smoothly, and the camaraderie among classmates was palpably enhanced post-activity. For the class, an increase in collective cohesion signifies a stronger and more unified bond among its members. Such friendships have the potential to endure for 5, 10, or even 20 years beyond graduation. Chapter 68, Rapid Internet CAF on January 18, 2002, at approximately noon. Qin Weishu and Jiang Feiyu alighted from a taxi near the commercial street adjacent to the Daijing University town. Good day, boss. Hello, Manager Qin. A man and a woman, who had been waiting by the roadside, immediately approached to greet them. Jiang Feiyu and Qin Weishu nodded in acknowledgement. The woman, Wang Xiaoyu, was a procurement officer from the administrative department, recently tasked with overseeing the shop's renovation and supply logistics. This responsibility was, of course, a temporary assignment. Qin Weishu introduced the young man beside her, Chen Baohua, 28 years old, a native of Daijing, who had been recently hired by the company as the network administrator and store manager for the soon-to-open Internet CAF. It was Jiang Feiyu's first encounter with him, and he offered a few words of encouragement. Jiang Feiyu's primary purpose for visiting today was to assess the progress of the Internet CAF's preparations. The 3-story commercial property he had purchased had undergone a remarkable transformation after more than 10 days of wall renovations. The storefront now proudly displayed the bold letters Rapid Internet CAF, with a design predominantly in light blue and silver gray, reflecting a technological aesthetic. Inside the CAF on the first floor, 6 rows of brand-new computer desks and chairs were already set up. At that moment, 2 groups were at work, one assembling computers and the other installing surveillance cameras. Xiaoyu, please provide the boss with an overview of the overall progress, Qin Weishu prompted, noticing that Wang Xiaoyu was following behind in a daze. Oh, of course. Wang Xiaoyu quickly responded. Boss, allow me to summarize, she began. The shop's renovation was completed 2 days ago, and we've settled the final payment. Lenovo has already dispatched 2 batches of computers, totaling 180 units. They sent 2 technicians for the assembly, while the remaining 60 units will be urgently sourced from another warehouse and should arrive tomorrow. All surveillance equipment is in place and will be installed today. Additionally, the necessary fiber optic network has been set up with the Telecommunications Bureau. Jiang Feiyu nodded thoughtfully, feeling content with the current progress. 5 days prior, after a comprehensive evaluation of various computer brands based on performance, pricing, supply capabilities, and after-sales service, he had ultimately signed 2 contracts with Lenovo. The first contract was for the procurement of 240 computers to serve as the operational units for the inaugural Internet CAF. The second was an agency agreement, granting Feiyu Technology the status of a primary domestic agent for Lenovo computers, based on the initial order of 240 units and potential future orders. Naturally, negotiations for agency rights with other computer brands were still ongoing. At this stage, Feiyu Technology remained an inconspicuous small company, lacking significant leverage. The company aspired to explore an online sales model, aiming to procure goods at competitive prices in major cities. Otherwise, securing a regional agency for a single province or city would hold little significance for Feiyu technology. Jiang Feiyu remained unperturbed, understanding that fame and strength are attributes that a nascent enterprise like Feiyu technology requires time to cultivate. Once sufficient progress has been made, seeking collaborations with other companies would happen naturally. There was no need to humble oneself in pursuit of partnerships at this juncture. Jiang Feiyu inquired, "How many cameras have been procured in total? Will they cover all areas?" Wang Xiaoyu replied, "A total of 32 cameras have been purchased." After the manufacturer's technicians conducted on-site measurements, they determined that this configuration would sufficiently cover all common areas across 3 floors. Jiang Feiyu continued, "Regarding the fire safety concerns you previously raised, we have equipped the common areas, including the base of walls, stairwells, bar, and restrooms, with fire extinguishers. There are over 64 extinguishers distributed across the 3 floors, primarily comprising dry powder and carbon dioxide extinguishers, adhering to the standard of provision being double the quantity typically required for buildings of equivalent size." As he observed and listened, Jiang Feiyu acknowledged Wang Xiaoyu's diligent work ethic. The young lady was meticulous, attending to numerous details that Jiang Feiyu had not explicitly instructed her about, and effectively implementing them. The entire ground floor had been partitioned and renovated in accordance with Jiang Feiyu's earlier specifications, with clear demarcations for smoking and non-smoking areas. Prominent signs indicated the locations of restrooms and emergency exits, and all electrical and network wiring was routed through load-bearing walls and ceilings, finished with protective casing that enhanced both safety and aesthetics. The second floor was designated as the members' registration area, featuring individual booths and couples booths, with fewer tables and chairs. The space between the 2 rows was more spacious, and the seating consisted of genuine leather chairs. On the 3rd floor, 22 luxurious private rooms had been planned, categorized by configurations of 2, 3, 4, and 5 computers. Each room was furnished with conventional tables and chairs, as well as lounge sofas, allowing those who wished to spend the night to comfortably sleep. These rooms were primarily intended for affluent clients. Many young individuals from wealthy families, despite having computers at home, could not replicate the joy of gaming together with friends as one would experience outside. Moreover, some students from affluent households, with a generous allowance each month, were not provided with computers by their parents due to concerns about academic distractions. Thus, the Internet CAF's private rooms became a favored venue for this demographic. After a thorough inspection, Jiang Feiyu felt quite satisfied with the overall progress. Accomplishing so much in just over 10 days was commendable, showcasing the dedication of his employees. Jiang Feiyu asked, "Supervisor Qin, have we fully staffed the Internet CAF with network administrators and cashiers?" Qin Wenshu responded, "All personnel have been recruited, including Chun Baohua. There are a total of 6 individuals. The other 5 are currently undergoing training at the company, working in 3 shifts around the clock, with 2 individuals assigned per shift." Jiang Feiyu then inquired, "Has our Internet CAF management system been installed?" Qin Wenshu replied, "All computers will be assembled tomorrow, and once connected to the local area network, the RD department will send personnel to handle the installation." Jiang Feiyu concluded, "Has the opening date been set?" Qin Wenshu confirmed, "It is tentatively scheduled for the day after tomorrow. Will you be present to preside over the opening, boss?" "I shall not attend. Please represent me on that occasion. Kindly arrange for firecrackers and floral baskets." Jiang Feiyu pondered this, as he was preoccupied with his impending final examinations and truly could not spare the time. Moreover, given his status as a student, encountering peers from the same institution could lead to unwarranted attention. Jiang Feiyu continued, "Furthermore, we are set to inaugurate the new store the day after tomorrow. We have somewhat delayed our promotional efforts. For the grand opening, we shall implement a membership recharge initiative with enticing rewards, divided into 3 tiers. A recharge of 20 yuan will yield a bonus of 10 yuan. A recharge of 50 yuan will grant an additional 30 yuan, and a recharge of 100 yuan will provide a generous 100 yuan bonus. We shall print a large banner to adorn the storefront and produce a batch of flyers for distribution at nearby universities. Baohua, I entrust you with the execution of this plan." Chun Baohua replied, "Boss, might such generous membership incentives lead to significant losses? Furthermore, I cannot manage the distribution of flyers alone." Jiang Feiyu reassured him, "Initially, we need to attract customers. Once they become accustomed to our internet environment, the profits will eventually materialize. As for personnel, send the other 5 staff members, including the cashiers, over this afternoon." You shall oversee their deployment and ensure that flyers are distributed for the next 2 days. Shen Baoguo responded, "Understood, boss. I have no further issues." Once they confirmed that all was in order, Jiang Feiyu and Qin Wishu returned to the company as there remained significant matters requiring his decisive input. Chapter 69. Launch of Feixin in the conference room of Feiyu Technology. Jiang Feiyu was attentively listening to the work reports presented by the heads of various departments during the routine weekly company meeting. Recently, Jiang Feiyu had been preoccupied with revising for his upcoming final exams, rarely visiting the office during weekdays unless there was a pressing matter that required his attention. Typically, he focused on gathering updates and making decisions during the Friday afternoon meetings. Over time, both the management and ordinary employees had come to realize that their young boss was merely a freshman in college. However, no one dared to underestimate him. Having founded such a large company from scratch in his first semester, his remarkable management skills, sophisticated interpersonal acumen, and exceptional marketing strategies commanded respect. Qin Wenshu, representing the Human Resources Department, commenced the report with updates on recent activities and personnel statistics. Jiang Feiyu bypassed the minutiae and concentrated on the salient points. The company now employed 35 full-time staff members. Among them, the Human Resources Department comprised 3 individuals. The Finance Department 3, the Administration Department 4, the Research and Development Department 18, the Technical Research Institute 2, the Sales Department 3, and the Copywriting and Promotion Department 2. Additionally, there were 31 promotional interns and 6 part-time promoters, including 5 of Jiang Feiyu's roommates and Zhang Guangping. The subsidiary, Jisid Network Technology Company, Limited, had 6 employees, primarily comprising internet cafe managers and cashiers. With less than a month remaining until the Spring Festival, the company had ceased hiring, and each department was expected to submit their staffing needs post-holiday, with the Human Resources Department facilitating a concentrated recruitment effort. Another matter requiring Jiang Feiyu's approval was the arrangement of the holiday schedule, given that some employees hailed from other provinces. Timely notification was essential for them to secure transportation tickets. Based on Jiang Feiyu's finalized holiday duration, the Human Resources Department proposed a Spring Festival leave plan from February 9th, Lunar New Year's Eve, to February 18th, the 7th day of the new year, with work resuming on February 19th. The total leave granted during the festival was 10 days, which, though not extensive, exceeded the 7 days mandated by law by 3 days. Furthermore, arrangements needed to be made for personnel to be on duty during the holiday period. The company's server maintenance required staff oversight, and the internet cafe would experience peak business during this time, necessitating adequate staffing. Fortunately, the 6 internet cafe managers were locals from the capital and had been informed during recruitment about the need for regular scheduling during holidays, alleviating potential issues. For the company's server operations, a technical staff member from the Research and Development Department would need to be assigned for duty, which required some planning. According to industry norms, overtime pay during the Spring Festival was 3 times the regular rate, which proved to be quite enticing for employees residing in the capital. The company also acknowledged that Lunar New Year's Eve was a day for family reunions, hence no duty assignments would be required on that day, effectively reducing the on-call period to 9 days during the holiday. The work of the administrative department encompasses not only the routine administrative tasks of the company, but also previously included the procurement and supply of equipment for the Rapid Internet CAF. Subsequently, the focus has shifted primarily to following up on the qualifications for domestic agency representation of various computer brands. The finance department, currently overseen by Jiang Feiyu, is primarily concerned with cash flow and significant expenditures. Recently, the most substantial expenses incurred by the company pertain to the computers, tables, chairs, fire safety equipment, renovation costs, and various material purchases for the Rapid Internet CAF, totaling over 1.7 million. Presently, the company's cash flow remains relatively stable, with a balance of 3.2647 million in the company's account as of today, and anticipated receivables of several hundred thousand in the coming week. In the upcoming month, the company's primary expenditures will revolve around employee salaries and year-end bonuses, amounting to approximately 270,000, which is deemed excessive given the current cash reserves. Jiang Feiyu aims to allocate at least 2 million for the promotion of social products before the Spring Festival. As for the Technical Research Institute and the Copywriting Promotion Department, their presence within the company is currently minimal, often relegated to mere observers during meetings. The entire company's business focus is presently concentrated on the sales and R&D departments, with one responsible for production and the other for marketing, collectively sustaining the company's operational endeavors. In terms of marketing data, according to the statistics from the sales department, the management system has been installed in 102 Internet CAFs, with over 403 CAFs having made payments, resulting in receivables exceeding 623,000 yuan. As the end-of-term examinations approach in major universities, most of the 31 interns hired by the company will return to school this week to prepare for their final semester exams. This will lead to a promotional hiatus for approximately 10 days, which can only be remedied once the interns complete their examinations. Jiang Feiyu had anticipated this issue during the recruitment of recent graduates, and the ensuing 10-day gap is considered manageable for the company. The Dow 126 website currently enjoys an average daily traffic of over 300,000 visits, with active users exceeding 2 million. Several advertising contracts have been signed, albeit for modest amounts, marking a promising beginning. The focal point of the meeting concluded with the promotion of the social product launch, which will be a central direction for the company's business for the foreseeable future. Under the leadership of Chen Qihong, following successful product development, the team conducted 2 rounds of internal closed testing and subsequently invited some students for a 3rd round of semi-closed testing through the interns' networks. The product is now ready for large-scale market promotion, with user accounts from the semi-closed testing phase remaining active, indicating that it has effectively entered the market. This social product has been aptly named Fei Xin, a name personally chosen by Jiang Feiyu, coincidentally sharing its name with a similar product from the future. Of course, Feiyu Technology has preemptively registered the Fei Xin brand, marking it as an original creation of Feiyu Technology. Currently, the research and development department is grappling with 2 perplexing dilemmas. The first revolves around how to encourage users to voluntarily register under their real names. As the initial design of the product was conceived with a real name registration philosophy in mind, the second pertains to the implementation of promotional strategies, as it appears that, aside from Jiang Feiyu, the rest of the company lacks experience in the realm of software product promotion. While these challenges may seem daunting to others, for Jiang Feiyu, who is well-versed in contemporary promotional strategies, they are merely trifles. Jiang Feiyu began by elucidating the approach to real name registration. Presently, the real name registration implemented by Feixin is not a compulsory requirement. Rather, it serves as a suggestion to users that opting for real name registration would enhance their overall experience. Users who register under their real names not only receive experiential rewards, but also gain access to an official verification mark for prominent users. Furthermore, in subsequent version upgrades, methods such as offering experience points, skins, virtual currency, and items will be employed to guide users towards binding their mobile phone numbers and identification numbers for real name authentication. Drawing inspiration from the practices of WeChat and Alipay, if users fail to complete real name authentication, they may find themselves unable to conduct online transfers or send red envelopes, thereby gradually enticing users to fulfill the requirements of real name certification. Chapter 70. Internet Thinking. First, tell a story in order to prevent users from fraudulently registering with others' identity information. We will consider data integration with the 3 major telecom operators in the future, utilizing their authentication sources and completing unified verification of phone numbers and registered identity information through verification codes. Furthermore, the platform will offer a reporting feature, rewarding users who report fraudulent registrations. If a user receives 3 or more reports from friends, their account will be suspended until they complete real name verification to regain access. Regarding the promotion of Feixin, Jiang Feiyu has long prepared a comprehensive marketing strategy. He aims to achieve over 3 million registered users and at least 1 million active users within 6 months. Jiang Feiyu elaborated on his carefully devised promotion plan, which consists of 3 steps. The first step involves online story marketing. By leveraging the unique characteristics of the Feixin product, a touching narrative will be created to attract registrations. This will be supported by online promotion through hired promoters, while simultaneously enhancing visibility through the Dow 126 website, which boasts over 2 million active users, ensuring the potential to draw in several thousand new users. The second step focuses on the synergy between online and offline efforts, implementing a cashback incentive for inviting friends to register. This strategy is quite common in future internet platform promotions. When existing users invite friends, the system will generate a unique invitation code for them. When new users register using this code, It will automatically link their registration to the inviting user. For instance, if a user invites 5 friends to register, the platform will return 2 yuan to the user. While this may seem modest, in early 2002, 2 yuan held significant purchasing power. To encourage more active participation, multiple tiers can be defined, such as 2 yuan for 5 friends, 5 yuan for 10 friends, and 12 yuan for 20 friends. Boss, how do we return cash to users? Shen Qihong interjected, clearly troubled by this question. In this era, third-party electronic payment systems were scarce, and even online banking was not widely utilized, presenting a core challenge for the second step of the promotion. Jiang Feiyu elucidated. This requires collaboration with physical stores, particularly internet cafes. By partnering with these cafes, they can dispense the cash rewards to users. We will settle accounts with the cafes, and we will stipulate that the returned cash can only be used for consumption within the CAFs, thereby incentivizing their cooperation. Boss, previously you instructed the promotional team to gather information and contact details from every internet CAF they visited. I hadn't understood the purpose until now. It's all for the promotion of Feixing, remarked Chen Dajuan, the sales department manager, unable to contain his astonishment. Jiang Feiyu nodded slightly, revealing a demeanor of confident assurance that everything was under his control. Jiang Feiyu, your sales department is the primary responsible entity for this promotional campaign. Personnel from other departments who are available must offer their full support. Our system currently records over 3,000 internet cafes, regardless of whether you contact them via phone, QQ, or have our promotional personnel engage in face-to-face discussions. It is imperative to ensure that as many internet cafes as possible are informed about our activities and participate in our promotional endeavors. Furthermore, all employees within the company should mobilize their acquaintances and friends, guiding them to try out the Feixing product. Even a small number of users can serve as a means of promotion. All department heads present quickly expressed their agreement, recognizing Jiang Feiyu's determination in this matter. At this juncture, any reluctance would lead to unfavorable outcomes. Boss, how can we ensure that the internet cafe owners do not falsely report the cash rebate amounts? Qin Wenshu raised a new concern. Jiang Feiyu, this issue can be easily resolved. The RD department will develop a reporting page to be hosted on our official website. Each user account on the platform is unique. Internet cafe owners simply need to input the account details and cash rebate amounts for each withdrawal. This information can then be cross-referenced with our backend data to verify the accuracy of the reports, thereby allowing us to settle accounts accordingly. Everyone present was hearing about such an innovative promotional strategy for the first time, and Jiang Feiyu had considered all aspects, leaving them no opportunity for correction. This promotional activity allows platform users to receive cash incentives, which will encourage them to invite friends to register, facilitating viral, organic growth. For the collaborating internet cafe owners, participating in this cash rebate initiative will help attract customers to their establishments, as the cash can only be spent within their cafes, thus positioning them as beneficiaries as well. At first glance, this promotional method may seem costly, with the cost of acquiring a newly registered user estimated at around 40 to 50 cents. However, Jiang Feiyu is unperturbed by expenditure. He believes that providing cash back to users is far more effective than spending on advertisements, as it is likely to garner positive reviews from users. Given the company's ample cash reserves, Jiang Feiyu plans to allocate at least 2 million for promotion. If this investment can yield millions of registered users, there will be ample opportunities to convert these new registrants into active users in the future. While the others were taken aback by Jiang Feiyu's seemingly extravagant promotional spending, they felt compelled to defer to the boss's decision. After all, considering the company's profitability, 2 million is a minor investment that could be recouped within a month after the new year. In truth, the third phase of Jiang Feiyu's promotional strategy is the focal point. He intends to recruit a substantial number of part-time personnel to conduct promotions in schools after the beginning of the next semester, while simultaneously combining this with an online internet competition for a synergistic promotional effect. Of course, the third phase is still in the conceptual stage, and Jiang Feiyu refrained from elaborating on it during the meeting, fearing that if the idea were to leak, it might be appropriated by others. For now, the priority is to implement the first and second phases of the promotional strategy. To begin with, the first phase revolves around the strategy of storytelling in marketing. What is a commonly employed tactic in contemporary internet promotion? Indeed, it is storytelling. Jiang Feiyu is acutely aware that in the future, the realm of e-commerce marketing will give rise to countless poignant tales: impoverished young boys picking tea leaves, elderly farmers unable to sell their apples, University students burdened with debt selling alcohol to support their families, and young girls selling sea cucumbers. This strategy of fabricating moving narratives to exploit the public's empathy for marketing purposes became overused in later years. Yet no one has yet conceived of such tactics in the present. The individual who first employs an ingenious method often reaps unforeseen rewards. In the past, the writer Pai Zikai ignited a phenomenon with his online novel The First Intimate Contact, which directly popularized two significant concepts: the internet and online romance. Countless young men and women across the nation were not only moved by the heart-rending love story within its pages, but also found themselves inspired to explore the realm of online relationships. A prime example is the QQ platform, where many users engage with the intent of encountering potential partners online, a pursuit that is truly countless. As for crafting a heart-wrenching love story to promote Feishin, Jiang Feiyu has already devised a preliminary outline. He will narrate the tale while two young women from the marketing department will skillfully refine and articulate the narrative, bringing the story vividly to life for all to witness. Chapter 71. Sipping This Bitter Chicken Soup title. Let My Love Always Accompany You online. Chen Yang and Yang Lin were originally students from the same department at a university in the capital. Chen Yang, with his unremarkable appearance and humble background, spent 4 years in university in quiet obscurity, leaving little impression on his classmates. In contrast, Yang Lin was not only radiant and cheerful, but also the belle of the department, attracting countless admirers who endeavored to win her affection. She reveled in the attention, basking in the adoration of those around her. Only Chen Yang was aware of his unspoken affection for this girl, yet his insecurities prevented him from confessing his feelings. Unbeknownst to the spotlighted Yang Lin, she had been the object of Chen Yang's silent adoration throughout their university years. After graduation, Chen Yang remained in the capital, joining a development company for the Feishin platform as a technical developer, while Yang Lin returned to the southern city of Suzhou, embarking on a career as a middle school teacher. As seasons changed, Chen Yang found himself unable to forget the girl named Yang Lin. This infatuation, which had begun in university, evolved into an obsession. When he finally summoned the courage to express his feelings, he was plagued by the absence of her contact information. One day, while performing technical maintenance on the Feishin platform, Chen Yang fortuitously discovered Yang Lin's name in the alumni circle within the system's backend. Overjoyed, he promptly sent her a friend request as an alumnus, yet each attempt went unanswered, echoing into silence. Undeterred, Chen Yang persisted, and after a month, his friend request was finally accepted. What Chen Yang did not know was that a month prior, Yang Lin had suffered a catastrophic car accident, resulting in the amputation of her legs. This tragedy plunged her into darkness, leading her to abandon hope and resist rehabilitation, isolating herself from the world. However, upon noticing Chen Yang's persistent friend requests, a flicker of curiosity ignited within her numb heart. Once they connected as friends, their conversations flowed effortlessly, revealing a profound understanding between them, as if they had known each other for ages. Upon learning of Yang Lin's plight, Chen Yang felt a surge of compassion, intensifying his support and encouragement. He purchased a camera and spent his free time exploring scenic locales, fragrant hills, the Forbidden City, the Great Wall, Beihai Park, documenting his adventures and sharing the photographs with Yang Lin, assuring her that he would be her legs from now on. Gradually, Yang Lin began to emerge from her despair, actively participating in her rehabilitation exercises. 3 months later, with the aid of prosthetics, she stood once more. In that moment, thoughts of the boy who had consistently encouraged and stood by her filled her with an overwhelming desire to meet him face to face. She realized she had fallen in love with him. Yet, whenever Yang Lin inquired about Chen Yang's address, he would always evade her question. She noticed a peculiar pattern. Each time she asked, he mechanically replied, "I live far away. You won't be able to find me. Let my love always accompany you online." Even the punctuation marks are identical, as if the entity across is nothing more than a mere automaton. A profound sense of doubt had long plagued Yang Lin. Ultimately, she persuaded her parents to accompany her to the capital in search of Chen Yang. Yang Lin was unaware of Chen Yang's residence, yet she knew he was a technical engineer at the Feishin platform. Thus, she resolved to visit the headquarters of Feishin directly in hopes of finding him. Upon their arrival, after explaining their purpose, the staff member who received them delivered shocking news. Chen Yang had indeed been an employee of the company, but he had passed away a month prior due to cancer. Refusing to accept this grim reality, Yang Lin logged into her Feishin account and retrieved the daily chat records she had shared with Chen Yang, seeking to prove that he was still alive. The staff members were equally astonished. After Chen Yang's death, the company had deleted his social media account. What could have transpired? Everyone was engulfed in confusion. The company's technical team, tracing back through Yang Lin and Qin Yang's chat records, discovered that Qin Yang's account had logged in from within the company's server. Further investigation of the server unveiled a secret left behind by Qin Yang. 2 months prior, he had realized he was in the advanced stages of cancer. Though he did not fear death, he found it impossible to let go of Yang Lin. Qin Yang was, in fact, a computer genius. After graduation, he developed an artificial intelligence engine capable of autonomously recognizing semantics and providing precise responses. He had input all of Yang Lin's information and the nuances of their conversations into the AI model, discreetly embedding it within the company's server. After his passing, the AI restored his deleted Feixin account and continued to emulate his conversational style and responses to Yang Lin, serving as his proxy to remain by her side. Just as Qin Yang had programmed the AI with his final instruction, "I dwell in a distant place, one you cannot find. May my love remain online forever to accompany you." Undeniably, this is a poignant love story. First-time readers, moved by the narrative, found themselves intrigued by the artificial intelligence model featured within the tale. Particularly, tech enthusiasts like Qin Shihong were greatly inspired, prompting him to approach Jiang Feiyu on the spot to propose a research project focused on developing multifunctional AI products. Jiang Feiyu had to first calm him, assuring that they would initiate the project once sufficient funding was secured the following year. The storyline was recounted by Jiang Feiyu and subsequently expanded and refined by 2 female members of the promotional writing department over the course of an afternoon, culminating in a narrative of approximately 30,000 words, a veritable short story. In addition to the tale itself, Jiang Feiyu requested the UI team to incorporate accompanying character illustrations and subtly embed links to Feixin within the text, ensuring that any eager click would redirect to the login registration page of Feixin. The right side of the login page featured a small user input box, while the remaining interface showcased a prominent cover reading, "Let my love remain online forever to accompany you." The cover, set against a muted and colored background, depicted a side profile of Qin Yang, diligently typing away at his computer. "I dwell in a distant place, one you cannot find. May my love remain online forever to accompany you." In this line, alongside Yang Lin, who silently weeps in her wheelchair, Jiang Feiyu has also requested the addition of dynamic effects. 80% of those who encounter this interface find themselves compelled to register and delve deeper. Once the entire narrative was completed, the manuscript rapidly circulated among the company's employees, who unanimously praised its quality. A few young women were discreetly wiping away tears. Such a poignant love story invariably resonates with the hearts of the youth. Moreover, given the simplicity of individuals in this contemporary era, this bittersweet tale is bound to evoke emotions, ensuring that readers are captivated by the artificial intelligence product embedded within the narrative. As long as users experience Feixin, with its decade-long pioneering design philosophy and functional interface, converting 3 to 5 out of 10 trial users into devoted patrons should pose no challenge. Of course, a compelling story must be complemented by extensive avenues for dissemination at this juncture. The DAO 126 website and the team of internet promoters led by Zhang Guanpeng can play a pivotal role. Chapter 72. A surge of online supporters approaches the battlefield after the meeting concluded. Jiang Feiyu returned to his office, where Zhang Guanpeng had been waiting for some time. On the surface, Zhang appeared to be a trusted confidant of the boss, enjoying unrestricted access to the general manager's office. In reality, however, the team of online supporters he managed was rather clandestine, and Jiang Feiyu made a concerted effort to limit his interactions with other company personnel. Today, Jiang Feiyu summoned Zhang Guanpeng to gain a comprehensive understanding of the scale of his online support team and to ensure their cooperation in the story marketing promotion for Feixin. Jiang Feiyu needed to provide Zhang with detailed instructions on how to execute this without leaving a trace. Zhang Guanpeng elaborated on his recent achievements, revealing that he had recruited 4.5 part-time personnel, all freelancers equipped with personal computers, whose primary responsibilities included managing daily tasks and tracking the performance of part-time workers. These 4 individuals received monthly salaries. Additionally, there were 17 part-time team leaders, each capable of recruiting a network of relatives, friends, and classmates, with numbers ranging from a few to several dozen. Their compensation was calculated based on daily work and the number of participants. Zhang Guanpeng presented Jiang Feiyu with a list of personnel, detailing the names, bank accounts, and mobile or QQ numbers of these 4 plus 17 individuals. After briefly reviewing the document, Jiang Feiyu burned the paper with a lighter, ensuring that no trace remained. It sufficed for him to keep this information in mind. Jiang Feiyu then produced a USB drive and handed it to Zhang Guangping, stating, "This USB contains 2 documents, one with information about the product we are promoting and another outlining strategies and terminology for generating buzz. Since your team is undertaking this task for the first time, they may find this a useful reference on how to subtly guide others to focus on the product. From here on, they will have the freedom to innovate." Zhang Guangping accepted the USB, nodding in acknowledgement. Although he lacked the capacity to devise strategies or make decisions, he was an excellent executor. Moreover, his sense of gratitude and moral integrity prevented him from easily betraying friends for profit, which was precisely what Jiang Feiyu needed. "Feiyu," Zhang Guangping ventured, "I have an idea that I wonder if you would find feasible. You have a good eye, please consider it." Jiang Feiyu replied, "Do share. Given our relationship, there is no need for you to be overly cautious. I hope we can communicate as friends, as we once did." Zhang Guangping continued, "Feiyu, employing so many online supporters incurs a monthly cost, and they often find themselves without tasks, which seems wasteful. Should we consider taking on external projects as well?" Jiang Feiyu regarded Zhang Guangping with surprise, not expecting his thoughts to extend towards scalable operations. It was indeed a revelation that he possessed such entrepreneurial insight. It seemed everyone had potential waiting to be harnessed, contingent upon finding the right role. Jiang Feiyu looked earnestly at Zhang Guangping and said, "Pingzi, have you considered pursuing this line of work as a future career? In the future, not only will we undertake our own projects, but we will also accept external tasks. As our scale expands, we may even establish a company to bear our own profits and losses, becoming pioneers in this industry." Zhang Guangping remarked, "Feiyu, do you also believe we can elevate this industry to greater heights?" "I certainly do. To be candid, your entrepreneurial journey has inspired me to perceive this field as a viable career. It is not merely a possibility. Where there is demand, there will be a market. As long as the first endeavor is executed well, many will follow suit. This industry has been developed to its fullest potential in later generations, though most individuals, driven by monetary gain, will accept any task, including slander, defamation, and unfounded vilification, completely disregarding ethical boundaries, which has led to a tarnished reputation for the field." Jiang Feiyu responded, "Pingzi, I wholeheartedly support your ambition to treat this industry as a career. However, I must caution you that we currently operate in a gray area. We must maintain certain ethical standards regarding the tasks we accept. We can promote and provide assistance, but we must steer clear of distorting facts, defaming others, or engaging in discussions related to illicit activities or politics. Failure to adhere to these boundaries could incite public outrage, resulting in severe legal repercussions." Zhang Guangping assured, "Feiyu, rest assured, I have taken note." After concluding their business discussion, Jiang Feiyu accompanied Zhang Guangping back to school. Starting from the following Saturday, an article titled "May My Love Always Accompany You" online began to spread across major forums, bulletin boards, communities, and websites at an astonishing speed, drawing thousands of viewers. Those who read it online were abuzz with discussions, overwhelmingly praising its beauty, emotional depth, and tear-jerking qualities. Observers, witnessing the multitude of positive comments, felt compelled to read the article themselves. A significant number of individuals encountered the prominently featured title on the Dow 126 website and, driven by curiosity, clicked to explore, only to be captivated by the narrative within. If there were trending topics at that moment, the active keywords would undoubtedly include Xinjiang, Yonglin, Feixin, and artificial intelligence, among other contemporary terms. It remains unclear who transferred the article to the Xuemu and Tsinghua University BBS forums, which have consistently served as cultural barometers for various educational institutions. The article quickly circulated among the student communities of these prestigious universities and subsequently spread nationwide. This poignant love story resonated deeply with the youth in the university demographic, surpassing Jiang Feiyu's expectations in terms of impact. Some students became so enamored with the narrative and its illustrations that they printed copies to keep as mementos, further accelerating the dissemination of the story through circulation in classrooms and dormitories. By Sunday afternoon, while dining at the school cafeteria, Jiang Feiyu overheard scattered discussions among students regarding the tale of Qin Yang and Yonglin. The rapid spread of this narrative can be attributed, in part, to the fact that university students are the primary users of the internet in this era, making them more accessible to online information and serving as key recipients of digital communication. On the other hand, these past 2 days mark the weekend, during which the majority of individuals have been immersing themselves in internet CAFS, There exists a notable characteristic among those who frequent such establishments. They tend to arrive in groups, ensuring both safety and enjoyment. Once a story is witnessed by one individual, it swiftly disseminates among the collective, proliferating like a virus in a geometric progression. Not only did Jiang Feiyu fail to anticipate this, but also the cohort of internet trolls under Zhang Guangping's command did not foresee that they would set a new record in the annals of internet dissemination. Years later, this promotional endeavor by Feiyu technology was heralded by major internet companies as a quintessential case of marketing brilliance, frequently referenced in various training seminars and even featured in the pedagogical materials of certain educators. Chapter 73. I supervise your studies after enjoying dinner at the cafeteria. Jiang Feiyu returned to his dormitory to take a shower and prepare to head out, only to be met by a sudden rush of his friends, Jiang Guangjie, Liao Yongxian, and Chen Kaiqian, bursting through the door. Third brother, is the Fei Xian featured in that wildly popular online sensation, Let My Love Accompany You Forever? A product of our company? Liao Yongxian exclaimed, brimming with excitement as he sought confirmation from Jiang Feiyu. Jiang Feiyu, upon hearing this, felt a wave of frustration wash over him. These guys were truly overstepping. Lao Wu, you've posed a rather foolish question. Has the company not informed you about the trial use of the Fei Xian accounts, or have you simply disregarded it? Third brother, my apologies. The company did send out a notification, but in my excitement, I completely forgot about it. However, I must report that Lao Da and Lao Si have not complied with the company's requirements either. Liao Yongxian, who had just been reflecting on his own shortcomings, wasted no time in throwing his two companions under the bus. Very well, Lao Wu, you dare to betray me and Lao Si? According to the first rule of the dormitory, betrayers of their roommates shall face dire consequences. Lao Si, prepare for punishment. Jiang Guangjie and Chen Kaiqian immediately seized Liao Yongxian and pinned him down on the bed, administering tickle torture in front of Jiang Feiyu, which elicited Liao Yongxian's enduring cries of despair throughout the dormitory. Jiang Feiyu could only shake his head in disbelief at their antics. Before departing, he reminded them to not only trial the product themselves during their next internet session, but also to recommend it to classmates and friends. The three promptly thumped their chests in assurance that they would fulfill the task assigned by their boss, Jiang Feiyu. He then left them to their devices and descended the stairs to await Li Wani. Of course, their meeting was not a romantic rendezvous, as final exams loomed on the horizon. Since the previous week, Li Wani had assumed the role of Jiang Feiyu's study supervisor, knowing full well that without her oversight, he would struggle to find time to prepare. Aware of Jiang Feiyu's busy schedule balancing company responsibilities and academic commitments, she recognized the considerable strain he was under. Nevertheless, as a student, not failing his final exams was a fundamental expectation. Therefore, Li Wani took on the responsibilities akin to that of a devoted partner, rather, an exemplary girlfriend, ensuring Jiang Feiyu remained focused on his studies. From Jiang Feiyu's perspective, he had grown quite accustomed to this sort of supervision. As a man with a mature soul, he found no fault in experiencing a glimpse of the future guidance his wife would provide. Especially when it was for his own benefit, this distinction was clear to him. At 6:58 p.m., Li Wani approached with books in hand, and Jiang Feiyu promptly placed the volumes into his backpack, and together they made their way to the teaching building. After circling around the first teaching building several times, they finally located a classroom on the 5th floor with adjacent seating. Due to the impending final exams, the evening study session was bustling with students. As they entered the classroom, several male students turned their heads to gaze at Li Wani, whose beauty drew attention wherever she went. However, when their eyes fell upon Jiang Feiyu, only disdain remained, as they likely wondered how someone of his ordinary appearance could attract such a stunning girl. It is truly sorrowful to reflect upon the fact that, just after the New Year's Eve celebration, Jiang Feiyu was still a notable figure within the school, easily recognized by many as he traversed the campus. Yet, in less than 20 days, his unremarkable visage has faded from the collective memory of the populace. Fortunately, Jiang Feiyu has developed an admirable resilience to the barbs of youth. The envious glances directed his way hold no power over him. He kindly positioned Li Wani against the wall, while he himself took a seat closer to the aisle, thus shielding her from the prying eyes of onlookers. Before long, the classroom descended into a tranquil atmosphere conducive to study, punctuated only by the occasional rustle of pages and the soft scratching of pens on paper. For Jiang Feiyu, reviewing the material was merely a matter of revisiting the theoretical knowledge across all subjects. With a solid grasp of the fundamental theories, and having missed only a few classes, he needed only to reinforce his memory of certain details and challenging concepts. As a result, his pace of study was noticeably quicker than that of his peers. After 2 hours, Jiang Feiyu had completed his 2 textbooks and turned to glance at Li Wanyi, who remained deeply engrossed in her studies. Aside from a brief excursion to the restroom, she had maintained an unwavering focus throughout the session. Li Wanyi, absorbed in her reading, appeared exceptionally beautiful, serene, graceful, and dedicated. Jiang Feiyu couldn't help but smile foolishly to himself, thinking, "This will be my future wife." Sensing his gaze, Li Wanyi turned and caught sight of his goofy expression, her eyebrows arching in mild reproach. Instantly, Jiang Feiyu straightened himself and resumed his studies with utmost seriousness, prompting an almost imperceptible smile from Li Wanyi. At precisely 10 o'clock in the evening, the bell signaling the end of evening self-study resonated throughout the campus. Jiang Feiyu and Li Wanyi gathered their belongings and, like most others, filed out of the classroom. A handful of students remained undeterred by the bell, diligently reviewing their notes. These were typically the high achievers striving for scholarships. Li Wanyi was also among the academically gifted. However, her self-discipline was commendable. She consistently devoted ample time to her studies, thus she did not require any last-minute cramming. As for Jiang Feiyu, while he could not be labeled as a poor student, he was certainly one who barely scraped by with a passing grade. In his own words, he preferred to focus his limited time on generating business value, believing that earning money was far more rewarding than merely studying, which he considered just one of his many responsibilities. Jiang Feiyu first escorted Li Wanyi to the entrance of the girls' dormitory before making his way back to his own. During his return, he received 2 phone calls, both delivering positive news. One was from Chun Chi-hong, who informed him that, according to the latest back-end statistics, after 2 days of growth, as of 10:35 p.m., the number of registered users for Feishin had surpassed 24,802, with registrations continuing to rise rapidly. Of these users, over 28,39 had logged in for more than 30 minutes. In the realm of the internet, a widely accepted metric for user engagement is the duration of daily logins, and 30 minutes is considered a pivotal benchmark, although the current proportion of active users is less than 30. Achieving such a number within just 2 days of promotion is commendable. This indicates that users' initial curiosity about the Feishin product has evolved into a recognition of its functionalities. Furthermore, an important metric reveals that the percentage of users willing to register with their real names is below 18, reflecting a general caution and distrust towards the virtual world of the internet prevalent in this era. The implementation of real name registration is a formidable challenge that lies ahead. At least over the next 5 to 10 years, it will necessitate not only the establishment of regulatory policies at the national level to govern and constrain the entire industry, but also the proactive cooperation of internet enterprises to foster a trustworthy online environment. Feiyu Technology is willing to be the pioneer in this endeavor, motivated not only by Jiang Feiyu's sense of social responsibility, but also by the potential political capital that could accrue from being the first enterprise to shoulder such burdens. Even ahead of governmental initiatives, this will undoubtedly bestow upon Feiyu Technology a substantial reputation as a responsible and accountable enterprise. For any company, reputation and goodwill are invaluable assets, cultivated over time. Looking at century-old enterprises in Europe and America, it is evident that none have achieved their esteemed status without dedicated efforts to build their reputations through quality products. Conversely, many contemporary internet enterprises are driven by capital, chasing maximum profits, accruing wealth while also facing significant criticism. If Feiyu Technology aspires to carve out a distinct path, Jiang Feiyu must ensure absolute control of the company in the future, regardless of whether it goes public. Crossing the 51 threshold is non-negotiable.